Chapter 1. The Reef at the Foot of the Mountains. In a border town shared by the Great Xia and the land of Sinhalese, a solemn and magnificent martyrs' cemetery stands proudly atop a high mountain. Each gravestone bears the names and deeds of the valiant souls, extending into the horizon with no end in sight. The heroes interred here are warriors of the Great Xia. In the prime of their youth, gallantly sacrificed their lives for their country and their people. This place serves as their final resting ground. Though they have fallen, their courageous stories will remain immortal. It seems as if the heavens themselves weep for these souls. A gentle rain falls on this day. Yet, it does not deter the people who have come to pay their respects. The entire cemetery is filled with individuals holding flowers, each person's expression solemn and reverent. Amidst the graves, a young man clad in a crisp military uniform stands motionless in the drizzling rain, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gazes upon the gravestones. It is unclear how long he has been there, lost in contemplation. At this moment, no one can fathom the depth of his emotions. Before him lie these brave souls, resting in their cold graves, yet just a month ago, they were living warriors. Chen Ping, I understand the pain in your heart. I feel it too. War is merciless, yet they were all noble men. Their sacrifices carry profound meaning, for it is through their valor that we have attained peace in our nation. At an unknown moment, a middle-aged man appeared beside the young man. Clad in a similarly immaculate military uniform, he held a chrysanthemum in his hand. As he spoke, he gently laid the flower at the gravestone before Chen Ping, then stepped back, removed his military cap, and bowed in homage. Chen Ping knelt before the gravestone, his fingers brushing against the photograph etched upon it. In the image, the valiant soul wears a military uniform, a radiant smile gracing his face that in the past few days, I have often pondered how wonderful it would be to join them in sacrifice. That way, I could lie here beside them. But I promised to bring them home, together, and hold I have brought them back. Yet, Chen Ping could no longer contain his emotions. He forcefully pressed his head against the gravestone, weeping silently. "Ah," the middle-aged man murmured, uncertain how to console him. He placed his broad hand on Chen Ping's shoulder, his voice thick with emotion as he said, "The nation will not forget them, the people will not forget them. You have done exceptionally well. Come with me." A year prior, the land of Sinhalese had provocatively crossed into the borders of Great Xia, indiscriminately gunning down innocent civilians. Such actions were intolerable to the Great Xia. Consequently, a self-defense war was launched against Sinhalese, which lasted a full year. And a month ago, the Great Xia forces approached the capital of Sinhalese, compelling them to surrender unconditionally, thus bringing the war to an end. However, it was during this final battle that the complete annihilation of the enemy forces took place. The most elite special forces unit of Great Xia, known as the Dragonflame Commando, they were tasked with the arduous mission of infiltrating enemy lines and obstructing the retreat of the opposing forces. Chen Ping, the revered military god of Great Xia and commander of the Dragonflame Commando, held the rank of Major General. Upon receiving the order, he resolutely led his 177 elite soldiers on a 100-kilometer infiltration mission behind enemy lines, determined to execute their objective. The command's unyielding order was to annihilate the enemy regiment, ensuring that Chen Ping would, by all means, impede the enemy for a full 24 hours. It is important to note that the enemy regiment boasted tens of thousands of troops. Although they were retreating, their combat effectiveness remained intact. Despite the overwhelming odds, Chen Ping and 177 members of the Dragonflame Special Forces pledged their lives to accomplish the mission of resistance. In pursuit of their objective, Chen Ping and his deputy, Han Xiaoyu, each led a team to establish a defensive position. "Brother, once we part ways, it may be difficult to meet again. Perhaps we will see each other in the martyr cemetery. I have but one request. If you survive, please take care of my sister. You know I am without parents, and she's my only family. I fear that after my sacrifice, no one will look after her. Rest assured, I will ensure your safe return." These were Han Xiaoyu's words upon their separation, marking their final conversation. Afterward, he departed, with their next encounter destined to be in the hallowed grounds of the cemetery. Faced with the enemy's reckless charge and the barrage of artillery, the Dragonflame Special Forces exhibited no fear. They embraced death, repeatedly thwarting the enemy's advance. After a day and night of fierce combat, every member of the Dragon Flame Special Forces perished. Driven by his promise to his brother and his exceptional skills, Chen Ping held the line until the very last moment. As the main force encircled him, he stood on an unnamed high ground, surrounded by the fallen comrades, with the lifeless bodies of the enemy at his feet. While a portion of the enemy managed to break through, the main force suffered devastating losses due to the resistance of the Dragon Flame Special Forces, leading to their near total annihilation. Consequently, the enemy was compelled to surrender unconditionally to the Great Xia. However, the cost of this victory was staggering. All 177 brave warriors of the Dragon Flame Special Forces sacrificed their lives, leaving only Captain Chen Ping. As he gazed at the bodies of his brothers, he desperately called out, fervently digging trenches with his bare hands. Even as his hands became bloodied and mangled, he was determined to bring them all back to their homeland. No one could fathom the depth of his sorrow. He would rather perish on that high ground alongside his brothers. For an entire month, Chen Ping could not forgive himself. Each night, as he lay in bed and closed his eyes, the familiar faces of his fallen comrades haunted him. A jeep carried Chen Ping away from the martyrs' cemetery, making its way to the command center at the border. Chen Ping, you have rendered great service to the nation. Regarding your resignation, both the military and the state have rejected it. The Dragon Flame cannot function without you, though. The soldiers have sacrificed their lives. The unit remains intact. The reconstruction of the Dragon Flame relies solely on you, the highest military official, Zhang Jun, solemnly stated within the command center. I promised Han Xiaoyu that I would look after his sister. Moreover, I do not wish to endure another experience like this. I cannot bear to witness my brothers, whom I have trained with my own hands, fall one by one before me. This grief is a burden I can no longer endure. Chen Ping replied calmly. Zhang Jun responded sternly. Chen Ping, you are a soldier, a warrior. Sacrifice is an inevitable part of the battlefield. No one wishes for such outcomes, but war is inherently cruel. I understand your pain, but I, too, share in it. You must learn to confront this reality rather than remain forever trapped in guilt. Indeed, you speak the truth. But have you ever truly felt it? Witnessing familiar faces perish before my eyes? This sensation, this agony, remains vividly etched in my memory. It is a heart-wrenching experience, one that renders existence unbearable. I constantly ponder, why is it not I who has succumbed? I genuinely wish to escape this torment. I cannot bear to see those I have nurtured meet their demise before me once more. I dread the sight of those cold gravestones. Please, grant me the release from service. Having spoken, Chen Ping fixed his resolute gaze upon Zhang Jun. With a visage full of helplessness, sighed, Chen Ping, I advise you to take a leave of absence, the duration of which is uncertain. As for your request to retire, it is a matter of great significance, and I cannot make that decision. Chen Ping, take some time to clear your mind. Rest assured, I will ensure that no one disturbs you. Since you're to care for Han Xiaoyu's sister, then go ahead. Chapter 2. Arrival in Nanhai City. Zhang Jun refused to approve Chen Ping's request for discharge, leaving him with no choice but to opt for an indefinite leave of absence. It was not an act of avoidance, nor was it a display of cowardice. As an orphan, bereft of both father and mother, he had never contemplated leaving the military after enlisting. This decision to withdraw stemmed more from a profound sense of guilt. He felt unworthy of his position as a captain, unfit to remain in the barracks or to guide others. 17 lives, vibrant and full of promise, had followed him out, never to return. Who could forgive themselves in such circumstances? Perhaps leaving was the wisest course of action. Moreover, he had pledged to his comrade that he would look after his sister. For whatever reason, he now possessed ample justification for his departure. Han Xiaoyu hailed from Nanhai City, a place of exquisite beauty. Chen Ping recalled Han Xiaoyu speaking of his hometown numerous times, his face lighting up with pride whenever he mentioned it. On the plane, Chen Ping held a photograph of Han Xiaoyu's sister. In the image, a sweet-faced girl smiled back at him. Her name was Han Xiaoyu, just turned 17, and a senior in high school. Gazing at the photograph, Chen Ping felt a long-lost smile emerge. He remembered how Han Xiaoyu would beam with pride when discussing his sister, boasting of her academic excellence and her eagerness to share her achievements with him. He had expressed aspirations of attending Peking University to bring honor to her brother. As Chen Ping pondered these memories, Sorrow overwhelmed him, and he instinctively covered his face, weeping. Sir, a fellow passenger seated beside him suddenly offered a tissue. Chen Ping took it reflexively and glanced at the woman. "Thank you," he murmured. "No need for thanks," she replied. The young woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, with an oval face and a light touch of makeup that accentuated her delicate features. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and even while seated, her stature, around 1.7 meters, distinguished her from most women. With a slender, curvaceous figure, she was truly a striking beauty. At that moment, Chen Ping was too engulfed in his own grief to notice anyone else. Had she not initiated the conversation, he would hardly have glanced in her direction. "Who is she?" "She's quite beautiful," the woman remarked, eyeing the photograph with curiosity. "My sister," Chen Ping replied politely, instinctively tucking the photo away. "Why were you crying just now?" she inquired. "I was reminded of some sorrowful events," he answered. "Oh," she nodded slightly, then smiled gently. "I believe one should not dwell on the past. Lingering on bygone matters only brings distress." "Thank you," Chen Ping acknowledged, aware that her words were meant to comfort him. Yet she could not comprehend that some memories are eternally etched in one's heart. The woman had actually taken note of Chen Ping from the moment he boarded the plane. Not only was his appearance appealing to women, but his demeanor also piqued her curiosity. In her mind, it was intriguing that such a striking beauty could sit beside him, and he remained utterly indifferent, hardly sparing her a glance. "By the way, I'm Lu Manchi. May I have the pleasure of knowing you?" "Chen Ping," he replied. "So you're Mr. Chen. Are you traveling to Nanhai for leisure or returning home?" "I'm not quite sure," Chen Ping answered, his eyes devoid of focus. Indeed, he is neither a native of Nanhai nor here for tourism. In fact, he is at a loss on how to confront Han Xiaoyu. Lu Meishi furrowed her brow slightly and reassured him. "It's perfectly fine. Nanhai is quite beautiful, with many attractions. If you're feeling down, you can take a stroll and explore. If you're unfamiliar with the area, I will be delighted to be your guide, as I'm a native of Nanhai." Chen Ping managed a faint smile. "Thank you. If the opportunity arises, we can discuss it then." "All right." Noticing the weight of Chen Ping's thoughts, Lu Meishi refrained from saying more. At 5 in the afternoon, the plane landed smoothly at Nanhai Airport. Chen Ping, dragging his suitcase, wore a pair of faded jeans, a white long-sleeve shirt, and a black jacket. It was the end of September, and the weather in Nanhai was still quite refreshing. "Hey, Chen Ping." At the exit, Lu Meishi called out to him. "Where are you headed? Would you like a ride?" "No need. I'll take a taxi." "All right then. Perhaps we'll meet again by chance." Lu Meishi waved goodbye to Chen Ping as she got into a car by the roadside. "Sister, who is that handsome guy? Do you know him?" her friend Zhang Meng inquired curiously in the car. Lu Meishi replied with a hint of bitterness. "I met him on the plane. His name is Chen Ping. However, he's rather aloof and declined my offer to accompany him." "Really? Even you, a stunning beauty, couldn't charm him?" "Don't be ridiculous. I didn't attempt to charm him, but he does seem quite melancholic. When I asked why he came to Nanhai, he didn't provide an answer. I suspect he might be dealing with a broken heart." "A broken heart? Ha ha, isn't that perfect? A man so handsome is a rare find. If you like him, why not pursue him? Forget it. If you can't even manage, I shouldn't hold out hope. You talk too much. Let us hurry back." "Yes, Miss Lu." Chen Ping hailed a taxi and instructed the driver. "Sir, please take me to Nanhai No. 1 High School." "Certainly." The city of Nanhai is vast, and the traffic was heavy, especially during rush hour. By the time he arrived at the school gate, it was nearly 6:30. After paying the fare, Chen Ping approached the security guard at the entrance with a suitcase. "Hello, sir. I'm looking for Han Xiaoyu from class 88 of the senior year. May I go in? What is your relationship with her?" "I'm a relative. I'm her brother." "Oh, you can call her and ask her to come out. The school has a policy against letting people in to find someone." After attempting to call and finding her phone off, he replied, "I do have an urgent matter." The guard said, "In that case, I can call her classroom to inquire with the homeroom teacher." "Thank you, sir." "No problem." The security guard was accommodating, picking up the phone to call the office of class 88's homeroom teacher. Shortly, he informed Chen Ping, "Please wait a moment. She will be here soon." "Thank you." Chen Ping waited at the school gate. After a while, a woman wearing a white long dress, with long hair and glasses, approached the entrance, exuding beauty. She exchanged a few words with a security guard before walking over to Chen Ping. "Hello, sir. I am Song Mingming, Han Xiaoyu's homeroom teacher. Are you her brother?" Chen Ping nodded politely and greeted, "Hello, teacher Song. I am Xiaoyu's brother. May I see her?" Song Mingming furrowed her brow and replied, "I'm sorry, but Xiaoyu is not in class." "Not in class? Is she at home?" Chen Ping asked. "Recently, she has frequently skipped classes and is not at home either. She often spends her time outside, and my repeated advice has proven futile." "How could this be?" "It's a long story. If you truly are her brother, please follow me. There are matters concerning Xiaoyu that I need to discuss with you." "All right." Chapter 3. Searching for my sister in the bar. Chen Ping, perplexed by Xiaoyu's truancy, followed Song Mingming to her office. After inviting Chen Ping to sit down, Song Mingming poured him a glass of water and inquired, "How should I address you?" "Chen Ping," he responded. Song Mingming continued, "Mr. Chen, may I ask, are you truly Xiaoyu's brother? She once mentioned that her only brother is Han Xiaoyu." "Teacher Song, I'm not her biological brother. I'm a comrade of her brother Han Xiaoyu," Chen Ping clarified. "I see." Song Mingming's expression turned solemn as she said, "You must be aware that Xiaoyu's brother sacrificed his life a month ago." Chen Ping nodded. "I know. I was entrusted by her brother to look after her in Nanhai." With a face full of respect, Song Mingming expressed, "Thank you for coming to Nanhai. Xiaoyu truly needs someone to care for her." "Teacher, what exactly has happened to Xiaoyu?" Chen Ping asked. Song Mingming sighed. "To be frank, ever since Xiaoyu learned of her brother's sacrifice, she has changed entirely, becoming a person I barely recognize. She was once well-behaved and studious, consistently ranking at the top of her class and one of the most promising candidates for admission to Peking University. As her teacher, I took great pride in her. However, ever since she received the devastating news about her brother's death, everything has shifted. She has missed several days of school, isolating herself at home without eating or drinking, and has even come perilously close to taking her own life on multiple occasions. Perhaps you are aware that Xiaoyu shared a profound bond with her brother. Their parents passed away early, and her brother was her sole companion for many years. After he joined the army, she lived with her grandmother, but sadly, her grandmother also passed away 3 years ago, leaving her alone in Nanhai. Nevertheless, she has always been independent and resilient. She often expressed that her brother was her pride and worked hard to honor him. He encouraged her to aim for Peking University, and she dedicated herself to proving her capabilities to him. It can be said that her brother was her only source of support. Little did she expect that her brother would fall. Following his sacrifice, Xiaoyu's temperament drastically altered. She lost interest in her studies and everything around her. She frequently erupted in anger and quarreled with her classmates. I have attempted to counsel her multiple times and sought the help of a psychologist, but to no avail. Recently, she has stopped attending classes altogether, and when she does come, she merely sleeps at her desk. I cannot bear to witness her in such a state and am at a loss for how to assist her. I fear most that she may go astray. Mr. Chen, if you genuinely wish to care for her, could you please help her? I have exhausted all my options. Song Mingming spoke, her eyes growing moist. Removing her glasses, she wiped the corners of her eyes with a tissue. She had always cherished Xiaoyu, treating her like a younger sister. The news of Han Xiaoyu's sacrifice weighed heavily on her heart, intensifying her concern for Xiaoyu. Chen Ping felt a pang of anguish. Although he had never met Xiaoyu, he regarded her as a dear sister. The thought of Han Xiaoyu's parting words filled him with guilt. Rising to his feet, Chen Ping declared solemnly, "Rest assured, Teacher Song. I promised her brother that I would take good care of her. Please tell me where she is. I will go find her immediately." Song Mingming nodded, glancing at her watch. "Mr. Chen, please wait a moment while I brief my students. I should know where she is. I will take you to find her." "Thank you," Chen Ping replied, waiting at the classroom door until Song Mingming finished her instructions and led him to the parking area. Xiaoyu has been skipping classes lately, spending her nights with someone named Shao Jie at a bar. Shao Jie used to be my student, but he was expelled for his poor behavior. I am worried that Xiaoyu might be led astray by him, Song Mingming explained during their journey. "Teacher Song, you needn't worry. I will ensure that Xiaoyu returns to her studies," Chen Ping assured her. "Yes, I hope Xiaoyu can endure this. The loss of her brother has been an immense blow. With the college entrance examination approaching next year, I do not wish for her to jeopardize her future due to this incident. Regardless, I will take good care of her," he affirmed. You are a soldier, Chen Ping. I have faith that you will succeed. Before long, Song Mingming parked her car in front of a bar called Black Zone. Despite it being only a little past 7 in the evening, the street was already alive with vibrant lights and a continuous flow of young men and women entering and exiting the bar. Let us go. Xiaoyu should be here, Song Mingming said. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. The two entered the bar, immediately met with a cacophony of sound. Both were unaccustomed to such an atmosphere, feeling out of place in a lively yet disordered environment filled with the sense of alcohol and smoke. As a beautiful woman, Song Mingming attracted attention the moment they stepped inside. However, she was not there to socialize. She navigated through the crowd, searching for Xiaoyu. Chen Ping, over there is Xiaoyu, Song Mingming exclaimed as she spotted her. Chen Ping followed closely behind. Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Xiaoyu, who was being fed drinks by a young man in a checkered shirt, Song Mingming's heart sank. Xiaoyu appeared dazed and oblivious to her surroundings, lost in the haze of intoxication. What are you doing? Song Mingming's anger flared as she witnessed the scene. Ignoring the potential danger, she knocked the drink from the man's hand. Grabbing the inebriated Xiaoyu, she attempted to lead her away. Hey, are you looking for trouble? The young man, furious at having his drink disrupted, seized Xiaoyu back into his embrace. Completely intoxicated, Xiaoyu collapsed against him, her legs draped over the table. The young man looked at Song Mingming with a smirk. Well, what a catch. Miss, do you wish to join me for a few drinks? A voice jested, eliciting laughter from a group of young men nearby. Song Mingming's expression turned icy as she retorted, Release Xiaoyu. She is but a minor student. I swear, I will call the police. With that, she attempted to pull Xiaoyu away. Beautiful lady, releasing her is not out of the question. How about you stay and enjoy a few drinks with my brother? One of the young men taunted, raising his glass and leering at her. As he reached out with his hand, intending to take liberties, Chen Ping seized Song Mingming's wrist, pulling her behind him and forcefully grasped the outstretched hand. I'll let go, came a cry of anguish as Chen Ping released his grip, his gaze fixed on the man in the checkered shirt. Remove your filthy hand. Do you dare to strike my people? You seek death. The man in the checkered shirt snarled. In unison, the young men rose, seizing bottles from the table, intending to smash them against Chen Ping's head. Chen Ping, be careful, Song Mingming screamed in terror. Yet, Chen Ping remained unyielding, swiftly launching punches at the assailants. Within moments, each of them was struck in the chest, collapsing onto the sofa, clutching their wounds in despair. Chen Ping's speed left them bewildered, unable to comprehend how the blows had landed. While the man in the checkered shirt was still reeling from shock, Chen Ping's right hand clamped down on his wrist, which held Xiaoyu. Oh, let go! Let go! The man yelped in pain, his features contorted in agony from the sheer force. Chen Ping had no intention of inflicting further harm. Instead, he released the man and scooped Xiaoyu into a princess carry. Teacher, let us depart, he said. Song Mingming nodded. All right. How dare you just leave after assaulting me? The man in the checkered shirt shrieked as he regained his composure. Seize him. The bar, having been unsettled by the commotion, had drawn the gaze of many patrons who paused their revelry. With the man's shout, the bar's lights switched on, illuminating the scene. The onlookers accustomed to such disturbances prudently stepped aside to observe. Soon, the bouncers intercepted Chen Ping's path. The man in the checkered shirt, now identified as He Wu, emerged from the booth. His teeth clenched in anger. You dare strike me and steal my woman? You must be seeking an early grave. At that moment, a bald man in a tailored suit, cigar in hand, entered, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman. Upon seeing them, He Wu rushed over to greet them. Brother Hu, Sister Hong. This scoundrel had the audacity to strike me and steal our people. Chen Ping, however, felt no fear. To him, these thugs were inconsequential. Song Mingming, in stark contrast, was visibly anxious, gripping Chen Ping's arm tightly. Teacher, we must flee. You cannot provoke Brother Hu. They will harm you. Unbeknownst to them, Shao Jia, bruised and battered, approached Song Mingming, evidently having just endured a beating. Upon encountering him, Song Mingming furrowed her brows and exclaimed, Shao Jia, this predicament is entirely your doing. Why did you bring Xiaoyu to such a place? With an innocent expression, Shao Jia replied, Teacher, please don't blame me. It was Xiaoyu who insisted on coming here. I never anticipated that we would attract Brother Wu's attention tonight. Fortunately, you arrived, otherwise Xiaoyu would have been in grave danger. She huffed. We will settle this later. Turning to the composed Chen Ping, Song Mingming inquired, Chen Ping, what should we do now? Chen Ping calmly reassured her, do not fear, teacher Song. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. Zhang, who observed Chen Ping's unflappable demeanor in the face of such a tense situation, particularly noting the terrifying glint of murderous intent in his eyes. After years of navigating the underworld, even he felt uncertain before such a gaze. Who is this friend? What kind of connections does he have? He pondered. Chen Ping, with an air of indifference, retorted, why ask so many questions? If you wish to fight, then come at me. Seeing Chen Ping's arrogance, He Wu growled, you're asking for trouble, kid. Brother, take him down. Zhang, who, feeling humiliated in front of his subordinates, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and declared, friend, this bar is under my watch. You injure my people and attempt to steal from me. You have no regard for my authority. Today, you shall not leave. Come what may. So, you intend to block my path? Chen Ping replied, it is not I who seeks to obstruct you, but rather you who have overstepped your bounds. Without further ado, Chen Ping scooped up Xiaoyu and swiftly advanced. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Zhang Hu. Before Zhang, who could react? Chen Ping suddenly delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The sound of impact reverberated as Zhang Hu felt a crushing pain in his chest, his body uncontrollably propelled backward. With a resounding crash, his back collided with the nearby tables and chairs, shattering them to pieces. Wah! Zhang Hu coughed up blood and, as he attempted to rise, his body weakened, leaving him unable to stand. Brother, He Wu and the other subordinates rushed over to check on him. Don't move. You're injured. Zhang Hu, pale and shaken, commanded, eliminate him. Kill him. Brothers, take him down. He Wu charged forward, seizing a bottle and rushing at Chen Ping, followed closely by a dozen subordinates. Chen Ping remained unfazed, lifting his leg and sending He Wu flying with a single kick. Those who dared approach him were met with screams as they were sent sprawling across the ground. In mere moments, the floor was littered with groaning subordinates. Is this even human? This is incredible. The onlookers were left in shock. Song Mingming and Xiao Jie stood frozen in disbelief. Teacher, let us leave. Xiao Jie urged. All right, she replied, snapping back to reality and hurriedly following Chen Ping out. Chen Ping, cradling Xiaoyu in the back seat, had Xiao Jie seated in the passenger seat. Song Mingming chastised Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie, tell me the truth. Did Xiaoyu really want to come here? Xiao Jie nodded earnestly. Teacher, I swear I'm not lying. I may be reckless, but I would never put Xiaoyu in harm's way. She approached me a while back, asking to go out for some fun. I didn't think much of it at the time and just took her along. Initially, I had no intention of bringing her to a bar. It was her idea to drink. Tonight, she longs for a drink, yearning to lose herself in intoxication. We were enjoying our drinks when unexpectedly, he would set his sights on Xiaoyu. I intended to take her away, but they dragged me to the restroom and gave me a beating. Had it not been for the arrival of the teacher, I might have met a dire fate this evening. It is likely that Xiaoyu would have faced peril as well. Song Mingming could not contain herself and struck Xiao Jie. Fortunately, Xiaoyu is unharmed. Otherwise, the teacher would never forgive you. Oh, Xiao Jie glanced back at Chen Ping, whispering, Teacher, who is this formidable man? Song Mingming retorted, he is Xiaoyu's brother. Chen Ping, you would do well to tread carefully from now on. Should you dare to take Xiaoyu out for leisure again, beware of his wrath. Xiao Jie gasped in shock, turning to Chen Ping with a nervous smile. Big brother, I truly mean no harm to Xiaoyu, I swear. Chen Ping nodded. I believe you. Thank you, big brother, thank you. Song Mingming inquired. Chen Ping, shall we return to Xiaoyu's home? Or would you prefer to rest at my place? Teacher Song, please escort us home. I truly appreciate your help today. I would feel terribly embarrassed to trouble you further. It's quite all right, she replied, and without pressuring him, she drove Chen Ping to Xiaoyu's home. After parking, they both exited the vehicle and ascended the stairs together. Xiaoyu's residence was an old building, and they needed to climb to the third floor. Upon reaching the door, Song Mingming skillfully retrieved the key from the shoe rack outside and unlocked the door. Once inside, she adeptly turned on the lights. Chapter 5. Han Xiaoyu's first encounter with Chen Ping gently laid the intoxicated Xiaoyu on the sofa. Meanwhile, Song Mingming headed to the restroom to fetch a towel to wipe Xiaoyu's face. Once Xiaoyu was settled, Chen Ping was taken aback to see a portrait of Han Xiong in military uniform placed prominently on the altar in the center of the living room, flanked by 2 red candles. His eyes reddened with emotion as he approached the altar, taking 3 incense sticks from the nearby incense box and igniting them. He bowed 3 times before the portrait, placing the incense in the burner. "Brother, I have come. Rest assured, I will take good care of Xiaoyu. From this moment on, she is my sole family, my only sister," Chen Ping declared resolutely before the portrait, while Song Mingming was gently wiping Xiaoyu's face. She overheard his words and remarked, "With a comrade like you watching over Xiaoyu, he will surely find peace. Xiaoyu is fortunate to have such a responsible teacher." "I am merely fulfilling my duty as a teacher," Chen Ping replied. Song Mingming looked at the inebriated Xiaoyu, caressing her cheek. "Xiaoyu appears strong, yet she is quite fragile within. She is truly pitiable. Having lost her parents at a young age, she relies solely on her brother and grandmother. She often tells me how remarkable her brother is. Whenever she speaks of him, I can sense her immense pride. Yet, I never anticipated that her brother would suddenly sacrifice his life." Chen Ping stated with gravity. Her brother was a hero who gave his life to defend our country. Song Mingming nodded in agreement. "Indeed, why must there be war? If there were no wars, there would be no sacrifices. Is it truly so difficult to coexist peacefully? Sometimes, there is no choice. If you do not fight, others may perceive you as fearful. Only after engaging in conflict will others hesitate to bully us," Chen Ping replied. "You are right. Thank you for bearing the burden for us. It is precisely because of your guardianship that we enjoy a peaceful life. No need for thanks. It is the soldier's duty to protect the homeland." Song Mingming smiled faintly. "By the way, Chen Ping, have you retired or are you on leave?" Chen Ping replied, "Consider it a leave of absence. But rest assured, I will not leave Nanhai until Xiaoyu has started university. Well, with your assurance, I feel at ease. I believe that Xiaoyu will recover." "Indeed." Song Mingming chuckled softly. "Chen Ping, I must trouble you to take Xiaoyu back to her room while I help her change into some clothes. I'll be leaving shortly." "Understood." Chen Ping carried Xiaoyu to her bed. Her room was in disarray, with shattered picture frames strewn about. He picked up the photographs scattered on the floor, all of them featuring Han Xiong during his time in the army. He even spotted a picture of himself with Han Xiong, now discarded by Xiaoyu. Confused by the scene, Chen Ping carefully gathered the photographs and tidied up the room. Meanwhile, Song Mingming stayed behind to help Xiaoyu into her pajamas. After closing the door, she approached Chen Ping, saying, "I won't disturb you any longer. Let's exchange contact information. Should you need anything, feel free to call me." "All right." After they exchanged numbers, Chen Ping escorted Song Mingming out, closed the door, and sank onto the sofa, gazing motionlessly at Han Xiong's memorial photo. Memories of their days in the military replayed vividly in his mind. Time passed, and soon the room was filled with the sound of quiet sobs. Chen Ping contemplated entering, but refrained due to the delicate nature of the situation, instead standing at the door to listen. He could hear Xiaoyu softly weeping, calling out for her brother. Each utterance of brother shattered Chen Ping's heart. After a while, Xiaoyu likely fell asleep, and the room fell silent. Chen Ping returned to the sofa and lay down. The night stretched long for him, and as dawn broke, he retrieved his toiletries from his luggage and washed up. He ventured into the kitchen to see what he could prepare, only to find a few eggs and some leftover noodles in the refrigerator. With practiced ease, Chen Ping ignited the gas stove and began to cook noodles and fry eggs. For him, cooking was second nature, a skill honed from a life of solitude. Indeed, Chen Ping's life had been fraught with hardship, yet he had never wished to share his burdens with others. After preparing the noodles and frying several eggs, he wiped down the table and set the breakfast out. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoyu had already woken. Although she had been inebriated the previous night, she still retained some memories. Hearing the sounds from the kitchen, she mistakenly thought it was Song Mingming. When she opened her bedroom door, she was startled to find Chen Ping sitting on the sofa, offering her a gentle smile. "Xiaoyu, you're awake. Go wash up and have breakfast." Seeing an unfamiliar man in her house, Xiaoyu gasped, "Ah, who are you?" What are you doing in my home? Chen Ping quickly stood up, speaking softly. Xiaoyu, please don't be afraid. I am Chen Ping, your brother's comrade. You are Chen Ping? Han Xiaoyu scrutinized him closely upon hearing the name. It really is you. Her face betrayed no emotion as she ambled towards the bathroom. I've heard my brother speak of you and have seen your photograph. He said you were a very good friend. Chen Ping smiled gently indeed. Han Xiaoyu held her cup of water, brushing her teeth while inquiring, how did you end up in my home? I arrived yesterday. I went to school to see you, but you were not there. When Teacher Song took me to the bar to find you, you were intoxicated. So Teacher Song and I brought you back. Thank you. Not all. After completing her morning routine, Han Xiaoyu approached the table, gazing at the noodles and eggs. Then glanced at Chen Ping, feeling an inexplicable urge to cry. This scene was one she had envisioned countless times with her brother, yet now it could never be realized. Suppressing her inner sorrow, Han Xiaoyu sat down with an indifferent expression and began her breakfast. I didn't expect your noodles to be quite delicious. Chen Ping, sitting across from her, offered her a fried egg. If you like it, I'll make breakfast for you every day. Han Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback and looked up at Chen Ping. What do you mean? I promised your brother to take good care of you. I have no intention of leaving this time. Are you out of your mind? Why would I need your care? After breakfast, you can go wherever you came from. I'm perfectly fine. Xiaoyu, I understand you are hurting. I promised your brother to look after you well. Let me stay and care for you. Just think of me as your brother. Han Xiaoyu displayed an unusual coldness and replied flatly, there's no need. My brother is already dead. I no longer need a brother. Chen Ping responded, all right, even if you don't want my care, you shouldn't give up on yourself and your studies. Your academic performance is excellent. You should continue studying diligently. Strive to get into Kyoto University. That was your brother's greatest wish and your promise to him. Please stop talking. The last thing I want to hear about is my brother. Xiaoyu stood up, glaring at Chen Ping with anger. Uncertain of what to do, Chen Ping also rose and said, Xiaoyu, calm down. Enough. You are so annoying. In a sudden fit of rage, Han Xiaoyu swept all the dishes off the table onto the floor. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Chen Ping asked, concerned about her hands. Seeing him reach out, Han Xiaoyu instinctively stepped back, her eyes filled with tears as she said vehemently, just go. You have no right to concern yourself with me. Do you know how much I despise people like you in the military? You're the most irresponsible people in the world. I hate you all, and I hate my brother too. Suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, she crouched down and wept. Chen Ping, witnessing her breakdown, comforted her, let it all out. It will ease your heart. As she cried harder, she lamented, my brother is a big liar, a terrible person. He promised to watch me grow up, to see me get into Kyoto University, to witness my wedding. Why did he break his promise? Why didn't he think about me? He sacrificed himself for the country, becoming a hero, but did he ever consider me? Did he think about what would happen to me after his sacrifice? Do you know how much my heart aches? It hurts to breathe. I would rather he be an ordinary person than a soldier. I just want him to be alive, to watch me grow, to see me get into Kyoto University, to see me marry and have children. Why couldn't he keep this one simple request? Why? Now that my brother has passed away, nothing else matters. What does it mean to be admitted to Kyoto University? He can no longer see it. Sob. Listening to these words, Chen Ping felt a pain that was almost unbearable. Yet, the duty of a soldier is to protect the homeland. The moment he dons the military uniform, he is destined to dedicate himself to the nation and its people. Once Han Xiaoyu's emotions stabilized, Chen Ping spoke. Xiaoyu, your brother would not want you to be disheartened. He guarded the nation and its citizens, but his greatest love was for you. Until his last moment, he was thinking of you. He was unafraid of death, yet he feared that you would be sorrowful after his passing, that you would feel lost and alone. Nevertheless, he resolutely went to the battlefield because he believed you would understand him, comprehend his choices. If he were to know that your spirit has faltered due to his sacrifice, it would surely bring him great sorrow. If you truly love your brother, you must gather your strength, be as brave as he was, and live fearlessly. Manifest the essence of what he would wish to see in you, not the state you find yourself in now. Han Xiaoyu wiped her tears and replied, please, no more. With that, she ran to her room. Chen Ping sighed helplessly and tidied up the remnants on the floor. Once he finished, Han Xiaoyu had already changed into her school uniform. She slung her backpack over her shoulder, opened the door, and went off to school. Chen Ping hurriedly followed her outside. By the time he reached the ground floor, Han Xiaoyu was already riding her bicycle away. Filled with concern, he jogged behind her until he saw her enter the campus. At which point, he felt a sense of relief. Chen Ping, what are you doing here? He turned around to see Lu Manqi speaking to him. She looked pleasantly surprised and approached him with a smile, saying, I was just wondering when I might see you again, and here you are. Chen Ping was equally surprised and replied, Hello, Miss Lu. I didn't expect to run into you here. Are you also dropping someone off at school? Yes, my sister. Lu Manqi smiled with narrowed eyes. Oh, is she the girl in the photograph? Chen Ping nodded yes. What a coincidence. It seems we are quite fated. Indeed. Do you have any plans, Chen Ping? Nothing in particular. Do you have something in mind, Miss Lu? Not really, just wondering if you were free. Since we have this connection, how about I take you to see something? As friends, it'd be a nice gesture. Chen Ping contemplated declining directly, fearing it would seem impolite, and was searching for an excuse. Noticing his hesitation, Lu Manqi enthusiastically added, School doesn't let out until 8 this evening, and you can't go out during this time. Staying here is of no use. The weather is lovely today, so why not hike up Shui Ping Mountain? The scenery is splendid, and from the summit, you can enjoy views of the city and the sea. There is also a rural restaurant at the foot of the mountain where we can have lunch together. Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback. Realizing the invitation had been extended so warmly, refusing again would seem inconsiderate. Additionally, he wanted to clear his mind. Thus, he nodded, saying, That would be great, thank you. Miss Lu, not all, let us go. Lu Manqi greeted Chen Ping with the warmth of an old friend, instantly reminding her of the melancholic gaze he had displayed on the airplane the previous day, a look imbued with profound thoughts. Fortuitously, she had some free time today and encountered Chen Ping once more, prompting her to extend an invitation for a leisurely stroll. As Chen Ping entered Lu Manqi's luxurious car, its considerable value spoke volumes about her affluent background. You are the first gentleman to ride in my car, Lu Manqi remarked with a cheerful smile. Chen Ping paused momentarily, responding, Then I must consider myself quite fortunate. Indeed, moreover, this is the first time I've invited a gentleman to hike with me. Then I truly am fortunate, he replied. After all, we are friends, and I take good care of my friends. I can sense that you are a kind and sincere girl, he complimented. Thank you for the praise, Lu Manqi said, then inquired, By the way, Chen Ping, you mentioned you are not from Nanhai, yet you have a sister studying at Nanhai No. 1 High School? My hometown is Hangzhou. She is not actually my biological sister, but rather the sister of a close friend. My friend suffered an unfortunate accident, and before he passed, I promised to look after her, which is why I came to Nanhai. Whenever Chen Ping spoke of Han Xiaoyu, a somber expression enveloped his face. Lu Manqi observed this and remarked, I did not realize you were so loyal. You came to Nanhai solely to fulfill your friend's dying wish. Though we are not blood brothers, we regard each other as family. His sister is my sister. Even if he had not asked, I would have come, he replied earnestly. That is admirable. I must confess, I envy how men can regard each other as brothers in life and death. Indeed, we have shared experiences of life and death. Only through such trials can one truly appreciate the value of that bond. Oh, may I ask, what happened to your friend? He sacrificed himself, Chen Ping stated quietly. Ah, was your friend a soldier? Yes. Then, are you also a soldier? You certainly have the appearance of one. Indeed, I am a soldier. Ah, so it is a bond of brotherhood among comrades. I have great admiration for soldiers. They selflessly dedicate themselves for our sake, Lu Manqi expressed, her tone rich with respect, deepening her fondness for Chen Ping. However, Chen Ping felt no pride in this. Instead, he self-deprecatingly remarked, If I could choose again, perhaps I would not opt to be a soldier. Ah, Lu Manqi looked at him in surprise, unaware of the immense pain he harbored within. The haunting experience of witnessing his comrades perish before his eyes was something he never wished to relive. Noticing the return of Chen Ping's melancholic gaze, Lu Manqi gently asked, Are you unhappy because of your friend's sacrifice? Yes, he nodded. I had thought perhaps you were heartbroken, she responded. Not at all. Oh. Lu Manqi felt a pang of sympathy for Chen Ping's plight. While she could not fully comprehend his sorrow, she could imagine the profound grief of losing a dearest friend. Chapter 7. Returning Lu Manqi home before long. Lu Manqi drove Chen Ping to the foot of Ping Mountain, a scenic area in Nanhai. The mountain stood majestically by the sea, with the beach bustling with tourists and local citizens enjoying the picturesque surroundings. As September draws to a close, the weather is pleasantly warm and sunny, making it an ideal season for outings. After parking the car, Lu Manqi led Chen Ping to the foot of the mountain. "Chen Ping, let us ascend to the summit," she said with a radiant smile. Today, she wore a floral maxi dress paired with white sneakers, her hair cascading to her shoulders, resembling the girl next door. Chen Ping nodded, all right. The path upwards consisted entirely of steps, and there were many hikers along the way. The scenery was breathtaking. Although the mountain wasn't particularly high, Lu Manqi frequently stopped, asking Chen Ping to take pictures of her. Chen Ping had never ventured out with a girl before, feeling somewhat reserved. In contrast, Lu Manqi was exceptionally enthusiastic, often engaging him in conversation. Chen Ping had been feeling down lately, but being with Lu Manqi, with her cheerful demeanor, lifted his spirits somewhat. Before they knew it, an hour and a half had passed, and they finally reached the summit. Upon arriving, their eyes were met with a splendid view. From the top, one could easily see the skyscrapers of the city not far away. Below, the vast expanse of the sea stretched out. The sea breeze was indeed refreshing. "Ah!" Lu Manqi exclaimed, standing atop the mountain, shouting towards the ocean. "Chen Ping, you should join me," she encouraged. "Whenever I'm feeling low, I come here to vent. Letting it out makes my heart feel much lighter," she smiled. Chen Ping displayed a long-lost smile as he faced the sea. "Thank you. I feel much better now." "Really?" "Yes. That's wonderful. After we descend, you must treat me to a cup of coffee," she insisted. "All right." After a moment, Lu Manqi suggested, "Let us head down." "Okay." Today, Lu Manqi was particularly joyful, walking with a light step and hands clasped behind her back, like a carefree young girl. Noticing her demeanor, Chen Ping cautioned, "Be careful on the steps." Lu Manqi, unfazed, turned to him with a playful grin, teasingly retreating. "Are you concerned about me?" Just as her words left her lips, she slipped and let out a startled cry. Seeing her about to tumble down the steps, Chen Ping reacted swiftly, catching her at the waist to prevent her fall. In her panic, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, and they found themselves gazing into each other's eyes. "I told you to be careful," Chen Ping said, feeling a bit awkward as he quickly steadied her and released his hold. Noticing his gentlemanly demeanor, Lu Manqi softly remarked, "I think I twisted my ankle." "It hurts a lot." Chen Ping guided her to a nearby rock to sit down, crouching beside her to gently examine her right foot, pressing on her ankle. "Ah, that's the spot that hurts," Lu Manqi winced. Recognizing the dislocation, Chen Ping deftly removed her shoe, gripping her right foot firmly. "This might hurt a bit. Bear with me," he cautioned. Lu Manqi, observing his serious expression, smiled faintly. "Okay. You seem to be in good spirits," he noted. Before Lu Manqi could finish her thought, Chen Ping seized the moment, applying a decisive pull, and with a click, her foot was realigned. "Ouch! Chen Ping, why didn't you warn me? I wasn't prepared," Lu Manqi exclaimed, feeling a brief pang of pain, yet it subsided almost immediately. "Try moving it," Chen Ping suggested. "Oh." Lu Manqi twisted her ankle and, feeling considerably better, smiled. "Chen Ping, you're quite remarkable. It truly doesn't hurt much anymore." Chen Ping picked up her shoes and assisted her in putting them on, saying, "It's merely a dislocation. Once it's south back in place, all will be well." Once her shoes were secured, Chen Ping helped her to her feet. "Let us see if you can walk." "Oh." Lu Manqi stood up and took a few steps, her brow furrowing. "It still hurts a bit. What shall we do?" Lu Manqi squinted and smiled. "How about you carry me down the mountain?" "All right." Chen Ping, without a second thought and with a heart untainted by ulterior motives, regarded Lu Manqi simply as a newly acquainted friend. He understood her enthusiastic intent in suggesting the hike was to uplift her spirits. With joy, Lu Manqi placed her hands on Chen Ping's shoulders and, with a vigorous leap, clambered onto his sturdy back. Chen Ping instinctively secured her and began descending the mountain. Lu Manqi, nestled against his back, whispered in his ear, "Thank you, Chen Ping, for carrying me down. It's no trouble. Just apply some ointment when you get home. Chen Ping steadily carried Lu Manqi down the mountain, initially contemplating sending her home due to her sprained ankle. However, Lu Manqi insisted on treating Chen Ping to a meal, compelling him to bear her to a Tujiao restaurant at the foot of the mountain. By the time they finished, it was nearly 11:30, coinciding perfectly with lunchtime. Chen Ping, this restaurant has exceptional flavors, and the ingredients are fresh, particularly the seafood, which is exquisite, Lu Manqi enthusiastically introduced. But don't order too much. The two of us can't eat that much. All right. Lu Manqi selected several signature dishes and inquired, Chen Ping, do you drink? Chen Ping shook his head. I don't drink. Considering your ankle, I'll take you home afterwards. You're truly kind. Soon, the dishes were served, and Lu Manqi was particularly animated, enjoying her meal while introducing more to Chen Ping. Chen Ping, too, hadn't experienced such delightful dining in a long time. This meal was the most satisfying he had had in over a month. After finishing, he drove Lu Manqi home in her car. Chen Ping, my home is just here. Chen Ping parked in front of an opulent villa. Observing the grandeur of the residence and the surrounding environment, he realized Lu Manqi came from a distinguished background. My father is the deputy mayor of Nanhai. You don't mind, do you? Lu Manqi, noticing Chen Ping's hesitation, openly disclosed her identity. Chen Ping glanced at her, turned off the engine, and handed her the keys. Why would I mind? Huh? Lu Manqi proposed. Chen Ping, why don't you drive my car back? It's difficult to hail a taxi around here. Chen Ping unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door. It's fine. I have no plans. So I'll just take a stroll. With that, he exited the vehicle and walked away. Lu Manqi wished to say more, but seeing Chen Ping leave without looking back made her think he was wary of her status and reluctant to befriend her. In truth, Chen Ping had not given it much thought. The deputy mayor was of little consequence to him. After all, he held the rank of a national major general. And considering his age, a promotion to general was merely a matter of time. Manqi, who is that? As Lu Manqi stood at the door observing Chen Ping, a cold voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Lu Manqi turned around and beheld a young man standing behind her, glaring with enmity at the departing Chen Ping. Wang Yu? What brings you to my home? Lu Manqi furrowed her brows. Wang Yu fixed his gaze upon Lu Manqi, questioning, who was the man that just escorted you home? Huh? Lu Manqi replied nonchalantly. He is merely a friend. What of it? What of it? I call you and you don't answer. I text you and you don't respond. I come to your house and you're nowhere to be found. It turns out you went out with this guy, and you even let him drive your car to bring you home? Please, what I do with whom is of no concern to you. It's as if I owe you some explanation. Wang Yu, witnessing her demeanor, softened his tone. Manqi, you should know that I have always harbored feelings for you. Lu Manqi frowned. Wang Yu, matters of the heart cannot be forced. With that, she turned and headed home, leaving Wang Yu seething as he gazed at the vanishing figure of Chen Ping. Chapter 8. Han Xiaoyu skips class again after leaving Lu Manqi's residence. Chen Ping strolled along the tranquil road. This area was private, with scant traffic, and a considerable distance remained to the city center. Beep, beep, beep. While walking, Chen Ping was startled by a cacophony of honking. Turning, he spotted a black sedan speeding towards him. Chen Ping raised his brows slightly, instinctively sidestepping as the vehicle screeched to a halt, nearly grazing him. The window descended, revealing Wang Yu, whose gaze was dark as he regarded Chen Ping. Noticing Chen Ping's shabby appearance, he scoffed. So you're the one who just dropped Lu Manqi off? Chen Ping paused, taken aback before nodding yes. Just look at you. A clear picture of a pauper. I warn you, do not harass Lu Manqi again. A person like you is not even worthy to carry her shoes. Have you finished? Chen Ping replied coolly, disinterested in engaging with someone of his ilk and unwilling to squander time on such triviality. Wang Yu, incensed by Chen Ping's demeanor, retorted, did you comprehend what I said? Don't presume I'm unaware of your kindest intentions. You merely wish to live off her. Let me be clear. Lu Manqi is my girlfriend. If you come near her again, it will not be a warning next time. I believe you are mistaken. I have no relationship with Miss Lu. We have only met twice, and I took her home because she sprained her ankle. Let us hope it remains that way. With Chen Ping's words, Wang Yu ceased to pursue the matter, pressing the accelerator as he sped away. Chen Ping was not afraid. He simply wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. He dismissed the encounter from his mind and hailed a cab at the intersection to return home. Upon arriving, he set about tidying up, then ventured into the kitchen to assess what supplies were needed. From this moment forward, this would be his home, and he intended to provide a warm environment for Xiaoyu. In the afternoon, after completing his chores, Chen Ping took note of the items he needed and set out. He found a nearby supermarket and began procuring essentials for daily living. He even purchased an abundance of vegetables, planning to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Xiaoyu that evening. After acquiring his goods, he returned home, nearly at 6:30. Once he had put everything away, he walked to the school to pick up Han Xiaoyu. On this day, Han Xiaoyu was occupied with classes, much to the delight of Song Mingming, who made a point to engage her in conversation. Han Xiaoyu was quite accommodating. Initially, Song Mingming believed that Han Xiaoyu had undergone some transformation. However, by the time evening rolled around at 5:30, she opted not to have dinner, instead sending a text to Xiao Jie, instructing him to wait for her at their usual spot. Seizing the opportunity while everyone else was dining, Han Xiaoyu stealthily approached the wall behind the school. Skillfully, she gathered a few bricks and stacked them, then stepped onto them to scale the wall. On the other side, Xiao Jie crouched nearby, and upon seeing Han Xiaoyu perch atop the wall, he couldn't help but flinch. "Xiaoyu, are you really doing this?" Han Xiaoyu, sitting on the wall, called out, "Stop the chatter and catch me." Xiao Jie, still crouched below, gazed at her quietly. "Xiaoyu, you should return to your studies." Han Xiaoyu frowned. "What do you mean?" "Nothing much. I just feel that you shouldn't skip classes. If it weren't for the teacher and your brother coming last night, things could have turned disastrous for you. Enough of this. Are you going to catch me or not?" "Xiaoyu, please don't pressure me. Just go back." Seeing his reluctance, Han Xiaoyu threatened, "If you don't catch me, I swear I will never speak to you again. I know you like me, and if you listen to me, I might consider being your girlfriend." Xiao Jie stood there, stunned, gazing at the beautiful Han Xiaoyu on the wall. To him, she was a goddess. Yet, as he contemplated her excellence compared to his own perceived inadequacies, he felt unworthy of her affection. Merely being able to admire her from a distance was enough to satisfy him. While Xiao Jie held feelings for Han Xiaoyu, he was even more reluctant to witness her self-destructive behavior. "Xiaoyu, I do like you, but I don't want to see you continue down this path. You have better options. I am not worthy of you. Please return." Han Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback and retorted angrily, "So you want to catch me? Fine. I'll just jump down and die. I don't want to live anyway." Wait. Seeing her intent to jump, Xiao Jie hastily moved beneath the wall, reaching out to catch her. Han Xiaoyu's lips curled into a slight smile as she leaped down, confident that Xiao Jie would embrace her. "You said you didn't want to catch me? Well, forget it, I forgive you. No more words, let us go drink." As Han Xiaoyu pulled Xiao Jie along to drink, he vehemently resisted, saying, "Drink? I can't risk that. If I take you to drink again, your brother will surely kill me." "My brother?" "Yes, the muscular guy from last night. I tell you, he could take on 10 men alone." "Is that so?" Han Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, "He is not my brother. My brother is dead." With that, she walked away, leaving Xiao Jie to catch up with her. "Xiaoyu, I know you're hurting, but once someone is gone, they can't come back. Besides, so many people love you. Why do you have to do this?" Han Xiaoyu turned back and glared at him. "Shut up. I only have one brother, and he is already dead. I don't need anyone else's concern, and I certainly don't need anyone else's love. This is who I am. If you can't accept it, you can leave." Xiao Jie, feeling helpless, silently followed her. "Xiaoyu, what is the point of drinking every day? How about I take you to an internet CAF instead? I have stumbled upon an intriguing game. Would you care to try it?" Xiao Jie, apprehensive about encountering last night's incident while drinking, suggested visiting an internet CAF. Han Xiaoyu had never been to such a place nor played games before, but upon hearing Xiao Jie's proposal, her interest was piqued. "Sure. Let us spend the night at the internet CAF." "All right, let us go." Xiao Jie had no choice but to escort Xiaoyu to his regular internet CAF. "Boss, please open 2 computers." He rummaged through his pockets, gathering loose change to cover the cost for both. He inquired, "Xiaoyu, have you eaten yet?" Han Xiaoyu shook her head. "Not yet." "Then add 2 cups of instant noodles." "Okay. Xiaoyu, let me tell you, there's a shooting game that has recently become extremely popular. You probably haven't played it before, but I'll teach you how to play. As Xiao Jie spoke of the game, his excitement was palpable. Han Xiaoyu, once the obedient girl, had little interest in games. Now, she yearned to immerse herself in play as a means of distraction. Without hesitation, she nodded. All right. Soon, they were seated at the computers. Xiao Jie busily set up a gaming account for Xiaoyu while instructing her on how to play. As it was her first encounter with gaming, Xiaoyu appeared somewhat clumsy. Nevertheless, Xiao Jie was thoroughly enjoying himself, and they both found joy in the experience. Han Xiaoyu quickly grasped the controls, and as they played together, savoring their instant noodles, they set aside all their worries. Chapter 9. Xiaoyu is captured while Han Xiaoyu and Xiao Jie were engrossed in their gaming. 3 individuals entered the CAF and immediately spotted them. It was Yiwu accompanied by 2 lackeys, seeking retribution after being beaten by Chen Ping the previous day. Yiwu, particularly, was a local tough guy and felt compelled to restore his reputation. Is it fun? Yiwu approached Xiao Jie from behind and playfully tapped him on the head. Who is it? Xiao Jie, deeply engrossed in the game, was startled when someone tapped him, turning around to find Yiwu, which made him shiver. Wu ge. Han Xiaoyu turned to see Yiwu and, unfazed, retorted, What do you want? On what grounds do you hit people? Oh, you little girl. Yiwu raised his hand, intending to strike Han Xiaoyu. Xiao Jie quickly stepped in front of her, smiling nervously. Wu ge, please don't be angry. Let's talk this over. Han Xiaoyu, however, boldly pulled Xiao Jie aside, glaring defiantly at Yiwu. Let him hit me. It would be best if he kills me. Yiwu's eyes twitched slightly. He wanted to strike, but hesitated, especially after witnessing Chen Ping as prowess. Realizing Han Xiaoyu was unafraid, Yiwu resorted to bravado. I never hit women. Coward. He then turned his ire towards Xiao Jie, slapping him with malice. You little girl, don't think I 1T hit women. If you push me too far, I 1T hesitate. Last night, your brother hit my big brother. This matter is far from over. Now, come with me, and have your brother come to redeem you. Xiao Jie, holding his face in pain, pleaded, Wu ge, please let us go. We promise we 1T do it again. You're asking for it, aren't you? Han Xiaoyu stood protectively in front of Xiao Jie, calmly asserting, What does it have to do with him? Are you merely trying to create trouble for my brother? I will accompany you without hesitation. Xiao Jie grasped Han Xiaoyu's arm, exclaiming, Xiaoyu must not go. Fear not, if they dare to bully me. My brother will surely take care of them. Han Xiaoyu replied with pride. Yiwu shuddered slightly, retorting, Stop boasting. Who do you think your brother is? Just someone with a few skills. Don't assume we truly fear him. If you don't believe me, then try it, she warned. I must caution you. My brother is a ruthless villain who kills without a second thought. Very well. Do you dare to come with me? If I must let us go, I'm not afraid. Han Xiaoyu declared with resolve. Xiao Jie, filled with fear, clung tightly to Han Xiaoyu, imploring, Xiaoyu, please don't go. I am not afraid. Just have my brother come to pick me up. Yiwu forcefully shoved Xiao Jie aside, pointing at him. If you continue to obstruct me, do you believe I 1T break your legs? Summoning his courage, Xiao Jie retorted, Brother Wu, you cannot take Xiaoyu away. If you do, then. A sharp slap echoed as Yiwu struck his face. Then what? Do you intend to fight me? What are you doing? Han Xiaoyu pushed Yiwu away, angrily asserting, If you hit my friend again, I will not go with you. Yiwu laughed heartily. All right, I 1T hit him anymore. Xiao Jie looked utterly distressed. He was merely a 17-year-old boy, yet he had shown considerable bravery. Han Xiaoyu gazed at him with concern. Are you all right? Xiaoyu, please don't go with them. It's fine. I 1T go with them. They will hurt you. I'm not afraid of being hurt. Are you foolish? Does getting hurt not pain you? Besides, I do not believe they would dare to do anything to me. Just bring my brother here. Isn't he formidable? But, no buts. Isn't he supposed to look after me? Now is the time for him to do so. Summon him. Having said this, Han Xiaoyu turned to Yiwu. Shall we go? Very well. Yiwu replied to Xiao Jie. Have her brother come to the old warehouse. With that, Yiwu led Han Xiaoyu away. Xiao Jie wished to intervene, but was blocked by 2 of Yiwu's subordinates, helplessly watching as Han Xiaoyu was taken. With his mind racing, Xiao Jie had no time to dwell on anything else. He urgently pulled out his phone to call Song Mingming. Teacher, something terrible has happened. Xiaoyu has been taken by Yiwu, and they said for her brother to come to the old warehouse. Please, you must inform Xiaoyu's brother quickly. Joe, yes, spoke frontizali. On the other end, Song Mingming's voice rose in anger. What? How did Xiaoyu go out again? Didn't I explicitly tell you last night not to take her out to play? Teacher, I had no choice. It was Xiaoyu who insisted. Fine. I will notify her brother immediately. After hanging up, Xiao Jie hurriedly made his way to the school entrance. At the school gate, Chen Ping was still waiting for classes to end. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Song Mingming. Hello, Teacher Song. Chen Ping, where are you? At the school gate. What is the matter? I am on my way. As he hung up, Chen Ping frowned, thinking it seems Han Xiaoyu has skipped class again. Moments later, Song Mingming rushed to the school gate. Chen Ping, this is bad. Xiaoyu has been taken by the thugs from last night. They said you must go meet them. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's heart raced. Where are they? They referred to it as the old warehouse. But I have no idea where it is. Xiao Jie knows. He should be arriving soon. Just as we were conversing, Xiao Jie arrived on a motorcycle taxi. Upon seeing him, Song Mingming angrily approached. Xiao Jie, didn't I tell you not to take Xiaoyu out? Now, if something happens to her, you'll be held responsible. Xiao Jie cast a furtive glance at Chen Ping, fearing his disapproval, and lowered his head in silence. Observing his demeanor, Song Mingming sighed, forget it. The most important thing now is to find Xiaoyu. Do you know where the old warehouse is? Take us there. I know. I will lead you, he replied. All right, I'll drive, Song Mingming said as she turned to get the car. Chen Ping noticed the mark of a slap on Xiao Jie's face and inquired, is Xiaoyu all right? Brother, she is fine. She was just taken away. She asked me to bring you to her. She also said, what else did she say? She said you wouldn't abandon her, that you are quite formidable and have even killed before. As Xiao Jie spoke, he observed the shifts in Chen Ping's expression. Chen Ping furrowed his brow. Did she also say that I have killed? Xiao Jie nodded vigorously. Chen Ping patted Xiao Jie on the shoulder. Don't believe her. Do I look like a killer to you? Xiao Jie shook his head, then nodded again. You need not worry. Xiaoyu will be fine. Chen Ping reassured him, wanting to alleviate Xiao Jie's psychological burden. Shortly after, Song Mingming drove up. Chen Ping and Xiao Jie got into the car, heading straight for the old warehouse. The old warehouse was merely an abandoned structure nearby, a prime location for Zhang Hu and his thugs to engage in their nefarious activities. Chapter 10. My brother frequently kills. He Wu instructed his underlings to drive, while he and Han Xiaoyu sat in the back seat. Noticing that Han Xiaoyu remained unafraid throughout, He Wu could not help but ask, aren't you scared? Han Xiaoyu smiled slightly at him. Why should I be afraid? Her smile left He Wu momentarily speechless. After all, he was a notorious thug, yet here was a girl who showed no fear of him. I am part of the underworld, He Wu exclaimed. Han Xiaoyu scoffed. Is being part of the underworld something to boast about? Let me tell you, the underworld is nothing compared to my brother. He Wu's lips twitched. What does your brother do? Did I not tell you? He frequently kills. For him, it is an everyday affair. Moreover, he is fiercely protective. If you bully me, my brother will wipe you all out. You must be bragging. Is your brother a hitman? I want to tell you. Believe it or not, it's your choice. Don't try to scare me. My brother has been in this game for many years. What kind of people has he not encountered? Who is trying to scare you? I heard from Xiao Jie that my brother beat you all up last night. He Wu looked embarrassed. Ahem, that was just a lapse on our part. Han Xiaoyu laughed heartily. What are you laughing at? Feel free to laugh if you want. As Han Xiaoyu continued to chuckle, she thought of Han Xiong and wished her brother were still alive. She longed to experience the affection and pampering he had once offered her, just as Chen Ping had demonstrated last night by fiercely defending her. With a brother to dote on her, she could also act with reckless abandon. Lost in thought, Han Xiaoyu could not help but shed tears. Her tears left He Wu utterly bewildered. Observing her sobbing increasingly, he inquired with concern, Hey, why are you crying? I haven't bullied you. Don't make baseless accusations. Wu, what are you doing? He Wu genuinely felt alarmed, hastily offering a tissue to Han Xiaoyu. Don't frighten me. I haven't done anything. It's none of your business. Let me cry for a while. Fine, cry if you must. He Wu found himself at a loss, primarily fearful of Chen Ping. Shortly thereafter, He Wu arrived at the warehouse. The space was quite large, accompanied by an outdoor courtyard where more than 10 underlings wielded various implements. It seemed that Zhang Hu had made ample preparations. Han Xiaoyu had cried all the way there, but upon arrival, she wiped her tears and followed He Wu into the warehouse. Inside, there were still over a dozen underlings and Zhang, who was seated on a stool. He Wu brought Han Xiaoyu before Zhang, who announcing, "Brother, I brought her." Zhang, who glanced at Han Xiaoyu and asked, "Her brother will come, right?" "He will definitely come," Han Xiaoyu asserted. "Is that so?" He Wu leaned in, whispering, "Brother, perhaps we should reconsider? This girl claims her brother often kills. If we bully her, he might eliminate us all." Zhang, whose eyes twitched at the thought, recalling the fierce gaze of Chen Ping from the previous night, leaving no doubt in his mind regarding the truth of her words. Did she truly say that? "You can ask her if you don't believe me," He Wu replied. Zhang, who turned to Han Xiaoyu and inquired, "Does your brother have blood on his hands?" Han Xiaoyu proudly declared, "Indeed, my brother has taken at least 100 lives. You'd best not bully me, or no one will be able to save you." Zhang, who trembled at this revelation, "Are you joking? Over 100 lives? Don't try to scare me. Believe it or not," Han Xiaoyu retorted. He Wu continued, "Brother, doesn't she seem sincere?" The more Zhang who listened, the more apprehensive he became, asking, "What should we do? We've already begun. With so many underlings watching, can we just let it go?" He Wu replied, "It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. It's not about being afraid of 100 possibilities, but rather the one that could happen." Upon hearing this, Zhang, whose anxiety deepened, especially after Han Xiaoyu's words, intensified his fear. Seeing Zhang, who visibly intimidated by Chen Ping, Han Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. "Are you scared? If you're scared, why not let me go?" "Who said I'm scared?" Zhang, who retorted, "Tonight, we invited you to meet your brother. We have no ulterior motives. Don't overthink it." Han Xiaoyu chuckled. "You say you're not scared, yet here we are. It's not shameful to be afraid of my brother." He Wu grinned. "Indeed, indeed. Bring a stool for the young lady to sit." An underling promptly fetched a stool for Han Xiaoyu. He Wu leaned closer, advising, "Little sister, if your brother arrives, be sure to speak a few kind words." Seated on the stool with her legs crossed, Han Xiaoyu replied, I will. Just as they were conversing, an underling rushed in, exclaiming, "The brother has arrived." Zhang, who sprang to his feet, shouting, "Don't act rashly. Let him in." "Understood." The group of underlings exchanged glances, clearly aware that today was meant for an ambush. They were taken aback by their leader's timidity and his excessive courtesy toward Han Xiaoyu. Outside stood Chen Ping, Song Mingming, and Xiao Jie, who had hurriedly made their way over. As Chen Ping arrived, he was greeted by a group of young men wielding sticks, poised to charge in. However, he was promptly invited inside. Upon entering, he spotted Han Xiaoyu, who sat like a leader, and his heart felt at ease. "Xiaoyu," Song Mingming called out as she entered. Han Xiaoyu quickly rose to her feet and bowed her head, saying, "Teacher." "Xiaoyu, are you all right? They haven't bullied you, have they?" Xiao Ji inquired. Han Xiaoyu shook her head, replying no. Song Mingming breathed a sigh of relief and instructed Xiaoyu to stand behind her. Noticing the crowd of dozens in the warehouse, she expressed her concern. "Chen Ping, what should we do?" Chen Ping remained composed, saying, "We will act shortly. Teacher Song, please take Xiaoyu and the others outside. I will handle the rest." The glint of determination in Chen Ping's eyes was unmistakable. The kidnapping of Han Xiaoyu had crossed a line for him. By sending Song Mingming away with her, he intended to unleash his fury. That intense gaze nearly made Zhang Hu and He Wu kneel in fear. "Ha! It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding," Zhang Hu said with a forced smile, clasping his fists. "Brother, it's truly a misunderstanding. We invited the young lady tonight simply to get to know you. We are genuinely sincere." Chen Ping's sharp gaze swept across the room, landing on Zhang Hu. "Apologies, but I have no desire to make acquaintances with you. Moreover, to claim that kidnapping my sister is a misunderstanding is rather trivial, don't you think?" Zhang Hu hurriedly turned to Han Xiaoyu. "It was indeed a misunderstanding. If you don't believe me, ask your sister. We genuinely only wanted to invite her. We would never bully her." Chen Ping turned back to Han Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, tell me, did they bully you?" "Rest assured, I will stand up for you." Feeling warmth in her heart, Han Xiaoyu replied, "They did not bully me. Please let them go." Chen Ping frowned slightly, but nodded. "All right." Zhang Hu and He Wu let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "Remember, this is the last time. If there is a next time, regardless of the reason, I will ensure you pay the price, Chen Ping warned coldly. Yes, there will absolutely be no next time, Zhang Hu nodded vigorously. Chapter 11. Safely home after speaking. Chen Ping took Han Xiaoyu and departed. He held no fondness for these ruffians. Once Chen Ping was gone, Zhang Hu finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. He wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "That was close." Thankfully, we remained rational and did not act against him. I feel that had he made a move, we would have perished. He is truly terrifying. I feel an overwhelming sense of dread from him. He Wu swallowed hard, nodding in agreement. Yes, brother. I have never felt such a weight of impending doom in someone's gaze. I fear that if he acted, I would be killed in an instant. Indeed, we were fortunate last night. Thankfully, we didn't T-act impulsively. Otherwise, it could have cost us our lives. I owe you for advising me. Otherwise, I might not be here. I too saw the confidence in that girl's demeanor, especially when she mentioned her brother frequently takes lives. Now, I truly believe he has over 100 lives on his hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't exude such a heavy aura of slaughter. Brother, who exactly is he? Whoever he is, the important thing is to avoid provoking him. Indeed, Zhang Hu and He Wu were fortunate to have escaped with their lives. Had they truly confronted Chen Ping tonight, not even the divine could have saved them. Their initial intent was to seek revenge, yet Zhang Hu exhibited a glimmer of discernment. After witnessing Chen Ping's prowess the previous night, he surmised that the man was extraordinary. When sending He Wu to find Chen Ping that evening, he specifically instructed him to refrain from using force, wishing to retain some strength in reserve. Should they find themselves outmatched by Chen Ping, at least they would avoid a fatal outcome. He Wu, being a sensible individual, took heed of Han Xiaoyu's words, coupled with his own experiences of Chen Ping's capabilities, and chose to believe this time. Xiaoyu, your brother is truly formidable, Xiao Jie exclaimed with admiration. The moment he stands before us, we are filled with trepidation. Han Xiaoyu, with a hint of pride, retorted, naturally. Her conviction in Chen Ping's strength stemmed from her awareness of his true identity. The Dragonflame Special Forces were unknown to others. Yet she was a direct relative. Han Chong had divulged a morsel of information to her, and with that, she was certain that Chen Ping had taken lives and was exceedingly skilled. Chen Ping turned to Han Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, why are you skipping class again? Do you realize how perilous this is? Unfazed, Han Xiaoyu replied, I simply wanted to unwind. What's the harm? Didn't you say you would look after me? Chen Ping sighed, gazing at her with affectionate exasperation. How could I ever neglect you? That's more like it. Have you eaten? I bought ingredients to cook for you. Han Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. You can cook? Indeed. You've made me hungry just by mentioning it. I had instant noodles for dinner. Then let us go home for a meal. Agreed. Chen Ping turned to the driver, Song Mingming. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Song. Would you care to join us for dinner tonight as a token of my gratitude? Song Mingming smiled gently. Xiaoyu is my student. I consider her like a sister. So it's no trouble at all. Let us share a meal together. Certainly. Noticing that Chen Ping had not extended an invitation to him, Xiao Jie cautiously asked, Big brother, may I join as well? Chen Ping glanced back at him, nodding of course. However, since you are Xiaoyu's friend, please ensure she behaves herself and doesn't T-act recklessly. Xiao Jie chuckled, I will. Han Xiaoyu shot a glance at Xiao Jie. What gives you the right to offer advice? Hee, I listen to my elder brother. Seeking your own doom. Before long, they returned home, and Chen Ping proceeded to the kitchen to busy himself. Song Mingming entered and said, Let me assist you. No need, Miss Song, you should rest. I can't sit idle. With a smile, Song Mingming picked up some nearby vegetables to wash, and Chen Ping, seeing her determination, chose not to argue and began chopping the ingredients in preparation. Noticing Chen Ping's adeptness, Song Mingming remarked, I didn't realize you could cook. Chen Ping chuckled, I learned at a young age, during my time in the military. I often prepared meals for my comrades. Then I am in for a treat. Just don't let me down with your culinary skills. How could I? Do you also cook for yourself, Miss Song? Song Mingming nodded slightly, her expression tinged with concern as she replied, Yes. My mother's health is not very good. And my father? What is the matter? Song Mingming smiled faintly. It's nothing. He just frequently stays away from home and has never once cooked for my mother and me. Oh, and what about you? I have been alone since childhood. I suppose I could be considered an orphan. I'm sorry. It's all right. Song Mingming had not anticipated that Chen Ping was an orphan. Over the past couple of days spent together, her admiration for him had soared. In her eyes, Chen Ping was a man of deep loyalty and integrity. With such devotion, a sense of responsibility, and being a soldier of handsome appearance who could also cook, he was, in essence, her ideal partner. With this newfound sentiment, Song Mingming's interactions with Chen Ping became less awkward. In the kitchen, she assisted him as if she were his wife. Naturally, Chen Ping remained oblivious to her thoughts. Before long, a sumptuous dinner was prepared. Xiaoyu, Xiaojia, stop playing on your phones. It's time to eat. Song Mingming announced as she brought the dishes to the table and set out the bowls and chopsticks. Han Xiaoyu approached the table, gazing in astonishment at the array of dishes. Wow. Did that person inside make all of this? Song Mingming rolled her eyes. Xiaoyu, he's your brother. Han Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue and made a face. Deep down, she yearned for a brother's affection and accepted Chen Ping as her brother, although she was reluctant to acknowledge that her real brother was gone. Chen Ping had even specially made chicken soup. After bringing it to the table, he reached over to take Han Xiaoyu's bowl and serve her a portion of soup. Here, Xiaoyu, have some soup. With moist eyes, Han Xiaoyu looked at the bowl of chicken soup and took a sip with her spoon. It's delicious. Drink more if it's good. Xiao Jia, teacher song. You both should have some too. Okay, thank you, big brother. After taking a seat, Chen Ping encouraged, it's just a home-cooked meal. Everyone eat without reservation. Xiao Jia, however, showed no restraint. Having gone without a proper meal for a while, he devoured the food voraciously. Han Xiaoyu teased him playfully. You're like a starving ghost reincarnated. Can't you show a bit of restraint? Xiao Jia awkwardly chuckled. Hee, your brother's cooking is just too good. Eat more if it's delicious. I hope you'll burst. Chen Ping teased back. Noticing Song Mingming's hesitance in eating, he offered her some dishes. Teacher Song, don't just eat rice. Have some vegetables and share your thoughts. Song Mingming smiled. Mem. It's delicious. Chapter 12. The situation at Song Mingming's home after dinner, around 9 o'clock. Chen Ping began to clear the table, while Song Mingming took a moment to converse with Han Xiaoyu. Chen Ping, I'll be leaving now. Thank you for your hospitality tonight. I'll invite you over to my place for a meal I've prepared sometime. Sound good? As Chen Ping emerged from the kitchen, he asked, aren't you going to stay a bit longer? No, it's late. Then take care, teacher Song. Seeing Song Mingming leave, Xiao Jia also stood up. Big brother, I'm leaving too. Thank you for tonight. Chen Ping smiled. No problem. Feel free to come over whenever you'd like to eat. Definitely. With that, Xiao Jia followed Song Mingming out. Xiao Jia, I'll accompany you home. Xiao Jia replied, thank you, teacher, but I don't want to go back. Song Mingming furrowed her brows and said, Xiao Jia, you should not continue down this path. Listen to your teacher and have a serious conversation with your father at home. Focus on your studies instead. Xiao Jia managed a faint smile and replied, thank you, teacher. I will consider it. Uncertain of how to persuade him further, Song Mingming understood Xiao Jia's family circumstances and the struggles he faced. His expulsion from school was significantly tied to his home life. Previously, he had excelled academically, but his father's frequent bouts of alcoholism led to domestic violence, with his father often returning home inebriated, lashing out at both him and his mother. 2 years prior, his mother could no longer endure the torment and left, never to return. Since then, Xiao Jia harbored a deep resentment toward his father, leading to a drastic decline in his academic performance and, ultimately, a sense of hopelessness. Following his expulsion, he wandered the streets, occasionally taking on odd jobs to scrape together a meager living. In essence, he was a tragic child. Song Mingming, too, felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Upon returning to her own home, she was greeted by the sight of an old-fashioned house. Mom, I'm back, she called out as she opened the door. To her dismay, she found a man seated on the couch while her mother sat nearby, weeping. Mom, what's wrong? She rushed over to ask, but her mother could only cry in silence. Song Mingming's gaze shifted to the man. Song Chung, what have you done to my mother? The man, her father, averted his eyes and muttered, what could I have done to her? Nothing good, I assure you. Embracing her mother, Song Mingming comforted her. Mom, please don't cry. Zhang Yan, her mother, grew increasingly agitated and lamented. "Oh, my daughter, your fate is so cruel. I truly regret marrying such a beast as your father. For years, he has gambled away everything we had. Now, he wants to put our only family home at stake to settle his debts." "What?" Song Mingming's face contorted with rage as she glared at Song Chung. "Didn't you claim you had quit gambling? How could you still be at it?" Song Chung replied, "This is the last time. I swear I'll quit. I just need to settle the debts, and I promise I won't gamble again." "Do you expect me to believe you? Over the years, we have sold our house and car to pay your debts. I haven't dared to spend a single cent frivolously. Now you want to risk our only place of refuge? Have you no conscience? This is our only sanctuary. Mother and I, if you have any decency left, don't drag us down with you. What choice do I have? Who can I blame? You should know better than to gamble." Seeing Song Mingming's defiant stance, Song Chung said, "To be completely honest, I've already put the house up as collateral. I came to inform you. In a few days, someone will come to collect the property." "Song Chung, have you lost your humanity? Do you take pleasure in bringing ruin upon me and your daughter?" Zhang Yin shouted through her tears. Enraged, Song Mingming grabbed a glass from the table and hurled it at Song Chung, exclaiming, "Leave. Never come back to find me or my mother. We will move away from here, and we shall have no further ties." "Fine, if that is how it is, then so be it. Take care of yourselves." Song Chung muttered as he rose to leave. "Oh, why has it come to this?" Zhang Yin wept inconsolably. Song Mingming, feeling her mother's pain, embraced her and said, "Don't be afraid, Mom. I have long wished to leave this place. Tomorrow, I will find us a new home, and we will move out. My poor daughter, it is your mother who has brought this upon you. That scoundrel not only mortgaged our home, but also took my identification card to secure loans elsewhere." "What?" Song Mingming exclaimed in astonishment. "Mother, is this true? I hesitated to tell you. There have been people at our door demanding repayment." Zhang Yin pounded her chest in anguish. "This beast has lost all humanity." Song Mingming held her tightly. "Mother, please do not despair. Everything will be all right. I will repay the debts. It is not too bad, just tens of thousands. My daughter, did you ever lend your identification card to that scoundrel? I fear he might use it to sell you without your knowledge." This. Song Mingming was slightly taken aback. A few months ago, he said he needed my identification card for something. At that time, I believed he had stopped gambling, so I gave it to him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan's face fell into despair. "It is over. This scoundrel will not spare you either. Sooner or later, he will ruin us both. Mother, do not worry. I will handle everything." The mother and daughter embraced tightly, weeping bitterly together. The following morning, Han Xiaoyu slung her backpack over her shoulders and set off for school. When Chen Ping called out, "Wait for me. You are really boring. I'm grown up now and do not need you to accompany me," Han Xiaoyu retorted with a pout. Chen Ping chuckled. "Well, I have nothing else to do." "Are you walking again?" "Yes." "Impressive. Can you ride a bicycle?" "I have too." "I can." "Then let us go." Upon reaching the upper floor, Han Xiaoyu grinned. "Let us see who rides faster." With that, she hopped on her bicycle and took off. Chen Ping immediately chased after her, saying, "Xiaoyu, slow down, don't fall. I won tea. I am quite skilled at riding." I know. Today, Han Xiaoyu felt particularly joyful, although she outwardly disliked Chen Ping's company. Inwardly, she was pleased to have someone escort her to school. All these years, no one had ever accompanied her before. "Xiaoyu, you promised me last night that you wouldn't skip class." I know. I assure you I won't skip today." "Good. What do you want to eat for dinner?" "I will go grocery shopping later." "Let me think." "All right." After pondering for a moment, Han Xiaoyu shouted, "I want big shrimp. And I also want large blue crabs and fish." "All right." Chen Ping replied, "I will buy them for you, as long as you study hard. I will get you treats every day." "Really? You must keep your promise." "I want to break it." Han Xiaoyu turned back with a smile. "Hurry up and ride." Before long, Chen Ping and Han Xiaoyu arrived at the school gates. "Chen Ping, I thought you weren't coming." Just then, he spotted Lu Manqi waiting for him, her face beaming with a smile. Han Xiaoyu, pushing her bicycle, asked irritably, "Who is she?" Chen Ping smiled, "Just a friend." "Oof. You've known such a pretty friend for only 2 days?" "Chen Ping, you are quite something," Han Xiaoyu exclaimed, puffing up with indignation as she pushed her bike into the school. Lu Manqi greeted him, but did not acknowledge her. Chapter 13. Song Mingming is in debt to loan sharks. What is wrong with your sister? Lu Manqi inquired. Chen Ping, confused, replied, she is just throwing a tantrum. By the way, Chen Ping, thank you for accompanying me home yesterday. It was nothing. Is your foot better now? Yes, it is. Lu Manqi asked. What are you doing later? Chen Ping hesitated slightly. I am going grocery shopping. You can cook. I can manage a little. A modicum of skill, undoubtedly significant. Well, might you invite me over for a meal? Perhaps in due time. Lu Manqi, feeling a tinge of disappointment, suggested, shall I accompany you to purchase groceries? No need. He replied. Oh, Chen Ping, recalling the events of the previous day, refrained from engaging in further conversation with Lu Manqi. Yet, as she lingered, he felt compelled to remain. Just then, Wang Yu approached, impeccably dressed. Why hasn't Team Manqi departed yet? Lu Manqi furrowed her brow upon seeing him. Wang Yu, what are you doing here? Shouldn't I be here? Did you follow me? Not at all. I merely passed by and noticed you here. Wang Yu then turned to Chen Ping. Manqi, who is this? Lu Manqi replied, this is my friend, Chen Ping. Ah, Mr. Chen, a pleasure to meet you, Wang Yu said with a gentlemanly demeanor, extending his hand. Chen Ping, pushing his bicycle, chose to ignore the gesture. Miss Lu, if you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. With that, he departed, bicycle in tow. Lu Manqi, now that Chen Ping is gone, do you have something to discuss? If not, I too shall be on my way. Wang Yu gazed at the retreating figure of Chen Ping. Your friend lacks manners. What business is that of yours? Manqi, he was the one who escorted you home yesterday. Correct? Indeed. You don't genuinely consider him a friend, do you? A mere cyclist, lacking even a car? Lu Manqi replied sternly, Wang Yu, whom I choose as a friend is none of your concern. Please refrain from intruding upon my personal space, as it causes me considerable distress. Manqi, I mean no interference. I merely wish to caution you against being deceived by appearances. I have encountered many like him. A poor, pretentious individual who believes himself handsome, seeking to ensnare wealthy women. He is merely a lazy leech, hoping to live off others. Lu Manqi dismissed his words, saying, Are you finished? If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Manqi, Wang Yu grasped her arm. I fail to understand why you choose to engage in light-hearted banter with someone of such lowly status, yet display impatience with me. In what way am I inferior to him? Release me, Lu Manqi asserted firmly. Wang Yu, do you not comprehend? You are excessively self-assured, believing everyone should revolve around you. You possess talent, yet you must also extend respect to others, rather than labeling them as losers. Furthermore, I am not a child. I am capable of making my own judgments. Chen Ping and I share a purely platonic friendship. Please refrain from casting such unseemly judgments upon others. Wang Yu relinquished his hold, conceding, Manqi, I was wrong to doubt you. Forgive me. I shall take my leave. Lu Manqi, wishing to avoid further time wasted with Wang Yu, turned and departed. You scoundrel, I hope never to see you again. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it. Wang Yu muttered angrily as he watched Chen Ping vanish from sight. Song Mingming, having endured a restless night, arrived in the classroom, weariness etched upon her face. She spotted Han Xiaoyu and mustered a faint smile. Good morning, classmates. Good morning, teacher. Song Mingming, an exceptionally talented instructor despite her youthful age of merely 20, was well liked by her students, reciprocating their affection. As the class progressed, she felt an overwhelming fatigue for the first time and left the classroom once it concluded. Xiaoyu. The teacher appears to be in a rather poor mood. Han Xiaoyu's deskmate, Su Feifei, spoke to her. Han Xiaoyu couldn't comprehend the situation. Usually, Song Mingming was not like this, but today she seemed completely out of sorts. Xiaoyu, do you know what's wrong with the teacher? I don't know. She seemed fine last night. You saw the teacher last night? Yes, she escorted me home and had dinner with my family. Oh, why not ask her what happened? Han Xiaoyu nodded. Okay. Concerned for Song Mingming, Han Xiaoyu cautiously approached the office, just as she was about to knock on the door. She overheard Song Mingming on a phone call. What did you say? Song Mingming responded into the phone. That money was never borrowed by me. You should ask who took the loan. Ms. Song, are you trying to evade your debts? Let me tell you, your father borrowed 500,000 using your ID. All the documentation is in your name, so we will naturally come to you for repayment. Furthermore, We lent money to your gambling father solely out of respect for you, as you are quite beautiful and valuable. Song Mingming frowned. What do you mean? I'm giving you 3 days. Either repay the debt or I will inform your school. I'm curious to see how you intend to maintain your teaching position if you refuse to pay. You're going too far. Repaying debts is a basic principle. Is it too much? I assure you, there are worse consequences for non-payment. You can test that if you wish. I don't have that much money right now. Can I pay a little bit first? You have 3 days. Either repay or prepare for disgrace. If you want me to repay, at least let me see the contract. Otherwise, I won't pay a single cent fine. The contract will be sent to your phone shortly. Remember the 3-day deadline. After hanging up, Song Mingming's phone rang immediately. Upon checking, she found a text containing a loan contract. The contract clearly stated that 500,000 was borrowed in her name, along with a photocopy of her ID, detailed address, and employment information. Song Chung, you scoundrel. Song Mingming cursed, tears streaming down her face. After crying for a moment, she dialed the number again. I want to discuss this in person. No problem. Come to room 888 on the 3rd floor of the Royal Club at 7 tonight. Why the Royal Club? Shouldn't we meet at the office? What are you afraid of, Miss Song? Our boss spends his evenings at the club. If you come here, he might grant you a few extra days. All right. After ending the call, Song Mingming felt utterly despondent. She had lost her home and was contemplating renting a place. Not only was her mother in debt, but she herself was also burdened with a massive loan. With her salary alone, she couldn't even cover the interest. Moreover, if this situation reached the school, she might lose her job as well. Han Xiaoyu had overheard everything outside the door and chose not to enter. Turning back to the classroom, Xiaoyu, what happened with the teacher? Han Xiaoyu shook her head, her face troubled. It's nothing. The teacher is fine. Deep down, she pondered how to assist Song Mingming, unwilling to see another person she cared for encounter such distress. Chapter 14. Han Xiaoyu arrives at the Royal Club at 6:30. Song Mingming hastily entered the classroom, gave a few brief instructions, and then rushed out. Observing this, Han Xiaoyu gathered her books, slung her bag over her shoulder, and departed. Su Feifei clicked her tongue and remarked, Xiaoyu, are you skipping class again? I have something to attend to, Han Xiaoyu replied. If you continue like this, your academic performance will falter. The college entrance examination is next semester. What will you do? Nothing to worry about, Han Xiaoyu stated, leaving without a backward glance. Su Feifei felt helpless. Han Xiaoyu returned to her usual spot and skillfully climbed over the wall. Below, Shao Jia sat despondently, silently watching her. Are you coming or not? Hurry up, Han Xiaoyu called out. Shao Jia replied, Xiaoyu, I really can't. If this goes on, my brother will definitely beat me up. Can't you stay put for just 1 day? Stop with the nonsense. I genuinely have matters to attend to. What kind of matter requires you to skip class? It's about the teacher. Please hurry. What could possibly involve the teacher? To deceive you would be unthinkable. You'll find out soon enough. The teacher is currently at the Royal Club. Is that true? Yes, I'm uncertain about the specifics, but it's clear that the teacher is in some trouble. I want to see what's happening and see if I can assist. All right then. Upon hearing that Song Mingming was in trouble, Shao Jia disregarded everything else, and the two stealthily departed. Should we inform my brother? Absolutely not. I promised him I wouldn't skip class today. ISNT, that precisely what you're doing? You talk too much. Let us hurry. Song Mingming drove to the Royal Club, a large entertainment venue nearby, notorious for its gray industry, and the underground operations of the Nanhai's foremost gang. Unfamiliar with the nature of this place, she entered and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. Welcome. As the doors opened, she was greeted by 2 rows of men and women standing on either side of the elevator. Feeling awkward, Song Mingming bowed slightly in acknowledgement. Madam, are you here for a massage, or? The manager inquired. I'm looking for you. I'm in box 888, Song Mingming awkwardly replied. Are you looking for Brother Sin? That should be correct. Please follow me. The manager led her down a long corridor lined with alluring, tall technicians and the sounds of lewd conversations emanating from the rooms. Upon reaching the box, Song Mingming found it spacious, furnished with several sofas for lounging. 2 sharply dressed young men occupied one of the sofas. A white curtain partitioned the room, behind which lay a tattooed man, fully unclothed, sprawled on a massage table while a provocatively dressed technician attended to him. Brother Sun, the person has arrived, one of the young men announced. Have her wait. Brother Sun replied. The young man gestured for Song Mingming to sit. She nodded and took a seat opposite them. The box was filled with the scent of smoke from the young men and the intermittent sounds of Brother Sun's relaxed sighs, prompting Song Mingming to yearn for an escape. Not long after Song Mingming's arrival, Han Xiaoyu and Xiao Jie reached the venue. Let us go, Han Xiaoyu boldly urged, pulling Xiao Jie up to the third floor. Welcome. Upon entering, the sight of a girl adorned in a school uniform alongside a scruffy boy caught the attention of all present. The manager, adhering to the principle that every visitor is a guest, approached them with an inquiry. What brings you two here? The boy, Xiao Jie, stammered, uncertain of this unfamiliar place. However, Han Xiaoyu, possessing a bold spirit, declared for a foot wash. A foot wash? Are you certain? Indeed, I am quite sure. Please follow me. I require room 889. This way. The manager, not one to protest, escorted Han Xiaoyu and Xiao Jie to room 889, adjacent to 888. Upon entering the room, Han Xiaoyu reclined in a massage chair. Would you like something to drink? Do you have a preferred technician? She inquired. Not at the moment. We shall rest first. She replied. The manager's brow furrowed. If you are not here to make a purchase, I kindly ask you to leave immediately. Han Xiaoyu frowned. Who do you look down upon? Can we pay first? Certainly. How much? The minimum charge is 399 per person. Is it really that expensive? Indeed. Han Xiaoyu rummaged through her backpack, producing a wallet, and counted out 800 yuan notes. We will return in half an hour. Very well. With money wielding influence. Upon receiving her payment, the manager recognized the age-old adage that the customer is king. Xiaoyu, are you truly paying? Xiao Jie questioned, perplexed. Han Xiaoyu smiled slyly. What's wrong? Wouldn't it be delightful to have a beautiful lady assist you with a foot wash? Xiao Jie appeared utterly baffled. You can't seriously want to wash your feet, can you? Of course not. We wouldn't be allowed entry otherwise. You mean the teacher is next door? Yes. Han Xiaoyu nodded. Go see if anyone is outside. If not, we shall eavesdrop and discover what our teacher is entangled in. Is that wise? If she discovers we are following her, could she become upset? Foolish one. We must keep this from her. All right. Xiao Jie reluctantly acquiesced to Han Xiaoyu's command, stealthily opening the door to the room to check for any onlookers. The third floor housed a bathing center, and the private rooms were nestled in a corner, unlikely to invite interruptions. Xiaoyu, there is no one around. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoyu hastily emerged to join him. Xiao Jie cautiously trailed behind as they crept to the door of room 888. Shill, Han Xiaoyu signaled, keep quiet. If someone sees us, we must pretend we are merely conversing outside. Xiao Jie nodded in agreement. The two positioned themselves, straining to listen. Inside the room, Sun Ge, having completed his task, emerged wrapped in a towel to meet Song Mingming. His full name was Zhang Sun, a notorious loan shark and a leader within the Qin gang. Zhang Sun scrutinized Song Mingming with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Quite lovely indeed. As he spoke, he settled himself across from her, nonchalantly propping his legs on a coffee table. He picked up a cigarette box from the table, igniting one. Song Mingming inhaled deeply, fixing her gaze on Zhang Sun. Hello. Are you the one who lent money to my father? Zhang Sun exhaled a plume of smoke and snapped his fingers. A subordinate promptly presented a contract, which he flung before Song Mingming. Here is the contract. Song Chung borrowed 500,000 from me 3 months ago. To be frank, individuals like him, gamblers, are seldom granted loans. Who allowed him to have such a beautiful daughter? Isn't this akin to selling you off? Song Mingming remained silent, taking the contract and examining it meticulously. Upon realizing it was a loan shark agreement, her brow furrowed in dismay. 500,000. And you expect repayment of 800,000 in 3 months? This is usury. It is clearly stated in black and white that the interest is acknowledged by your father. Is it not a bit late to have second thoughts now? I have no money, and even if I did, repaying 800,000 would be impossible. Chen Sun replied coolly, you need to think this through. If this debt goes unpaid, do not blame us. What do you intend to do? No one has ever dared to default on my loans. If you refuse to pay, we will certainly expose you. At that point, the entire school will be plastered with information about your debt, and we will contact all your relatives and friends. Of course, this is merely the beginning. If you still do not repay, I may have to sell you off. With your beauty, you could fetch a handsome price. Ha! Chapter 15, Brother. Come save me. Upon hearing this, Song Mingming shuddered slightly, her complexion turning pale. If such a fate befalls her, she would surely be too humiliated to continue working at the school. Moreover, she had heard of the ruthless tactics employed by loan sharks. Could you grant me a little time? Song Mingming implored. Zhang Sun scrutinized her and remarked, I have investigated you. Your family has a gambling addict, so I doubt you can produce the funds to repay the debt. With your salary, even paying the interest would be a struggle. Time can be afforded to you, but only under certain conditions. Zhang Sun snapped his fingers, and one of his underlings presented a contract, which he tossed at Song Mingming. Don't say I haven't given you a way out. Here, as a path forward. Sign this contract. After examining the document, Song Mingming's face drained of color. She set the contract down and shook her head. I cannot do this. This contract equates to a deed of servitude, obligating her to entertain clients at this establishment for a year to repay the debt. Zhang Sin's expression darkened. Not signing? That is not up to you. Song Mingming trembled slightly. If I refuse to sign, what will you do? To be frank, today you either repay the debt or sign the contract. Do you truly believe I lent money to your father out of kindness? It was merely for your body, which is worth quite a sum. If you refuse to sell yourself, am I not to incur a loss? Ha ha! Zhang Sun looked at Song Mingming with derision. You came here willingly today, so let us first break your will before you leave. Once your spirit is broken, you will not be so reluctant. Terrified, Song Mingming's face went pale, and she quickly stood up, her voice laced with alarm. What do you intend to do? What do you think? Of course, we intend to have our way with you. Zhang Sun, suddenly seized with primal desire, lunged at Song Mingming. No, please, she screamed, retreating in panic. But where could she flee? She was cornered against the wall. Zhang Sun, consumed by lust, advanced toward her. Song Mingming fought back desperately, shouting for help. Help! Please, someone help! Han Xiaoyu outside comprehended little but clearly heard the cries for help. This is bad. The teacher is in danger. Han Xiaoyu, fearing for Song Mingming's safety, rushed in without a second thought. Xiao Jie followed closely behind and upon entering, witnessed Zhang Sun harassing Song Mingming. Let go of the teacher, Han Xiaoyu shouted, in a surge of adrenaline. Xiao Jie seized the teapot from the coffee table and struck Zhang Sun on the back of the head. A resounding crash echoed through the room. Zhang Sun was utterly caught off guard, letting out a piercing scream. As he touched the back of his head and turned to glance at Xiao Jie, he noticed blood staining his hands. With a fierce expression, he commanded, finish him off. It was only then that his two lackeys reacted, advancing toward Xiao Jie and unleashing a flurry of punches upon his face. With each blow, blood erupted from Xiao Jie's nose. In a moment of desperation, Han Xiaoyu seized a teacup from the coffee table and hurled it at the two henchmen. You're asking for death. Zhang Sun retaliated by delivering a sharp slap across Han Xiaoyu's face, knocking her to the ground. Xiaoyu, Xiao Jie, Song Mingming, witnessing their plight, forcefully pushed Zhang Sun aside and rushed to help Han Xiaoyu up. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Are you all right, teacher? Han Xiaoyu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and replied, I'm fine. Song Mingming shook her head, shielding Han Xiaoyu behind her as she saw Xiao Jie sprawled on the ground. She hurried to lift him, positioning herself defensively in front of him. Stop this. They're just children. If there's an issue, direct it towards me. Zhang Sun ordered his lackeys to cease their assault, coldly remarking, very well. How dare you strike me? You truly are oblivious to the consequences. Xiao Jie was left battered and bruised, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. With a heart full of concern, Han Xiaoyu shot a glance at Xiao Jie and warned Zhang Sun, you better release us immediately. If my brother learns of your bullying, he will end you. Zhang Sun, upon hearing this, laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha. You're a quite spirited little girl. Today, I shall deal with both of you and see what your brother can do about it. What are you doing? Song Mingming spread her arms wide, protecting Han Xiaoyu and Xiao Jie. Zhang Sun coldly stated, the boy will be killed, while the girl will be dealt with slowly. Yes, his lackeys eagerly prepared to strike. Song Mingming and Han Xiaoyu were horrified. They had not anticipated such lawlessness. Seeing them approach, Xiao Jie threw caution to the wind, suddenly charging at them and shouting, "Teacher, Xiaoyu, run!" Realizing that they had to flee or risk missing their chance, Han Xiaoyu grasped Song Mingming's hand and, seizing the opportunity, burst through the door. "Help! There has been a murder! Help! Someone please!" she cried out as she emerged. Song Mingming, unwilling to let Xiao Jie face death, pushed Han Xiaoyu outside and closed the door behind her. "Xiaoyu, run!" Without hesitation, she dashed forward to shield the fallen Xiao Jie. "You're asking for death." Zhang's son roared in fury, seizing Song Mingming by her hair and dragging her aside. "Teacher, don't hurt her." Xiao Jie, in a pitiful state, attempted to rise upon seeing Song Mingming being attacked, but was pinned down by a lackey's foot on his back, rendering him immobile. Outside, Han Xiaoyu cried out in distress, quickly attracting a crowd. "What is happening?" The store manager hurriedly arrived at that moment. "Quick, help! Someone has been murdered." Han Xiaoyu implored the manager. Upon entering, the manager beheld Xiao Jie on the ground, with Zhang's son in a bathrobe gripping Song Mingming by the hair. "Brother son, what is going on?" the manager inquired. Zhang's son coldly replied, "It's none of your business. By the way, have your people stop that little girl outside." The manager nodded in compliance. Understood. He was aware that Zhang's son was the leader of the Qin gang, and this establishment belonged to the same organization. So, as a mere store manager, he dared not offend them. Nevertheless, he reported the situation to the general manager of the club, Ma Bing, the master of the Qin gang. At that moment, Han Xiaoyu dialed Chen Ping's number, pleading, "Brother, hurry and come save us. Xiao Jie is about to be killed." She added, "And the teacher, please come quickly." Chen Ping, still waiting at the school gate for classes to dismiss, felt a surge of emotion upon hearing Han Xiaoyu call him brother. He exclaimed, "Xiaoyu, where are you? I'll be there at once. At the third floor of the Royal Club, please hurry." Just then, the store manager snatched the phone from her grasp. "What are you doing? Give me back my phone." Han Xiaoyu retorted angrily. The manager coldly commanded, "Do not let her leave." As he spoke, two security guards seized Han Xiaoyu by her arms. "Let go of me! Let go!" On the other end of the line, Chen Ping listened intently, his fists clenched tightly. "If you dare to harm my sister, I will ensure that you all descend into hell." The manager, hearing this, furrowed his brow and abruptly hung up the phone. Chen Ping, having disconnected the call, hailed a taxi and rushed to the scene. "Hey, what are you doing? Let her go." Among the onlookers, one person could no longer stand idly by. He stepped forward and pulled the men holding Han Xiaoyu away. Chapter 16. Chen Ping arrives. The manager frowned. "This is a matter concerning the Qin gang. I advise you not to meddle." He added, "And you all, go about your business." With that, the crowd dispersed. The one who had intervened felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Brother, let us talk this out. I know this student. Can you show some courtesy? What do you think you are?" Han Xiaoyu recognized the person and quickly stepped behind him, exclaiming, "Brother Wu, please help us." The person was none other than He Wu, who had just stepped out to see the commotion after receiving a massage. He Wu looked troubled. "You've already gotten yourself into trouble with us. Why would you provoke the Qin gang? I truly cannot assist you with this." "Brother Wu, my brother is on his way. If you help me, I will ensure he thanks you properly. If you don't help, I will tell him that you bullied me too." He Wu felt a twitch in his eye, realizing Chen Ping was on his way. He was genuinely curious to see if he could muster the courage to intervene in this unexpected situation. "Brother, I'm with Brother Hu. Please show some respect. After all, we are all brothers in this underworld. You can ask Zhang-san if he is willing to show you any favor." "All right." He Wu turned to Han Xiaoyu and instructed, "Stay behind me. I will go meet Zhang Senator." With a surge of bravery, He Wu pushed open the door to the private room, where Xiao Jie lay on the floor, beaten beyond recognition, motionless. "Xiao Jie, oh no." Han Xiaoyu rushed over to check on him, cradling him in her arms. "Xiao Jie, please don't scare me." Xiao Jie, bloodied and bruised, managed to open his eyes slightly, murmuring, "Xiaoyu, why didn't you leave?" "Oh no, please don't speak." Han Xiaoyu cried uncontrollably, using her sleeve to wipe the blood from Xiao Jie's face. Meanwhile, Song Mingming fared slightly better, having only received a few slaps from Zhang San. Upon noticing the arrival of others, released her and reclined on the sofa, casually lighting a cigarette. Xiao Jie, it was the teachers who have caused you harm." After Song Mingming managed to escape, She rushed to Xiaoju's side, weeping uncontrollably. Han Xiaoyu glared fiercely at Zhang's son, proclaiming, "Just wait. My brother will not let you off easily." Zhang's son ignored her, turning his gaze toward He Wu. "Are you a brother?" The moment He Wu entered, he regretted his decision. Though he was a ruffian, he lacked the standing to compare himself to the Qin gang. The shopkeeper entered with a group of men, stating, "He associates with Zhang Hu." "Zhang Hu? Who is that?" "He is a local thug with a group of underlings, overseeing several territories." He Wu forced a smile. "Hello." Brother Senator Zhang's son sneered. "So you are just a pathetic wretch. What? Do you aspire to be a hero and save the damsel?" "I wouldn't dare to play the hero in front of Brother Senator. I merely wish to plead with you to spare them," He Wu stammered. "You think you are worthy?" Zhang's son barked angrily. "Get out immediately, or I will deal with you as well." He Wu's eyes twitched, but he summoned his courage to say, "Brother son, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to inform you that this classmate's brother is quite formidable and is on his way here. If you let them go, he may still have some strength left." "Damn it!" Zhang's son suddenly stood up, seizing an ashtray and crashing it onto He Wu's head. With a resounding thud, He Wu, taken aback by Zhang Sen's ferocity, found himself dazed and bleeding profusely. "Ah!" He Wu grimaced in pain, clutching his head and howling in agony. Zhang San took a drag from his cigarette, pointing at He Wu. "You little wretch, are you threatening me? Let me tell you, in Nanhai, the Qin gang is paramount. Even the emperor must bow before us. You mentioned your brother is coming? I will show you how he meets his end. To provoke the Qin gang means only one fate, death." He Wu, intimidated, dared not speak further, regretting his boldness. Zhang's son reclined on the sofa, commanding, "Isn't your brother supposed to be strong? Call in some men and let us see how many he can take on." "Yes." Shortly thereafter, over 30 well-dressed thugs gathered outside the private room. Zhang's son instructed the shopkeeper, "You wait outside. When the people arrive, bring them to me." "Understood, brother senior." The shopkeeper hurried to the elevator and immediately called his boss. "Boss, it seemed a fight is about to break out. Brother son is summoning reinforcements. Having heard that the opponent has a capable brother, keep an eye on things. We don't want any damage to the place. We still have business to conduct, and let us avoid any fatalities here. No need to sully the premises." "Understood." Ma Bing dismissed the concern, as the Qin gang was notorious for their ruthless behavior in Nanhai. Chen Ping urged the driver to accelerate, offering a few hundred extra for a quicker journey. The driver complied, speeding straight to the entrance of the Huangqiao Club, reducing the half-hour journey to just 20 minutes. As the car came to a halt, Chen Ping leapt out and dashed into the elevator, ascending to the 3rd floor with urgency. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing not a welcoming committee, but a cadre of security personnel from the bathhouse. Chen Ping surveyed the group, stepping out of the elevator with a cold demeanor. "Where's my sister?" The shopkeeper hesitated momentarily before responding, "Follow me." Chen Ping trailed the shopkeeper through several long corridors until they arrived at a location that was teeming with thugs. "Wait here. I will inform Brother Senior." The manager uttered a brief remark to Chen Ping before striding away. Chen Ping intended to follow but found his path obstructed by over 30 thugs. Clenching his fists and suppressing the fury within, he refrained from forcing his way through. His foremost concern was ensuring Han Xiaoyu's safety. Upon entering the private room, the manager spoke to Zhang's son. "Brother son, the person is outside." Hearing this, Han Xiaoyu exclaimed with delight, "My brother is here? That's wonderful. Just wait. You will all face my brother's wrath." Zhang's son paid her no heed, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "It's about time he arrived. I've been waiting for him. I'm curious to see what he's made of." He instructed his subordinates to bring Han Xiaoyu and Song Mingming along. The two girls supported the severely injured Xiaoju, being escorted out of the room by 2 of Zhang Sen's men. Meanwhile, He Wu, who had been holding back his frustrations, felt a surge of joy at the news of Chen Ping's arrival. Thinking to himself that he was eager to witness the spectacle, whether Chen Ping would emerge as a dragon or a mealworm. As Zhang San emerged, his subordinates bent in unison, greeting him with shouts of respect. Zhang San, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, cast a mocking glance toward Chen Ping, who stood at the end of the corridor. "Is that him? His courage is commendable, coming here alone. Brother, come quickly and save us." Han Xiaoyu cried, tears streaming down her face upon spotting Chen Ping. The sight of her distress made Chen Ping's heart tremble. Damn it! His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, fixed on Zhang Sun as he spoke in a low, menacing tone. Let them go. Zhang Sun burst into laughter, derisively regarding Chen Ping. Are you joking? Let them go? Who do you think you are? I'll tell you this. No one is leaving here today. Suddenly, his expression darkened as he grasped Han Xiaoyu's hair, yanking her toward him with a malicious grin directed at Chen Ping. Your sister is still a virgin, is she? Such a tender body. I plan to enjoy myself thoroughly tonight. Chapter 17. Han Xiaoyu has taken hostage. Han Xiaoyu, in pain and with tears in her eyes, implored Chen Ping, brother, please save me. Beast, let Xiaoyu go. Song Mingming, held by two men, struggled desperately. Witnessing Xiaoyu's torment, she cursed and cried out. Zhang Sun turned to her. Ah, and you. Tonight you'll be joining us as well. Laughter erupted among the thugs in the hallway. They believed it would be a trivial matter to dispose of Chen Ping. Zhang Sun brazenly provoked Chen Ping, unaware that in Chen Ping's eyes, he had already sealed his fate. I had no intention of killing anyone, but you have chosen your own demise. As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Ping struck. He moved like lightning, delivering swift punches to the nearest thugs. The sound of impact resonated, accompanied by anguished cries as the first few were sent sprawling to the ground, writhing in pain. Kill him! Zhang Sun, furious at Chen Ping's audacity, shouted. The group of thugs reacted, rushing toward Chen Ping. While they believed they could easily overpower an ordinary person, they were oblivious to the fact that they faced a military god from the Daxia kingdom. In Chen Ping's eyes, even a fiery pit or a mountain of blades was trivial, let alone a gang of ruffians. With fearless resolve, Chen Ping dispatched anyone who approached him, either sending them crashing to the ground with a single blow or kicking them away effortlessly. Amidst the cacophony of agonized cries, no one could withstand the prowess of Chen Ping for even a fleeting moment. In mere moments, a significant number had succumbed. Damn it, he possesses some skill. Bring me a gun. Zhang Sun, witnessing Chen Ping's undeniable abilities, summoned his subordinates to produce a firearm. Upon receiving the gun, Zhang Sun disengaged the safety and unleashed a barrage of shots towards Chen Ping. Ah, brother, be careful. The thunderous gunfire rendered Han Xiaoyu's face pale with terror. Chen Ping, well acquainted with the sound of gunfire, effortlessly evaded the bullets. With a single punch, he sent two individuals flying and dashed towards Zhang Sun with remarkable speed. Zhang Sun, quick-witted, tightly ensnared Han Xiaoyu by the neck with his left arm, while his right hand pressed the gun against her temple, his face contorted in malice. Make another move, and I'll blow her brains out. Upon realizing the imminent danger to Han Xiaoyu, Chen Ping immediately halted. If you dare harm her, I assure you, your demise will be excruciating. Ha, is that so? You may test it. Let us see whether the gun or you is faster. Chen Ping contemplated striking, confident that he could eliminate Zhang Sun in this extreme situation. Yet, the risk was palpable. He would not gamble with Han Xiaoyu's life. Observing Chen Ping's hesitation, Zhang Sun sneered derisively. What's the matter? Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Kneel, or I will execute her. Chen Ping paused, his heart aching as he gazed at Han Xiaoyu. She shook her head at him, imploring, brother, do not kneel to him. Silence. Zhang Sun barked. Kneel. If you don't, I will end her life. Just as Chen Ping wavered, Ma Bing arrived with a throng of henchmen. Upon seeing the corridor strewn with incapacitated thugs, he furrowed his brow. Brother Ma, your timing is impeccable. Swiftly eliminate this scoundrel. Upon noticing Ma Bing's arrival, Zhang Sin's lips curled into a smirk. Ma Bing's brow furrowed slightly as he addressed Chen Ping. Young man, did you take down all these individuals? Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. And if I did? Impressive indeed. Ma Bing remarked, his demeanor shifting. In Nanhai, no one has dared to provoke the Qin gang. You are the first. What? Do you wish to engage as well? Youthful arrogance still lingered in him, and his words were merely to convey that no one could save him. As the leader of the Qin gang, Ma Bing naturally sided with Zhang Sun, especially on his own turf. He would not remain a passive observer. Furthermore, anyone who could ascend to the position of a hall master in the Qin gang possessed formidable skills. Even after witnessing Chen Ping's capabilities, he remained highly confident. Diong Sen, sensing Ma Bing's intent to intervene, felt emboldened and mockingly gazed at Chen Ping, scoffing, "Kid, you are still too green to contend with me. Do you not wish to rescue your sister? Today, I shall let you witness how I toy with her. Ha ha, you must perish today. No one can save you." Coldly, Chen Ping replied, "Is that so? Go ahead, try to touch me." Zhang Sun, emboldened, shouted to Ma Bing, "Brother Ma, why waste time with him? Just kill him." As Ma Bing was about to signal his subordinates to advance, a sharp female voice rang out from the stairwell. "No one move." Everyone turned to see a young police officer in uniform, her hair tied in a ponytail, accompanied by a dozen officers. Police? Who called them? Ma Bing was momentarily taken aback. The alarm was not raised by members of the Green Gang, but rather by the patrons present at the scene. A kind-hearted individual, witnessing Han Xiaoyu's desperate pleas for help, discreetly contacted the authorities. Leading the response was a 26-year-old female officer, Su Qin, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division at the Nanhai police station. It was evident that such a young captain possessed influential connections. Otherwise, her position would have been unattainable. Despite her ascent being aided by her background, Su Qin remained fundamentally principled and selfless. Upon receiving the emergency call, she promptly led her team to the scene. Upon arrival, Su Qin observed a crowd filling the corridor and shouted, "Clear the way. No one is to move." Recognized by all, the crowd parted to allow her passage. As she advanced, her brow furrowed at the sight of over 30 individuals sprawled on the floor, having been knocked down. Her gaze sharpened as she spotted Chen Ping at the far end, flanked by Zhang Sun and several of his subordinates. Jiang Sen brandished a bireperm, pressing it against Han Xiaoyu's head. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qin drew her service weapon, aiming it at Zhang Sun, commanding, "Lower your weapon and release the hostage immediately." The officers behind her, sensing the tension, pulled their firearms, all aimed at Zhang Sun and Chen Ping. "Damn it, who called the cops?" Zhang Sun cursed upon seeing the police. Zhang Sun put the gun down, Su Qin reiterated firmly. Unfazed, Zhang Sun smirked, "Captain Su, are you mistaken? My life is in danger from him. I am merely acting in self-defense. Are you blind? My men lie incapacitated at his hands. And you dare point a gun at me? How do you justify your actions as a police officer? I could file a complaint and ensure your precinct faces repercussions." Su Qin's expression hardened as she glanced at Chen Ping. "Zhang Sun, I insist you lower your weapon. If you do not comply, I will be forced to fire." Zhang Sun laughed mockingly. "Who are you trying to intimidate? Go ahead, pull the trigger, and I'll kill her on the spot." "Captain, Zhang Sun is affiliated with the Green Gang," whispered an officer beside Su Qin, cautioning her. "So what? Does the Green Gang have the right to flout the law? To threaten students with firearms?" Su Qin retorted defiantly. Ma Bing interjected, "Captain Su, Zhang Sun has a point. This individual is causing a disturbance on my turf and has injured members of the Green Gang. I advise you to ascertain the truth before escalating the situation." "What do you imply? Are you threatening me?" "This is not a threat, merely a suggestion for careful consideration." Su Qin was well aware of the Green Gang's influence in Nanhai. Their status as the foremost gang was undoubtedly supported by powerful allies. After a brief moment of contemplation, she replied, "Very well, let's all take a step back. Zhang Sun, lower your weapon and release the student. I will handle the matter of the injuries." Ma Bing nodded slightly, agreed. Zhang Sun released the hostage. Reluctant to escalate the situation further, Ma Bing sought to maintain peace within his domain. However, Zhang Sen's expression twisted with rage. "Ma Gu, have you lost your mind? You want me to release him? How am I supposed to survive on the streets after this? No one can intervene today. That scoundrel must die." With a menacing glare, Zhang Sun suddenly turned the gun towards Chen Ping, pulling the trigger without hesitation. In his perspective, at such a close range, Chen Ping was undoubtedly doomed. The instant the gunfire erupted, everyone was taken aback. Su Qin never anticipated that Zhang Sun would suddenly open fire. Zhang Sen's face contorted with rage. Chen Ping had been waiting for this opportunity. Swift as lightning, he sidestepped, evading all the bullets. Before Zhang Sun could react, a hand seized his gun-wielding hand, twisting it forcefully, accompanied by a sharp crack. "On my hand!" Zhang Sun shrieked in agony. Chen Ping caught the falling pistol, gripping it in one hand while twisting Zhang Sen's hand cruelly behind his back. Overwhelmed by pain, Zhang Sun found himself half kneeling on the ground. Chen Ping pressed his foot against his back, forcing him to kneel fully. With one hand still contorting Zhang Sen's wrist, he aimed the gun at the back of his head, declaring, "Don't move." The entire sequence unfolded with such rapidity that none could react. "Let me go! Let me go!" Zhang Sun yelled desperately. "Kill him! Kill him!" Chen Ping turned to the visibly shaken Han Xiaoyu, inquiring, "Xiaoyu, are you all right?" Trembling, Han Xiaoyu shook her head. "Brother, I'm fine, just scared." Chen Ping offered a reassuring smile. "It's all right, stay behind me." Han Xiaoyu promptly hid behind Chen Ping. The two henchmen beside them were so frightened that they inadvertently released Song Mingming and Xiao Jie. Song Mingming quickly took Xiao Jie and sought refuge behind Chen Ping as well. He, already paralyzed with fear, regretted his earlier bravado. Wishing to escape, but finding it impossible. Sensing a shift in the situation, he too scrambled behind Chen Ping, muttering, "It's over, how do we get out now?" No one acknowledged him. Su Qin finally regained her composure, raising her weapon to point at Chen Ping, commanding, "Stop, put the gun down immediately." All the officers also trained their guns on Chen Ping, loudly admonishing him to relinquish his weapon. Now that Chen Ping held the gun, they felt no moral qualms. "Young man, do not act impulsively. Release Zhang Sun, and I will allow you to leave," Ma Bing interjected. "If you kill me, you shall never leave this place." Zhang Sun still held onto the delusion that he could survive. Chen Ping regarded the crowd with indifference and stated calmly, "You may have deceived me, and I could overlook it. However, he has crossed a line by tormenting my sister. Today, it is futile for anyone to intervene. He must pay for his misdeeds." As soon as his words fell, a gunshot rang out. Without hesitation, Chen Ping pulled the trigger, the bullet piercing through Zhang Sun's skull. Zhang Sun collapsed instantly, struggling briefly before lying still, akin to a lifeless dog. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as everyone stared incredulously at Chen Ping. Su Qin too was taken aback, never expecting Chen Ping to act so decisively. Tossing the gun aside, Chen Ping slowly raised his hands, addressing Su Qin, "Officer, I apologize for the trouble." Only then did Su Qin snap back to reality, her heart a tumult of emotions as she approached Chen Ping with her weapon drawn. She produced handcuffs and secured them around Chen Ping's wrists. "Brother, don't arrest him," sobbed Han Xiaoyu, attempting to intervene. Chen Ping shook his head at her. "Xiaoyu, do not fear. I will be fine. Come with us," and hurried to take Xiao Jie to the hospital. "Brother, it's all my fault." Chen Ping. "Teacher Song, it does not concern you. Rest assured, I am unharmed," Su Qin remarked. "You have taken a life. He must be taken away. First, transport the injured to the hospital." With a commanding tone, Su Qin instructed, handcuffing Chen Ping and ensuring the protection of Song Mingming and Han Xiaoyu as they departed. "Officer Su, I fear you cannot take him away." Ma Bing suddenly obstructed their path, his gaze fixed on Chen Ping. "He has killed Zhang Sun. He cannot leave, no matter what." Su Qin frowned. "What do you mean? Do you intend to obstruct my investigation? He has committed murder, and thus he shall face legal retribution. I advise you not to hinder me. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." Ma Bing's expression darkened. "Officer Su, are you truly prepared to oppose the Qin gang?" Without a trace of mercy, Su Qin replied, "And what of it? Can the Qin gang disregard the law? Do not assume I am unaware of your dealings. One day, I will apprehend all of you." "Very well. Remember your words today," Ma Bing, recognizing Su Qin's resolute demeanor, refrained from forcibly stopping her. After all, Su Qin was a representative of the law. Even the formidable Qin gang would hesitate to act against the police openly. With firmness, Su Qin led Chen Ping and the others away. Chen Ping was escorted into a police vehicle. She arranged for someone to take Xiao Jie to the hospital, while Song Mingming and Han Xiaoyu were taken to the police station for questioning. Upon arrival at the precinct, Chen Ping was taken aside for individual interrogation. Han Xiaoyu, noticing this, inquired, "Officer Su, my brother will not face any dire consequences, will he?" "Fronin, Suin Diplaiv. He has taken a life and is connected to the Qin gang. Even if the law does not impose punishment, he is still in peril. What shall we do?" Song Mingming, filled with guilt, expressed her regret, believing that had it not been for her, such calamities would not have occurred. Han Xiaoyu, anxious and desperate, grasped Su Qin's hand, pleading, "Officer Su, you must tell my brother. He is innocent. It was all Zhang San. He was the villain. My brother is a soldier. A good man who has fought on the battlefield." Su Qin paused in surprise. "Your brother is a soldier?" "Yes." "What exactly transpired? Please elaborate. I will record your statements. I hope to assist your brother in his sentencing." "All right," Song Mingming nodded. In the interrogation room, Song Mingming and Han Xiaoyu recounted the events in detail. "Officer Su, you must assist my brother. He is a good man who has served to protect our nation. Furthermore, my biological brother is a martyr. Chen Ping is my brother's comrade." "Indeed, Officer Su, Chen Ping is a good man. He is a soldier. We implore you to help him." Su Qin, already harboring no fondness for Zhang San and his associates, felt even stronger disdain upon hearing the account from Song Mingming and Han Xiaoyu. Learning that Chen Ping was a soldier who had fought in battle and that Han Xiaoyu was the family of a martyr evoked her respect. "Do not worry. I will do my utmost to assist him." Thank you, Officer Su," they responded gratefully. "Very well, you have been through much. Take a moment to rest. I shall proceed to interrogate your brother now." "Understood." Han Xiaoyu and Song Mingming, their faces etched with worry, remained in the police station, anxiously awaiting news of Chen Ping. Chapter 19. Interrogating Chen Ping. Su Qin found herself troubled. Chen Ping was now accused of murder before the police, and worse. He had taken the life of a member of the Qin gang. Even if she wished to absolve him, the circumstances were insurmountable. To understand the Qin gang's rise to prominence in the South China Sea, one must recognize the forces at play, straddling both the lawful and unlawful realms. The captain, along with his deputy Chen Wu, discreetly pulled Su Qin aside, inquiring, "How do you intend to handle the Chen Ping case?" Su Qin replied, "I have gathered the pertinent information. The entire incident stemmed from Zhang Sen's involvement in usury. Over the years, we have received multiple reports concerning him. Zhang San specifically targeted young women, devising schemes to ensnare them into loans, subsequently coercing them into prostitution. Such actions are grossly illegal. Moreover, tonight he went so far as to threaten a minor with intentions of committing rape, in a bid to protect his sister, Han Xiaoyu. Her brother Chen Ping fatally shot Zhang's senator. Although the circumstances are severe, I believe leniency in sentencing is warranted." Chen Wu's lips twitched slightly. "Captain, sentencing is beyond our jurisdiction." "I am aware," Su Qin responded. "Thus, during the interrogation, I shall lean in favor of Chen Ping." "Isn't that ill-advised? After all, Chen Ping did commit murder in our presence. Furthermore, this matter directly involves the Qin gang. I recommend adhering to standard procedures." "That won't do. Chen Ping would certainly face the death penalty." "What then?" "I will conduct the interrogation personally with your assistance." "Captain, should we consult the director's opinion?" "Unnecessary." Su Qin feared that external inquiries might jeopardize Chen Ping's position. Hence, she resolved to oversee the questioning herself. In the interrogation room, Chen Ping sat handcuffed on a chair. Su Qin and Chen Wu faced him to commence the inquiry. Chen Wu was tasked with documentation, while Su Qin led the interrogation. Looking at Chen Ping, who appeared remarkably composed, Su Qin furrowed her brow and introduced herself. "I am Su Qin, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Nanhai Police Bureau. This is my colleague Chen Wu. We are here to question you regarding the incident that occurred around 7:30 p.m. this evening at the third floor of the Huangqiao bathhouse, where you fatally shot the victim Zhang Senator. This interrogation will be recorded in its entirety. Every word you utter will serve as testimony. Therefore, please respond carefully and do not conceal the truth. Do you understand?" Chen Ping nodded slightly. "I understand." Su Qin acknowledged him. "Very well. Suspect Chen Ping, male. Originally from Lingnan, Hangzhou, age 29. Is this information accurate?" "Yes. On September 30th, at approximately 7:30 p.m., you shot and killed the victim Zhang San in the hallway of the third floor of the Huangqiao bathhouse. Do you have any objections?" "None. Based on my own observations and those of my colleague Chen Wu, we witnessed you using a firearm to shoot the victim. What was your motive for killing Zhang San?" Su Qin emphasized, "Chen Ping, I urge you to answer truthfully. You must clarify your reasons for being at the Huangqiao bathhouse and the rationale behind shooting Zhang Sr." Chen Ping replied calmly, "He should not have bullied my sister, so he had to die." Su Qin frowned. Chen Ping, please respond truthfully. Why were you present on the third floor of the Huangqiao bathhouse? My sister Han Xiaoyu called me for help. Excellent. Su Qin, wary of Chen Ping potentially deviating again, added, according to our investigation, at approximately 6:50 p.m. that evening, your sister Han Xiaoyu followed Song Mingming to the Huangqiao bathhouse. She discovered that the victim was being threatened by loan sharks to coerce Song Mingming. In a bid to rescue Song Mingming, Han Xiaoyu, disregarding the peril, ventured forth to save her friend, accompanied by a person named Xiao Jia. Upon entering the private room, both Han Xiaoyu and Xiao Jia were assaulted by Zhang San and his associates. Xiao Jia sustained severe injuries, prompting Han Xiaoyu to flee the room in search of help. Was it at this moment that she called you for assistance? Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the unfolding circumstances. Yes, Su Qin nodded, upon receiving the call. Did you rush to her aid without delay? Indeed. When you arrived at the Royal Club, what did you witness? I saw numerous thugs in the corridor, with my sister being coerced by Zhang Senator therefore. In an effort to save your sister, did you injure Zhang Sen's men? Yes. Su Qin nodded. After injuring Zhang Sen's men, did Zhang Sen not threaten Han Xiaoyu with a firearm? Yes. Excellent. Su Qin continued. Lastly, did you not observe Zhang Sen firing a gun aimed at you, prompting you, in a moment of desperation, to seize his weapon and, in a fit of emotion, shoot him? Yes. Very well, I have concluded my inquiries. Su Qin addressed Chen Wu. The questioning is complete. You may step outside. Chen Wu nodded and exited the interrogation room. Once alone, Su Qin spoke. Chen Ping, this case is exceedingly detrimental for you. Your impulsiveness in killing Zhang San was ill-advised. The Qin gang wields significant influence in Nanhai, and even we in law enforcement find them formidable. Your actions may not only jeopardize your own life, but also place your sister in peril. Your sister has informed me that you are a comrade of her brother. I am also aware that Han Xiaoyu's brother is a martyr who sacrificed his life for our nation. I do not wish to see you forfeit your life as well. I genuinely want to assist you. I will exert my utmost effort to secure a favorable outcome for you in court. Beyond that, I have little recourse, and I hope you understand. If you have anything else to express or any requests, now is the time to voice them. Chen Ping felt immense gratitude towards Su Qin, recognizing her intention to help him. Thank you, Officer Su. I'm truly grateful. Is my sister all right? Su Qin nodded. She is safe at the police station. My concern lies with you. Rest assured, I will ensure her safety to the best of my ability. Thank you. Officer Su, may I have my phone back? I need to make a call. Su Qin's eyes brightened. By the way, Chen Ping, have you completed your service? If you're still in active duty, your military status could allow your unit to intervene and elevate your case to a military tribunal. This may prove advantageous for you. Chen Ping nodded. I was just considering that. Good. Su Qin promptly exited to retrieve Chen Ping's phone. After handing the phone to Chen Ping, she stepped outside to wait. Chen Ping dialed Zhang Jun's number, as he knew that only Zhang Jun could assist him in this predicament. Of course, he could also contemplate escaping. Hello, Commander, it's me. Laughter erupted from the other end of the line as Zhang Jun responded. Haha, what brings you to think of me? Is everything going well in Nanhai? Yes. Much improved. Then I am relieved. Do not overthink things, nor bear too heavy a burden. Relax and strive for a swift return. Oh, by the way, Chief, I find myself in a predicament. Today, in the South China Sea, I fatally injured an individual from the underworld and was promptly apprehended by the local police. I am currently at the precinct and must be released today. What? You were arrested? They are unaware of your identity? How dare they detain you? I have not revealed my true identity. Understood. I will make arrangements immediately. Please endure for a moment. You will be out within the hour at the latest. Very well. Chapter 20. The Green Gang comes for their own. Zhang Jun understood Chen Ping's intent. After hanging up, he contemplated and dialed the commander of the Nanhai military district. The call connected swiftly. Upon recognizing the call from the top brass, Chao Zhen immediately stood in respect, even over the phone. Chief, this is Chao Zhen. How may I assist you? Chao Zhen, listen carefully. You are to arrange for someone to go to the Nanhai police station and, under the auspices of the Nanhai military district, secure the release of an individual named Chen Ping. Chao Zhen was momentarily taken aback. pondering who could warrant a personal call from the highest authority. The name Chen Ping struck a familiar chord. May I inquire, Chief, who is this Chen Ping? Long Yen. Chen Ping. Chao Zhen was startled by the revelation. Him? How could he be detained by the police? Who possesses such audacity to arrest a major general? This evening, Chen Ping fatally injured an individual from the underworld and was apprehended by the authorities. To avoid unnecessary troubles, he did not disclose his true identity. He is also concerned about the military's reputation. Do you understand what you must do? Yes, rest assured, Chief. I will act in the name of the Nanhai military district and ensure that Major General Chen's reputation remains untarnished, preventing any undue impact on military. Good. Proceed immediately. Understood. Chao Zhen ended the call, his demeanor turning grave. While others may be oblivious to Chen Ping's significance, he was acutely aware of it. There was no time to delve into why Chen Ping was in Nanhai or the circumstances surrounding the incident. Initially intending to go himself, Chao Zhen reconsidered, realizing his presence might attract undue attention from the local authorities. Hu Biao, come here at once. After a moment's thought, Chao Zhen called his security company commander, Hu Biao. Shortly thereafter, Hu Biao entered to report, Chief, you must go to the Nanhai police station immediately, in my name, and ensure the release of an individual named Chen Ping. If anyone inquires, state that he is an officer from the Nanhai military district. Chief, may I ask who this Chen Ping is? Do not question or probe further. Suffice it to say, you must ensure his release from the precinct. Understood. Hu Biao did not dare to press further. Recognizing that anyone capable of prompting Chao Zhen to act personally was undoubtedly of great significance, perhaps even a relative of Chao Zhen's. After concluding her interrogation, Su Qin came outside to meet Han Xiaoyu and Song Mingming. Officer Su, how is my brother? Rest assured, your brother is currently safe. Officer Su, will my brother go to jail? Han Xiaoyu asked tearfully. Su Qin sighed. I am afraid there is little I can do. Your brother is facing serious charges. Wah, it's all my fault. I have brought harm upon him. I'm a harbinger of misfortune, Han Xiaoyu lamented, weeping uncontrollably. Song Mingming embraced her, tears streaming down her face. Xiaoyu, this is all due to the teacher's influence. I am the one who has harmed your brother. I am truly sorry. Wah, teacher. Su Qin comforted. Do not be overly anxious. Just now, Chen Ping contacted his unit. If they can intervene, there may be a turning point. Upon hearing this, Song Mingming eagerly inquired. Is that true? Indeed. Chen Ping is affiliated with the military, and should they choose to intervene, it would ensure fairness and justice. Upon hearing this glimmer of hope, Han Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, That's wonderful. My brother has mentioned that he is an officer. Su Qin, intrigued, asked, Your brother is an officer? Yes. Do you know his unit number and rank? Han Xiaoyu shook her head. No, my brother said the unit number is confidential, and not even family members can disclose it. His rank is major, but I have never inquired about his precise title. However, I am certain that his rank is not lower than my brother's, as my brother is his subordinate and refers to him as captain. Your brother is a major? Chen Ping is his superior? Su Qin was momentarily taken aback. Although she had never served in the military, her training at the police academy had imparted her with a certain understanding of military ranks. A major rank corresponds to a standard regiment level, and in comparison to local officials, it is equivalent to a deputy section level. In the police force, that would be akin to a second-class inspector, which is even superior to her position as a criminal investigation team leader. By this reasoning, Chen Ping's rank must be at least lieutenant colonel, corresponding to a full regiment or deputy regiment level. She had never anticipated that Chen Ping held such a high rank, particularly upon hearing from Han Xiaoyu that Chen Ping was a captain. She instantly deduced that he might be a member of a special forces unit in the Great Xiao Army. This would indeed explain how he managed to single-handedly take down over 30 individuals. Officer Su, does this mean my brother will be safe? Han Xiaoyu was unaware of the implications. Su Qin nodded slightly. If your brother is truly an officer, his unit will undoubtedly intervene. Perhaps your brother will indeed be fine. That's wonderful. Han Xiaoyu and Song Mingming felt a sense of relief upon hearing her words. Officer Su, may I see my brother? Su Qin hesitated. It's not that I am unwilling, but there are regulations preventing such meetings for the time being. However, do not worry too much. Your brother is certainly safe. All right. It is quite late. Do you need a rest? If so, I can make arrangements. You cannot return home now to avoid retaliation from the Qin gang. No. We will wait for news here at the station. Very well. I will inform you as soon as I have any updates. Thank you, Officer Su. Song Mingming and Han Xiaoyu found it impossible to sleep, as Chen Ping remained detained and Xiaoyu was still receiving treatment in the hospital. At 9 o'clock in the evening, several vehicles arrived outside the police station and approximately 50 members of the Qin gang disembarked. Leading them was a man in his 30s, clad in a black suit. With a stern expression, he was Yi Chun, the leader of the Qin gang's White Tiger Hall. Known for his formidable combat prowess and recognized as one of the 4 elite fighters of the gang, Zhang Sun was his disciple, and their purpose for visiting the police station was to seek revenge. Accompanying Yi Chun was Su Lai, the head of the police station and Su Qin's father. Upon learning of Yi Chen's arrival, Su Lai rushed to the station, apprehensive about potential chaos. Director Su, Yi Chen approached Su Lai with an impassive demeanor. Su Lai, with a grave expression, asked, Yi Chun, what is your intention? Yi Chun spoke lightly. Director Su, are you truly unaware? Tonight, Zhang Sun was murdered, and his body was taken away by your daughter. Director Su, your daughter increasingly disregards the Qin gang. I have come to seek an explanation, and I hope you can comprehend my intent. Su Lai furrowed his brow slightly. What explanation do you seek? Hand over the person to me. This matter does not concern you. Yi Chun, this is the police station. Now that the individual is here, proper procedures must be followed. If I hand them over to you and the outside world finds out, how will I justify my actions as the director? That is your concern, Yi Chen replied coldly. No one has ever dared to kill a member of the Qin gang. Whoever it may be must pay the price. I only require the individual, and if you, Director Su, refuse to hand them over, I assure you the police station will not know peace starting tonight. Su Lai's expression darkened. Are you threatening me? Do you not fear the repercussions from above? Yi Chun smiled faintly. Director Su, are not those in power also affiliated with the Qin gang? After a moment of silence, Su Lai said, I will consider your request. Please wait outside for a moment. Tonight, I will provide you with a response. Thank you. Chapter 21. Visitors from the military district. Su Lai entered the police station office and immediately summoned Su Qin. Dad, did you call for me? Su Qin inquired as she entered. Su Lai nodded. Is it true that you brought the person who killed Zhang Sun back to the police station tonight? Yes, why? I reminded you not to interfere with the Qin gang's affairs. Why do you refuse to heed my advice? Su Qin, perplexed, replied, Dad, we are police officers. It is our duty to protect every citizen and maintain order in Nanhai City. The Qin gang is nothing more than a group of thugs, a menace to society. Over the years, how many heinous acts have they perpetrated in Nanhai? I truly do not understand why we cannot take action against them. If the police continue to bow to criminal forces, what purpose do we serve? How can we safeguard the property of citizens? How can we uphold the law in Nanhai? Su Lai retorted, Is your sense of justice the sole criterion for being a police officer? Do you think I do not desire to rid us of these scourges? Do you think I do not wish for peace in Nanhai? Some matters are not as simple as you imagine. There are too many entanglements involved. It is not as easy as you think. The Qin gang's audacity is supported by vested interests and powerful backgrounds that neither you nor I can challenge. Throughout the years, we have faced constraints before we even commence action. Do you know why? Because those above do not permit it. Su Qin was even more bewildered and asked, Why is that? Does the higher-ups simply allow the Qin gang to act with impunity? Alas, it is difficult to explain. Su Lai sighed. In any case, the time is not right. Not the right time? Very well, that is a matter for another discussion. Su Lai then stated solemnly, Tonight, Zhang Sun was killed. He is a member of the White Tiger Hall and a disciple of Yi Chun. Now that Yi Chun has come to demand the individual, you are to hand them over to him immediately. This matter ends here. Su Qin was taken aback, her anger flaring. What? Hand the person over to Yi Chun? Are we still police officers? Why must we give them to him? Silence. Su Lievart. You are to follow orders without question. Su Qin exclaimed with indignation. Absolutely not. I will never compromise with malevolent forces. Do you not realize that the area outside the police station is teeming with members of the Qin gang? If we do not hand over the individual, Chen will resort to violence against the police station. At that point, chaos will ensue. Does he dare? Why would he not dare? Does he wish to throw away his life? To confront the police station? You are thinking far too naively. This situation is beyond my control. To be frank, the higher-ups have already ordered me to surrender the individual. Why is that? Su Qin was nearly at a loss, her face etched with disappointment. Is there truly no justice left in this world? Will you surrender the person? With unwavering determination, Su Qin replied, Director Su, I must decline your request. Very well. Then you shall no longer serve as captain. I will handle this personally. Unable to resist, Su Lai had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Su Qin grasped his arm and implored, Father, please listen to me. Chen Ping is not as simple as you think. He has connections to the military. If you hand him over to Chen, and the military comes asking for him, you will find yourself in a precarious position. Su Lai's lips twitched slightly. What do you mean? He belongs to the military? Have you verified this? Su Qin nodded affirmatively. I assure you, this is no deception. It is absolutely true. Moreover, Chen Ping has already informed his unit. Let me share another piece of information. Chen Ping's rank is likely that of a lieutenant colonel, and he is part of a special forces unit. Father, having served in the military, you should understand the significance of a lieutenant colonel's rank. And to add to that, Chen Ping is still under 30. Can you afford to provoke someone of such stature? Su Lai was taken aback by her words. Are you truly not deceiving me? If you doubt me, you may ask Chen Ping yourself. If this is indeed the case, the situation becomes quite complicated. We cannot afford to offend either side. Father, I believe the situation can be managed. Chen Ping has already contacted his unit. We should soon receive news. Right now, the key is to delay until the military arrives, and then this matter will be much easier to resolve. That makes sense. Su Lai glanced at Su Qin, but remained skeptical of her claims. Where is Chen Ping? I wish to see him personally. In the interrogation room. Very well. Su Lai resolved to gauge the situation himself and entered the interrogation room, where he found Chen Ping seated calmly. Su Qin followed and introduced, Chen Ping, this is my father. He is the police chief. Chen Ping nodded and addressed Su Lai. Hello, Chief Su. Su Lai took a seat opposite Chen Ping, scrutinizing him closely. Noting Chen Ping's composed demeanor and proper posture, he found himself believing he was indeed a soldier. I hear from Su Qin that you are a military man? Chen Ping nodded slightly. Indeed. Su Lai smiled faintly. I was once a soldier myself, serving in the Southern Military District. May I inquire where you served? Chief Su, I'm afraid I cannot disclose information about my unit. Of course. May I ask what position you held in the military, in your rank? Chief Su, I hope you can forgive my reticence. Very well. Seeing that Chen Ping was unwilling to divulge more, Su Lai continued, You're implicated in a homicide, and right now, the Qin gang is outside demanding your surrender. I wish to protect you, but if I do not hand you over, they will forcibly take you. Chen Ping frowned slightly. Chief Su, does the Nanhai police station truly fear the forces of darkness? It is not that I fear them. Rather, certain matters are inconvenient to discuss. In any case, our police station also has its difficulties. However, rest assured, I can negotiate for more time on your behalf. It would be best for your people to come to collect you tonight. Thank you. I trust they will arrive shortly. Oh, that is reassuring. Su Lai had not anticipated Chen Ping's confidence. Just as they were conversing, a military jeep halted at the entrance of the police station. It was Hu Biao who had arrived. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, he observed the premises, noting that the area was filled with members of the Qin gang. What is going on? Hu Biao approached the courtyard with two soldiers and inquired. Chen, unfamiliar with Hu Biao, recognized his rank and status by his military attire. He gestured for his subordinates to clear a path. Hu Biao glanced at Chen before proceeding to the entrance of the police station, where a dozen officers stood on high alert. I am Hu Biao, commander of the South Sea Military District's Guard Company. I have matters to discuss with your chief. From the military district? Welcome. Upon realizing Hu Biao's affiliation, the officers immediately parted to grant him passage. One officer quickly made his way to the interrogation room to see Su Lai. Chief, Hu Biao from the South Sea Military District requests to see you. He is currently in the lobby. Su Lai exchanged a look with Chen Ping before rising. Let us go. Su Qin inquired, Chen Ping. Is it your people who have arrived? It should be. Excellent. Su Qin felt delighted for Chen Ping and hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 22. Chen Ping exits the police station. Su Lai entered the lobby to meet Hu Biao. Haha, greetings. It is a pleasure to see you. Su Lai extended his hand warmly. Hu Biao reciprocated the gesture, stating, Hello, Chief Su. Let's speak inside. Very well. Su Lai escorted Hu Biao to his office and invited him to take a seat. Su Qin followed closely, listening attentively. Hu Biao produced his military identification and presented it to Su Lai. Chief Su, I am Hu Biao, commander of the guard company. I have come to the police station on orders from Commander Chao to release an individual detained here. His name is Chen Ping, and he is associated with our South Sea military district. Hu Biao spoke directly to the point. Upon hearing this, Su Lai felt a sense of ease. With a simple push, neither side would suffer. May I inquire, Commander Hu, does Commander Chao know of Chen Ping's circumstances? He is aware. Su Lai feigned concern. Commander Hu, I must ask for your understanding. Chen Ping has been implicated in a homicide. This complicates matters. If I were to hand him over, it would not adhere to protocol. Should higher authorities pursue this, I would find it challenging to account for. Hu Biao appeared momentarily taken aback, then produced a release order. This is a release document personally approved by Commander Chao. He will bear all consequences. Su Lai examined the release document and felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Since Chen Ping was affiliated with Commander Chao, it was only fitting that he be handed over to the military. However, a dilemma arose. Chen Ping had harmed a member of the Qin gang, and they were demanding a resolution. If I surrender him to you, I fear the Qin gang will not relent. Hu Biao furrowed his brow. Chief Su, do not worry. I will personally handle this matter. Just hand him over to me, and I will take care of the rest. Was the Qin gang but a group of societal miscreants? If they dare, let them come to the military district for an explanation. With his concerns alleviated, Su Lai rose and declared, Very well, I will arrange for his release immediately. Thank you, Chief Su. Su Lai was eager to rid himself of this troublesome matter and promptly accompanied Hu Biao to the interrogation room to hand over the individual in question. Upon entering, Su Lai addressed Su Qin, instructing her to onsufa Chen Ping. With a smile, Su Qin personally released Chen Ping from his restraints. Thank you, he expressed gratefully. Hu Biao, unfamiliar with Chen Ping, assumed he was associated with Chao Zhen. Chen Ping, you are free now, Hu Biao announced. Thank you, Officer Su, Chen Ping replied. Hu Biao inquired. You are Chen Ping? Indeed, Chen Ping affirmed. Then follow me, Hu Biao commanded. Very well, Chen Ping complied. Su Lai was momentarily taken aback. Believing Hu Biao and Chen Ping were acquainted, it appeared they were not. Chen Ping followed Hu Biao into the hall, where Han Xiaoyu and Song Mingming awaited. Upon seeing Chen Ping emerge, they rushed toward him, filled with excitement. Brother, Han Xiaoyu exclaimed, throwing herself into Chen Ping's arms and weeping. No one was more concerned for Chen Ping than she. Despite their brief acquaintance, she had already accepted him as her brother. She could not bear the thought of losing him again, and she sobbed uncontrollably in his embrace. With a warm smile, Chen Ping gently stroked her head, reassuring her. Silly girl, do not cry. I am out now. Yes, Han Xiaoyu nodded, her tears giving way to a smile. Song Mingming, also relieved, asked Chen Ping, Are you all right? Chen Ping nodded. Yes, I apologize for causing you worry, Teacher Song. Shaking her head, Song Mingming replied, No, it is my fault that you encountered trouble. Teacher Song, please do not say that. You are Xiaoyu's teacher. Your affairs are my affairs as well. Thank you, Chen Ping responded. Song Mingming smiled faintly. Su Qin approached, stating, All right. It is good that everyone is safe. Thank you, Officer Su, Chen Ping replied. Do not mention it, she replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Ping, accompanied by Han Xiaoyu and Song Mingming, followed Hu Biao outside the police station. Upon seeing Chen Ping, Yi Chun furrowed his brow and immediately gestured for his underlings to block their path. Yi Chun turned to Su Lai, questioning, Director Su, what is the meaning of this? Su Lai, appearing troubled, explained, Yi Chun, it is not that I lack respect. This is Hu Biao, the guard captain of Commander Chao. He possesses a release order from Commander Chao, and I cannot refuse him. Hu Biao addressed Yi Chun. Are you from the Qin gang? Yi Chun nodded, introducing himself. I am Yi Chun, the leader of the White Tiger Hall. That as well. Listen carefully. Chen Ping is under our military district jurisdiction, and I am taking him with me. Should you have any objections, you may address them with me at the military district, Hu Biao stated firmly. Yi Chen's expression darkened. Does the military district intend to intervene in Qin Gang's affairs? With a cold tone, Hu Biao replied, what is so formidable about the Qin Gang? Yes, Yu. I am well aware of your activities in the South China Sea. Just because others cannot provoke you does not mean we cannot. I advise you to avoid angering Commander Chao. It would be wise to comply. Otherwise, you will learn the consequences of provoking us. Clear the way. Hu Biao commanded with authority. Yi Chen's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. While the Qin Gang held power in the South China Sea, they were not yet strong enough to confront the military directly. Faced with Hu Biao's unwavering demeanor, he reluctantly stepped aside. Seeing their leader yield, Yi Chen's subordinates quickly cleared a path. Hu Biao strode confidently away with Chen Ping in tow. Let us go, Yi Chen instructed, feeling a sense of defeat as he led his followers away. Chen Ping, are you returning to the military district with me? Or in the car? Hu Biao inquired. Chen Ping replied, no need, just drop us off here. Please extend my gratitude to Commander Chao for me. I hope to thank him in person when the opportunity arises. All right. Hu Biao did not insist and let Chen Ping off to report back. How is Xiaoyu? Chen Ping asked as he exited the vehicle. He has been stabilized, but will likely need to stay in the hospital for a while. That's good. Let's head to the hospital. MHM. Chen Ping hailed a taxi and made his way to the hospital. Xiaoyu had been rushed to the hospital by the police. His body covered in injuries. Fortunately, none of them life-threatening. Upon arriving, Xiaoyu had already received treatment and was lying in bed dressed in a hospital gown. Xiaoyu. Han Xiaoyu, seeing him like this, sat by the bedside, filled with concern. Xiaoyu, with multiple soft tissue injuries and a bandage wrapped around his head, slowly opened his eyes. Xiaoyu, are you all right? That's wonderful. Yes, we are fine. Xiaoyu, thank you. Big brother, you're here too. I'm so glad you're okay. Chen Ping nodded. Xiaoyu, take good care of your injuries. We are fine, so do not worry. MHM. The three of them stayed for about half an hour when the attending physician approached Chen Ping to collect the hospitalization and medical fees. Song Mingming initially intended to pay, but understanding her situation, Chen Ping opted to cover the medical expenses himself. He also arranged for a caregiver to tend to Xiaoyu. After completing these tasks, it was already past 11. After bidding farewell to Xiaoyu, Chen Ping took Han Xiaoyu home, while Song Mingming returned alone. She felt immense gratitude towards Chen Ping and Han Xiaoyu. Had it not been for Chen Ping's timely arrival today, both she and Han Xiaoyu might have faced grave danger. However, the thought that her presence nearly brought harm to them filled her with guilt. Although Zhang's son was dead, the repercussions remained. That night, Song Mingming returned home utterly exhausted and troubled. Chapter 23. Situations in various locations. Chen Ping and Han Xiaoyu arrived home. As soon as Han Xiaoyu stepped inside, a wave of relief washed over her. She collapsed onto the sofa and gazed at Chen Ping, feeling entirely secure. Noticing her slightly swollen cheeks and disheveled hair, Chen Ping asked, Xiaoyu, does your face still hurt? Han Xiaoyu shook her head. No, it doesn't hurt. Are you hungry? Han Xiaoyu rubbed her stomach. I'm so hungry. Chen Ping chuckled. I'll prepare dinner. Brother, you're so wonderful. Han Xiaoyu, brimming with happiness, followed Chen Ping into the kitchen. Brother, let me help you. Chen Ping replied. No need, you can watch TV. It will be ready soon. I bought large shrimp and blue crab for dinner, and I'll stir-fry a few side dishes. Standing at the doorway, Han Xiaoyu felt tears welling up as she listened. Brother, why are you so good to me? Chen Ping approached her, smiling as he gently wiped away her tears. Because you are my sister. MHM. Han Xiaoyu smiled. Brother, I promise I won't skip class anymore. Chen Ping, feeling reassured, said, Good. I believe you'll keep your word. MHM. Then can you promise me one request? Of course. Brother, will you promise me that no matter what happens in the future, you will never abandon me? I don't want to lose another brother. Chen Ping nodded. In this life, you're my only sister. No matter what happens in the future, I will never disown you. Thank you, brother. Han Xiaoyu smiled sincerely, feeling a joy she had not experienced in a month. For the first time, she sensed that life still held meaning. Although she had lost her beloved brother, fate had compensated her in another manner. In just a few days, she had felt a love she had never known before. The affection from her brother was truly beautiful. Chen Ping had busied himself in the kitchen, preparing a delightful meal. Xiaoyu, it's time to eat. Despite the evening's unfortunate events, Han Xiaoyu felt the happiest she had in a long while. The sight of the meticulously prepared dishes opened her appetite. Chen Ping, treating her with the tenderness of a doting sibling, served her a generous portion. Brother, your cooking is delicious. Eat as much as you like, but I fear gaining weight. No worries, a little extra weight won't harm you. Hee. As he spoke, Chen Ping picked up a large shrimp, peeled it, and placed it in Han Xiaoyu's bowl. Thank you, brother. You should eat too. Chen Ping smiled and peeled another shrimp. By the way, Xiaoyu, how did Teacher Song get involved with loan sharks? As she ate, Han Xiaoyu replied, I am not entirely sure, but I overheard the teacher making a phone call at school. It seems her father borrowed money in her name. How much does she owe? 500,000, but Zhang Sun demands $1 million from her. He even threatened to sell her if she doesn't repay. Tonight, Xiao Jia and I intended to find out about the teacher situation to see if we could assist. We didn't expect to nearly get into trouble. Why did Teacher Song's father borrow from loan sharks? Did something happen in their family? No, it's because her father is a gambler. I heard that the family's financial situation was decent until he squandered everything away. I see. Chen Ping continued to serve peeled shrimp to Han Xiaoyu, warming her heart. Brother, do you think those people will still come after the teacher for money? They probably will, as it's not a small amount. Plus, I killed Zhang's son tonight. The Green Gang, having lost face, will certainly not let this go. Brother, will they come after you? No worries, I'm not afraid. Brother, should we help the teacher? She has always treated me well, and I don't want to see her bullied. Chen Ping smiled slightly, all right. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoyu, forgetting her meal, rushed to her room and presented a bank card to Chen Ping. Brother, this is the money you send me each month. I have saved most of it and hardly spent anything. Also, my insurance money is here, totaling over 500,000. Hearing this, Chen Ping thought of Han Xiaoyu. This is your brother's dowry. Keep it safe. I have some savings too, and I will handle this matter. Seeing Chen Ping's response, Han Xiaoyu tucked the card away. Chen Ping continued, Xiaoyu, your current task is to focus on your studies. Catch up on any missed lessons and aim for a place at Beijing University next year. Han Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, brother, I will work hard. I believe in you. After dinner, Han Xiaoyu completed her evening routine and went to bed, while Chen Ping settled into the room next door, which belonged to Han Xiaoyu. Just as he was preparing to rest, his phone rang. Chen Ping, are you all right? The call was made by Zhang Jun. Upon realizing Chen Ping had not returned his call, found himself unable to sleep. Haven't you retired for the night, Chief? He inquired. I would like to rest, but I cannot help but worry about you. How are things? Has Chaojin resolved everything? There are no lingering troubles, I hope? Yes, that is reassuring. Should anything arise, inform me at once. Understood. Chen Ping, reflecting on the intricate situation in the South China Sea, could not help but ask, Chief, are you aware of the circumstances in the South China Sea? What circumstances? I am not well acquainted with that region. I find the South China Sea to be quite chaotic. Tonight, I eliminated a member of a local gang. This organization wields considerable power, enough that even the police must show them deference. Furthermore, most gang members are engaged in criminal activities. I fail to comprehend why the South China Sea is in such a state, as the authorities have not taken action against these criminal enterprises. Chen Ping voiced his concerns. Since enlisting, he had remained oblivious to the realities of society. Chen Ping, the issues you raise are indeed prevalent. This phenomenon exists not only in the South China Sea, but throughout the nation. Why is that? Chen Ping questioned, perplexed. You are not an outsider. It is permissible for me to divulge this. Our nation has traversed a challenging path to reach its current state. At the inception of our country, we were impoverished and destitute. Particularly, Western nations have long sought to prevent our rise. They have besieged our economy and isolated us. To achieve prosperity, we had to transform our development strategies, necessitating various industries, including some gray sectors, to invigorate the economy. This is precisely why we witness conditions such as those in the South China Sea. The resultant instability has led to the emergence of numerous underground forces. In truth, we have been contemplating solutions to this dilemma, yet we have not yet devised an effective strategy. The primary challenge is that these factions are often deeply entangled. Any attempt to intervene could lead to significant upheaval. Especially now, as many nations seek to confront us, we must proceed with caution. However, there is no need for excessive concern. I firmly believe we shall eradicate these malevolent forces in due course. I understand. Chen Ping, you are an upright individual, a talent that our nation requires. Whatever course you choose, the state will support your decisions. Thank you for your trust, Chief. After hanging up, Chen Ping fell into contemplation, gaining insight into the emergence of nefarious forces like the Qin gang in the South China Sea. Naturally, he felt no fear. Should the Qin gang choose to confront him, he would not hesitate to eliminate these malevolent elements for the sake of his country. Chapter 24. The South China Sea tycoon at the pinnacle of a prestigious club in the city center, Yi Chun, having suffered a setback, arrived with a heart full of frustration. The upper floor of this establishment could only be described as resplendent, aglow with lights, and filled with revelry each night. Those seeking to drown their sorrows here were predominantly prominent figures from the South China Sea. Without status, one would not even qualify to enter. Yi Chun entered a private room, where three individuals sat on a sofa, sipping tea, while a beautiful waitress knelt before the tea table, preparing the brew. "You may leave." One of the men gestured to the waitress upon seeing Yi Chun. Once she departed, Yi Chun respectfully stood before the three, awaiting their inquiries. "Have all matters been resolved?" One individual spoke up, introducing himself as Wang Qing, the leader of the Qin gang in Nanhai. The other two were Wang Huan, the foremost authority in Nanhai, and Wang Qing's biological elder brother, and Lu Zhongyuan, the second in command of Nanhai, who had been summoned by Wang Huan and instructed Su Lai to release someone. Yi Chun remarked, "Second master, the operation has gone awry." Upon hearing this, Wang Qing frowned and inquired, "Speak." Unexpectedly, the military intervened and took Chen Ping away, claiming it was Commander Chao's orders. Chao Zhen, Wang Huan's brow furrowed. What business does he have in this matter? According to the messenger, Chen Ping is affiliated with the military. Damn it, Wang Qing seethed. What of it? Killing my Qin gang disciples shows a blatant disregard for my authority. Second master, please calm your anger. Yi Chun continued. The military stance is exceedingly resolute, and my subordinates did not dare to act recklessly. What do you mean by resolute? Wang Qing demanded. The messenger stated that our Qin gang is insignificant. If we disagree, we could confront the military directly. They expressed a desire to see whether the Qin gang would dare to stand firm against them. What? Wang Qing rose abruptly. How audacious. You must gather our men immediately. I wish to see if Chao Zhen dares to act. How reckless. Wang Huan's expression darkened. You continuously shout for confrontation. Who grants you the audacity to challenge the military? If you truly dare to lead our men against them, do you believe Chao Zhen would hesitate to execute you first? Engaging the military is tantamount to insurrection, you fool. Elder brother, are we to let this matter rest? What else is there to do? Wang Huan replied. It was never a significant issue. It was merely the death of Zhang's senator. He has perished. So what? There is no need to sever ties with Chao Zhen. Since Chao Zhen wishes to protect this individual, it must be related to him. Otherwise, he would not dare to eliminate Zhang Senator Chao Zhen's face must be preserved. Upon hearing Wang Huan's reasoning, Wang Qing reluctantly conceded. I will personally call Chao Zhen later to probe the situation. If his attitude remains firm, we shall leave this matter be. Very well, I will heed your advice. Wang Huan instructed Yi Chun, you may leave. Zhang's son was one of yours. So please investigate the identity of his assailant. Understood. Once Yi Chun departed, Wang Huan promptly dialed Chao Zhen. It took a considerable time before the call was answered. What is it? Chao Zhen's tone was indifferent. Ha ha, Commander Chao. I hope all is well. Thanks to you, everything is splendid. Ha ha ha. I only come to you when there is something to discuss. I heard that you apprehended someone from the bureau tonight. I'm curious about the connection between this person and you. He is affiliated with the military. Do you have an issue with that? I would not dare. Commander Chao's men are beyond reproach. I merely wish to express my apologies for an unpleasant matter. Had I known he was connected to you, my subordinates would have never dared to offend. Wang Huan, spare me the pleasantries. Let me remind you, it would be wise not to provoke Chen Ping. Should any trouble arise, do not claim that I, Chao, did not forewarn you. Oh. Wang Huan sensed a veiled implication in his words and was about to inquire further when the call was abruptly terminated. Wang Huan scoffed, such a lack of respect. Elder brother, what did Chao Jin say? Wang Qing inquired. He was quite arrogant. Wang Huan remarked. He advised us not to provoke Chen Ping, or we would face dire consequences. How arrogant. It's merely Chen Ping. If provoked, I could easily eliminate him tonight. Lu Zhongyuan interjected, Brother Wang, do not act impulsively. Since Chao Zhan has made a request, it would be wise to exercise restraint. One of us is in politics and the other in the military. Escalating tensions would be detrimental to all. Wang Huan nodded. You are absolutely right, Brother Lu. We shall endure this grievance. Let this matter rest. Let's enjoy our tea. Lifting his cup, Wang Huan looked at Lu Zhongyuan and chuckled, Brother Lu. Xiaoyu confided in me that Manchi has been rather aloof lately and came to me to vent. Lu Zhongyuan smiled awkwardly. Such matters cannot be rushed. My daughter has been indulged and has developed a bit of a temper. I will have a word with her to ensure she treats Xiaoyu well. I appreciate it, brother. As fathers, how can we not be anxious? This child has taken a liking to Manchi. Rest assured, should she marry, I shall cherish her as my own daughter. Wang Huan continued, in my opinion, it would be prudent to settle their marriage arrangements soon to prevent the youth from becoming restless. Lu Zhongyuan smiled faintly. I too wish for my daughter to wed Xiaoyu, but she has grown to be quite independent and insists on enjoying her youth for a while longer. I find myself at a loss. Let them be. No need to dwell on it. Wang Huan waved his hand, laughing, let us enjoy our tea. Deep down, Lu Zhongyuan was reluctant to marry his daughter to Xiaoyu, primarily due to the numerous misdeeds committed by the two brothers. Who could predict when calamity might strike? Entangling him in their troubles? Especially as the second in command, it would be quite awkward. The Nanhai region is predominantly under the Wang family's control, and his authority as the second in command has dwindled significantly. Over the years, he has merely accompanied them, which, although morally questionable, is unavoidable. Even so, he remains steadfast in his principles, striving to engage in benevolent actions within his capacity. Yichen stepped outside and instructed his subordinate. Send someone to investigate Chen Ping's background and home address. Brother, are we making a move? What nonsense. We wait for news. Understood. Also, this entire situation was instigated by that wretched Song Mingming. Although Zhang's son has perished, she must bear her share of the debt. Does she not wish to repay it? Tonight, let us go to the first high school and post her debt contracts everywhere. We will pressure the school until she can no longer function as a teacher. Yes. Furthermore, regarding Song Mingming's gambling-addicted father, have someone sever one of his hands and leave it at her doorstep. Inform that gambler that if his daughter does not repay within 3 days, the other hand will follow. Understood, brother. Yi Chun, unable to confront Chen Ping, directed his frustrations towards Song Mingming. He not only demanded repayment, but also sought to provoke Chen Ping through her. That very night, his subordinate prepared a substantial amount of information regarding Song Mingming's debts. Arriving at the entrance of the first high school, they began to post the notices everywhere, even within the school premises. Chapter 25. The Revenge of the Qin Gang in an Underground Casino in Nanhai. Song Chung spent nearly every day and night immersed in this world. Just as she was engrossed in her game, someone suddenly tapped her shoulder. Instinctively, she turned around and snapped. Who is it? Dongge, I didn't realize it was you. Zhong Dong, with a stoic expression, commanded Song Chung. Come with us. Upon realizing the precariousness of his situation, Song Chung forced a smile and replied, Brother Dong, didn't we already agree? This money is to be returned by my daughter. You should go find her. With a resounding slap, Zhong Dong struck him fiercely, growling. How dare you mention your wretched daughter? Stunned and holding his face, Song Chung pleaded, Brother Dong, let us speak civilly. Shut up. Take him away, ordered Zhong Dong. Several underlings advanced, delivering a few blows to Song Chung before dragging him like a beaten dog into a narrow alley outside the casino. Brother Dong, I realize my mistakes. Just give me a little more time. I promise to find a way to repay the money. Song Chung whimpered, terrified, as he knelt before Zhong Dong, desperately begging. Zhong Dong, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, lit it and took a deep drag, exhaling the thick smoke directly into Song Cheng's face. Do you even comprehend the trouble you've stirred? Zhong Dong taunted, slapping Song Cheng's face with his hand. Bewildered, Song Cheng asked, Brother Dong, what do you mean? Listen carefully. Tell your daughter, that shameless wretch, to return the money within 3 days. If she fails, I'll take your other hand. With that, Zhong Dong gestured to his henchman. Before Song Cheng could grasp the gravity of the situation, he was pinned to the ground, his left hand firmly restrained. Brother Dong, spare my life, he cried, drenched in cold sweat at the sight. Zhong Dong beckoned to a henchman wielding a knife, who swiftly handed him a cleaver. Holding the weapon, Zhong Dong looked at Song Cheng and warned, Tonight, we collect some interest. If the money is not repaid in 3 days, you need to keep your other hand. No sooner had he finished speaking than he swung the cleaver towards Song Cheng's left hand. With a sickening thud, the blade severed Song Cheng's hand cleanly. Ah, my hand! Song Cheng shrieked, the agony surging from the severed limb overwhelming him. Instinctively, he clutched the stump with his right hand, his face turning ashen from the excruciating pain. Sweat pouring down his brow. Zhong Dong, brandishing the cleaver, casually tapped Song Cheng's face with the flat of the blade. Remember to tell your daughter to repay the money, he instructed before departing with his underlings, leaving Song Cheng writhing on the ground. As the pain subsided into a burning desire to survive, Song Cheng struggled to rise, not forgetting to retrieve his severed hand. Leaning against the wall for support, he stumbled onto the street. Help me! Help me! He cried weakly, but when no one responded, he staggered into the road, collapsing in the middle. A kind-hearted passerby stopped to investigate and, upon seeing the gruesome injury, urgently called for an ambulance. Shortly thereafter, Song Cheng was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. The following morning, Chen Ping arose early to prepare breakfast, calling for Han Xiaoyu to wake up. Having stayed up late the previous night, Han Xiaoyu had fallen into a deep sleep, and without Chen Ping's call, she would have undoubtedly been late. After freshening up, Han Xiaoyu beheld the breakfast that had been prepared, a wave of happiness washing over her. Brother, your breakfast is far better than anything I could buy outside. Is that true? He inquired. Indeed, ever since Grandma passed away, no one has made breakfast for me. I will make it for you from now on. Hee hee. Having an older brother who cares is true happiness. Hurry and eat, don't be late. After finishing breakfast, Han Xiaoyu, like a soldier preparing for battle, slung her backpack over her shoulder and set off. Chen Ping quickly tidied up the dishes and followed her outside. Brother, you really don't have to walk me every day. That's out of the question, especially recently. I'm quite anxious. All right then, just like the previous day. Chen Ping rode his bicycle alongside Han Xiaoyu to school. Upon arriving at the school gate, they were met with an unusual sight. The entrance was crowded with students, all buzzing with chatter. What is going on? Han Xiaoyu was taken aback, pushing her bicycle closer to the crowd. Xiaoyu. Su Feifei happened to be there too. Upon seeing Han Xiaoyu, she rushed over and said, Xiaoyu, it's bad news. Something happened to the teacher. Han Xiaoyu gasped, What? What happened to the teacher? The walls at the school gate were plastered with notices about the teacher, alleging that she borrowed money and failed to repay it. These scoundrels! Han Xiaoyu fumed, parking her bicycle. Angrily, she approached the crowd and shouted, Everyone, make way. The students, recognizing Han Xiaoyu, readily parted for her. She soon discovered that the notices were indeed about Song Mingming's debts, complete with her home address and a photocopy of her ID. Bastard! Han Xiaoyu cursed, tearing down the paper from the wall, and turned to her classmates. Everyone, don't believe this nonsense. Teacher Song has never borrowed money. They are simply trying to tarnish her reputation. The students, however, were uninterested in her words, seeing it as juicy gossip, with various opinions flying around. Xiaoyu, it's futile. There are many more posted outside, Su Feifei said. Humph. Han Xiaoyu, still seething, approached Chen Ping. Brother, these people are too wicked. Chen Ping, taken aback by the vengeful spirit of the gang, reassured her, Don't worry, I will handle this. You focus on your studies. Han Xiaoyu turned to Su Feifei and inquired, By the way, does the teacher know? I don't know. She hasn't come to school yet. Not yet? Han Xiaoyu murmured, then said, I'll call the teacher. Teacher, where are you? On the other end, Song Mingming's voice responded, What's wrong, Xiaoyu? I'm at the hospital. At the hospital? What happened, teacher? I'm fine, don't worry. It's my dad who had an accident. And I'm at the hospital. Oh, teacher, something happened at school. Those people posted your information at the school. You need to come quickly. What? How could this happen? Yes. All right, I'll come to the school right away. Song Mingming hung up, her heart heavy with worry. In truth, she had been mentally prepared, though she anticipated it would come so swiftly. Early that morning, she had intended to go to school when she received a call from the hospital, informing her that Song Chung had met with an accident. Although she didn't have fond feelings for Song Chung, he was still her father. Reluctantly, she made her way to the hospital, where she was immediately informed about the need for an operation fee. With no other option, Song Mingming paid the medical expenses. Just after completing the payment, as she was preparing to find out more about the situation, Han Xiaoyu called her. Upon arriving at Song Chang's hospital room, she learned that, following the surgery, the severed hand could not be reattached. However, the bleeding had stopped and the wound had been treated. At that moment, Song Chung lay in the hospital bed, still attached to an four, his complexion pale as a ghost. Daughter, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Song Mingming, Song Chung could not help but shed tears. Chapter 26. The pitiful Song Mingming. Song Mingming was instantly taken aback by the sight of his severed hand. What happened to you? Where's your hand? The sight of her father's tragic state filled her with a pang of sorrow. With tears in his eyes, Song Chung lamented, My dear daughter, this is all my fault, and I have dragged you into my misfortune. I borrowed money, and they demanded repayment last night. When I was unable to pay, they severed my hand. They warned that if I do not return the money within 3 days, they will take my other hand as well. Oh, daughter, you must save me. As he spoke, Song Chung wept uncontrollably. Song Mingming trembled slightly, her heart heavy with anguish. She harbored deep resentment towards Song Chung for ruining her life, a life that had almost been shattered just the day before due to him. Unable to contain her frustration, she exclaimed, This is all a consequence of your own actions. You asked me to repay you. What do I have to repay with? Do you not realize that I nearly lost my life last night? Now, they're causing a scene in my school. I will eventually be destroyed because of you. With that, she covered her face and wept bitterly, fully aware of her own suffering. With a father like him, what could she possibly do? Daughter, you cannot abandon me. If they take my hand, I will not survive. Please, do not pressure me further. Wiping her tears, Song Mingming replied, I will find a way. With that, she turned and left the hospital room. Outside, she could no longer contain her emotions, crouching on the ground, hugging her knees, and sobbing. Sometimes, she wished for an end to it all, but the thought of her mother depending on her kept her going through the years. Yet now, she felt utterly overwhelmed. At the school entrance, a crowd was gathering. Han Xiaoyu was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, glancing around restlessly. Xiaoyu, want to go to class first? I will take care of the matter concerning teacher Song. You just focus on your studies. Leave the rest to me. Chen Ping reassured her. Han Xiaoyu nodded. All right. Brother, no matter what, you must help the teacher. Of course. Go ahead. I will wait for teacher Song here. Reluctantly, Han Xiaoyu made her way into the school. At that moment, Lu Manchi drove up, her tall younger brother seated in the back, a freshman this year. Big sister, I'm off to school. Go ahead. Lu Manchi, with her mind elsewhere, lowered the car window, searching for Chen Ping's figure at the school gate. Ever since their mountain climbing trip, she had been unable to forget him. She hardly ever drove her brother to school, as it required waking up early. But now she found herself rising even earlier than him, hoping to encounter Chen Ping. Upon spotting him, Lu Manchi parked and walked toward him. Chen Ping. Chen Ping was waiting for Song Mingming at the entrance when he heard her call. Turning, he saw Lu Manchi. Good morning, Miss Lu. Lu Manchi, always impeccably dressed, approached Chen Ping with a cheerful smile. It's lovely to see you again, Chen Ping. Yes, Chen Ping replied awkwardly. Lu Manchi remarked, I apologize for yesterday. That man is named Wang Yu, and he has no real connection to me. His father is acquainted with mine, and he has been pursuing me, but I have not consented. Oh, Chen Ping replied indifferently, hardly registering her words. Noticing Chen Ping's aloofness, Lu Manqi felt a twinge of disappointment. Chen Ping, are you free today? Perhaps we could take a stroll to clear our minds? Lu Manqi extended her invitation once more. Chen Ping shook his head. No, I have some matters to attend to today. Oh, very well. Lu Manqi felt a sense of unease. She longed to grow closer to Chen Ping. Yet it seemed he held no interest in her. They stood awkwardly together, and Lu Manqi made no move to depart. Feeling the tension, Chen Ping asked Miss Lu, "Do you have any other business?" With a hint of melancholy, Lu Manqi replied, "Nothing in particular. I'm just bored and thought I might keep you company." "Oh, do you find me disagreeable?" "Not all." You clearly do." Chen Ping, having little interaction with women, assumed Lu Manqi was genuinely upset and hurried to clarify. "I apologize, Miss Lu, but I genuinely have matters to attend to. Perhaps we could take a walk another day?" Seeing his earnestness, Lu Manqi couldn't help but chuckle. "You said it after all. Indeed, I shall not disturb you any further. Farewell. Goodbye." Lu Manqi waved her hand and reluctantly returned home. As she got in her car, she noticed a strikingly beautiful woman approaching Chen Ping. Their jovial conversation stirred feelings of discomfort within Lu Manqi. "Ah, Chen Ping, eager to send me away. Fearing I might hinder your flirtations," she thought. "How typical of men, falling for one at a time. But wait, he has never loved me. Am I truly so unremarkable?" Seated in her vehicle, Lu Manqi's gaze remained fixed on Chen Ping and Song Mingming, who had just arrived, her expression clouded with sorrow as she forced a smile. "Good morning, Chen Ping." Noticing her red-rimmed eyes and weary demeanor, Chen Ping inquired with concern, "Song teacher, are you all right?" Song Mingming shook her head. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." "Song teacher, I am aware of your situation. Xiaoyu is also quite worried about you. Do not fret. I shall assist you in resolving it." "Thank you, Chen Ping, but I truly do not wish to burden you any further. Last night nearly caused you trouble, and I do not want you to face any more issues. There's no need for concern. Allow me to help. Really, it's unnecessary. I can handle it." "Song teacher, please listen to me. The Qin gang will not easily relent. If the matter remains unresolved, they will continue to pursue you. I do not wish for you to encounter any trouble, and Xiaoyu does not want to lose a wonderful teacher." Song Mingming was well aware of this. Yet she was reluctant to drag Chen Ping into her troubles. "Trust me, Song teacher. First, address your concerns at school, and then I will accompany you to confront them. Settle your debts so you can work in peace." Tears began to cascade down Song Mingming's cheeks as she looked at Chen Ping. "Thank you, Chen Ping. It's nothing. Friends help one another." "Yes." Song Mingming ceased her resistance, feeling overwhelmed. Chen Ping's words brought her a sense of relief she had never experienced before, even considering a drastic resolution to her troubles. The school entrance was nearly deserted, yet the notices plastered around were omnipresent. Song Mingming arrived at the school, and along the way, she overheard whispers about her. Failing to repay debts is inherently disgraceful, and now that the matter has become widely known, the opinions of others are inevitable, especially since they remain unaware of the truth. Song Mingming could only pretend not to hear as she entered the classroom. Upon seeing her, the students felt a sense of relief. Regardless of how others viewed her, the students in her class continued to hold her in high regard. "Ms. Song, the principal wishes to see you in his office." Although Song Mingming had intended to teach, a fellow teacher approached her with a textbook in hand, saying, "I'll handle the class. You should go meet the principal." Song Mingming nodded slightly. "Thank you for your help." Han Xiaoyu, noticing the teacher's departure, speculated that Song Mingming was likely being summoned for a discussion. Chapter 27. The Enthusiastic Lu Manqi Humph. Chen Ping was lost in thought as he watched Song Mingming enter the school, when suddenly he caught a whiff of a familiar and pleasant fragrance. Turning around, he saw Lu Manqi returning unexpectedly. "Where did everyone go?" Lu Manqi quipped, glancing at the empty school gate. Chen Ping smiled faintly. "Why haven't you left yet?" Lu Manqi replied, "I couldn't bear to." "Who is that beautiful woman?" "She is quite stunning. She is my sister's homeroom teacher, Song Mingming. Do you have feelings for her?" Chen Ping was taken aback. "Miss Lu may have misunderstood. I am merely discussing matters with Ms. Song." "I don't believe you. She has already gone inside, and you still seem reluctant." Chen Ping, at a loss for words, said, I'm only concerned for her. She seems upset. You say you don't like her, yet you are aware of her mood. With no other option, Chen Ping picked up a torn sticker nearby and handed it to her. You can see for yourself. Lu Manxi, slightly taken aback, examined the sticker closely. Oh, so that is how it is. Chen Ping explained, this situation has nothing to do with Ms. Song. It was her father who borrowed money using her identity. The lender is involved with the Qin gang, a group notorious for exploiting women by forcing them into illegal activities through predatory lending. Ms. Song has been coerced by them. Although I have only known her for a few days, she is a commendable teacher who often looks after my sister. I feel compelled to assist her, which is why I am waiting here to help her repay the debt. Upon hearing this, Lu Manxi realized she had misjudged Chen Ping, and her heart swelled with joy, particularly because she admired his sense of justice. I see now, Lu Manxi exclaimed angrily. The Qin gang is truly despicable. They're a blight on society. I can tell you that everyone in Nanhai despises them. They are utterly vile. Chen Ping looked at her and said, Isn't your father the deputy mayor? Doesn't he take any action? My father wishes to intervene. He often tells me that the Qin gang's criminal influence must be eradicated. However, he is constrained by the mayor above him. You see, the Qin gang is actually protected by the mayor. Is that so? Chen Ping had not expected this revelation. It explained the Qin gang's audacity. Seeing that Chen Ping was silent, Lu Manxi took the initiative to propose, Chen Ping, let me accompany you. The Qin gang is capable of anything. If I show up, they might at least give my father some respect. Very well. Chen Ping believed that having Lu Manxi intervene could indeed alleviate some of the troubles. After all, she was the daughter of the second-in-command of Nanhai. Song Mingming arrived at the principal's office, where the principal, with a serious demeanor, addressed her. Ms. Song, you are aware of this morning's incident, correct? Song Mingming nodded in acknowledgement. This matter has significant repercussions and has also impacted the school. Therefore, the administration has decided to suspend your classes temporarily. Song Mingming hesitated momentarily. Principal, is it possible to avoid this suspension? I assure you I will manage this situation and ensure it does not trouble the school in the future. The principal replied, It is not a matter of lacking compassion. This situation affects more than just the school. Moreover, considering your current circumstances, it is indeed not suitable for you to continue teaching at this time. The class you instruct is a key focus for the school. Given your present state, it is genuinely unfit for you to carry on. I have arranged for teacher Ma to temporarily take over your responsibilities. Focus on resolving your issues, and once they are settled, the school leadership will determine when you may return to teaching. Principal, I understand, but Class 88 is one I have nurtured since their first year. I hope you can grant me this opportunity. I promise to address it with my utmost dedication. Ms. Song, I hope you can comprehend, the principal replied. Heart heavy with despair, Song Mingming felt utterly defeated. She had invested her all into this class. And with the impending college entrance examinations next year, the school's decision to suspend her classes could mean that her years of devotion might be usurped by someone else, potentially affecting her students' performance. Feeling powerless in the face of the principal's resolute stance, she bowed her head in a desolate gesture and exited the office. As if her very soul had been drained, the school was primarily concerned with its reputation. Apprehensive that Song Mingming's predicament might cast a shadow over the entire faculty and student body. Hence, the decision to suspend her was so unyielding. Should she be suspended, the likelihood of her dismissal loomed large. Even if dismissal were averted, it was improbable that the school would reinstate her. This meant that her aspirations to return to Class 88 as their homeroom teacher were dimmed. Life can be so cruel. As she walked along the path, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Perhaps this was the darkest hour of her life. Without Chen Ping's illuminating support, she could not envision overcoming this hurdle. Upon reaching the school gate, Song Mingming wiped her tears, striving to regain her composure, not wanting Chen Ping to witness her disheveled state. As she stepped outside, she spotted Lu Manxi standing beside Chen Ping. Women often engage in comparisons. Lu Manxi, hailing from a privileged background, radiated confidence, and her striking beauty made Song Mingming feel a twinge of inferiority. Ms. Song, Chen Ping approached her immediately. Are you all right? He inquired with concern. Song Mingming shook her head. I'm fine. Lu Manqi joined them, offering a gentle smile. "Hello, Miss Song. My name is Lu Manqi, a friend of Chen Ping." "Hello, Miss Lu." Song Mingming greeted her politely, yet she felt an inexplicable pang of discomfort upon hearing Lu Manqi introduced as Chen Ping's friend. Chen Ping continued, "Miss Song, we are going to the company from which you borrowed money. I have some funds on hand, and I will help clear your debts. Rest assured, Miss Song. Chen Ping and I will assist you," Lu Manqi added. Upon hearing these words, Song Mingming felt not the joy she had anticipated, but rather a wave of self-doubt and pity for herself. "Thank you." She bowed slightly to Chen Ping and Lu Manqi. "Let's go. I can drive you there." "I know the way," Lu Manqi suggested. "All right," Chen Ping nodded. "Miss Song, shall we?" he inquired. Song Mingming, influenced by Lu Manqi, spoke very little that day. If Chen Ping did not initiate a conversation, she was reluctant to share her thoughts. Once in the vehicle, she sat alone in the back seat, while Chen Ping occupied the passenger seat and Lu Manqi was at the wheel. Chen Ping noticed something was amiss with Song Mingming and expressed his concern, saying, "Miss Song, you need not worry too much. The matter has been resolved, and everything will be all right." "Indeed, Miss Song, it's not a significant issue. Now that it's settled, all will be well," Lu Manqi reassured her. "Thank you, Chen Ping. I will repay you as soon as possible," Song Mingming replied, fumbling for the right words. Chen Ping furrowed his brow and said, "Miss Song, the money is of no concern to me. I consider you my friend. Your issues are my issues. You truly need not dwell on it. I will take care of everything." "Thank you, Chen Ping." This might have been the most comforting words Song Mingming had heard that day, illuminating her darkness like a beacon of hope. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Ping had quietly nestled into her heart. Chapter 28. Repayment. Shortly thereafter, Lu Manqi parked the car in front of a company. "This is the Baihu Hall of the Qin gang, led by Yi Chun. He specializes in lending and investment," she explained. "All right," Lu Manqi smiled. "Let us go inside and seek out Yi Chun." After exiting the vehicle, Lu Manqi led Chen Ping and Song Mingming directly into the company. The establishment appeared quite reputable. One could easily mistake it for a legitimate business if unaware of its true nature. The receptionist, a young lady, greeted them with a professional smile as they entered. "Hello. How may I assist you today?" Lu Manqi responded. "We are looking for General Manager Yi. Is he available?" "He is, but do you have an appointment?" "No, but please inform him that Lu Manqi wishes to see him. Please hold on." Recognizing Lu Manqi's distinguished status, the receptionist turned and called the upper management. Before long, the phone rang. "Miss Lu, Manager Yi has requested that you go directly to the top floor." "Thank you." The receptionist guided them to the elevator and pressed the button before departing. Each was in his office. Despite the Qin gang's reputation as a gang, each leader managed certain businesses and had a multitude of matters to attend to daily. This is why the Qin gang differed from other criminal organizations, which primarily resorted to violence and ultimately failed to thrive. "Lu Manqi? What brings her to see me?" Yi Chun pondered with curiosity. "Boss, does she have feelings for you?" One of his subordinates joked. "Huh." They laughed. Yi Chun scolded them. "Get lost." Such words should not be spoken lightly. Young Master Wang has been pursuing Lu Manqi. A careless jest could lead to trouble with young Master Wang. "Understood, boss. Wang's woman must not be treated lightly. I will personally greet her." Yi Chun stood at the elevator entrance, ready to receive them. At first glance, the entire upper floor resembled a hideout for the underworld, populated by dozens of idling thugs. Ding! The elevator doors slid open. The first to step out was Lu Manqi. Yi Chun immediately greeted her with a smile. "Miss Lu?" Before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of Chen Ping and Song Mingming emerging, and his expression shifted dramatically. "Chen Ping?" Yi Chun's eyes twitched, and he gritted his teeth to utter the name. As soon as he spoke, the subordinates behind him also noticed Chen Ping and Song Mingming and instinctively surrounded them, creating a tense atmosphere. Song Mingming was evidently startled by the situation, instinctively moving closer to Chen Ping. He pulled her behind him and reassured, "Teacher Song, do not be afraid." Lu Manqi furrowed her brows and questioned, "Yi Chun, what are you doing?" She was unaware of the enmity between Chen Ping and the White Tiger Hall. Out of consideration for Lu Manqi's presence, Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. "Everyone, stand down." The subordinates complied and stepped aside. "Miss Lu, How did you come to be with Chen Ping? Yi Chen inwitted. Lu Manqi paused slightly. He's my friend. Why? Do you know each other? Yi Chen's expression darkened. Oh, we know each other quite well. You might not be aware, but Chen Ping killed one of my trusted aides yesterday. That grudge remains unavenged. What? Lu Manqi's face was a mask of shock as she turned to Chen Ping. Chen Ping, you killed someone yesterday? Chen Ping nodded slightly, yes. This. Lu Manqi was completely taken aback. Yi Chen glared at Chen Ping with murderous intent. You have quite the audacity, don't you? I hadn't come looking for you. Yet you sought me out. Aren't you afraid I might eliminate you? Chen Ping replied coolly. You seem quite confident. What do you mean? Nothing much. I dare to come here, so I have no fear. Today, I am not here to fight. I am here to repay a debt. Repay a debt? Yi Chen's gaze shifted to Song Mingming. Are you here to repay her debt? Yes, I am repaying the money she owes. Clapping his hands together, Yi Chen laughed. Very well, since you are here to settle the debt, that simplifies matters. Lu Manqi interjected, Yi Chen, I don't care what grievances you have with Chen Ping. He is here to repay a debt today, so do not stir up trouble. Yi Chen nodded slightly. I certainly wish to honor Miss Lu's wishes. Today, I will not lay a finger on him. We will only discuss money. Please proceed. He chose not to press further, not solely out of respect for Lu Manqi, but primarily because he had been instructed not to provoke Chen Ping for the time being. Chen Ping followed Yi Chen into the office. Leaning back in his chair, Yi Chen propped his legs on the desk and addressed Chen Ping. Today, I am doing this for Miss Lu's sake. As long as you clear the debt, Song Mingming's obligations will be wiped clean. Chen Ping inquired, how much is it in total? We are legitimate businessmen. We must calculate the amount accurately. You know how fluctuating the interest can be. Yi Chen gestured, go and tally Song Mingming's debts and be sure to get it right. We don't want anyone accusing us of bullying. Understood, boss. Chen Ping awaited their calculations. After a full hour, a subordinate finally entered with a detailed account. Boss, the total debt for Song Mingming, including principal and interest, amounts to 1,376,000. Is that all? Surely, you Haven team made a mistake? Yi Chen was dissatisfied, feeling it was too little. Boss, I've added everything. This is all there is. All right, let me add a bit more. Yi Chen picked up a pen and inscribed another amount on the bill, then tossed the account to Chen Ping. A total of 2,376,000. Repay the money, and we shall part ways without any lingering ties. What? How could it be so much? Song Mingming was utterly stunned upon hearing the figure. I only borrowed 500,000. How am I supposed to repay over 2 million in just 3 months? She was on the verge of collapse. Lu Manqi was equally taken aback by the exorbitant sum and remarked, Yi Chen, I senti this a bit excessive. Even loan sharks don't charge this much. Yi Chen replied, Miss Lu, we conduct our business transparently, all according to the contract. Our interest rates are clearly stated. If she found it excessive, she could have chosen not to borrow. We did not coerce her. Lu Manqi retorted angrily. Is there no possibility of a discount? Miss Lu, I truly cannot oblige. It is not a matter of disrespect. Rules are rules and must be upheld. This money I will cover. Lu Manqi took a deep breath and began to search her bag for a card. Chen Ping stopped her, saying, Miss Lu, there is no need. I will handle it. Yi Chen, even according to the contract, it amounts to only 1,376,000. What is this additional 1 million for? You must clarify. With a loud clap, Yi Chen suddenly slammed his hand down, furious. Chen Ping, let me make it clear. That 1 million is Zhang Sen's relocation fee. You may refuse, but I assure you, this matter will never be resolved if you do not pay. Chen Ping frowned slightly. Fine, I will pay in full. He refrained from arguing further, recognizing that it would serve no purpose. Yi Chen was clearly using this situation to torment Song Mingming, and no amount of debate would reduce the sum owed. For Chen Ping, any trouble that could be resolved with money was not a trouble at all. Swipe the card. Chen Ping produced his salary card and handed it to Yi Chen. The funds were modest, just enough to settle the matter. Though the military benefits in the Great Xia were decent, they hardly constituted wealth. The 200,000 he was parting with was the result of years of savings. He had no real estate, no enterprises. This was the entirety of his accumulation. Today, it would all be spent. Chapter 29. A meal invitation. Yi Chen had not anticipated that Chen Ping would simply hand over the money. Go settle the account. A subordinate took the card to settle the bill and returned shortly, presenting the card back to Yi Chun. Boss, it's all taken care of. A sudden sense of boredom washed over Yi Chun. He teased while holding the card. You truly are generous with your spending on women. It's all cleared now. Chen Ping replied calmly. Hand me the card. Sure. Yi Chun tossed the card toward Chen Ping with such speed that it could have been lethal. Chen Ping effortlessly caught it between two fingers and coldly stated, I have already given you the money. I hope you refrain from further harassing Song Mingming. If you dare, I will personally end you. Yi Chun sneered, is that so? I would relish the opportunity to end you myself. I simply wonder who would meet their demise first. You may attempt it. Chen Ping concluded, addressing Lu Manxi and Song Mingming. Let us depart. All right. Yi Chun called out from behind. Chen Ping. Our affairs will eventually reach a conclusion. Just wait. Ignoring him, Chen Ping led them away. Once in the car, Song Mingming, with tears of gratitude, expressed, Chen Ping. Thank you for helping me resolve my debt. I am at a loss for how to repay you. I assure you, I will return the money, Chen Ping remarked. Chen Ping responded, Teacher Song, please do not concern yourself with such matters. Money is merely a triviality to me. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, perhaps you can invite me and Xiaoyu over for a simple meal another day. Song Mingming managed a faint smile and nodded. All right. Wait, I want to join too. Teacher Song. Lu Manxi eagerly raised her hand and exclaimed, I would love to taste your culinary skills. Song Mingming chuckled. Yes, thank you, Miss Lu. I shall invite you both over soon. That sounds wonderful. Lu Manxi joyfully inquired of Chen Ping. What shall we do now? Would you like to take a stroll together? Let us first escort Teacher Song back to school. Very well. Song Mingming expressed her disappointment. There's no need. I have been suspended from classes. What? Chen Ping queried in surprise. What happened? Song Mingming recounted the situation. This school truly knows how to evade responsibility. Not only do they refuse to assist Teacher Song, but they also kick her when she's down. They ought to be reformed, Lu Manxi declared indignantly. Chen Ping could only offer comfort. Teacher Song is resilient. With your remarkable talent, once the situation settles, you will undoubtedly return to teaching. Song Mingming nodded. I hope so. Lu Manxi patted her chest confidently. Leave this matter to me. I shall have my father call the school and demand that Teacher Song be reinstated. Really? I'm grateful, Miss Lu. No need for thanks. We are friends now. Indeed. By the way, since we are friends, let us dispense with the formal titles. They feel rather distant. You may call me Manxi, and I shall call you Mingming. Song Mingming agreed. I think that is a splendid idea. Then it is settled. Lu Manxi's cheerful demeanor lightened the heavy atmosphere surrounding Song Mingming. Chen Ping, what shall we do now? Lu Manxi insisted on staying close to him. I am heading to the market to buy groceries. I need to prepare dinner for Xiaoyu. Grocery shopping had become a routine for Chen Ping. Upon hearing this, Lu Manxi's interest peaked. Oh, I have never been to a market before. Since lunch is approaching, how about I pay, and you do the heavy lifting? We can enjoy a meal at your place afterwards. Caught off guard by the eager gazes of the two ladies, Chen Ping found it difficult to decline. Ahem. Very well then. Yay. This is wonderful. Lu Manxi exclaimed with excitement. Which market are we going to? The one near the school. All right. Before long, they arrived at the bustling market, where Chen Ping led the two lovely ladies through the lively scene. Lu Manxi, being a sheltered young lady unaccustomed to such environments, was captivated by everything around her, eager to purchase anything that caught her eye. Let's buy this. Oh, that too, she exclaimed, relentless in her shopping spree. Much to Chen Ping's dismay, after a round of shopping, Chen Ping found himself carrying dozens of pounds of vegetables, while Song Mingming lent a hand with a few bags. Manxi, do stop. We cannot possibly eat this much, Song Mingming advised. Lu Manxi smiled mischievously. All right, but I shall return to buy more next time. Chen Ping sighed in exasperation. You find this amusing now, but once you take charge and have to shop for groceries every day, you will grow weary of it. Lu Manxi gazed at Chen Ping, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Surely not. If in the future I were to cook for the one I cherish every day, how could that ever become tiresome? She playfully chided Chen Ping, then added, Let us head back. I still have to prepare dinner. All right. Song Mingming nodded in agreement. Chen Ping and Song Mingming turned to leave, while Lu Manxi lingered, watching Chen Ping's retreating figure, playfully lamenting, What a thick-headed fellow, utterly devoid of romantic finesse. Wait for me. Chen Ping led them back home. Make yourselves comfortable. I shall tend to the ingredients, he declared. I'll assist you, Song Mingming offered, following him into the kitchen. The bounty of groceries was overwhelming, compelling Chen Ping to categorize and stow away the excess in the refrigerator. Unable to contain her restlessness, Lu Manqi dashed into the kitchen. Let me wash the vegetables, she insisted. The kitchen, already cramped, became even more chaotic with Lu Manqi's inexperience, as she clumsily fumbled about, contributing little to the task at hand. Manqi, perhaps you should rest outside, Chen Ping suggested kindly. Leave this to me and teacher Song. Dinner will be ready shortly. Very well, Lu Manqi pouted, reluctantly discarding the vegetables and exiting the kitchen. Observing her demeanor, Song Mingming remarked to Chen Ping, I'll go keep her company. Sure, Chen Ping replied. Soon, Lu Manqi and Song Mingming were engaged in lively conversation, both harboring feelings for Chen Ping, yet enjoying their time together amicably. Filled with laughter and chatter, time slipped away swiftly. Chen Ping, adept and efficient, soon laid out a sumptuous lunch. Wow, Chen Ping, your culinary skills are remarkable, Lu Manqi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Just looking at the dishes makes my mouth water. Song Mingming set the table, smiling as she added, Chen Ping's cooking is exceptional. It rivals that of any chef in a restaurant. Lu Manqi paused in surprise. Mingming, you've tasted his cooking? Song Mingming nodded slightly, yes. I was fortunate enough to have a meal prepared by him once. Is that so? Lu Manqi blinked at Chen Ping with curiosity. Chen Ping, feeling a flicker of embarrassment, urged, let us eat. Oh, I must sample it to see if it truly lives up to the praise. Would you like something to drink? Perhaps a little wine? Let us forego the wine. You do need to drive later, don't you? Just a sip won't hurt, right? All right, but don't overindulge, Chen Ping conceded, retrieving a bottle of beer from the fridge. Occasionally, he indulged in a bottle to satisfy his cravings. Is one bottle really sufficient? Lu Manqi questioned, frowning. Let us start with this. If it's not enough, we can always get more later. Mingming, would you care for a drink? No. I have other matters to attend to, she replied. Oh. Chen Ping poured a glass for Lu Manqi and one for himself. Wow. Chen Ping, your cooking is truly exceptional. Lu Manqi devoured the meal with the enthusiasm of a true foodie, completely shedding her usual poised demeanor. Perhaps this was her authentic self, as she felt at ease with Chen Ping and Song Mingming, behaving less reservedly in the company of friends. Chapter 30. Lu Zhongyuan's plans, pleasant moments always seem to pass swiftly. After lunch, Song Mingming rose and said, Chen Ping, Manqi, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Once I've completed my tasks, I shall invite you both to my home. Lu Manqi, having enjoyed a bit of wine, felt a rosy glow in her cheeks. She reluctantly grasped Song Mingming's hand and said, Yes, you must take me grocery shopping when the time comes. Also, when I get home, I will have my father call your principal. Thank you, Manqi. It's nothing, we are friends after all. Indeed. Chen Ping, Manqi, I shall take my leave now. Goodbye. Be careful on your way. After bidding farewell, Song Mingming departed. Seizing the opportunity of the class suspension, she intended to rent a place and move. Moreover, Song Cheng was still in the hospital. As a dutiful daughter, she felt obligated to check on him. Chen Ping, I feel quite dizzy. After seeing off Song Mingming, Lu Manqi rubbed her temples. Her cheeks flushed as she flopped onto the sofa. I can't take it anymore. I need a rest. Chen Ping was rendered speechless. She had merely consumed 3 glasses of beer, yet appeared in such a state. In truth, Lu Manqi was not accustomed to drinking at all. Rest for a while. Chen Ping entered the room and fetched a blanket to cover her. Lu Manqi was genuinely dizzy. Curled up on the sofa, she quickly fell asleep once the blanket was draped over her. Chen Ping tidied up the aftermath, washing the dishes. Upon returning to the living room, he found Lu Manqi already sound asleep. Watching her serene slumber, Chen Ping recalled her warm enthusiasm upon their first meeting. Each encounter was marked by her bright and inviting demeanor. In reality, Chen Ping was not oblivious. A girl so proactive and passionate clearly sought to draw closer to him. Yet, he harbored no such inclinations, especially after enduring the harshness of war. He was wary of opening his heart to anyone. At present, His sole desire was to care for Han Xiaoyu, healing slowly in a life devoid of conflicts and turmoil. Chen Ping approached Lu Manqi, gently adjusting the blanket over her before retreating to his own room. Lu Manqi slept soundly until around 6 in the evening, when she groggily awoke. Awake? Chen Ping sat idly in the living room. Upon noticing her consciousness, he rose to pour her a glass of water. Lu Manqi offered an embarrassed smile as she sat up to accept the glass. I'm sorry, I fell asleep. It's all right. After finishing the water, Lu Manqi glanced at the time. Oh no, it's 6:30. I must hurry home. She hurriedly gathered her belongings. Chen Ping, I shall take my leave. Sorry for the disturbance. All right. As Lu Manqi exited, she let out a long sigh, lightly massaging her dizzy head. How did I fall asleep? I hope I didn't mumble anything embarrassing. How mortifying. Lu Manqi hastily departed. After her exit, Chen Ping also stepped out. It was nearly 8 o'clock. Han Xiaoyu would be finishing school soon. Since he had nothing else to do, he decided to wait by the school gate. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, students began to emerge from the school in succession. The high school had both boarders and day students, and Han Xiaoyu was among the latter, allowing her to return home for rest every day at 8. After waiting for a while, Chen Ping spotted Han Xiaoyu pushing her bicycle out. Brother. Upon seeing Chen Ping, Han Xiaoyu quickened her pace to approach him. How is the teacher? Chen Ping replied, everything is fine now. It has all been resolved. That's wonderful. Does this mean the teacher can return to class? Today, I heard from my classmates that the teacher had been suspended. Yes, she has been suspended. But Teacher Song will likely be back soon. Really? Yes. That's great. Let's return home. Have we dined yet? Not yet. I have been waiting to eat at home. I am utterly famished. Upon our return, dear brother will prepare a delightful meal for you. Indeed, upon hearing that Song Mingming was no longer in distress, Han Xiaoyu felt a weight lift from her heart. Lu Manqi arrived home shortly after 7 in the evening. Miss, you have returned. A servant greeted her. Miss, young Master Wang visited the house twice today and left not long ago. Oh, Lu Manqi replied indifferently. Auntie, do we have any guests? Yes, Director Su from the police station. Oh, Auntie, I am hungry. Is there anything to eat? Please wait a moment, miss. I shall prepare it right away. Lu Manqi retrieved her phone and reclined on the sofa, noticing several missed calls from Wang Yu. How bothersome. With little inclination to explain, she returned to her phone. In the study on the second floor, Lu Zhongyuan had summoned Su Lai for a discussion. Su Lai, you have held the position of director for several years now, have you not? Lu Zhongyuan remarked leisurely. Su Lai nodded. It has been 5 years. All thanks to your support. Lu Zhongyuan waved his hand dismissively. You too have risen from the ranks of the basic police force. Your journey has not been an easy one, especially in recent years. Su Lai sighed. Indeed, to be candid, I have been exceedingly cautious in my duties during these years. Lu Zhongyuan expressed his concerns. The economy of Nanhai has indeed improved, but the public safety situation is alarming. The citizens have voiced numerous complaints against us. As the head of the Nanhai police station, your responsibility is immense. Su Lai furrowed his brow. Looking at Lu Zhongyuan, what do you imply? Lu Zhongyuan spoke earnestly. You are not an outsider. I have no need to conceal anything from you. I summoned you today to share some heartfelt words. The actions of the Qin gang in Nanhai over the past few years have severely jeopardized public order, causing significant distress among the citizens, to the point that they speak of it with fear, particularly the Wang brothers, whose lawlessness could only be described as rampant. They have infiltrated every level of various departments and industries, engaging in countless illegal activities. This situation has garnered considerable attention from higher authorities, and my former superior has hinted at some information. A decision has been made to rectify such issues across various locales, with Nanhai likely to be a focal point. Su Lai, upon hearing this, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could not decipher the true meaning behind Lu Zhongyuan's words. After all, everyone in Nanhai has their share of dirty water. Lu Zhongyuan continued, I share this information with you because I believe you possess a sense of justice. We cannot follow the Wang brothers down a path of darkness. When the day of reckoning arrives, none will escape. Su Lai inquired, what do you mean? Lu Zhongyuan replied, if the Wang brothers continue on this path, it is only a matter of time before disaster strikes. We must reconsider how to safeguard ourselves. The upper echelons are determined to implement reforms. It is merely a matter of time. If we wish to avoid calamity, it is time to take action. At the very least, to refrain from aligning ourselves with the Wang brothers. Su Lai nodded in agreement, promptly stating, I will heed your counsel. It was you who advocated for my promotion against all odds. I shall always stand by your side. Lu Zhongyuan affirmed, indeed. What we must do now is to refrain from hastily severing ties, while simultaneously preventing the Wang siblings from causing further chaos. At the very least, we need to assert our position and cease to indulge in their misdeeds, preparing ourselves to distance from them at any moment. When the time comes for scrutiny, we should be able to prove our innocence. Understood. I heed your counsel. Chapter 31. A conversation between father and daughter. Lu Zhongyuan's urgent desire to dissociate himself stems from the information he has received from above. He is not a native of Nanhai, having been parachuted in 8 years ago. Initially, he harbored great ambitions, only to discover that matters were not as straightforward as he had envisioned. Not to mention, as the second-in-command in Nanhai, he lacks connections, rendering his policies difficult to implement. Gradually, he found himself compelled to compromise, for otherwise he would struggle to perform even the most fundamental tasks in Nanhai. Su Lai, on the other hand, is a native of Nanhai, having been born and raised there with a military background. In his early years, he was assigned to a grassroots position as a police officer when the situation in Nanhai was still relatively stable prior to Wang Huan's ascension. Through his tenacity and diligence, he was swiftly promoted. However, once he reached a certain level, further advancement eluded him until Lu Zhongyuan recognized his potential and strongly recommended him for promotion. Now, occupying this significant position, he inevitably attracted Wang Huan's attention. Over the years, as the police chief, he has turned a blind eye to the Qin gang. His actions are not without reason. He understands that not doing so would jeopardize his position. Su Lai is also apprehensive, aware that the political arena is akin to walking on thin ice, where one's autonomy is limited. He fears that if Wang Huan were to fall from grace, he too would be ensnared in the aftermath. Today, Lu Zhongyuan's words have only solidified his conviction. Remaining aboard Wang Huan's ship until the end would ultimately lead to disaster. With Lu Zhongyuan offering him an exit, he is more than willing to take it, especially since he has considered himself part of Lu Zhongyuan's faction over the years. After their conversation, Lu Zhongyuan escorted Su Lai downstairs. Upon seeing Su Lai, Lu Manchi promptly stood up to greet him, saying, "Hello, Uncle Su." Su Lai chuckled, "Haha, Manchi, you are becoming increasingly beautiful." With such praise from Uncle Su, I might just become proud, she replied with a laugh. Indeed, you should. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Zhongyuan personally helped Su Lai into his vehicle, returning to the living room only after watching him leave. Where have you been all day? I haven't seen you. Lu Zhongyuan inquired as he settled into the sofa, crossing his legs. With a mischievous smile, Lu Manchi replied, I was out having fun. By the way, Wang Yu came looking for you today. You said you didn't answer his call. Why didn't you pick up? I simply didn't want to, she retorted. What is the matter? Do you find him uninteresting? Father, could you please refrain from meddling in my affairs? Matters of marriage, in particular, should be off limits. Are you suggesting that, as your father, I have no say? It's not that you can't have a say, but at the very least, I should be able to choose someone I like. Lu Zhongyuan teased. Then should I find you a soldier? Lu Manchi immediately thought of Chen Ping, her eyes narrowing with a smile. Dad, how did you guess? I don't want to find a military man. They are so dashing. Ideally, someone named Chen Ping, right? Huh? Lu Manchi exclaimed, her face alight with surprise as she gazed at Lu Zhongyuan. Dad, how did you know? Lu Zhongyuan's expression darkened. How would I know if you were with him today? Did you take him to see Chun? Father, you truly are impressive. Nothing escapes your notice. I have no objection to whom you choose to associate with. But you must avoid getting involved with Chen Ping. Why is that? Are you genuinely unaware or merely pretending? I have yet to investigate his background. It is said that he is connected to Cao Zhan, purportedly affiliated with the South China Sea Military District. However, there is no record of such a person in that district. Moreover, he bears the demeanor of a soldier, one who can kill without a second thought. Currently, the Qin gang is refraining from taking action, courtesy of Cao Zhan, but as time passes, that may change. Lu Manqi dismissed her father's concerns. Father, Chen Ping is a good man. He came to the South Sea to honor his fallen comrades by taking care of their sister. Is someone so loyal and righteous not a worthy man? Do you blindly believe whatever he says? Regardless, you must heed my advice. Do not get too close to him until his identity is clarified. If anything goes awry, I won't be able to protect you. Lu Manqi smiled gently. So, does this imply that you don't actually oppose my relationship with Chen Ping? At least until we ascertain the truth, refrain from pursuing a relationship. Thank you, Father. You are truly kind. Your father wishes for you to find someone you like, but you must be discerning. I understand, Father. My eyes are wide open, and I can see clearly. Let's hope so. Lu Manqi had anticipated her father's disapproval, yet now felt no burden. However, she was puzzled and inquired, Father, why then do you allow me to date Wang Yu? Lu Zhongyuan replied, these are merely superficial connections in the realm of officialdom. I cannot say he is unworthy of you. Wang Huan wishes to forge an alliance through marriage, and I comprehend his motives. Nonetheless, one must not become too entangled. I would prefer you to find someone from an ordinary background. In politics, one can never predict when trouble may arise. Oh, I understand, Father. I shall ignore him from now on. That simply won't do. Sometimes, appearances must be maintained. You need only to neither accept nor reject him. Isn't that somewhat manipulative? Precisely. It avoids offending anyone while remaining true to oneself. I comprehend what to do now. That's good. Now, why not place a call? He has been waiting for you all day. Very well. But Father, could you assist me with one matter before I call? Now you're negotiating? What is it? In truth, it's a minor favor for you. A friend of mine is a teacher at Yizhong. Due to certain circumstances, she owes Yichen money. Yichen has been making a fuss at the school, resulting in her suspension. Father, I would like your assistance in helping my friend resume her classes. All right, what is your friend's name? I will make a call to the education department shortly. Song Mingming. Understood. Thank you, Father. Now, I shall return Wang Yu's call. With a smile, Lu Manqi rose, albeit reluctantly, to call Wang Yu. She understood that Lu Zhongyuan's insistence was to avoid offending the Wang family. Hello. Wang Yu was fuming. Upon learning that Chen Ping had taken Lu Manqi to see Yi Chun, jealousy consumed him. He nearly resolved to confront Chen Ping, but fortunately, he was dissuaded. It is essential to note that his father had explicitly instructed him not to take any action against Chen Ping for the time being. Wang Yu was taken aback to discover that the individual responsible for Zhang Sen's demise was none other than Chen Ping, whom he held in low regard. Moreover, he was astonished by Chen Ping's audacity to disregard his words, repeatedly associating with Lu Manqi. The day had been fraught with anxiety as he attempted to reach Lu Manqi by phone, only to be met with silence, and upon visiting her home, he found her absent. His mind was inundated with visions of Lu Manqi and Chen Ping together, intensifying his disdain for Chen Ping. Manqi, where are you? Wang Yu felt a flicker of relief upon receiving Lu Manqi's call. I'm at home. Why did you call me? She inquired, sounding slightly drowsy. What? You were asleep? How can you possibly sleep during the day? Upon hearing her response, Wang Yu's imagination spiraled, pondering whether she had been with Chen Ping. Lu Manqi frowned at his tone. If I'm tired, I can sleep. What's wrong with that? I'm not saying you can't sleep, but where are you sleeping? I went to your house and didn't find you. I'm at Ming's place. So what? Oh, though uncertain of the truth, Wang Yu felt a sense of comfort. Do you think I'm an easy person to dismiss? Lu Manqi challenged. Of course not. How could that be? That's good. Do you need anything else? No, I'm just about to grab a bite. Haven't you eaten yet? How about I accompany you out to eat? No need. My mom has already prepared dinner. All right. Are you free tomorrow? Shall we have lunch? Sure. Let's arrange it for tomorrow. I'm off to eat now. Okay. After hanging up, Wang Yu felt slightly uplifted, yet his animosity towards Chen Ping remained unabated. Chapter 32. Han Xiaoyu's self-healing having connections makes a significant difference. That evening, Song Mingming received a phone call from the principal, informing her that she would resume classes the next day, continuing with Class 88. Upon hearing this delightful news, the gloom of the past couple of days dissipated entirely. Although those days had felt like the darkest moments of her life, she also experienced warmth from Chen Ping and Lu Manqi. She recognized that it must have been Lu Manqi who had come to her aid. After hanging up, she called Lu Manqi to express her gratitude. Naturally, She also shared this wonderful news with Chen Ping. Upon hearing the news, Chen Ping immediately informed Han Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, Ms. Song will be back to teach tomorrow. That evening, Han Xiaoyu, well-fed, sat cross-legged on the sofa, watching a variety show. Upon receiving the news, she raised her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Yay, that's fantastic. You have no idea. That teacher Ma is quite fierce. Ms. Song is so gentle." Chen Ping chuckled. "I think being a bit fierce can be beneficial." "What? Brother, aren't you also rather fierce?" "Me? I suppose it depends on whom I'm dealing with." "Hee, I know you would never be fierce with me." "That is not necessarily true. If you misbehave, I might just surprise you. I'm being obedient now. Today at school, I diligently reviewed all the lessons I've fallen behind on. That's the spirit. You should focus on your studies." "Brother, I need to tell you something. Today I heard from my classmates that many students have gone missing from various schools lately. And they're all girls. Hearing my classmates talk about it was quite frightening." Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback. "Missing? How could anyone go missing?" Han Xiaoyu widened her eyes and said, "Brother, I've heard that there are even drug users." "Drug use? Disappearances? Is this happening at your school?" "I heard there are drug users, and 2 second-year female students have been absent for several days. Their parents have caused a scene multiple times, but the school can't locate them. The police are searching, but they can't find them. How could this happen? I don't know. Brother, do you think they might be dead?" Chen Ping shook his head. "I can't say for certain. Xiaoyu, you need to be cautious. Regardless of who offers you food or invites you to go somewhere, do not go." "All right, I understand, brother." Han Xiaoyu nodded and asked, "Brother, how is Xiao Jie doing?" Chen Ping replied, "He is fine for now. He just needs to recuperate. The hospital will contact me immediately if there are any updates, so you need not worry." "That's good to hear," Han Xiaoyu said. "By the way, brother, that day at the Royal Club, we were fortunate that He Wu helped us. Otherwise, Xiao Jie would have been beaten to death." "He Wu? Is he the one who kidnapped me that day?" "Yes. He was there that day to help you." "Yes, he happened to be there. When he saw me pleading for help, he intervened on my behalf." "I see. The next time I see him, I will thank him for you." "Okay." Han Xiaoyu glanced at Chen Ping, appearing hesitant to speak, but ultimately refrained from asking. However, she seemed to carry a weight on her mind. Noticing her demeanor, Chen Ping proactively inquired, "Xiaoyu, is there something you wish to ask me?" Han Xiaoyu nodded, "Yes. Brother, I have always wanted to know how my brother sacrificed himself." Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at the framed photograph of Han Chong in front of them, the memories of the battlefield flooding his mind like a tide. His eyes unwittingly moistened. He dreaded revisiting that brutal experience. Seeing Chen Ping's eyes glisten, Han Xiaoyu felt sorrowful as well, tears slowly cascading down her cheeks. "Did my brother die a tragic death?" Chen Ping took a deep breath, feeling a sharp pang in his heart as he noticed Han Xiaoyu in tears. He sat beside her, wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and choked out, "Xiaoyu, your brother was incredibly brave. He was a hero of the nation, a first-class combat hero. That day, he single-handedly annihilated over 300 enemies. He and his comrades fought fiercely for an entire day and night to prevent the enemy's retreat, repelling countless attacks. Faced with an enemy force many times their number, they showed no fear. In the end, when their ammunition ran out, your brother led the remaining soldiers into a fierce hand-to-hand combat with the advancing enemy. They fought until their last breath to complete their mission. It was due to your brother and his comrades' valiant efforts that they successfully halted the enemy's retreat, allowing our main forces to encircle them and ultimately achieve victory. When I found your brother, he was still in a fighting stance, surrounded by the bodies of the enemies he had defeated. By the end of his recount, Chen Ping's tears flowed freely. Brother Wu. Han Xiaoyu clung tightly to Chen Ping, sobbing uncontrollably in his embrace. Xiaoyu, your brother is a hero, and we should be proud of him. His last words to me were to take good care of you. So, you must live well. Though your brother has sacrificed himself, his spirit will watch over you from above, blessing you. Oh, brother, how I miss you. Han Xiaoyu finally released a month's worth of repressed emotions today. Chen Ping understood the burden in her heart and encouraged her to express everything tonight, allowing her to cry freely so that she would no longer torment herself. Unaware of how long she had cried, Han Xiaoyu's tears had dried up. She rose from Chen Ping's embrace, wiped her tears, and offered a faint smile. Brother, You are right. I must live well, carrying my brother's hopes, and thrive. Chen Ping gently patted her head. Yes, let us live well together. Indeed. Han Xiaoyu added, Brother, what about the photos I threw away? I want to place them back in my room so that I can see my brother as soon as I open my eyes. Chen Ping smiled. I will get them for you. He went to the room, retrieved the discarded photos, and handed them to Han Xiaoyu. This is the best gift from your brother. You must not lose them again. Yes, I will arrange them right away. Han Xiaoyu smiled as she took the photos and sat on her bed, cherishing each image of Han Xiaoyu. In the photos, Han Xiaoyu appeared radiant and handsome, presenting his most beautiful side to Han Xiaoyu. Brother, rest assured, Xiaoyu will not let you down again. I will live well. I will surely be admitted to Jing University, and I will never disappoint you. Han Xiaoyu spoke these words with a smile. She carefully arranged Han Xiaoyu's photos in her room, recognizing, as Chen Ping said, that this was the most precious gift from him. Meanwhile, Chen Ping stood before Han Xiaoyu's memorial portrait, lighting 3 incense sticks and reassured, Brother, you can rest easy. Xiaoyu has matured. Please trust that I will take good care of her. Chen Ping bowed 3 times before the portrait and placed the incense in the burner. Looking at the memorial, he smiled with contentment. In that moment, his heart felt healed. Chapter 33. Su Qin invites Chen Ping to be a deputy police officer. Life continued as usual. Song Mingming successfully returned to school, and Han Xiaoyu resumed her normal life. Chen Ping's heart gradually healed, and his bond with Han Xiaoyu grew increasingly familial. Over the next few days, he continued to escort Han Xiaoyu to and from school, often visiting the market during the day to buy her favorite vegetables. However, Lu Manqi had not returned to school since the last time she spent an afternoon at Chen Ping's home, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Additionally, with Wang Yu constantly seeking her out, and her penchant for sleeping in, she had not accompanied her brother to school in recent days. Song Mingming had been quite busy lately, searching for a new apartment, caring for Song Cheng in the hospital, and managing work, leaving no time to meet with Chen Ping. Chen Ping, however, was indifferent to their absence. What unsettled him was the monotony of his life, which often felt dull. Recently, he contemplated seeking employment to alleviate his boredom. As most of his days were spent at home, especially when alone, he was overwhelmed by an infinite longing for his fallen comrades. At 7 in the evening, Chen Ping arrived punctually at the school gate, having come early mainly due to his idle state. What could be the matter? As Chen Ping arrived at the school entrance, he sensed something was amiss. A cordon had been established, and a crowd of parents was engaged in hushed discussions. A student had tragically jumped to her death. What could have driven her to such a desperate act? Perhaps the pressure of academic demands became too overwhelming. Chen Ping's heart tightened as he absorbed the murmurs of the crowd. He feared that the victim might be Han Xiaoyu. Pushing to the front, he inquired, Officer, what is the name of the student who fell? It is not convenient to disclose that information at the moment. We have already contacted the family, the officer replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping felt a sense of relief. If it were indeed Han Xiaoyu, Song Mingming would have surely informed him immediately. He stood at the forefront, witnessing the unfolding chaos as forensic specialists and ambulances arrived on the scene. Inside the school, all students were prohibited from leaving their classrooms. The deceased was a senior female student who had succumbed to her injuries upon impact. The first officer on the scene was Su Qin, who had led her team to the site. A cordon was set up, and the body lay covered by a white sheet. Captain, the forensic team has arrived. Chen Wu informed Su Qin. Nodding, Su Qin instructed, conduct a preliminary examination of the body. Yes, ma'am. The forensic expert approached the body and proceeded with initial assessments. Captain Su, the cause of death is confirmed as a fall. However, further investigation is necessary to ascertain the specifics. Very well. Let us transport the body for a more thorough examination, she directed. Understood. Su Qin turned to Chen Wu and said, bring the relevant individuals back to the precinct for questioning, retrieve surveillance footage of the incident, and investigate the deceased's relationships to uncover the true reasons behind her tragic leap. Yes, ma'am. After issuing her orders, Su Qin, burdened with concern, entered the vehicle. The school environment was unlike any other. Such a grave incident would undoubtedly have significant societal repercussions. Without providing the family with a satisfactory explanation, there was a fear that public outcry would ensue. especially given the recent string of missing persons cases at several schools in Nanhai. To date, the police department had yet to offer the community any clarity. Now, with this incident at number 1 high school, the pressure on the precinct intensified. Su Qin drove her police car to the school entrance, where a throng of family members had gathered. Upon seeing the police vehicle, they clamored for information. Reluctantly, Su Qin exited the car and addressed the crowd. Please remain calm and do not panic. This unexpected incident at the school was unforeseen. We, the police, will work diligently to uncover the truth and provide all parents with a comprehensive update. I also ask that you share this message. Until the investigation is complete, refrain from believing any rumors. Official statements will be our guiding reference. As for the safety of the students, the school will ensure a satisfactory resolution. The parents were understandably agitated by the unfolding events. Chen Ping, Su Qin's gaze fell upon him, standing amidst the crowd. Since that day, at the precinct, she had not seen him, and her memory of him was vivid, sparking a strong curiosity. Chen Ping, please come here, she called out. Noticing her beckoning, Chen Ping stepped past the cordon and approached. Officer Su, do you need to speak with me? Yes. Let us have a conversation in the car. All right. Chen Ping entered Su Qin's car. Officer Su, I haven't had the chance to properly thank you for last time. No need to mention it. By the way, has the Qin gang troubled you again? No. That's good. If they do, please refrain from acting impulsively. Here, that's my number. Feel free to call me. Su Qin handed Chen Ping a business card. He nodded. All right. Are you picking up your sister from school? Yes. Recently, the school has been quite unsettled. Please advise your sister to be cautious, especially about mingling with strangers. There have been several cases of female students going missing. Officer Su, hasn't your department uncovered anything regarding this? No. The missing students seem to have vanished without a trace. Is it truly that bizarre? Indeed. It's hard to believe that a living person could disappear without leaving any clues. Your police force should investigate the commonalities among the missing individuals, as well as their social connections. The commonality is that they are all young and attractive, students from different schools, and have been seen in nightclubs. So, it's highly probable that these missing female students have been coerced into servitude or sold into private establishments for illicit services. There is also the possibility of human trafficking or organ trade. I believe you should focus your investigation on the Qin gang's establishments to see if they are involved. We have looked into that, but no evidence has been found in the Qin gang's venues. However, your hypothesis is certainly plausible. Perhaps there are some locations we have not yet examined. That seems likely. Su Qin nodded slightly, a spark of interest igniting as she gazed at Chen Ping. Chen Ping, you possess quite the investigative talent. Were you in a special forces unit while in military? Chen Ping paused briefly, then nodded yes. I knew it, otherwise. You wouldn't be so skilled. By the way, do you have any other work in Nanhai? No. I've been contemplating whether to seek employment. Su Qin smiled gently. Perfect timing. I would like to invite you to work at the police station. Would you be interested? Chen Ping was taken aback for a moment. As a police officer? As an auxiliary officer, I believe you would excel in that role. Your physical prowess and investigative capability are commendable. I sincerely invite you to join us and contribute to the safety of Nanhai. What say you? Sure, as long as you don't mind. I would be willing to serve as an auxiliary officer. Chen Ping did not deliberate long. The role suited him well, and he was quite unfamiliar with other professions. Su Qin was pleased, extending her hand. Chen Ping, welcome aboard. Thank you for offering me this position. I will certainly dedicate myself to my duties. I believe in you. Please report to the police station at 8 tomorrow morning. I will arrange your onboarding paperwork and assign you to the criminal investigation team. All right, it's settled then. I will await your news tomorrow. Yes. After finalizing their agreement, Su Qin drove away. Chapter 34. Investigating the cause of death in light of the significant events at the school, the faculty convened an emergency safety meeting. Security measures on campus were simultaneously heightened. By 9 in the evening, students were systematically dismissed to return home. The school gate was already teeming with people, but fortunately, Chen Wu remained behind to maintain order. Brother, Han Xiaoyu had finally found her way out of the school and spotted Chen Ping amidst the crowd. Xiaoyu, head home first. Okay. Chen Ping said little and took Han Xiaoyu home. The journey was heavy on Han Xiaoyu's mind. as this incident impacted all the students. "Brother, I'm hungry," she remarked. Upon arriving home, Han Xiaoyu discarded her backpack and collapsed onto the sofa. "All right, I will prepare dinner for you," Chen Ping replied, having already prepared the ingredients and cooked the meal in advance, so that Han Xiaoyu could eat as soon as she returned. Soon, he brought several dishes to the table and, as a matter of habit, served her a bowl of rice. As Han Xiaoyu sat down at the dining table, she picked up her chopsticks and said, "Brother, tonight truly frightened me." Chen Ping reassured her, "It's all right. I'm here. You don't understand. The girl who jumped off the building was a student from my class next door. We saw each other every day. In the evening, she suddenly came into the hallway like she was possessed, shouting something about flying, and then she jumped. At that moment, it was break time, and many students were in the hallway, witnessing her fall from the fourth floor. It was truly terrifying," Han Xiaoyu recounted, her heart still racing. Chen Ping frowned. Did she exhibit any unusual behavior before jumping? No. Her classmates said she was laughing and joking just moments before. Then, suddenly, she jumped as if bewitched. Is that so? Brother, could it be that she was possessed? Many classmates speculated that she might have encountered a spirit. Don't listen to them. There are no such things as ghosts in this world. Oh, let us eat. Don't think too much. Han Xiaoyu nodded. Chen Ping added, "By the way, Xiaoyu, I found a job as an auxiliary police officer at the police station. I'll start at 8 every morning and finish around the same time, which is perfect for dropping you off at school." Han Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback. "Brother, you're going to be an auxiliary police officer? Isn't it dangerous?" "It's fine. I will take care of myself. I'm just checking if you're okay with it. If you don't agree, I want to go." "Brother, I can't be selfish. After all, you deserve your freedom." "Well, mainly I feel a bit bored at home. Being an auxiliary officer will help pass the time and allow me to do some good for the community. And I support you. But you must promise me to prioritize your safety. Don't risk everything for a little pay." "I will." "Hee, brother, your cooking is getting better and better." At the police station, Su Qin was working late again. She was busy until 11 at night, interviewing everyone connected to the deceased. Yet, all claimed that the victim exhibited no unusual behavior before the jump. "Has the coroner's report come back yet?" Su Qin asked Chen Wu while holding a cup of coffee in the office. "It should be ready soon," Chen Wu replied. "How is the school? Has it returned to normal?" "It's back to normal." "That's good. What are your thoughts on the deceased?" "Captain, based on the investigation, the victim lost control before jumping and uttered some nonsensical phrases. I believe it's highly likely she was under the influence of some substances, leading to her mental breakdown." Su Qin nodded slightly. "You and I are on the same wavelength. I suspect the deceased was using the recently popular drugs. The characteristics of this drug are such that it induces severe hallucinations in its victims, leading to profound mental instability. We are now awaiting confirmation from the forensic expert. If this is indeed the case, the situation has escalated significantly. The captain's implication? This would indicate that the drug has infiltrated our schools, endangering the students. If we do not act swiftly to halt this, such incidents will only proliferate. The captain raises a valid concern. What shall we do if this proves true? Su Qin stated resolutely. We must eradicate drugs with unwavering determination, conducting thorough investigations in every school to ensure that no student is in danger by narcotics. Indeed, once confirmed, I shall petition our superiors to initiate random checks across all students in schools throughout Nanhai. Furthermore, a citywide anti-drug operation will commence. I wholeheartedly support the captain's initiative. Su Qin nodded. Chen Ping, do you recall? Chen Ping, the one who killed Zhang's son? What has happened to him? It's nothing. I have arranged for him to report to the police station tomorrow to complete his onboarding procedures as an auxiliary officer in our criminal investigation team. Chen Wu was momentarily taken aback. You intend to make him an auxiliary officer? Captain, are you truly going through with this? What? Is there a problem? Not exactly. But Chen Ping has a history with the Qin gang. Would it not be inappropriate for us to recruit him? There is nothing inappropriate about it. Chen Ping is a former Special Forces operative, and he possesses all the necessary qualifications to serve as an auxiliary officer. Moreover, the Qin gang is inherently a malevolent force. Opposing us, why should we factor them into our decisions? Chen Wu raised his thumb in approval. The captain is resolute. Just then, The results of the deceased's examination were released. Report: Captain, the cause of death has been determined. It is indeed a fall, but she had ingested an excessive amount of drugs half an hour prior to her demise. We can now ascertain that the deceased's sudden mental break, resulting in hallucinations, led her to leap from the building. Chen Wu snatched the report and exclaimed, "She consumed drugs half an hour prior? Are you suggesting that she used drugs at school?" "Captain, look." Su Qin's expression turned grave as she reviewed the report, slamming the document onto the table. "These individuals are utterly deranged, showing no regard even for students. What shall we do? What can we do? I will promptly compile the entire case and request a citywide anti-drug operation from the director. We cannot allow such tragedies to recur." "Understood." Su Qin set to work immediately, tirelessly organizing the case and drafting the necessary documents for the citywide anti-drug initiative. She worked diligently until after 1 in the morning before finally returning home. Upon arriving, Su Qin did not consider whether Su Lai was asleep. She went straight to his door and knocked. After a long while, her mother opened the door, irritable. "What time is it? Are you going to let your father and me sleep? Hurry and go to bed. Whatever it is can wait until tomorrow." Seeing her mother attempt to close the door, Su Qin quickly interjected, "Mom, I have an urgent matter to report to Dad." "Is he awake?" "Your father is asleep. Wake him up. This is a significant issue." "How can he possibly sleep through it?" "You reckless girl. Why must you bring up such matters in the dead of night?" "Mom, can you not understand my work? This is of utmost importance and requires Dad's decision." Fine. I now regret ever letting you become a police officer. A girl should not have to toil like a boy day in and day out." Su Lai had long been awake, feigning sleep. Upon realizing that he had no choice but to face his wife, Su Lai reluctantly dressed and rose from bed. "Su Qin, what urgent matter awaits?" he inquired as she turned and proceeded to the study. Chapter 35. Su Qin's proposal. Su Lai found himself utterly at a loss when it came to his precious daughter. Initially, he had thought to keep her close in order to guide her, but he was taken aback by how fiercely she engaged once she entered the precinct. Although there were connections at play, Su Qin was genuinely bold in her endeavors. Arriving at the study, Su Lai lit a cigarette and mused. "Why summon me at such an hour? What is the matter?" Su Qin handed him the compiled case files. "Father, are you aware of the incident involving a student who jumped from the first high school?" Su Lai received the documents and replied, "Isn't that merely a case of suicide? Did I not instruct you to handle it? You disturb my sleep at this hour for such trivialities?" "Father, please read through the entire case first." With a sigh, Su Lai sat down and began to review the contents. "Drug use?" He frowned. "Su Qin, are you certain the deceased consumed narcotics prior to the fall?" She nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, then let us speak plainly. We shall announce the investigation's findings tomorrow and close the case," he stated, rising to retire for the night. Su Qin, bewildered, grasped his arm. "Father, do you not grasp the gravity of this situation?" With a furrowed brow, Su Lai pressed, "What are you trying to convey? If you have thoroughly investigated, simply announce the results and conclude the matter." "Father, have you truly understood? We have a student using drugs on campus, leading to a suicide. What does that imply?" Su Qin was rendered speechless by his indifference. "Father, are you confused? What kind of place is a school? And what is the reputation of our first high school? Once the findings are disclosed, do you comprehend the magnitude of the fallout?" After a moment's contemplation, Su Lai conceded, "You are correct. This matter is indeed complex. Father, the situation has escalated significantly. In Nanhai, this new type of narcotic has infiltrated society and permeated our schools, posing a severe threat to student safety. If we do not act swiftly, such incidents will proliferate, instilling profound panic within the educational institutions. As the director, you cannot evade responsibility. Moreover, we are yet to resolve the cases of missing students. If incidents of drug-related suicides continue to arise, how will you justify this to the public? How can the police assure the safety of our citizens? Furthermore, it is evident that drugs have transcended societal boundaries and invaded our schools, suggesting an active drug trade and production within Nanhai. These substances can induce hallucinations and mental disturbances. If we fail to eradicate the source promptly, the ensuing drug-related crises will wreak havoc on society, and you will be the first held accountable," Su Qin emphasized earnestly. Her words indeed struck a chord with Su Lai, prompting him to reconsider his stance. He resumed his seat, reflecting deeply on her insights. Father, inaction is no longer an option. The origins of these drugs are likely connected to the Green Gang. Su Lai's brow furrowed once more. What course of action do you propose? Investigate thoroughly. First and foremost, we must ensure that no drugs resurface in schools. Random drug screenings should be conducted across all educational institutions in the city, and should any users be discovered, immediate action must be taken. Furthermore, it is imperative for schools to enhance their management of students to prevent any exposure to narcotics. Concurrently, designated personnel should be assigned to educate students about the hazards of drugs, thereby fostering a basic understanding and awareness of new psychoactive substances among them. Additionally, a citywide anti-drug initiative should be launched. This is my proposal regarding drug control, and I am now formally submitting it to Director Su for the execution of this initiative. Su Qin presented her plan to Su Lai. Upon reviewing the proposal, Su Lai felt overwhelmed and shook his head repeatedly, declaring, "No, this matter is far too significant. Moreover, any drug crackdown will inevitably involve the Qin gang, complicating the situation further." Su Qin looked at Su Lai with disappointment, exclaiming, "Director Su, at this critical juncture, you still hesitate? If you continue down this path of inaction, should a crisis arise, you may find yourself imprisoned for life. After all these years of shielding the Qin gang, do you truly believe that Wang Huan will not be the first to throw you under the bus when trouble arises? How can you fail to grasp such a simple truth? We are law enforcement officers, and our duty is to safeguard the safety of citizens and their property. Presently, the safety of the public is under severe threat. If we, as police officers, remain passive, we will only distance ourselves further from the community, leading to a growing distrust among the populace. When the time comes for scrutiny, the public will only point fingers at us in scorn. Do you genuinely wish to be subjected to such disgrace in the future?" Su Qin's fervent words indeed jolted Su Lai into awareness. Particularly, her remarks reminded him of what Lu Zhongyuan had said to him a few days prior. He now recognized that he could not continue to follow Wang Huan down a treacherous path. "You are correct. I cannot persist in this manner," he replied. "Father, have you come to a realization?" Su Qin was elated to see Su Lai's shift in attitude. Over the years, she had urged him to take decisive action more than once, yet he had consistently downplayed significant issues due to his concerns about Wang Huan. Su Lai nodded, "Indeed, you are right. If I, as the chief, do not take action for the sake of the citizens, I will inevitably be scorned." "Father, does that mean you agree to the anti-drug initiative?" "It is not that simple," Su Lai replied. "Do you think that just because I, as the chief, propose a drug crackdown, it will materialize? To implement a city-wide anti-drug operation, the approval of Lu Zhongyuan is essential. He oversees public security and law enforcement, and without his consent, the plan cannot proceed. Furthermore, even if he consents, such a significant matter must be presented at a meeting for a resolution. Both Wang Huan and Lu Zhongyuan must agree simultaneously for it to succeed." Su Qin furrowed her brow. "Father, then you must approach Mayor Lu and explain the situation to gain his approval for the anti-drug initiative." "Very well. I will find a time to discuss it with him." "Find a time?" "Father, the situation is urgent. What are you waiting for? Delaying even a day increases the risk. You must report to Mayor Lu immediately." Su Lai twitched at the corner of his eye. "In the middle of the night? You want me to disturb him? Are you jesting?" "Father, I am merely concerned that delaying even a day poses a risk. Please do not procrastinate. Go now." After saying this, Su Qin pulled Su Lai to his feet and pushed him toward the door. "Su Qin, you are being unreasonable. Disturbing others at this hour? If anyone should go, it should be you." "Father, if you do not go, I will truly report the situation to Mayor Lu myself." "You wouldn't dare. Watch me." All right, my dear niece. I will go. Su Lai truly found himself at a loss against her and reluctantly agreed to seek out Lu Zhongyuan immediately. "Dad, I'll drive you there," she offered. "You truly are a dutiful daughter," he replied, both amused and exasperated. Su Qin squinted with a smile, linking her arm with Su Lai's and playfully insisting, Come on, Dad, let us go. All right, all right. I'm genuinely intimidated by your enthusiasm. Let us be off. Su Qin, being quite the impatient one, feared Su Lai might hesitate and took it upon herself to drive him to Lu Zhongyuan's residence. Chapter 36. Lu Zhongyuan agrees to the anti-drug initiative before long. Su Qin's car arrived at the entrance of Lu Zhongyuan's villa. It was already past 2 in the morning, yet the courtyard was still illuminated by street lamps. Dad, I'll wait for you in the car, she said. Daughter, I think it will be best to head home. Mayor Lu has likely retired for the night, and it would be impolite to disturb him at this hour. No way, we VE come this far. If you don't go, I will. All right, I'll go. Su Lai, unable to counter her determination, approached the door and pressed the doorbell. After a considerable wait, a servant appeared at the door. Director Su, what brings you here at this late hour? I have an urgent matter to discuss with Mayor Lu. Please come in. The servant, not daring to delay, ushered Su Lai into the villa and poured him a cup of hot tea. Director Su, the mayor has already gone to bed. I will wake him. Please wait here. I appreciate it. The servant understood that Su Lai would not intrude unless it were of great importance, and Lu Zhongyuan had instructed to wake him only for significant matters. The servant proceeded to gently knock on the door of the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Lu Zhongyuan, being a light sleeper, turned on the light upon hearing the knock and opened the door. Sir, Director Su says he has an urgent matter for you. Sulie? Understood. Please have him wait in the study. I will be there shortly. Yes, sir. Lu Zhongyuan, sensing something was amiss, hurriedly dressed and made his way to the study to meet his guest. Upon seeing Lu Zhongyuan, Su Lai felt somewhat embarrassed and offered a sheepish smile. I apologize for disturbing your rest. Lu Zhongyuan, with a gentle demeanor, invited him. No worries, please sit down. What is so urgent that it necessitates a visit at this hour? Su Lai thought to himself that the matter was not as grave as it seemed. Yet he had to present it with a sense of seriousness. Mayor Lu, this matter is trivial if viewed as such, but it could also be considered quite significant. Quit the suspense and tell me directly. Are you aware that a student from number 1 high school committed suicide by jumping off a building this evening? Yes. My son mentioned it when he returned. Is that the issue? Indeed, that is the matter. Lu Zhongyuan's expression tightened slightly. What more can you say? According to police investigations, the deceased had ingested an excessive amount of drugs prior to the incident, leading to hallucinations that caused the jump. Consider this. No. 1 high school is the top institution in the city. The fact that a student was found in possession of drugs within the school premises is indeed serious. Is it not? Moreover, several female high school students have gone missing recently, which has already stirred public unrest. Now, with a drug-related suicide occurring on campus, if this situation is not handled properly, both our police department and you will bear the consequences. This new type of drug has infiltrated our schools, posing a severe threat to student safety. If we fail to act swiftly, should similar incidents arise in the future, it will undoubtedly attract widespread scrutiny, and we shall be the first to be held accountable. You mentioned that the higher-ups have begun to contemplate an investigation. In such times, we ought to take action to demonstrate our commitment to the public. It is imperative to maintain a certain distance from Wang Huan during this period. After much contemplation, I have resolved to utilize this situation to launch a comprehensive anti-drug initiative throughout the city. Particularly in schools, we must eradicate any trace of narcotics. I propose that we conduct thorough inspections within educational institutions. Should we uncover any illicit substances, immediate and stringent measures should be enforced. Additionally, we should enhance school regulations, assigning dedicated personnel to educate students about the dangers of drugs, thereby elevating their awareness and preventing potential issues before they arise. Furthermore, we must trace the origins of these drugs and execute a citywide crackdown to assert our stance. Su Lai articulated Su Qin's sentiments with great clarity. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongyuan enthusiastically applauded, exclaiming, Su Lai, you have executed this splendidly. This plan is not only excellent, but also crucial. Your foresight is indeed commendable. We are currently seeking avenues to achieve some political accomplishments for the higher-ups, showcasing our position. It seems the opportunity has presented itself at just the right moment. I wholeheartedly endorse your proposal. Tomorrow, I shall convene a meeting to present it. We must ensure the implementation of this plan if we are to act. We must make a significant impact. Su Lai felt an inner joy. I shall heed your advice. Wherever you direct me, I shall follow. Lu Zhongyuan nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. We must strategize on how to persuade Wang Huan during tomorrow's meeting. Lu Zhongyuan's spirits were lifted. He had been troubled in recent days, seeking ways to achieve notable accomplishments. Su Lai's timely arrival was indeed fortuitous. Consequently, the two began to deliberate on the meeting's agenda in the study, not parting ways until the early hours of the morning. By the time Su Lai left the Lu residence, Su Qin was already fast asleep in the car, oblivious to his arrival. You sleep so soundly. One could sell you without your knowing, Su Lai remarked. Huh? Su Qin jolted awake, realizing Su Lai was seated beside her. Dad, when did you get in the car? Just now. You should really take more time to rest. At this rate, you may face dire consequences. I'm fine. By the way, how did it go? Su Lai smiled slightly. All is settled. We merely await the meeting's approval tomorrow. Really? That's wonderful. Mayor Lu expressed his agreement, asserting that this plan is exceptional. If we choose to act, we must ensure it is executed flawlessly, maximizing its impact. Therefore, the responsibility now rests heavily upon your shoulders. Rest assured, Director Su, I shall fulfill the task. You must also prioritize your rest. Understood, Dad. Let's head home. I could use a bit more sleep. Indeed. Su Qin felt invigorated, her aspirations finally within reach, and she could hardly contain her excitement. The next day, Chen Ping first escorted Han Xiaoyu to school, offering a few reminders before heading to the police station to report for duty. At 8 o'clock, Chen Ping arrived punctually at the station, explaining the situation to the on-duty officer before waiting inside. Just moments later, Su Qin burst into the precinct, appearing vibrant and full of energy despite having scarcely slept the previous night. Such is the vitality of youth. Clad in her police uniform with her hair tied back in a ponytail, she wore a touch of subtle makeup, enhancing her naturally striking beauty. The beauty that captivates the eye is both natural and unpretentious. Chen Ping, you have arrived. Chen Ping stood and greeted, Good morning, Captain Su. Su Qin nodded and said, Follow me. Upon reaching the office, Su Qin efficiently assisted Chen Ping with the onboarding process. From today onwards, you're my colleague. I hope we can collaborate effectively. Absolutely. Since it is your first day, take some time to familiarize yourself with our colleagues. Su Qin intentionally set aside her work to introduce Chen Ping to each member of the criminal investigation team. Everyone had seen Chen Ping's capabilities and was aware of his fierce reputation. Thus, no one dared to underestimate him. Chen Ping, please head to the changing room to put on your uniform. Once you're dressed, I will assign you your tasks. Understood. Chen Ping collected a set of auxiliary police attire and proceeded to change. Chapter 37. Task Assignment by Su Qin as Chen Ping donned the police uniform. His demeanor transformed remarkably. He entered Su Qin's office, where she couldn't help but take a few more glances at him, nodding in approval. Indeed, you look significantly more impressive in the uniform. It suits you well. Chen Ping smiled modestly. Really? Absolutely. With your physique, you would look even better in military attire. Ahem. Officer Su, may I inquire about my duties? Follow me. Su Qin led Chen Ping to the conference room, where nearly all the officers of the criminal investigation team had gathered. Everyone, please welcome Chen Ping. Although today marks his first day with our team, I hope you will embrace him as one of your own and work together harmoniously. Welcome, Chen Ping. The room erupted with enthusiastic applause. Chen Ping bowed in gratitude, saying, Thank you all. Su Qin then instructed, Chen Ping, please take a seat next to me. Today we are convening an important meeting for our team, and, as a member, it is essential for you to listen in. Of course. Chen Ping settled into his seat as the room fell silent, all eyes on Su Qin. With a serious expression, Su Qin addressed her colleagues. As you're likely aware, there was a tragic incident last night involving a female student from the first high school who jumped to her death. The deceased overdosed on drugs, leading to hallucinations and her subsequent demise. The emergence of drugs within our schools poses a grave threat to our youth, and this situation is of utmost seriousness. I have requested from our superiors a comprehensive anti-drug initiative across the city. The higher authorities have approved, and a meeting will be held today to discuss this operation. Once finalized, we will act immediately. Therefore, we must prepare thoroughly. Upon receiving the directive, we will mobilize without delay. Today's meeting is to outline our responsibilities. The first priority in this anti-drug campaign is to eradicate the gambling risks present in all schools throughout the city. Once the order is issued, we will conduct inspections of all teachers and students in every school, and any individuals found to be using drugs will face stringent measures. Additionally, the police department will dispatch professionals to educate students about the dangers of drug abuse. Schools are a focal point, and we must strive to eliminate the risks posed by drugs. This task will be assigned to team leader Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang stood, affirming, "I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." The second priority is recognizing that the threat of drugs extends beyond schools. We cannot allow their infiltration into society. The emergence of new synthetic drugs poses significant dangers, leading users to experience hallucinations and loss of mental control. Every drug addict poses a significant safety risk. Given the vastness and complexity of the urban area, I have submitted a request to my superiors for the narcotics sweep to be entirely overseen by the criminal investigation team. At that time, I will establish a dedicated task force, and all police personnel across the city will be required to cooperate. The focus will be on inspecting various entertainment venues, including nightclubs, bars, and other recreational establishments. Upon discovering any instances of drug use or possession, immediate arrests will be made, and strict measures will be enforced against individuals associated with the implicated venues. The third and most crucial aspect of this operation is that drugs have infiltrated society, and the primary focus of our efforts must be to eradicate the source. Without addressing the root cause, the issue will never be resolved. Given the extensive reach of this drug influx, I suspect the existence of trafficking and distribution gangs within our city, and there may even be production rings. Therefore, pinpointing the origin is paramount in this narcotics crackdown. It is imperative that we thoroughly interrogate any suspects involved in drug use, trafficking, or distribution, leaving no lead unexamined. These are the three main focal points discussed in this meeting, with the latter two being under my direct supervision. Is everyone clear on this? Understood. Su Qin nodded. Very well. Regarding the operational arrangements, Chen will provide everyone with detailed instructions. Chen Ping, please come to my office. All right. Chen Ping, who had previously been unfamiliar with Su Qin, found himself impressed by her during today's meeting. She indeed possessed leadership qualities. Her directives were concise and comprehensible, and her approach to tasks was both swift and decisive. Upon arriving at the office, Su Qin gestured for Chen Ping to take a seat. She prepared a cup of coffee for both herself and Chen Ping. Then, twisting her neck, she settled down across from him with a steaming beverage. "Chen Ping, your work will temporarily be under my purview," she stated. Chen Ping lifted his coffee and inquired, "Captain, is this narcotics sweep serious?" Su Qin paused for a moment, then replied earnestly, "Of course. You are well aware of the dangers posed by drugs. We cannot allow such a situation to proliferate in Nanhai. Our sole principle in this operation is to utterly eliminate narcotics." Chen Ping, visibly admiring, remarked, "To operate so brazenly in drug trafficking in Nanhai, who but the Qin gang could manage such a feat? Will the higher-ups truly consent to this?" Rest assured, the prevailing circumstances leave no room for dissent from above. However, you are correct. Apart from the Qin gang, I cannot fathom who else could engage in drug trafficking here. Do you have any leads at all? It is not that there are none. Rather, there are obstacles from above. Furthermore, drugs have always been strictly prohibited. Even the Qin gang cannot involve themselves in this. Consequently, tracing drug-related leads has proven exceedingly difficult. In the past, we have conducted targeted narcotics sweeps, but the individuals apprehended were merely minor dealers. Our investigations reveal that drugs primarily come from Southeast Asian trafficking groups. The allure of substantial profits means there will always be some addicts willing to take risks, which is why the issue remains unresolved. This time, however, it is entirely different. Last month, we began tracking the origins of new synthetic drugs. We have been awaiting significant developments to locate the source. Unfortunately, despite apprehending several individuals, none could provide information on the origin. Had it not been for the recent incident at Yizhong, we would still be unaware of the extent to which drugs have proliferated. The speed, breadth, and volume are alarming. It is evident that drug trafficking gangs are operating within Nanhai. Chen Ping nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Your analysis is entirely accurate. It is highly probable that this narcotic was produced in the South China Sea. I believe we should not only conduct inspections throughout the city, but also extend our inquiries to the suburbs. We must investigate whether anyone is clandestinely cultivating drugs." Yes, your reminder is timely. I nearly overlooked this aspect. If drug manufacturing syndicates indeed exist, the South China Sea is particularly conducive to the cultivation of such substances, and they are likely engaging in illicit farming there. Such occurrences are not unprecedented. Our nation once had a notorious drug-producing village where every household was involved in drug cultivation and production without ever being discovered. Thus, we must visit all the villages in the outskirts of the South China Sea. Suzhou chuckled. Chen Ping, it seems quite reasonable to have you serve as an auxiliary officer. Chen Ping smiled in return. I also wish to contribute to the South China Sea, and I am grateful to the captain for this opportunity. Rest assured, no matter the obstacles or dangers that lie ahead, I shall accompany you. Thank you, Chen Ping. Your support bolsters my confidence, the captain replied. This anti-drug operation confronts the most formidable criminal elements in the South China Sea. Perhaps our efforts may falter. We may encounter significant resistance, or there may be casualties. Yet, for the safety of the people in the South China Sea, I am prepared to sacrifice at any moment. Chen Ping stood respectfully. Captain, proceed with confidence. I assure you that I will ensure your safety, and I firmly believe you will eradicate the scourge of drugs. Indeed, let us strive together. Agreed. Chapter 38. Implementation of the Anti-Drug Operation Municipal Building. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Zhongyuan convened an important meeting, attended by significant figures in the municipal government. Wang Huan was uncertain about the sudden assembly and had no time to inquire further. By the time he arrived in the conference room, most attendees were already present. Since everyone is here, let's commence the meeting, Wang Huan declared as he took his seat and looked towards Lu Zhongyuan. Let us begin. Lu Zhongyuan nodded slightly, taking his position as he stated, Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of today's impromptu meeting is to address a matter of great importance. I wonder if you have heard that a female student from one high school tragically took her own life yesterday evening. Upon hearing this, some nodded while others shook their heads. Such incidents of suicide occur a few times each year and typically do not warrant a meeting. Wang Huan raised an eyebrow. Lu Zhongyuan, get to the point. Lu Zhongyuan nodded gravely and continued. You may think I am overreacting, but the police investigation has revealed that prior to her demise, the student had consumed narcotics at school. This fact elevates the matter to one of utmost seriousness, which is the reason for this meeting. The dangers of drugs are capable of undermining an entire nation. Surely, we cannot forget the humiliation our country faced over a century ago. Now, narcotics have infiltrated the South China Sea once again, posing a threat to society. Furthermore, they are inflicting harm upon our youth. What do students represent? They embody the future of our nation. Now, drugs have permeated our educational institutions, resulting in fatalities. We must not tolerate the devastation of our students by drugs, nor can we permit narcotics to endanger our society. After careful consideration, I have resolved to initiate a citywide anti-drug operation in response to the influx of narcotics into our educational institutions. We must adopt a zero-tolerance stance towards drugs and promptly prevent them from further jeopardizing societal safety. The focal point of this meeting is the implementation of the anti-drug initiative. As soon as I concluded my statement, a palpable silence enveloped the room. The gravity of the matter rendered everyone hesitant to voice their opinions. Wang Huan was utterly unprepared for Lu Zhongyuan's abrupt announcement regarding the anti-drug operation, which caught him off guard and disregarded his authority. Wang Huan's expression visibly darkened, and after a prolonged pause, he remarked, Such a significant matter, and you didn't even notify us? At the very least, we should have been given some forewarning. Don't you think? Now that you brought this up unexpectedly, how am I to respond? If I agree to your proposal, do you comprehend the potential economic ramifications of launching a citywide anti-drug campaign in Nanhai? Can you bear the consequences of such an action? Conversely, if I decline, it will be perceived as a lack of cooperation on my part. Indeed, this sudden announcement of an anti-drug operation leaves us unprepared. Should such an upheaval occur, it would undoubtedly instill panic among the populace. With hundreds of entertainment venues and a transient population, any drastic measures might lead outsiders to believe that something dire has transpired in Nanhai. What is even more concerning is that silence may be more prudent than action. Nanhai, being situated on the fringe, has thrived economically in recent years thanks to the mayor's lenient policies, attracting numerous investors who appreciate our stability. A sudden crackdown on drugs could easily lead these investors to perceive our political climate as unstable, prompting them to withdraw their investments and consequently inflict economic losses. Who would be held accountable for such a fallout? I propose that we avoid unnecessary commotion and instead focus on enhancing students' awareness of drug prevention. After Wang Huan's remarks, many others began to express their dissenting opinions, echoing his sentiments. Lu Zhiyun had anticipated such opposition. He calmly stood up and addressed Wang Huan, saying, "Mayor, it is not that I wish to exclude you from this decision. The circumstances unfolded so rapidly that I only received a report from Su Lai this morning, leading to our impromptu decision regarding this initiative." Wang Huan replied coolly, "If you and Director Su have already made the decision, what is the purpose of this meeting?" He then rose slowly, adding, "You manage law enforcement. Proceed as you see fit." With that, he turned to leave. Lu Zhiyun's countenance turned grave as he struck the table, exclaiming, "I am responsible for law enforcement, but you are the authority here. Without your approval, how can we proceed with the anti-drug operation? You must cooperate with my efforts. I genuinely wish to contribute to the welfare of the citizens of Nanhai." Wang Huan halted in his tracks, glancing back at him. Lu Zhiyun observed the sentiments of those present. "It is not that I refuse to cooperate, but the pressing matter at hand is how you intend to carry out this anti-drug initiative. Will it be a chaotic spectacle? And if something goes awry, who will take responsibility?" "I will," Lu Zhiyun affirmed resolutely. "The anti-drug operation is imperative. The drug issue has already had a detrimental impact in Nanhai, and the nation maintains a zero-tolerance policy towards narcotics. If we fail to act now and allow drug proliferation to escalate, when the cries of discontent arise, I, as the deputy mayor, will surely bear the brunt of the blame. Certainly, my intentions are not for personal gain. The menace of drugs has already infiltrated our youth, and this is absolutely intolerable. I comprehend your concerns and acknowledge your apprehensions. However, combating drugs is not only my duty but also a collective responsibility we all share. I do not wish to boast about my significance. As the deputy mayor, I must at least uphold my obligations to the public, mustn't I?" Wang Huan, upon hearing this, chose to remain silent. "Deputy Mayor, it is not that we do not support you. Primarily, your anti-drug initiatives require us to have adequate preparation time." Lu Zhiyun's expression darkened. "Preparation for what?" "The anti-drug efforts are meant to be surprise inspections. If the entire city is notified to prepare, it ceases to be an anti-drug operation." Wang Huan inquired, "So, it is true that you are resolutely committed to eradicating drugs?" Lu Zhiyun replied, "Mayor, I kindly request your support for my endeavors. I am aware of your worries and hesitations. This anti-drug initiative may appear somewhat abrupt, but I assure you, the primary focus is to prevent the rampant spread of drugs in schools. Furthermore, the actions within the city will largely be superficial and will not jeopardize the stability of Nanhai. Over the years, our collaboration has been founded on mutual support, and I implore you to extend that support towards my work as well." Seeing Lu Zhiyun's earnestness, Wang Huan softened his stance. Despite being the principal authority, Lu Zhiyun holds considerable power as the deputy mayor. For many years, Lu has indeed supported Wang's initiatives. A fallout would be detrimental to both parties. "Very well. I consent to the citywide anti-drug operations." Wang Huan nodded, continuing, "However, you must ensure that there is no instability in Nanhai. Exercise utmost caution in areas of significant municipal cooperation. You must understand that if a disturbance occurs, the repercussions will be far more severe." Lu Zhiyun nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood. You oversee legal affairs. The anti-drug operations are at your discretion. I have conveyed all that needs to be said. The execution is in your hands." "Understood," Wang Huan replied before departing. Now that both the principal and the deputy have reached an agreement, there was no one left to oppose. The anti-drug initiative was thus firmly established. Chapter 39. The forces behind drugs. After the meeting, Lu Zhongyuan returned to his office with Su Lai. Su Lai had also attended the meeting, yet he remained silent throughout. Director Su, the next steps are now in your hands. Upon returning, promptly arrange the anti-drug operations. Su Lai nodded and inquired, Deputy Mayor, will this be merely procedural, or are we taking substantial action? Lu Zhongyuan pondered for a moment before responding. We should extend some courtesy to the mayor, but we cannot afford to be overly lenient. We may not disturb his people or tighten his domain too much. However, in schools and other locations, we must be resolute, investigate thoroughly, and apprehend anyone involved. We cannot overlook a single individual. Additionally, this time we must create a significant impact. Simultaneously, we must demonstrate to the public our determination to combat drugs. Therefore, do not hesitate. We may refrain from targeting the core of the Qin gang, but those beneath them must be apprehended as necessary. Understood. I will return and make arrangements immediately. Yes, Lu Zhongyuan affirmed. With a clear directive, Su Lai hurried back to the police station. Following the meeting, Wang Huan was filled with frustration. Lu Zhongyuan's behavior today was utterly unacceptable. He had completely disregarded my authority. Such a critical matter as the anti-drug initiative deserved prior notification. In the presence of so many individuals, raising such a matter is bound to put me in an awkward position, Wang Huan expressed with indignation to his secretary upon returning to the office. Secretary Huang, Tao replied, the mayor's remarks are indeed justified. Lu Zhongyuan's actions this time are quite inappropriate. The sudden crackdown on drugs appears to be a blatant attack on us, does it not? Wang Huan paused, slightly taken aback, and turned to Huang Tao. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that Lu Zhongyuan's actions are directed at me? Mayor, it is quite evident. I suspect that his so-called drug crackdown is merely a fade, perhaps an attempt to exploit this opportunity to target us. In the entire Nanhai, there are numerous establishments with questionable practices. If they continue to cause such disturbances, can we still conduct our business? Does he dare to proceed with such actions? This notion made Wang Huan more cautious as he responded, your words are not without merit. Although Lu Zhongyuan has appeared to align with me over the years, he has always been on guard against me. He has never involved himself in business matters, and upon reflection, it seems he wishes to preserve his own safety. Mayor, could it be that he has heard something and is now eager to sever ties with us? Wang Huan furrowed his brow. It is not impossible. Could it be that the higher-ups have begun to focus on Nanhai? Mayor, if that is indeed the case, what should we do? Wang Huan scoffed coldly. Having operated in Nanhai for so long, it is not so easy for anyone to bring me down. If it comes to that, Lu Zhongyuan should not blame me for being ruthless. What shall be our course of action regarding this drug crackdown? Let's first observe Lu Zhongyuan's stance. If he truly takes a hardline approach, we need not extend him any courtesy. Also, inform Yi to advise his subordinates to maintain a low profile for the time being. This individual has always been obstinate. Despite my urging over the years to cease those unsavory enterprises, he has chosen to ignore me. My greatest concern is that he may still be concealing matters from me, especially concerning drugs. Such substances should be avoided at all costs. They not only harm others, but also bring ruin upon oneself. The state has a zero-tolerance policy towards drugs. If he engages in such activities, it is only a matter of time before he is investigated. Given your close association with him, you ought to counsel him against any involvement. Huang Tao nodded slightly. Indeed, over the years, Yi has become more disciplined, and his subordinates are engaged in legitimate businesses. It is unlikely they are involved in drugs, though it is possible that it is the reckless actions of some unwise individuals. Wang Huan stated thus, he should conduct a thorough investigation. If any of his subordinates are indeed flouting the rules, they must be dealt with accordingly to avoid implicating him. Understood. I shall inform him at once, detailing the situation and advising him to prepare. I find Lu Zhongyuan to be rather inscrutable. He should exercise caution around him. Yes, Wang Huan was not overly concerned about the drug crackdown affecting him. He had managed to rein in Wangqing considerably over the past few years. Although the subordinates still engaged in illicit activities, They were primarily involved in legitimate enterprises. Should any issues arise, they could always be sacrificed to shield the higher-ups. The drug crackdown would not completely spare him from repercussions. It remained to be seen whether Lu Zhongyuan would grant him any leniency. Huang Tao promptly sought out Wang Huan. The top floor of the Dihao clubhouse was a private domain for the Wang brothers, utilized for entertaining esteemed guests. Wang Qing spent most of his time there, indulging in pleasures even during the day, surrounded by companions. Huang Tao entered his private room, where Wang Qing was embracing two exquisite beauties while enjoying drinks. "You're just in time," Wang Qing exclaimed with a hearty laugh upon seeing Huang Tao. "I've recently discovered a few exceptional women, and they're all untouched. You can choose one shortly." Clearing his throat, Huang Tao replied softly, "Second master, kindly ask them to leave. I have significant matters to discuss today." After the women exited, Huang Tao settled beside Wang Qing and whispered, "Second master, there's quite a stir today." Wang Qing poured a drink for Huang Tao and chuckled, "My dear Huang, what kind of stir could there be in Nanhai? Do enlighten me on the extent of it." "Second master, it's genuinely substantial. Lu Zhongyuan convened a meeting this afternoon and proposed a citywide drug crackdown. The proposal has been approved, and we can expect development soon." Wang Qing's expression darkened. "What? A drug crackdown? Does my brother know?" "Yes, the mayor instructed me to inform you." "Surely, it wouldn't amount to anything, right? Lu Zhongyuan wouldn't dare to target us." "Second master, I simply cannot comprehend his intentions. In this meeting, he didn't even inform the mayor beforehand. He just brought up the drug crackdown outright. His stance is exceedingly resolute. He insists on eradicating drugs at all costs. It seems he is quite serious this time. The mayor suggests we exercise caution and observe his true intentions. For now, we should have our subordinates lay low." "Damn it!" Wang Qing slammed his glass onto the table. "Lu Zhongyuan dares? If it weren't for my brother's sake, I would have dealt with him long ago. If he truly intends to make my life difficult, I swear I will annihilate his entire family." "Second master, do not act rashly. My greatest concern is whether Lu Zhongyuan has discovered our operations. If that is the case, we must be on high alert." "What do you mean? Do you think he knows we are manufacturing drugs?" "It's hard to say. I cannot be certain. In any case, this matter must remain undisclosed to anyone, including the mayor. What I propose is that we instruct our subordinates to cease operations. Those who need to hide should lay low for the time being. Better safe than sorry." "My dear Huang, halting operations is no trivial matter. It will incur significant expenses. Our drug manufacturing venture has only been running for a month, and we have already amassed billions. Besides, we still have numerous orders to fulfill. We can't just stop on a whim. While money is undoubtedly important, we must think long-term. If this situation truly comes to light, even if Lu Zhongyuan refrains from acting against us, the mayor will certainly not allow us to continue. The losses would be catastrophic. I suggest we wait until this storm passes before we resume our activities." Wang Qing pondered for a moment and nodded. "Very well, I shall heed your advice. I will instruct our subordinates to halt operations and retreat to the island for a while." "Indeed. Furthermore, as for Lu Zhongyuan's drug crackdown, we should exercise restraint. As long as it does not go too far, we should strive to avoid open conflict." "Understood. I will follow your lead." "Yes, let my brothers endure for a bit. Once this matter passes, all will return to normal." Chapter 40. The operation begins at 4:30 in the afternoon. Su Lai returned to the police station and promptly convened an emergency meeting. During the meeting, he issued the order for a citywide drug crackdown. A special task force was established, with Su Qin appointed as the leader of the drug enforcement unit, while Su Lai took on the role of overall commander for the operation. All police forces in the city were mobilized, and Lu Zhongyuan specifically dispatched 1,000 armed police to assist. This marks the most significant operation by the South China Sea Police in recent years. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the first wave of narcotics officers, led by Zhao Liang, proceeded to inspect schools throughout the city. The roads in the urban area were filled with the wailing sirens of police vehicles. Su Qin convened an impromptu meeting for the narcotics team, during which the timeline for the drug sweep and the assignment of personnel were established. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Chen Ping remained at the police station. His duty was to stay close to Su Qin, while the entire police force prepared for the operation. In the precinct yard, Hundreds of police cars and thousands of officers were fully equipped. Chen Ping sat in the lobby of the police station, observing his colleagues as they donned their gear. Their expressions resolute. This brought to mind memories of when he led Han Xiaoyu to the battlefield. They had all been similarly poised. Although the situation was incomparable to the battlefield, for these grassroots officers, every call to action was akin to entering a combat zone. The only distinction lay in their roles. Police officers and soldiers alike served the people. Suddenly, the phone rang, snapping Chen Ping from his reverie. It was a call from Han Xiaoyu. "Brother, are you at work?" She inquired. "Yes, Xiaoyu, what is the matter?" He replied. "There are many police officers at school conducting drug checks on all the students. Additionally, no students or teachers are allowed to return home for the next few days. Everyone must remain on campus until the inspections are complete. This is for your safety. The police are undertaking a drug sweep, so you need not worry," he reassured her. "Right. So, brother, could you please bring my blankets, toiletries, and a change of clothes to school? I might have to stay there for a few days." "Oh, certainly. I'll head home right now," he responded. After hanging up, Chen Ping made his way to Su Qin's office, where she was still discussing the action plan with Chen Wu and others. He knocked on the door. "Captain," he called. Su Qin turned to him. "Chen Ping, is there something you need?" "I would like to request some time off. I need to deliver supplies to my sister at school." After glancing at the time, Su Qin nodded. "All right, go ahead. Return as soon as possible." "Understood. By the way, take my car. You must return to the station before 8 o'clock, she instructed, tossing the car keys to him. Once he arrived home, Chen Ping gathered the clothes, toiletries, and bedding for Han Xiaoyu and headed to the school. On the way, he made a special stop to buy her some snacks and fruits. The school had heightened security. No unauthorized personnel were allowed entry. To eradicate drugs from the campus, the police and the school had agreed that no students could return home until all inspections were completed. Driving Su Qin's police car, he entered the campus directly to save time. Upon arriving, he called Han Xiaoyu. Shortly after, she appeared. "Brother, you look great in that uniform," Han Xiaoyu exclaimed with a smile. Chen Ping replied with a slight grin. "It's all right. I brought everything you need. Let me help you carry it." "Yes." The school has arranged dormitory accommodations just ahead. Chen Ping followed Han Xiaoyu into her temporary dormitory, carefully placing the items down before saying, "Xiaoyu, I must hurry back to the police station. Please take care of yourself and call me immediately if anything arises." "Yes, brother, don't worry about me. Just be cautious and don't overexert yourself," she replied. With a few words of caution exchanged, Chen Ping hurriedly made his way back to the station. Arriving just in time, he found the police yard filled with thousands of officers, all lined up and awaiting the commencement of the operation. Su Qin stood at the entrance, frequently glancing at the time. As Chen Ping approached, he handed her the keys, saying, "Captain, hold on to these. You'll be driving shortly," Su Qin instructed. "Moments latte." At precisely 8 o'clock, Su Qin declared, "The drug sweep operation begins now." Understood. With the command issued, thousands of officers swiftly boarded their vehicles. In an instant, over 100 police cars surged into action. "Chen Ping, you drive," Su Qin ordered. "Yes, Captain." Once in the car, Chen Ping started the engine, and as Su Qin settled in beside him, she teased, "Are you brave enough to visit the Royal Club again?" With a slight smile, Chen Ping replied, "In the Great Xia, there is no place I would dare not venture." "Then let's head to the Royal Club." Indeed, as the car roared to life, Chen Ping activated the siren, racing towards the Royal Club. Throughout the Nanhai City District, all police forces coordinated their actions, setting up checkpoints at crucial intersections. Every entertainment establishment was subject to surprise inspections that night. The city echoed with the sound of sirens, marking an unprecedented operation in years. Half an hour later, Chen Ping parked at the entrance of the Royal Club. "Disembark." Su Qin opened the door and stepped out, followed by officers from the 10 or so police cars behind them. From the first floor to the top, conduct a thorough inspection. Anyone found using or possessing drugs is to be apprehended immediately, Su Qin ordered. Understood. Entering the lobby, Su Qin's commanding voice rang out. Everyone remained still. "We are conducting a surprise inspection. Please cooperate." The receptionists, taken aback by the sudden intrusion, stood frozen in fear. "Chen Ping, you and I will head straight to the top floor. The rest, search each level systematically." "Yes." With decisive authority, Su Qin led Chen Ping and several officers into the elevator toward the top floor. The Royal Club was overseen by Ma Bing, the head of the Qin gang Xuanwu Hall, who had long been aware of the citywide drug sweep scheduled for 8 o'clock. To Ma Bing, it was merely a formality. In Nanhai, who would dare truly oppose the Qin gang? The upper level of the club was a bustling nightlife venue, teeming with revelers. The dance floor was alive with men and women swaying to the music, while scantily clad dancers writhed provocatively on the central stage. The atmosphere was electric, and the crowd was intoxicated by the revelry. "Boss, they're here," a subordinate announced as he entered the private room where Ma Bing was drinking. Ma Bing acknowledged with a nod. "Let them inspect elsewhere, but keep an eye on our patrons. No one is allowed on the top floor." Understood. Ma Bing had already made arrangements, ensuring that the lower levels were prepared for the inspection. However, he remained unconcerned about the top floor. In his view, the police would merely make a brief appearance before departing. At the high-end nightclub, the officers were expected to recognize the unwritten rules and vacate the premises. After all, it was not so easy to investigate matters here. This was the core territory of the Xuanwu Hall, where arrivals might not necessarily be able to leave. Chapter 41. Chen Ping takes action. Su Qin was probing the upper echelons. Soon, the elevator came to a halt on the lower floor. Su Qin had already thoroughly investigated the secrets of this place. As the elevator doors opened, they ascended. Upon exiting the elevator, Su Qin led her team to a concealed staircase, the only access to the upper level. Upon pushing open the door, they encountered a dozen henchmen stationed at the stairway. "Police, step aside," Su Qin commanded, flashing her badge. These individuals, who had been obstructing the officers' entry, showed no signs of yielding. Instead, they confronted the officers with menacing expressions, blocking their path. "Officer, there's no passage above. What do you intend to do?" One of them taunted. "I will repeat. The police are conducting an investigation. Clear the way immediately," Su Qin replied coldly. "Officer, are you mistaken? This is a private area. Do you dare to report us?" "Once more, I warn you. The police are at work. Step aside at once." "What? You think we will let you pass? Do you dare to lay a hand on us?" The group, emboldened by their numbers, pressed forward rather than retreating. Su Qin had brought only 5 or 6 officers with her, and facing this advancing crowd, she swiftly drew her firearm, directing it at them. "Step closer, and I will not hesitate to shoot." "How frightening." "Officer, we are law-abiding citizens," they mocked, laughing derisively. "Captain, what should we do? Should we call for reinforcements?" one of the officers inquired, sensing the situation had turned dire. Su Qin found herself in a predicament and glanced at Chen Ping beside her. "Leave it to me," Chen Ping replied calmly. He stepped forward, raising his hand to signal. "Police are conducting an investigation. Retreat." "What's so special about the police? Just because you say so, we should retreat? What if we don't?" The front line of henchmen, sensing Chen Ping was male, grew increasingly aggressive, advancing rather than stepping back. One individual even shoved Chen Ping's hand aside. Chen Ping had anticipated this provocation. "Assaulting an officer," he shouted. No sooner had he spoken than he struck out, landing swift blows on the nearest henchman. In a matter of moments, they were laid low. "How dare you lay a hand on me? Take him down." The others, witnessing Chen Ping's actions, charged at him en masse. With a powerful kick, Chen Ping sent the foremost attacker sprawling, causing a chain reaction that toppled several others behind him. Propelled by momentum, he vaulted over the stair railing, his body soaring like a swallow, knees striking 2 of the assailants in the chest upon landing. In mere moments, with deft movements, he incapacitated a dozen individuals. From the moment Chen Ping took action to the last foe falling, not even a minute had elapsed. Now, not a single one of the dozen remained standing. Goodness, that was extraordinary. The officers behind him had barely grasped the situation when Chen Ping had single-handedly subdued them all. Su Qin, however, was not taken aback. She had long recognized that Chen Ping was no ordinary man. "Let us proceed." Su Qin instructed her companions to ascend to the top floor. The dimly lit upper level led directly to a corridor where a few thugs and a welcoming committee awaited outside. How had the police arrived? The bouncers at the entrance were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the officers approach. To one side of the reception area stood a couch for relaxation, upon which sat a man gripping a dagger, his face marred by a chilling scar. He was Tai Kuan, the foremost enforcer for Ma Bing. Upon learning of the police's presence, Tai Kuan sauntered forward with an air of nonchalance. Clear the way for the officers, he commanded. The two policemen, emboldened by Chen Ping's backing, approached the obstructing thug without awaiting Su Qin's orders, attempting to push him aside. Brother Kuan, one of the younger thugs, hesitated. Glancing back at Tai Kuan maintained his impassive expression, directing his gaze at Su Qin. Officer, do you comprehend the nature of this establishment? You dare to investigate? Su Qin replied coolly, we possess the authority to inspect any location. Is that non-negotiable then? What? Do you still intend to lay hands on the police? One of the officers retorted loudly. A smirk crept across Tai Kuan's lips as he suddenly struck out at the two officers. His fists landed squarely on their chests, sending them flying before they could react. Chen Ping swiftly caught them, preventing their fall. Seeing this, Su Qin immediately drew her firearm. Stop! Tai Kuan let out a cold laugh, wielding his dagger with lightning speed as he lunged at Su Qin. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Chen Ping abruptly seized Tai Kuan's wrist. Tai Kuan felt a sharp pang in his wrist, realizing that advancing any further was a daunting task. You seek death, he spat, attempting to strike Chen Ping with his left fist. However, Chen Ping effortlessly grasped his incoming punch, applying slight pressure. Tai Kuan cried out in agony, feeling as though the bones in his fingers were about to shatter. He desperately tried to retract his hand, but it was futile. In the face of overwhelming strength, Tai Kuan was rendered as helpless as a child. It was only then that he comprehended the true extent of Chen Ping's terrifying prowess. He had considered himself a top-tier fighter in Nanhai, yet before Chen Ping, he found himself without even a chance to retaliate. Chen Ping had no intention of toying with him. Suddenly releasing Tai Kuan, he delivered a forceful strike to his chin. With a resounding crack, Tai Kuan was propelled backwards. His teeth nearly all shattered as he crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Tai Kuan attempted to utter something, but his words were lost in the wind. His subordinates could only stare in utter disbelief before they could recover from their shock. Chen Ping dispatched each one of them with ease, leaving them sprawled on the floor. Chen Ping, I truly did not misjudge you, Su Qin said, her admiration for him evident as she approached, her gaze lingering on Tai Kuan. This is Tai Kuan, one of Ma Bing's most capable subordinates. He once single-handedly defeated over 100 men, yet here he couldn't withstand a single blow from you. Just how formidable are you? Chen Ping smiled modestly. My prowess pales in comparison to your expectations. Thank you, Chen Ping. Su Qin found herself increasingly enamored with him. His charisma was formidable, and his humility was refreshing. More importantly, his integrity resonated deeply with her. Let us proceed. Su Qin felt a surge of confidence, grateful for Chen Ping's presence. The remaining individuals consisted of a few beautiful hostesses who were already rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. Approaching the inner door, Su Qin pushed it open, revealing the vibrant nightlife within. As she stepped into the venue, the cacophony of voices greeted her. With a determined push, she swung the door wide, and before her eyes lay a throng of men and women, wildly swaying to the pulsating beats of the music. The dazzling lights of the night scene did not deter the revelers from their revelry. You too, guard the entrance. No one is to escape, she instructed. Yes, ma'am. Speaking into her earpiece, Su Qin commanded, send a team from the top floor. Having given her orders, she strode purposefully toward the host's stand alongside Chen Ping. Why are there police here? What's going on? Murmurs rippled through the crowd as they noticed Su Qin weaving through the throng. Chapter 42. Take away Ma Bing. Reaching the host stand, Su Qin brandished her police badge. Police officers conducting an investigation. Remain where you are and do not move. Turn off the music. With that, she snatched the microphone from the bewildered host and declared into it, I am Captain Su Qin of the Criminal Investigation Division. Everyone, stand still and do not move. Prepare for a search. The music ceased immediately, and the lights were switched on. Chen Ping and several colleagues moved to forcibly silence the music, replacing the vibrant lights with harsh illumination. The venue fell into a sudden hush, the air thick with murmurs of confusion. What is happening? Why are the police here? What is going on? Su Qin, Her voice booming through the microphone commanded silence. "I will warn you once more. Remain where you are and do not speak. Who allowed you to come up here?" At that moment, the bouncers in the venue closed in, their demeanor aggressive, showing no regard for Su Qin and her team as authority. "Do not move, or I will open fire," the police officer warned, drawing his weapon to signal the bouncers to refrain from escalating the situation. The atmosphere grew tense. Ma Bing could no longer remain seated. He emerged from the back, and upon his appearance, the crowd instinctively quieted and parted to make way. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, he approached the host stand, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze on Su Qin and then on Chen Ping. "It's you? It seems Tai Kuan failed to stop you." Ignoring him, Chen Ping maintained his composure. Su Qin interjected, "Ma Bing, instruct your men to behave. Everyone must comply with the search." Ma Bing replied coolly, "Officer Su, I have been quite cooperative. You are conducting a search in my territory. Have I objected? However, this is private property. These individuals are our own people. I would appreciate it if you would show some consideration." Su Qin retorted icily, "Ma Bing, it would be wise for you to cooperate with the inspection without further ado. Are you implying that you will not extend this courtesy?" Ma Bing smirked slightly. "In that case, I see no reason to extend you any courtesy either. Let us see what you will do if we refuse to cooperate." As soon as he finished speaking, the patrons in the nightlife venue raised their bottles and hurled them at Su Qin and her team's feet. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. Unable to endure any longer, Su Qin fired a shot into the ceiling, declaring, "If anyone dares to provoke the police again, do not blame me for being impolite. Do you think the police are all that impressive? Go ahead, shoot me if you dare." A young thug seized a bottle of liquor, shouting loudly before attempting to hurl it at Su Qin. Chen Ping, who had long been poised to act, swiftly leaped in front of the speaker, and before the bottle could be thrown, he delivered a decisive strike to the side of the thug's face, sending him crashing to the ground. "Damn it, finish him off." Witnessing this, the others surged towards Chen Ping, with his hands deftly striking. Anyone who dared to approach was swiftly knocked down before they could even lay a finger on him. The scene erupted in anguished cries. Ma Bing furrowed his brow and exchanged glances with his two skilled accomplices, who simultaneously advanced on Chen Ping from either side. One attacked from above, while the other struck from below, their assault fierce and relentless. Without moving an inch, Chen Ping awaited their approach and then unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! His fist, swift and precise, connected squarely with the face of the assailant from above. The overwhelming force elicited a wail as the thug lost his balance and was sent sprawling at Ma Bing's feet. At the same moment, Chen Ping delivered a kick directly to the chest of the second attacker, who also let out a cry as he was propelled to the ground beside his comrade. Both of Ma Bing's henchmen lay bloodied and defeated, having been vanquished by a single move from Chen Ping. Silence fell over the scene. Ma Bing gazed at Chen Ping as if he were a monster, fully aware of the prowess of the two men he had dispatched. Even Tai Kuan would not have been their match. Yet, despite their combined efforts, they had not even been able to touch Chen Ping, let alone defeat him. Ma Bing's confidence waned. He was also a skilled fighter, but he now questioned his ability to contend with Chen Ping. He had always believed Chen Ping possessed some skill, yet not enough to warrant his intervention. As Ma Bing pondered his next move, the door burst open, revealing a squad of armed SWAT officers. "Everyone freeze. Raise your hands." The officers barked as they entered. Seeing Ma Bing intimidated by Chen Ping, Su Qin interjected, "Ma Bing, if you do not cooperate, do you believe I want to take you in as well?" Ma Bing glanced at Su Qin and then at Chen Ping, reluctantly waving his hand at his subordinates, instructing them, "Stand down and comply with the inspection." A smirk curled at the corner of Su Qin's mouth. "At least you're sensible. Listen carefully, everyone. Conduct thorough searches and do not overlook anyone. Arrest anyone found with drugs or who has used drugs. Anyone who resists, deal with them harshly." With Su Qin's command, the SWAT team immediately began individual inspections. Those who resisted were met with the brutal force of rifle butts. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Everyone complied, crouching down submissively. Before long, several individuals were discovered concealing narcotics, and those apprehended were handcuffed and taken away. After a thorough hour-long search, over a dozen drug offenders were found, with more than 30 individuals identified as users. Su Qin approached Ma Bing and stated, "Ma Bing, your establishment has been implicated in drug activity. You will need to accompany me." With that, she produced a pair of handcuffs. "What are you doing?" One of the thugs cried out again. Ma Bing's expression darkened as he glared at Su Qin. "Officer Su, do you truly have to go this far?" "Apologies, but this is a matter of duty." Ma Bing longed to resist. Yet the sight of Chen Ping standing resolutely behind Su Qin quelled his defiance. "Very well, I will go with you." Ma Bing extended his hands, allowing Su Qin to secure the cuffs around his wrists. "Boss, I'm fine. Just cooperate with the officers," he reassured his men as Su Qin locked the cuffs on him. "Captain, the search is complete," one of the officers reported. Su Qin nodded and commanded, "Reassemble." Upon her instruction, the officers escorted the suspects away. The streets outside the Royal Dynasty Club were under strict surveillance, surrounded by onlookers eager to witness the unfolding events. Soon a procession of law enforcement emerged, leading over 70 individuals, both men and women, into police vehicles. The crowd, witnessing the apprehension of such a large number of suspects, erupted in excitement, their cheers echoing in the air. Following this initial group, another contingent was taken away under the watchful eyes of special police. The last to exit was Ma Bing, flanked by 2 officers. Renowned in Nanhai, Ma Bing was instantly recognizable to the public as the formidable leader of the Zuanyutang within the Qin gang. While the citizens harbored a mix of trepidation and exhilaration at his capture, they dared not voice their approval too loudly, fearing retribution from the criminal underworld. With Su Qin and Chen Ping emerging from the venue, the drug raid at the Royal Dynasty Club was successfully concluded. Chapter 43. Chen Ping reveals information from above. The Royal Dynasty Club stands as one of the premier entertainment establishments in Nanhai, personally overseen by Ma Bing. It was a primary target for Su Qin's anti-drug operations, while efforts to cleanse other venues continued simultaneously. As for other significant locations associated with the Qin gang, there was currently no justification for intervention, such as Yi Chen's company, which primarily engaged in illegal fundraising, lending, and investment activities. These operations were, of course, exempt from the drug sweep, as were certain underground venues, including casinos, horse racing tracks, and violent debt collection sites, which remained untouched for the time being. These locations were deeply entrenched in the Qin gang's illicit activities, and a comprehensive crackdown would require directives from higher authorities. Lu Zhongyuan had yet to contemplate a confrontation with Wang Huan, and Su Qin was resolute in adhering to her superior's orders. Around 10:30 p.m., Su Qin and Chen Ping returned to the police station to commence interrogations of the apprehended suspects. Given the extensive scope of the drug operation and the multitude of detainees, it was anticipated that most personnel would be working through the night. Aside from the Qin gang members apprehended by Su Qin, the majority of those arrested from rival establishments were mere petty criminals without any substantial backing. It was no wonder that the police appeared unmotivated. The Wang brothers had long entrenched themselves within the precinct. Furthermore, many were hesitant to confront the Qin gang, often only going through the motions of enforcement. Su Qin was well aware of this reality, yet she could only turn a blind eye to a degree. It was impossible to personally oversee every location. The suspects were to be categorized, with particular emphasis placed on identifying Qin gang affiliates and those concealing narcotics. Do not allow them any respite until they divulge their suppliers. Su Qin instructed Chen Wu. Chen Wu nodded in understanding. Understood. Captain, what shall we do with Ma Bing? Detain him for now. Very well. Chen Wu added, Captain, you didn't rest last night. You should return home to recuperate this evening. The interrogations can be managed by me and the team. Although Su Qin felt fatigued, her concern lingered. All right, I will rest in my office. Inform me immediately should anything arise. Understood. Su Qin glanced at Chen Ping and expressed her gratitude, saying, Tonight's success is largely due to you. Otherwise, we would have had no way to deal with the cavalry. Chen Ping smiled slightly and replied, It's nothing. It's my duty. Indeed, Chen Ping, you have worked hard tonight. You may clock out. Just come in as usual tomorrow. It's fine. I still feel energetic. I will remain at the precinct in case anything arises. All right. then come to my office for a cup of coffee and take a moment to rest. Sure. Upon arriving at the office, Su Qin brewed a cup of coffee for Chen Ping. The office contained a long sofa and a coffee table. Su Qin sat down on the sofa, offering the coffee to Chen Ping, saying, "Have a cup to warm yourself." "Thank you." Chen Ping accepted the coffee and inquired, "Captain, do you think this investigation will lead us to the source?" Su Qin paused momentarily, contemplating, "I don't know. Let's hope so. If the Green Gang is indeed behind the drug trade, our significant actions may have already prompted them to cover their tracks. Indeed, it is unavoidable. Even if we remain discreet, there will always be informants. Therefore, I believe it would be best for us to conduct a covert investigation." "Are you suggesting we investigate secretly?" "Precisely. If the Green Gang is truly involved in drug trafficking, there must be clues. We simply need to ascertain from the users where they obtain the drugs and follow the trail. It is bound to lead us somewhere." "I understand, but it may not be easy to extract information." Su Qin expressed her concerns. "That is true. After all, no one dares to offend the Green Gang. If they speak out, they fear retribution. Dealing with the Green Gang is not a matter that can be resolved swiftly. There are far too many individuals involved. Without a firm decision from above, we are powerless. It would be ideal if this anti-drug operation could trace the source, but even if it cannot, at the very least, we have diminished the drug traffickers' audacity and temporarily curbed the spread of narcotics in Nanhai. Perhaps we could attempt to inquire with those who mingle in the underworld." "Does your precinct have any informants?" Su Qin replied bitterly, "Let's not mention those informants. Once the Green Gang is involved, even under duress, they remain silent." "Is that so?" "Indeed. Over the years, most cases linked to the Green Gang have ended in unresolved ambiguity. This is why we have consistently struggled to tackle them." Chen Ping sighed, expressing, "I hope the higher-ups will make a decision soon and eradicate these malevolent forces." Su Qin momentarily froze, asking, "Chen Ping, do you mean that the higher-ups are already taking these issues seriously?" Chen Ping nodded yes. "It is merely a matter of time. I believe we shall not have to wait long." "Is that true?" "That is wonderful." Su Qin, upon hearing this news, could not contain her excitement and asked, "Chen Ping, how did you come by this information? Is it credible?" Chen Ping replied earnestly, "The information is highly reliable. It comes from an old superior of mine. Last time, I reached out to him for assistance via the precinct. Subsequently, I reported the issues concerning the Nanhai Green Gang to him. He explicitly stated that the higher-ups have resolved to tackle the local corrupt forces and the presence of criminal elements. However, as a stable plan has yet to be established, the timeline remains uncertain." Su Qin was convinced by this assertion and curiously asked, "Chen Ping, could you reveal your true identity?" "Captain, an identity is merely a superficial title. Sometimes, revealing one's true identity could hinder the delightful conversation we share." Chen Ping smiled faintly. Su Qin nodded, chuckling softly. "All right. Though I am aware your identity is certainly not ordinary. It may even surpass my imagination. However, you are correct. If I were to truly know who you are, our harmonious interactions might be compromised. Indeed. Thus, I have refrained from disclosing my own identity, as I wish for our interactions to remain comfortable. At times, ignorance is preferable. It allows for an unencumbered exchange of thoughts. In the future, I shall refrain from asking, and perhaps once we have grown closer, akin to siblings or comrades in arms, you may reveal it to me. I assure you, I will not withhold anything in return. Chen Ping, it is genuinely a privilege to know you. You are the most sincere and principled man I have encountered, and quite handsome as well. If you continue to flatter me, I might just become bashful. I speak nothing but the truth. You're the most principled female officer I have ever met. Your presence in the Nanhai police station is a blessing for all. Moreover, you are quite beautiful." Su Qin's cheeks flushed slightly, a rosy hue adorning her face as she responded, "Not at all. My colleagues refer to me as a female Tyrannosaurus. They say I lack femininity and resemble a boy instead. Sometimes beauty transcends mere appearances. True beauty lies within the heart. You possess both an exquisite exterior and a beautiful soul. This is a primary reason why I agreed to join the police station. Is that so?" "Indeed." Su Qin found herself increasingly captivated, her feelings for Chen Ping deepening. Chapter 44. Wang Qing comes to demand someone in the early hours of the morning. The police station was still interrogating all suspects, Yet after several hours of intense questioning, no leads had emerged. Just then, a multitude of vehicles arrived outside the station. The sheer number of vehicles caused a complete traffic blockade. Upon their arrival, the vehicles blared their horns furiously, creating a cacophony that pierced the stillness of the night. What is happening? The officers from the station rushed outside to assess the situation, only to witness thousands of members of the Qin gang, clad uniformly in black suits, shouting loudly outside the police station. "Release them! Release them! Release them!" This scene truly alarmed the officers within the station. Su Qin and Chen Ping, still engaged in conversation in the office, promptly made their way to the hall upon hearing the commotion. "Captain, it's the Qin gang causing a ruckus." Su Qin furrowed her brow. "Prepare for lockdown." Yes. Although the police force was not large, they quickly formed a line, wielding shields and batons, to secure the area around the police station. "Smash!" An unknown voice shouted. The Qin gang members hurled objects at the officers in the courtyard, resulting in utter chaos. "What should we do, Captain?" Su Qin felt at a loss, confronted with the Qin gang's provocation. Without orders from superiors, she hesitated to resort to gunfire. "We cannot fire. We lack the numerical advantage. What is going on? What is happening?" At that moment, Su Lai rushed in, having also been working late at the police station. "Father." Su Qin felt a surge of confidence and quickly stated, "Father, the Qin gang's actions constitute a serious provocation towards the police. I suggest we take immediate action. The authority of the police station cannot be provoked." Su Lai's lips twitched. "Do not act recklessly." "Father, please refrain from speaking. I will handle this." Concerned that the situation would escalate beyond control, Su Lai stepped aside to call Lu Zhongyuan. "Deputy Mayor, there is a situation. Over 1,000 members of the Qin gang have surrounded the police station, shouting for us to release someone." "Understood. Do not act rashly for now. I will call Wang Huan to ascertain his intentions." "All right." Su Lai had no choice but to stabilize the situation and prevent any conflict between the police and the disciples of the Qin gang. Lu Zhongyuan immediately attempted to reach Wang Huan, but after several unanswered calls, he remained incommunicado. At the top of the Dihao building, Wang Huan had yet to retire for the night. He lounged with his legs crossed, leisurely sipping tea. "Mayor, should we answer?" Huang Tao inquired as the phone rang again. Wang Huan smirked slightly. "Let be for now." Lu Zhongyuan was truly out of line. They had agreed on a mere formality, yet he dared to arrest Ma Bing. This was a blatant disregard for my authority, and I was keen to see how far he could push it. The more Wang Huan pondered, the angrier he became. He had presumed Lu Zhongyuan was merely going through the motions, yet that very night, the police not only swept through the upper echelons of the empire, but also injured individuals and apprehended Ma Bing. This affront could not go unaddressed, which led to Wang Qing rallying over 1,000 members of the Qin gang to create chaos. "Mayor, it appears Lu Zhongyuan is resolute in severing ties with us. What shall we do?" "I truly misjudged him. He has been plotting against me. I considered him an ally, yet he seeks to undermine me. Let us see who falters first." "What do you mean, Mayor?" "We cannot confront Lu Zhongyuan head-on. After all, he is the deputy mayor. Moreover, he has support behind him. Should anything untoward occur, there will certainly be repercussions. Unless absolutely necessary, we cannot resort to force." "Then what is your plan?" Wang Huan replied coldly. "This matter requires a gradual approach. Isn't Su Lai on his side? Let us devise a means to remove Su Lai from the equation. As for Lu Zhongyuan, his own past is not pristine. We shall find something on him." "Understood." Huang Tao picked up the phone. "Another call is coming in. Answer it and inform him I am asleep. Just say the second master is on the scene and let him speak with him directly." "Yes." Huang Tao moved aside to answer the call. "Deputy Mayor, good evening. The mayor is currently asleep. May I inquire what you wish to discuss with him?" On the other end, Lu Zhongyuan frowned. "The mayor is asleep?" "Indeed. If there is something you wish to discuss, I can relay your message." "Very well. Are Wang Qing and the others present?" "He should be outside the police station. He personally led the men tonight. No matter how the mayor advised, he cannot be dissuaded. This matter requires you to speak with him directly." "Understood." Lu Zhongyuan seethed inwardly, realizing this was an attempt by Wang Qing to embarrass him. After ending the call, he dialed Wang Huan. The phone was answered swiftly, and Wang Qing's cheerful laughter rang out. "Ha, brother Lu. What brings you to call your younger brother?" Lu Zhongyuan replied calmly. "Wang Qing, there is no need for us to beat around the bush. Are you currently outside the police station?" "Indeed, I have some free time this evening and came to see the commotion. I must say it is quite lively," Wang Qing responded. Lu Zhongyuan suppressed his inner fury and said, "Wang Qing, there is no need for us to create such unpleasantness between us. Is there? Unpleasantness? How could that be? Vice Mayor, why do you say such things?" Wang Qing retorted. "Cut the nonsense and tell me what you want." "Oh dear, how could I dare to want anything? You are the Vice Mayor. After all, your authority is immense. With just a word from you, the drug raids commence. In one night, all my businesses have been swept away. Not to mention, my people have been either arrested or beaten, and I dare not utter a word. Hence, I have come to the police station to surrender, to spare you the trouble of taking matters into your own hands. Wouldn't you agree?" Wang Qing said sarcastically. "The drug raids are essential for maintaining social security. Naturally, some of your interests may be affected. Conflicts among your subordinates are also inevitable. Your brother supports this action as well. If you continue to stir up trouble, it will put me in a difficult position. If it comes to that, do not blame me for disregarding your brother's face. In such a scenario, we would both suffer," Lu Zhongyuan stated sternly. Although Wang Qing was creating a scene, Lu Zhongyuan still had to maintain his composure. If he truly angered Lu Zhongyuan, the latter would not hesitate to take drastic measures, and no one would emerge unscathed. "Fine, I will show you some respect. But you must ensure that Su Lai releases Ma Bing and my Qin gang disciples. If not, we shall both suffer," Wang Qing insisted. Lu Zhongyuan pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, I will make the call. You must immediately have your people cease their actions and stop causing trouble." "Understood." Lu Zhongyuan hung up the phone and could not help but curse under his breath. Damn it. After all, he was a vice mayor, responsible for law and order in the city, yet he found himself in a position of having to negotiate with Wang Qing in such a subservient manner. It was indeed frustrating. Despite this frustration, he had to endure. He did not wish for a massive upheaval in Nanhai, as that would be devastating to his career. Chapter 45. The police station is forced to release Ma Bing though irate. The situation had to be resolved. Lu Zhongyuan promptly called Su Lai and said, "Wang Qing will be coming to demand the release of his people. You must release Ma Bing and all Qin gang disciples." "Release them? What about the drug raids?" Su Lai inquired. "Of course, the raids must continue, but the individuals must be released as well. Ultimately, we need to manage this situation without causing further chaos. We must demonstrate our stance to the public while ensuring basic social stability." "Understood. Good. What we aim to achieve is precisely this. Now that we have reached this outcome, we have distanced ourselves from Wang Huan while clearly stating our position to the public. As for Qin gang, the higher-ups will handle that." "All right, I see. Thank you for your hard work." In truth, Su Lai also hoped for stability. He certainly did not want any major incidents, as that would not bode well for him. "Dad, what is the plan? Are we going to fight?" Su Qin still hoped for Lu Zhongyuan to show some firmness. Su Lai frowned. "Fight? There are over 1,000 people outside. Do you intend to execute them all?" "What do you mean?" Su Qin looked at Su Lai, puzzled. Su Lai spoke with a serious demeanor. "The deputy mayor has issued an order to ensure social stability. Immediately release Ma Bing and all disciples of the Qin gang." "What?" Su Qin was perplexed and responded, "Dad, the drug case is likely connected to the Qin gang. How can I investigate if everyone is released?" "Take your time with the investigation. Right now, we must prioritize stability. Do you understand? Why must we compromise with evil forces? There is no reason. This is a directive from above, and I am merely following orders. Now, go release them at once." "I want to release them. On what grounds?" "You." Su Lai turned to Chen Wu. "Release them immediately." Chen Wu's lips twitched as he nodded. "Understood, Director Su." "Dad." Su Qin wanted to protest, but was restrained by Chen Ping. Su Qin looked at him in confusion. "Chen Ping, what are you doing?" Chen Ping shook his head. "Listen to your father. Given the current situation, we must maintain stability. If a conflict arises, it will only instigate panic within society. Dealing with the Qin gang requires careful planning. Hasty actions will only complicate matters further." Su Lai nodded in satisfaction and remarked to Su Qin, "See, even a junior officer possesses such insight. When will you learn to think more and act less impulsively? Su Qin frowned. Fine, I'll let them go. That is more like it. Su Lai turned to Chen Ping. It's you? I was wondering when my daughter became so obedient. Chen Ping smiled slightly. Director Su. MHM. As they spoke, the Qin gang disciples outside ceased their disturbances. At that moment, Wang Qing also exited his vehicle, cigar in mouth, leading his men into the police precinct courtyard. Su Lai waved his hand. Everyone stand aside. He approached Wang Qing with a slight smile. What brings you here in person? Second Master? Wang Qing replied coldly. Su Lai, your authority seems to be growing, and your daughter, it appears, is quite capable. Su Lai chuckled. Second Master, please forgive me. I'm simply carrying out orders. As for my daughter, she is still learning. No offense intended. Humph. Wang Qing scoffed. Su Lai, we are both from Nanhai and have known each other for many years. Don't think I haven't advised you. Keep your eyes open and don't align yourself with the wrong people, or you might meet a tragic end. Su Lai's eyes twitched. Yes, yes. Second Master speaks wisely. Wang Huan's gaze fell upon Chen Ping as he turned to Su Lai. That person is Chen Ping, the one who killed Zhang Xin? Su Lai glanced back and nodded. Indeed. Quite impressive. It seems you are protective of him. A murderer can become a junior officer. Wang Qing looked at Chen Ping with a mocking expression. You, young man, are quite remarkable. Not only did you kill my men, but you also injured others. Don't think that with Chao Zhan's protection, I wouldn't dare to touch you. Chen Ping replied calmly. You may try. Ha ha, such bravado. I admire your spirit. I hope you won't disappoint me. I certainly will not. Wang Qing sneered, his eyes filled with malice as he glanced at Chen Ping, choosing not to respond further. Before long, Ma Bing and the Qin gang disciples were released. Seeing everyone freed, Wang Qing waved his hand. Boys, let us go have a drink to calm our nerves. As you say, big brother, one cannot deny that Wang Qing, as the leader of the Qin gang, commands considerable respect. With a single command, the group swiftly dispersed. Listen up. Su Lai stood at the entrance, raising his voice to declare, the anti-drug operation shall continue unabated, with even greater intensity and fervor. At the same time, we must avoid any conflict with the Qin gang. Our primary focus is to eradicate drugs, while other matters can be set aside for now. Do you understand? Understood, came the reply. Disperse. As the gathering broke up, everyone relaxed and returned to their respective duties. Yet, deep down, most felt a sense of frustration. After all, they were the embodiment of justice, forced to endure in the face of malevolent forces. Such is reality. Against the might of power, one must bide their time. I'm off work now. You should head home and rest early, Su Lai said to Su Qin before departing. Watching him leave, Su Qin sighed. It's a pity to let someone we just apprehended go without extracting any information, whether they are released or not. It amounts to the same, Chen Ping replied. To completely eradicate the Qin gang, we must wait. Indeed. However, at this rate, we might never trace the source of the drugs. Progress requires time. How can we uncover clues otherwise? Su Qin felt a wave of helplessness wash over her, as her previous zeal diminished significantly. Outside the police station, a procession of police cars returned. The night's anti-drug operation was drawing to a close. The vehicles were nearly filled to capacity, indicating the severity of the drug situation in Nanhai. Chen Ping and Su Qin stood at the entrance, observing groups of individuals being escorted into the station. He Wu. Chen Ping, noticing a familiar figure, called out. He Wu caught sight of Chen Ping and smiled. Hey brother, you become a policeman? Cut the chatter. No need for pleasantries, the officer escorting He Wu admonished, giving him a light tap on the back of the head as they led him away. Chen Ping furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated any connection with these ruffians. Yet, he recalled Han Xiaoyu mentioning that He Wu had rescued her at the Royal Club. In essence, he owed He Wu a debt of gratitude. Do you know him? Su Qin inquired. Chen Ping nodded slightly. Yes, we had some past grievances. That day, Zhang Sun bullied my sister at the Royal Club, and He Wu intervened on her behalf, so I owe him. Su Qin clasped her hands behind her back, frowning. Is that so? Noticing her expression, Chen Ping smiled gently. You need not feel conflicted. I'll find a way to repay the debt I owe. As for his crimes, he must face the consequences. Of course, I was not considering favoritism on your behalf. Su Qin had indeed harbored such thoughts, awaiting Chen Ping's words. To her surprise, he radiated integrity. Chapter 46. Chen Ping discovers a lead. I'll go see what's going on. With nothing pressing to attend to, Chen Ping decided to visit He Wu. If there was any assistance he could provide, it would serve to repay his favor. Although Chen Ping was an auxiliary officer, his competence was well acknowledged, and he was treated with respect. Chen Wu, having heard that Chen Ping wished to see He Wu, approached to inquire about the situation. Chen Ping, are you close with He Wu? Chen Ping shook his head. Not particularly. I simply owe him a favor. Oh, this fellow is a serious offender. Selling drugs at a bar. We caught him red-handed. If convicted, he is looking at a minimum of 10 years. Is that so? Certainly. However, if you wish to assist him, I could consider reducing the charges, allowing for a lesser sentence. Chen Wu chuckled. Chen Ping's lips twitched slightly. There is no need for such formality. Let's conduct this matter with professionalism. Very well. May I meet him alone? No problem. I shall arrange it. Chen Wu replied before proceeding with the arrangements. Chen Ping entered an empty room, eager to see He Wu. His intentions were twofold: to offer assistance and, more importantly, to extract valuable information from him. In a short while, Chen Wu returned with He Wu in tow. Chen Ping, I have brought the person. You may converse, Chen Wu stated before ushering He Wu inside and closing the door behind him. He Wu, upon seeing Chen Ping, displayed a countenance filled with relief and bowed deeply, saying, "Elder brother, please help me, especially considering I once saved Han Xiaoyu." Chen Ping furrowed his brow. You certainly know how to engage in conversation. Please take a seat. Thank you, elder brother. Thank you, He Wu replied. However, He Wu, drug trafficking is a grave offense. If convicted, you're looking at a minimum sentence of 10 years. Upon hearing this, He Wu nearly broke down in tears, pleading, "Elder brother, you have connections. Please assist me. I truly do not wish to be imprisoned." He Wu was genuinely frightened. As a person without any influential background, being apprehended meant only one inevitable outcome: incarceration. Chen Ping responded, "How can I rescue you? I am merely an auxiliary police officer, devoid of any authority. If you truly desire my help, you must demonstrate that you can make amends for your crimes. I can appeal to the higher-ups, advocating for a reduced sentence based on your efforts to atone." He Wu, sensing a glimmer of hope, asked, "Elder brother, please teach me how I can atone for my crimes. How did you become involved in drug trafficking?" Chen Ping inquired. He Wu, realizing the gravity of the situation, sighed. "I never intended this. My father fell ill a few days ago and urgently required funds for surgery. Lacking any money and unable to devise a solution, I was approached by someone who suggested I sell drugs. It was a new type of drug circulating in Nanhai, one that induces hallucinations. I thought that since I was already assisting brother who in a few bars, I might as well procure some and sell it there. I swear, I only engaged in this for a few days before the police raided and arrested me." Chen Ping nodded. "I believe your words hold truth. You are not an inherently wicked individual, and there is still hope for you. Indeed, elder brother, I have never wished to harm anyone. Life on the streets often leaves one with no choice. Please, you must save me. If I end up in prison, my father will surely perish." He Wu said as tears streamed down his face. Chen Ping replied, "Crying will not resolve your predicament. If you wish to avoid prison, it is up to you to take action. You mentioned someone urged you to sell drugs. Who is that person? If I do not disclose, I cannot help you. Those who appear to assist you may in fact be your downfall," Chen Ping cautioned. With a determined bite of his lip, He Wu finally divulged. "The individual who supplied me with drugs is known as Xiao Mao. I only know him by that alias. I have known him for a long time. We have been in the same circles. He approached me and provided the drugs to sell, with me receiving 20% and he taking 80. Do you know where he obtained the drugs?" Chen Ping pressed. He Wu shook his head. "I do not know, but I have heard him mention that the drugs originated from Nanhai, where they are manufactured. He once casually mentioned a name, claiming that the drugs were sourced from that individual." "Who?" Chen Ping inquired. "The monkey," He Wu replied. "The monkey? Elder brother, I have truly shared all I know. In this line of work, few use their real names, especially among drug traffickers." Chen Ping nodded, expressing his trust. "Is it possible that this monkey is affiliated with the Qin gang?" Upon hearing this, He Wu's expression changed dramatically, and he shook his head repeatedly. Brother, I truly do not know. All right, the information you provided is extremely valuable. I will advocate for you. Please wait a moment. After calming He Wu, Chen Ping hurried to find Su Qin. The intelligence from He Wu was too significant, confirming that there were indeed individuals manufacturing drugs in Nanhai. Su Qin was still in her office, awaiting useful leads, but had yet to acquire any. Chen Ping approached the office door and knocked. Come in, Captain. Upon seeing Chen Ping, Su Qin squinted and smiled. I thought you had finished for the day. I was about to make you a cup of coffee. Captain, hold off on the coffee for now. I have crucial information regarding narcotics. What information? Su Qin immediately perked up. Chen Ping replied. It can now be confirmed that there is a drug manufacturing den in Nanhai, and it is highly likely that a large trafficking organization is behind it. What? Is the information reliable? It should be accurate. Wonderful. What else have you uncovered? We need to apprehend the individuals involved immediately. Understood. Chen Ping cautioned. This matter must remain between us. The more people who know, the less secure it becomes. Agreed. Come with me to meet the informant. All right. Su Qin promptly accompanied Chen Ping to see He Wu. Upon seeing Su Qin, He Wu immediately stood and bowed. Officer Su, I am willing to atone for my sins and contribute positively. Su Qin nodded. Excellent. The information you provide is highly valuable. If you assist in cracking this drug case, I assure you that you will be exonerated. Really? Thank you, Officer Su. However, you must help me capture your superior. Understood. Without hesitation, He Wu nodded. Chen Ping reassured him. Rest assured, this matter is known only to Captain Su and myself. You need not fear retaliation. As long as you help us capture Xiao Mao, you will have accomplished a great feat. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Officer Su. I can take you to Xiao Mao's residence. I am the only one who knows the address. Let us depart immediately. Without further ado, Su Qin approached and loosened his handcuffs. Without exchanging pleasantries, Su Qin and Chen Ping left with He Wu. 40 minutes later, Su Qin drove to a residential area. The place was densely packed with old-style stairwell buildings, situated in the Old City District. Officer Su, this is the building. Xiao Mao lives on the 4th floor, apartment 407. He is bald and somewhat overweight, and he has a gun, so please be careful. Understood. Chen Ping instructed. For your safety, remain in the car and do not exit. We will handle this. All right. Su Qin warned. You had better not deceive us or think of fleeing. With that, she secured He Wu in the car with handcuffs. Chapter 47. Luring the snake from its hole, Chen Ping and Su Qin exited the vehicle and stealthily approached the building. They cautiously ascended to the 4th floor, tiptoeing to the door of 407. Su Qin slowly drew her firearm, aiming at the entrance, and Chen Ping, understanding her intent, kicked the door open with a forceful bang. As Chen Ping switched on his flashlight, Su Qin rushed into the room. It was a 2-bedroom apartment, and upon entry, they were immediately greeted by a metallic scent of blood. This is bad. Su Qin keenly sensed something was amiss. As Chen Ping's flashlight illuminated the scene, they discovered a long-dead corpse lying on the ground, its blood still fresh. They had arrived too late. With a sigh, Su Qin holstered her firearm and switched on the light to search for any clues. Chen Ping and Su Qin meticulously scoured every corner of the room, but found no valuable evidence. Su Qin remarked, "It appears to be a case of murder to silence, indicative of a drug trafficking gang's fear of exposure." Indeed, Chen Ping replied. "Let's summon He Wu for identification. Perhaps he can confirm if it's Xiao Mao." Shortly thereafter, Chen Ping brought He Wu to the scene. Upon seeing the corpse, He Wu's legs buckled in shock. What is this?" he stammered. Su Qin inquired. "Is this Xiao Mao?" Yes. How could he have been killed? Is it not obvious? This is a clear case of murder to silence. You mentioned his superior is called Monkey. Do you know who that is?" "Officer Su, I truly do not know who Monkey is. I only know that Xiao Mao procured drugs from him and directed me to sell them. It seemed this was the only lead they had." Su Qin retrieved her phone and contacted the police station to send personnel for follow-up. Afterward, she and Chen Ping returned to the station, arriving just past 3 in the morning. Su Qin, adept at brewing coffee, prepared a cup for both Chen Ping and herself to invigorate them. "It seems our only avenue is to pursue Monkey," she concluded. Yes, Chen Ping mused. How do you suggest we proceed with the investigation? After some contemplation, he replied, we cannot involve the police. If word leaks, Monkey will eliminate all traces. If that happens, we will be left with no leads. Su Qin nodded in agreement. You are correct, but without this approach, how else can we proceed? Draw the snake out of its hole. Draw the snake out? How do we do that? The fact that Xiao Mao was silenced indicates that his superior is wary of exposure, which is why he ordered the hit. This suggests that He Wu is also at risk. Since they have not acted yet, it is because He Wu is at the police station. Are you suggesting we utilize He Wu to lure them out? Precisely. That is a brilliant plan, Chen Ping. Whether they could draw them out remained uncertain. They needed to be subtle, ensuring He Wu cooperated without revealing himself too much, ideally by hiding away to create the impression that he was not a trap. Very well. I shall handle this matter and take He Wu with me. Agreed. The sooner, the better. I will speak with him right away. That evening, Chen Ping conspired with He Wu, instructing him to lure out those who sought to harm him. To make the ruse convincing, they fabricated a story about his father undergoing surgery, necessitating He Wu's presence at the hospital to sign documents. In the hospital, they orchestrated a scene where He Wu deliberately injured a police officer and escaped. To maintain the FAAD after his escape, He Wu hid away and spread rumors of selling tickets to flee. Naturally, Chen Ping discreetly protected him throughout the ordeal. 3 nights later, at 11 o'clock, He Wu managed to arrange passage on a boat for his escape. However, he did not genuinely intend to flee. Rather, he aimed to feign a getaway to draw Monkey out. This was a performance they had been enacting together for 3 days. As anticipated, Monkey took the bait. In a village on the outskirts of Nanhai, Monkey had been dispatching individuals to investigate He Wu's whereabouts over the past few days, intent on eliminating this potential threat. Boss, at 11 tonight, He Wu is making a run at the dock, in a 2-story house in the village. Monkey and a dozen of his underlings have been holed up here for the past few days. Are the arrangements all in place? Monkey asked nonchalantly. Everything is set. We're just waiting for him at the dock. Make it clean. Understood. After it's done, lay low for a while. Do not enter the city again. Got it. Monkey then turned to his subordinates and said, let us continue playing cards. He is a member of the Qin Gang's Green Dragon Hall, responsible for the distribution in the city. Ever since the directive came from above, he has been hiding here. To protect his identity, he eliminated all his subordinates. That night, He Wu was captured, which spared his life. Soon the time arrived. Chen Ping had also called Su Qin, who drove Chen Ping and He Wu to the dock. Chen Ping, do you think Monkey will really show up? He should. What do we do now? Chen Ping turned to He Wu, who was sitting in the back seat. You get out. He Wu trembled slightly. Brother, you must keep a close watch. Don't worry, it'll be fine. All right. I entrust my life to you. He Wu opened the car door and cautiously stepped out, nervously looking around. Aside from some containers, the dock was lined with boats resting on the water. In this vast area, not a single soul could be seen. The closer He Wu approached the dock, the faster his heart raced, occasionally glancing back at Chen Ping sitting in the car. Stay in the car. I'll go, Chen Ping said, stepping out as well. He followed He Wu, maintaining a distance of about 50 paces. Just as they neared the dock, He Wu suddenly halted. Before him stood several figures wielding machetes, and a few more emerged from behind the containers, slowly closing in on him. He Wu held his breath, fixating on the front. Suddenly, he turned and fled, shouting, Brother, save me, block him. As the assassins saw He Wu running, they all took off in pursuit. He Wu, terrified beyond measure, dashed up to Chen Ping. Brother, help me. Get behind me. Moments later, about 10 knife-wielding men chased after them. The leader, noticing Chen Ping shielding He Wu, raised his knife and ordered, surround him. Buddy, don't be foolish. Hand him over, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for cutting you down too, the leader said coldly. Chen Ping replied calmly. Let us go. Everyone is pressed for time. Damn, quite bold, kill him. A swarm of underlings surged forward, knives drawn, striking toward Chen Ping. Clenching his fists, Chen Ping charged forward without mercy, landing blow after blow with precision and efficiency. This group was no match for him. Within mere moments, they were all incapacitated. The leader was left utterly stunned. By the time he regained his composure, he turned to flee. He realized he had walked into a trap, and knew that if he didn't escape now, he would lose his chance. However, he underestimated Chen Ping. The moment he moved, Chen Ping did as well. The swiftness of Chen Ping's actions sent chills down his spine. In just a few breaths, Chen Ping was already before him. Damn it! The leader, seeing no way to evade, howled and charged at Chen Ping. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ping delivered a kick to his knee. With a piercing scream, the leader collapsed directly before Chen Ping. Displaying no emotion, Chen Ping extended his foot and kicked the knife from the man's grasp. He attempted to rise, barely managing to prop himself up when he felt a sudden weight on his back. Turning his head, he saw Su Qin standing upon him, swiftly placing handcuffs around his wrists. Su Qin? You all? Recognizing Su Qin, who was known to most present, he realized that they had fallen into a trap set by the police. Chapter 48. Nighttime interrogation. Captain Su, let us discuss this calmly, he pleaded, feeling a sense of relief at Su Qin's presence, believing that once he reached the police station, he could remain silent, and someone would eventually come to his aid. Silence. Get up, Su Qin commanded. Captain Su, I don't even know what crime I've committed. You'll find out shortly. Move. All right, I'm coming, he acquiesced. Soon, Su Qin escorted him to a car, where he was placed in the back seat alongside He Wu. Damn it, are you trying to set me up? Just wait until I get out. I'll make you pay, he threatened He Wu with a fierce glare. He Wu's face turned pale. Brother, it's not my fault. Shut your mouth, you wretch. Su Qin barked. Speak again, and I'll seal your lips. Haha, Captain Su, please calm down. I won't say another word, he quickly promised. However, instead of heading to the police station, the car veered towards the outskirts. Captain Su, this isn't the way to the station. Where are you taking me? Patience will arrive shortly, she replied enigmatically. What do you mean? Let me out. Let me out. Terrified by the realization that they were not heading to the police station, he began to bang on the car door. In response, Chen Ping turned and delivered a few swift punches, rendering him unconscious. They had previously agreed that once they captured him, they would take him to the outskirts for interrogation. Bringing him back to the station would likely yield no results. Before long, the vehicle halted before an abandoned house in the countryside. Chen Ping dragged the unconscious man inside and crouched down, delivering several slaps across his face. Gradually, the man regained consciousness. What are you doing? Let me go. Let me go, he shouted, panic-stricken at being taken to the wilderness. Su Qin regarded him and inquired of He Wu, Is this the monkey? I've never seen him before, He Wu replied. Very well. Su Qin nodded, turning back to the man. Is that you, monkey? Who is the monkey? I don't know. Captain Su, you'd best release me. Otherwise, I'll report you for abuse of power, he threatened. Su Qin smiled with a hint of amusement. Do you truly believe you can return alive? What do you mean? Do you not comprehend yet? I warn you not to do anything rash. This is illegal, and I can sue you. What law is there to discuss with a beast like you? Su Qin retorted fiercely, grasping his hair and tilting his head back. Tell me your name. Want to know my name? I refuse to tell you. If you have the guts, kill me, he sneered defiantly. Su Qin smiled faintly. Death? You think that's so simple? Turning to Chen Ping, she continued. Do you know who he is? He is one of the most ruthless individuals in this world. If you remain silent, he has 100 ways to make you speak. It would be in your best interest to cooperate. I can assure you that you will come to no harm. If you refuse to cooperate, I assure you that you will wish for death, Chen Ping said, a flicker of menace in his gaze as he produced an exquisitely sharp dagger, brandishing it with a chilling ease. Captain Su's words seemed to have crossed a line. After all, I only specialize in slow slicing and skinning alive. The art of slow slicing, as you may have heard, is an ancient form of punishment passed down through generations, involving the meticulous removal of flesh from a living body, piece by agonizing piece, without allowing the victim to perish. The executioner must inflict a total of 3,000 cuts, ensuring that the condemned suffers in despair until their demise. This practice, indeed, requires a deft hand, and not everyone possesses the fortitude to administer 3,000 cuts without killing their subject. Fortunately, I am quite capable of doing so. Su Qin feigned terror, exclaiming, Good heavens! Wouldn't that simply lead to a torturous death? Such a punishment is far too brutal. Let us stick to skinning alive. This method is even more gruesome. It involves making an incision along the back to peel away the outer skin, then grasping it from both ends and slowly tearing it apart. Oh, how revolting! The prisoner, now pale and trembling, pleaded, "Captain Su, let us discuss this calmly. Please don't resort to such cruelty." Su Qin replied, "What is there to discuss? I believe someone like you deserves to be skinned alive." No, no, no. Captain Su, just ask me whatever you need, and I will tell you everything." The man was genuinely terrified. With no divine intervention at hand, he realized that, should things go awry, even without skinning, his life would be in jeopardy. No one wishes for death. If survival is an option, why not grasp it? Su Qin nodded. "Very well, what is your name?" "Peng Fei. I go by Peng Fei." "Is your nickname Monkey?" "No, that belongs to my elder brother." "Where's he?" Peng Fei's expression turned troubled as he pleaded, "Captain Su, it's not that I refuse to speak. If my brother finds out that I betrayed him, he will surely kill me. If you don't speak, I will make him carve flesh from your body. I will tell you, but first, you must explain what crime I committed. What business do you have with my brother? Stop pretending to be oblivious. Tell me, is your brother involved in drug trafficking?" Upon hearing this, Peng Fei's face paled. "No," he vehemently denied. "Don't think I'm unaware. You killed He Wu to silence him. Your brother, Monkey, is He Wu's superior. So it's in your best interest to tell me where he is." "Captain Su, I truly do not understand what you're talking about. We have no intention of killing He Wu. I only have a personal grievance and wish to teach him a lesson." Peng Fei's demeanor shifted from fear to indifference. Su Qin furrowed her brow, still unwilling to speak the truth. "Do you believe I want to have him carve flesh?" Peng Fei smiled faintly. "Captain Su, you're resorting to coercion. Even if you were to kill me, I wouldn't know what you're referring to." "You." Su Qin hadn't intended to inflict real torture. She still held onto her principles. Recognizing that Peng Fei was merely pretending to be frightened, now he exuded an air of defiance, as if he had nothing to fear. Chen Ping, observing his demeanor, understood that without revealing his methods, the truth would remain elusive. In dealing with such individuals, one need not adhere to any professional ethics. Silently, Chen Ping seized Peng Fei's arm and, without hesitation, sliced a piece of flesh from it with the dagger. "Ah, what are you doing? Stop." The excruciating pain caused Peng Fei to scream in agony, particularly when he saw Chen Ping's expressionless visage, holding a piece of flesh, which truly terrified him. "Not saying anything, are you?" Chen Ping replied coolly, and with a swift motion of his knife, he made another cut. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as he severed another piece. Peng Fei's arm was instantly a gruesome sight, blood and flesh mingling, the intense pain making cold sweat stream down his face. "Ah!" Peng Fei's cries were heart-wrenching, compounded by an overwhelming sense of dread that left him trembling uncontrollably. Recalling Chen Ping's earlier words, he no longer doubted that he could be subjected to 1,000 cuts by this man. Not only was Peng Fei terrified, but Su Qin was also in shock. She had never anticipated that Chen Ping would actually go through with such brutality, especially since she was a police officer. Witnessing his methods sent chills down her spine. Nevertheless, she refrained from intervening, understanding that without such measures, Peng Fei would never divulge the truth. Chapter 49. The man behind all. Captain Su, I will talk. I will talk. Peng Fei, thoroughly frightened, shouted with a trembling voice. "All right, Chen Ping," Su Qin quickly interjected. Chen Ping wiped the bloodied knife on Peng Fei's clothing and coldly stated, "I will ask, and you will answer. Should you refuse to speak, I will take another piece of flesh. Rest assured, there are over 3,000 cuts to be made. I am not afraid of your silence." Peng Fei, upon gazing into Chen Ping's murderous eyes and his emotionless demeanor, was filled with an almost supernatural fear. He nodded repeatedly. "I will speak. I will tell you everything." Su Qin inquired, "Tell me, is your elder brother, Monkey, involved in drug trafficking?" Peng Fei, fearing a slow response, nodded vigorously yes. "Be more specific." "I don't know the details. I only know that our boss instructed us to sell drugs in the city. We don't sell individually, but rather collaborate with those who specialize in the drug trade. We provide them with drugs to sell. We approached over a dozen individuals, all of whom were silenced by our boss. Regarding He Wu, we initially had no knowledge of him, It was his superior, Xiao Mao, who informed us. He inadvertently mentioned He Wu's name to our boss, which is why our boss ordered us to eliminate him at the dock tonight. Where does your boss procure the drugs? I truly do not know. I only know that each time we receive a shipment, someone delivers it. Our boss only handles the sales. He is unaware of the rest. Unaware? He will mention you are producing drugs. Is that correct? Yes, but I cannot be certain. My boss has said that drugs can be supplied continuously. One final question. Are you affiliated with the Qin gang? Yes. My boss is from the Qin Long Tang of the Qin gang, associated with Han Feng. Han Feng? Indeed. He has been absent for several months. Thus, he must be producing drugs in Nanhai. Captain Su, I have disclosed everything I know. Where's your boss now? At this. Peng Fei hesitated, but upon seeing Chen Ping brandishing the knife, he hurriedly replied, He is in Nanhai village, in a residential building with all our people. I have told you everything. Let us there. Captain Su, if my boss finds out, people will die. I beg you spare me, and I will provide you with the address. Very well. As long as you speak the truth, I can assure you will be unharmed. If you dare to deceive me, I will ensure you suffer a painful death. I would never deceive you. That would only lead to my demise. Peng Fei was truly terrified. He would rather be shot dead than suffer a slow, agonizing death. He divulged everything, including the whereabouts of the monkey's hideout. Upon receiving the address, Su Qin instructed He Wu to keep an eye on Peng Fei and immediately set off with Chen Ping towards Nanhai village. You startle me just now, Su Qin remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Ping in the car. Chen Ping responded with a faint smile. Without that, he would never have spoken the truth. True, Su Qin replied. But Chen Ping, you were genuinely frightening just now. Rest assured, I reserve such cruelty only for adversaries. I would never act so toward my own. Indeed, sometimes such tactics can be remarkably effective. However, I understand you have your principles. It's not just that. I, too, wish to eliminate these individuals. But your sudden ruthlessness felt so foreign. Chen Ping replied calmly, People like me are not taught mercy. To show mercy to an enemy often leads to one's own demise and that of one's comrades. We are not like you police officers, who adhere strictly to regulations. I have learned the art of killing. Once on the battlefield, it is only slaughter. Su Qin nodded, Yes, I understand. Thank you for your understanding. As they neared Nanhai village, Chen Ping advised, Let's proceed on foot to avoid any sentinels. Agreed. Su Qin parked the car. Just ahead lay Nanhai village. To avoid alarming anyone, Chen Ping and Su Qin took a roundabout route into the village. Following the address provided by Peng Fei, they soon arrived at the location. The monkey's hideout was easily recognizable, as there were no other houses nearby, only trees surrounding it. Particularly at night, the house was brightly lit both inside and out. This must be the place, Su Qin whispered. Chen Ping said, Captain, you wait here while I go. Chen Ping, can you manage alone? They are armed. It's fine, trust me. But, trust me, I can handle it alone. Su Qin nodded, All right. I understand my presence would only hinder you, but please be cautious. If it becomes too dangerous, you can retreat. Understood. Here, take my gun, Su Qin offered, handing over her sidearm. Chen Ping shook his head. You keep it for your own protection. I do not need it. Be careful. With that, Chen Ping vanished into the night. Dealing with these ruffians would not be overly simple. Damn it. Why isn't Peng Fei answering his phone? What could he possibly be doing? The monkey, noticing Peng Fei had been gone for quite some time, without a word, repeatedly attempted to call, but to no avail. Boss, do you think Brother Fei might be in trouble? In trouble? The monkey furrowed his brow. Who would dare to touch him? Don't worry, boss. Brother Fei must have simply gone to the city for some fun. That scoundrel, when he returns, I will break his legs. The monkey didn't dwell on it too much, overly confident that no one would dare to touch members of the Qin gang in Nanhai. Let's keep playing cards. The monkey and his gang of lackeys were thoroughly engrossed at the table. Meanwhile, Chen Ping had reached the entrance. The building had a courtyard where 2 guards were smoking at the door. Armed with a dagger, Chen Ping approached the side wall, taking a breath before leaping over it, appearing like a phantom before the 2 men. Before they could react, Chen Ping's murderous intent had already taken hold. In an instant, he used his dagger to sever the necks of the 2 men, not bothering to look back as he entered the house. The two only felt a warmth in their throats. Seeing Chen Ping leave, they attempted to scream, but found themselves utterly voiceless. Blood gushed from their severed necks as they desperately clutched at the wounds, crimson fluid oozing through their fingers. Within mere seconds, they collapsed to the ground. Chen Ping ascended the stairs. The second floor revealed a long, sparsely furnished living room, containing merely a sofa and a coffee table. Nearby, a table was occupied by a group of young thugs, with a monkey presiding over a game of chance, surrounded by eager participants placing their bets. A few other thugs lounged on the sofa, smoking and engrossed in their phones, completely oblivious to Chen Ping's arrival. As he entered the living room, the few individuals on the sofa turned to him with curious expressions. Noticing his unfamiliarity, one inquired, "Who are you?" Chen Ping's face remained expressionless as he walked towards them. "Hey, who the hell are you?" The thugs on the sofa, feeling uneasy, hurriedly stood to confront him. The monkey and the others, alerted by the commotion, turned their gazes towards Chen Ping. "Who are you?" they demanded, glaring at him. In a sudden motion, Chen Ping struck, his dagger slicing through the air to swiftly open the throats of several men before them. In a matter of seconds, those thugs fell lifelessly to the ground. "What the hell are you waiting for? Kill him!" The monkey bellowed in furious disbelief. At that moment, the remaining thugs finally reacted, drawing the handguns they had concealed. Yet, Chen Ping would not grant them the opportunity to fire. With a deft movement, he had already closed the distance between them, with his dagger gleaming ominously. The room was soon filled with anguished cries and the sound of guns clattering to the floor. Blood sprayed everywhere as Chen Ping relentlessly struck, severing the hands of his assailants. He showed no sign of restraint, forcefully plunging his dagger into their throats. In mere moments, the throng of over a dozen men had succumbed, collapsing into a pool of blood. A gunshot rang out as the monkey seized an opportunity to fire. Unfortunately, at such a close range, he failed to even graze Chen Ping. When he attempted to shoot again, a flash of steel met his wrist, severing his hand along with the gun. "Ah!" The monkey screamed in terror, akin to a man confronted by death itself, and turned to flee toward the balcony. Just as he contemplated jumping, he found himself unable to proceed further. Upon turning back, his balance faltered, and he was yanked back by Chen Ping, crashing heavily to the ground. Gripping his wrist tightly with his left hand, the monkey exerted all his strength to rise, but Chen Ping's foot pressed him down once more. As he struggled to stand, another kick sent him sprawling. Brother, let us talk this over. Just let me go, I'll give you money. Anything you want." The monkey, realizing escape was futile, pleaded desperately. "Do you wish to live or die?" Chen Ping asked coolly. "I want to live. Just let me go, I'll give you anything." The monkey replied, desperation clear in his voice. "Living is simple. Tell me, where's your drug lab?" Upon hearing this, the monkey's face paled. "Brother, I don't know what you're talking about. I can give you money, whatever you need, just let me go." "It seems you still refuse to speak the truth." Chen Ping replied, unwavering. Chen Ping, disinterested in conversing with such a beastly individual, pressed his foot down on the severed hand. A piercing pain caused the monkey's face to turn pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he desperately pounded the ground with his left hand. "Ah, just kill me, please kill me." Chen Ping remained unmoved, continuing to apply pressure and rub his foot against the injury. The monkey soon succumbed to the pain and fainted. "Chen Ping, are you all right?" Su Qin suddenly burst into the room, gun in hand. Upon witnessing the scene, she froze, her expression a mixture of shock and complexity as she regarded Chen Ping. She had underestimated this man. Despite the gunfire, she had been unable to restrain herself from entering. Yet, this man was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Faced with so many firearms, he had not even granted them the opportunity to retaliate. The monkey's ability to fire was merely because Chen Ping had chosen to spare him. Had he decided against it, the monkey would have had no chance to shoot. Su Qin holstered her weapon and approached Chen Ping, gazing at the unconscious monkey. "Is he the monkey?" "Presumably," Chen Ping replied. "Just how powerful are you?" "Fairly competent. Slightly above average." "Above average? You are practically a deity." Su Qin shot him a disapproving glance. Chen Ping kicked the monkey in the chest, the acute pain causing him to spit out blood and wake up abruptly. "Ah, just kill me." The monkey curled into a ball, trembling all over, his voice weak. Su Qin squatted down and inquired, "Monkey, tell me where your drug-making den is." Upon recognizing Su Qin, the monkey, blood-soaked and menacing, sneered, "Ha! You must be dreaming." "You." Without hesitation, Chen Ping stepped down on his severed hand again. Speak, and I shall spare your life." The monkey, gritting his teeth against the pain, laughed derisively at Chen Ping. "Ha! I refuse to tell you. Go ahead, kill me if you dare." "What should we do, Chen Ping?" Su Qin asked, seeing the monkey's obstinacy. Chen Ping furrowed his brow, realizing he was at an impasse. Continuing the torment may very well lead to the monkey's demise. Spare him and interrogate him slowly. Understood. Chen Ping then wrapped a cloth around the monkey's wound to staunch the bleeding, dragging him aside like a lifeless dog. "Captain, find a few trustworthy individuals to handle the scene. It's best to keep this under wraps to avoid alarming anyone." "Understood. Let us search for clues." With that, Chen Ping and Su Qin began to scour the room. It became evident that there was no need to search extensively. Out of the 3 rooms, 2 were filled with drugs. Good heavens, so much narcotics. If all this were to flow into the South China Sea, who knows how many lives it would claim? Su Qin exclaimed, equally astonished by the sheer volume of drugs before her. Chen Ping remarked, "With this quantity, there must be leads on how it was transported. Tomorrow, let us conduct a discreet investigation in the village. We are bound to find answers." "Indeed, we are on the same wavelength." Su Qin contacted Chen Wu, instructing him to bring a few reliable people to manage the aftermath. Shortly thereafter, Chen Wu arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the horrific sight, he was utterly stunned. Realizing that it was Chen Ping's doing, he could hardly swallow. "Captain, you and Chen Ping are quite the pair." Chen Wu thumbed up in admiration. Su Qin retorted, "Enough with the flattery. You handle these bodies. Then take him for treatment, and remember to keep this matter strictly confidential." "Understood. Captain, how should we handle the drugs?" "For now, let us refrain from any action to avoid alarming the snake in the grass." "Very well. Chen Wu is efficient. He will handle the scene overnight and take the monkey back for treatment." In preparation for tomorrow's covert investigation, Chen Ping suggested leaving a few brothers behind, removing their police uniforms, and changing into casual attire to maintain a watch ear. Once these tasks were completed, dawn was approaching. Chen Ping and Su Qin, clad in ordinary clothes, began their discreet inquiries within the village. The locals mistook them for members of the Qin gang and dared not utter a word. After an entire morning, they had gleaned nothing. The villagers had long been intimidated by the Qin gang, rendering them too fearful to speak. They wouldn't dare approach the hideout, thus remaining oblivious to the circumstances within, including the transport of drugs. "What shall we do, Chen Ping?" Su Qin inquired upon their return to the hideout. She had now come to regard Chen Ping as her anchor. Chen Ping replied, "Although we have not uncovered much, it is not entirely fruitless. What have you discovered? Have you noticed that just behind this house lies a river?" "Yes, what of it?" "This village is not far from the city. It is implausible for drugs to pass through the urban area. This implies that the drug manufacturing site is located just outside the city. However, to enter the village, one must traverse the route through the city. Even in the dead of night, the villagers would inevitably hear some commotion. Hence, it stands to reason that the drugs are transported via waterways." "Indeed, Chen Ping, you are astute." Chen Ping continued, "Furthermore, if the drugs are being transported by water, then the production site must be in proximity to the river, allowing for covert transportation without detection. Therefore, we must now focus our investigation on the villages near the river." "Chen Ping, you are remarkably clever. This afternoon, we shall conduct our search. Additionally, enlist trusted colleagues to disguise themselves and investigate various villages for any irregularities. If they exhibit hostility towards outsiders, it is highly likely we have stumbled upon a drug production village." "Very well, I will arrange it immediately." Chapter 51. Su Qin's dinner invitation in the afternoon. Chen Ping and Su Qin conducted their inquiries in the villages along the riverside, covering several villages without yielding any leads. For 2 consecutive days, the situation remained unchanged. Most of the riverside villages had been investigated, yet there were still no clues. It is crucial to note that the longer this drags on, the more it may provoke the snake. Fortunately, To evade the drug crackdown, all drug manufacturing groups in Nanhai had ceased their operations. During this period, no one had returned to the monkey's hideout, and his superior had not contacted him, or else suspicion would have arisen. Night fell once more. Chen Ping sat in Su Qin's car, keeping watch over the southern bank hideout, hoping to spot any suspicious individuals. The intensity of the past few days had left Su Qin looking rather fatigued, even yawning. "Captain, perhaps you should return to rest," Chen Ping said with concern upon noticing her state. Su Qin shook her head, saying, "It's fine. Are you hungry? I'll order takeout." Just then, Chen Ping's phone rang. Upon seeing it was a call from Han Xiaoyu, he promptly answered, "Hello, Xiaoyu. Brother, are you off work yet? I'm heading home today." "All right. I'll wait to pick you up." I haven't had your cooking in ages. The school cafeteria is simply dreadful." I'll make you a meal as soon as you get home." After hanging up the phone, Chen Ping couldn't help but smile slightly. "I'm sorry, Captain, but I may have to clock out now." Su Qin inquired, "Is your sister coming home today?" "Yes. It seems that the school has completed their investigation." "Is that so? Let me drive you back." "Captain, you should also take the night off to rest. Staying here serves no purpose." Su Qin nodded helplessly, then smiled. "Can you cook?" "Fairly well." "That is splendid. I'm quite tired of takeout. Let's south go to your place for dinner." Without hesitation, Su Qin pressed the accelerator and headed back to the city. Not long after Chen Ping and Su Qin departed, a boat docked behind the hideout. A figure, wielding a flashlight, cautiously approached the site, only to find it engulfed in darkness. Ascending to the upper floor, he discovered the remnants of bloodstains. Realizing that something had gone awry, he hurried back to the boat to call Han phone. "Brother, something has happened. The monkey is missing. There is not a soul left. Moreover, there are traces of blood at the scene. I suspect foul play." "What? Hurry back." "Understood." Upon learning of the monkey's predicament, Han Feng immediately rushed to the city to find Wang Qing. At 8 p.m., Su Qin arrived punctually at the entrance of No. 1 High School. After waiting for a few minutes, she saw Song Mingming and Han Xiaoyu exiting the campus together. "Brother, Han Xiaoyu de Chanfelibonst over to Chen Ping. I missed you so much these past few days." Chen Ping affectionately ruffled her hair. "Let us head home." "Okay." Noticing Su Qin beside them, Han Xiaoyu greeted, "Hello, Officer Su." "Hi there, little sister." Su Qin waved back. "Ms. Song." Song Mingming smiled slightly. "Chen Ping, Officer Su." After exchanging pleasantries, Han Xiaoyu tugged at Chen Ping. "Brother, school is closed tomorrow. The teacher said she wants to invite us to her home for dinner. Are you free?" About that, Chen Ping glanced at Song Mingming, uncertain if he would have time the following day. Su Qin interjected, "Chen Ping, you've been working tirelessly these past few days. You should take a day off tomorrow." "All right then." "Yay, that is wonderful." Song Mingming smiled gently. "Officer Su, I haven't had the chance to thank you for your help. If you're free tomorrow, I would like to invite you to dinner." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qin nodded. "Sure, I could use a day of rest as well. I'll definitely be there." "Great," Song Mingming replied. "I'll take my leave now." "Ms. Song, take care." As Su Qin was merely tagging along for a meal, she naturally returned home with Chen Ping. On the way, Chen Ping asked, "Is school really closed tomorrow?" Su Qin nodded and smiled. "Yes, everyone has been working hard lately. It's perfectly fine to let everyone have a day of rest. After all, we've been searching for days without any leads. So a day or two doesn't matter. It's essential to balance work and rest." Indeed, upon arriving home, Han Xiaoyu was the happiest, sprawling on the sofa. Nothing beats the comfort of home. "Why, isn't school enjoyable?" Su Qin inquired, sitting beside her. "It's not that it's unenjoyable, but we've been undergoing random inspections these past few days, and quite a few classmates have tested positive for drug use. It's rather frightening. That is precisely why inspections are necessary. Otherwise, it would endanger more lives." "Yes, indeed. We've been learning about the dangers of drugs every day. Drugs truly harm both individuals and society. Officer Su must ensure that those drug traffickers are brought to justice." "Indeed, it is imperative." Chen Ping skillfully tied his scarf and immediately busied himself in the kitchen upon his return. The refrigerator was stocked with numerous vegetables that had yet to be consumed. Observing Chen Ping's diligent efforts, Su Qin inquired, "Is your brother truly a culinary expert?" Han Xiaoyu proudly replied, Yes, and his dishes are delicious. I often miss the meals he prepares at school. Is that so? He doesn't seem like it, Su Qin remarked. Officer Su, my brother is quite remarkable. Isn't, if that woman were to marry him, she would undoubtedly enjoy a lifetime of happiness. Su Qin smiled knowingly. Indeed. Let me share a secret with you. Teacher Song has feelings for your brother. Su Qin was momentarily taken aback. How do you know? It's obvious. The way she looks at my brother is unique. I have never seen a teacher gaze like that before. Really? And what do you think of the way I look at your brother? Su Qin, who secretly admired Chen Ping, was surprised to find herself with an unintentional rival. Han Xiaoyu squinted and smiled. There's a touch of affection in your gaze. Su Qin's cheeks flushed. Surely not? I merely appreciate my brother's talents. Han Xiaoyu chuckled. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. My brother is so handsome and capable, and he can cook as well. If he were my brother, I would be fond of him too. Oh. Su Qin was taken aback by Han Xiaoyu's maturity for her age. Indeed, Chen Ping was exceptional, possessing nearly every admirable quality a man could have, making him irresistible to women. After spending so much time with him, Su Qin had already been captivated by his charm. However, women often possess a degree of shyness, and even when confronted, they hesitate to admit their feelings. Officer Su, do you like my brother too? I do not. Su Qin's gaze faltered as she replied. Please do not call me Officer Su. I'm only a few years older than you. Just call me sister. All right, I shall call you Sister Su then. Yes. Sister Su, have you and my brother been together every day lately? Yes. Are you two catching bad people? Yes, we are apprehending drug traffickers. Sister Su, you are truly impressive. The other day, when you aimed your gun at the criminal, you looked magnificent. In the future, I want to be a police officer and catch bad people too. In truth, being a police officer is quite tiring and dangerous, especially for women. It can be even more exhausting and challenging. You should focus on your studies. A brighter future awaits you. Yes, I shall certainly do so and will not disappoint my brother. That's the spirit. Chapter 52. Han Feng meets Wang Qing. Han Xiaoyu and Su Qin found much to discuss, their conversation flowing effortlessly between the elder and the younger. Meanwhile, Chen Ping busied himself in the kitchen with great enthusiasm. Before long, he had prepared 5 simple yet delightful dishes and presented them at the table. Dinner is served. Wow! Chen Ping, I never would have guessed you had such culinary skills. Su Qin exclaimed, admiring the colorful and fragrant array of dishes. Chen Ping served each of them a bowl of rice, smiling modestly. These are merely simple home-cooked meals. They're not as impressive as you suggest. Whether they are good or not shall be determined by my taste, Han Xiaoyu replied. Sister Su, you are bound to enjoy my brother's cooking. Is that so? Then I shall indulge. Su Qin, feeling quite at ease, sat down and eagerly picked up her chopsticks to sample each dish. Remarkable, she exclaimed, giving Chen Ping a thumbs up. Chen Ping, it seems I made the right choice in coming here tonight. In these past few days of hardship, tonight shall compensate fully. Chen Ping chuckled. Then you must indulge in several bowls of rice. Absolutely, 3 bowls, came the reply. Ha ha ha, Sister Su, you appear so slender. Are you not concerned about gaining weight? Not at all. My exercise routine is rigorous. I shall also partake in 3 bowls. School has been quite taxing, another chimed in. Go ahead, enjoy your meal, was the response. The dining table was filled with laughter and joy, a delightful atmosphere prevailing. By the way, brother, when will Xiao Jie be discharged? Han Xiaoyu inquired. Tomorrow morning. The hospital called today. As luck would have it, I have no plans, so I'll go handle Xiao Jie's discharge procedures, Chen Ping replied. Really? That's wonderful. The meal concluded amidst cheerful chatter. Su Qin, showing no hesitation, indeed consumed 3 bowls. Han Xiaoyu, seemingly in competition with Su Qin, also finished 3 bowls, feeling so full that she could hardly move on the sofa. After a while, Su Qin stood up to leave, with Chen Ping accompanying her downstairs. Chen Ping, thank you for your hospitality tonight. The food was truly delicious. I would love to have more, Su Qin smiled. Chen Ping returned a gentle smile. If you wish to eat more, it's quite simple. Just come by whenever you'd like. You said it. I may often drop by for meals, so don't be surprised if I come every day. I want tea. Well then, I shall head home now. Please be careful on your way. Okay, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Upon returning home, Han Xiaoyu, caressing her belly, playfully complained, Brother, I feel like I might burst. Chen Ping settled beside her with a laugh. Why did you eat so much? You must not indulge like this in the future. It was just too delicious. As long as you don't grow tired of it. Han Xiaoyu nestled against Chen Ping's arm. I will never tire of it, not ever. That's good to hear. The siblings chatted for quite a while, with Han Xiaoyu sharing her grievances about school. Chen Ping patiently listened until they both retired for the night. At the Dihao Club, the long-absent Han Feng hurriedly arrived. In the private room on the top floor, Wang Qing was conversing with his secretary Huang Tao and the police bureau chief, Lu Xiong, regarding matters within the bureau. Boss, Han Feng has arrived, Huang Tao announced. Wang Qing furrowed his brow. What brings him here? Let him in. Han Feng rushed in, relieved to find no outsiders present. Boss, we have a problem. What sort of problem? Wang Qing's expression darkened slightly. Boss, the hideout at Nanhai has been compromised. Monkey and his crew have disappeared, and there are signs of a struggle. The drugs from both rooms are also missing, Han Feng reported cautiously. With a loud clap, Wang Qing slammed his fist on the table, his fury evident. What? Who dares to encroach upon my territory? Speak, who did this? Huang Tao and Lu Xiong exchanged shocked glances. The Nanhai hideout was a key supplier of the entire Nanhai drug trade, raking in significant profits monthly. Moreover, both room stock had vanished. What a substantial loss this could incur. Han Feng, feeling the pressure of Wang Qing's wrath, stammered, We haven't identified the culprits yet. This was just discovered. Useless, utterly useless. Wang Qing scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at Han Feng. What good is it to have you lot around if you can't even figure out who raided the place? Investigate. I want to know who possesses such audacity. Understood. Boss. Huang Tao furrowed his brow and said, Wait. Second master, calm your anger. It is precisely at times like these that we must remain composed. How can I remain composed? Our territory has been trampled upon, and we do not even know who is responsible. Second master, please hear me out. Who would dare to encroach upon our territory in Nanhai, especially at such a crucial moment? Wang Qing paused, startled. Are you suggesting the police are involved? Who else could it be, aside from the police? Damn it. Wang Qing fumed. How did the police find out? Wasn't it your task to eradicate the problem and maintain a low profile? My subordinate has already instructed the monkey to clean up, but I cannot fathom how this incident occurred. Useless. Wang Qing turned to Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong, do you have any information from the police department? Lu Xiong frowned. Second master, that bastard Su Lai's drug raid had nothing to do with me. He knows I am affiliated with you and is wary of me. However, Su Qin, his daughter, has not been seen at the station these past few days. I have overheard discussions suggesting she and that Chen Ping are up to something. If indeed the police are behind this, I can only suspect Su Qin. Once again, Wang Qing's ire was stoked at the mention of Su Qin and Chen Ping. Su Qin is not to be feared. Her father will soon be out of the picture. Once Monday arrives, Su Lai will be removed from his position. Without Su Lai, that wretched Su Qin can be dealt with at will. But Chen Ping, he has repeatedly sabotaged my plans. His identity remains a mystery, and he has unclear connections with Chao Zhan. Moreover, his skills are formidable. Not even Ma Bing can subdue him. Until he is eliminated, he will inevitably thwart our grand ambitions. Huang Tao inquired, Second master, what are your plans? Wang Qing's face was filled with murderous intent as he declared, I will refrain from dealing with Chen Ping myself, but I can arrange for someone else to do so. This individual cannot be allowed to remain. I intend to hire mercenaries from abroad to resolve this dilemma. Even if Chao Zhan inquires, it will have nothing to do with me. Indeed, that is the only course of action. Huang Tao cautioned, but second master, if we are exposed at Nanshan, will it reveal our headquarters? Wang Qing turned to Han Feng. Is the monkey trustworthy? Rest assured, boss, the monkey will not divulge anything. If he dares to speak, his entire family will face dire consequences. That is reassuring. Nevertheless, his identity is compromised. He must be dealt with, alive or dead. You understand what to do, correct? Do not worry. Give me a day, and I will certainly find him. Very well. By the way, boss, should we withdraw from the fishing village? Wang Qing replied nonchalantly, Withdraw? It is merely a minor setback. We must swiftly recover our losses. Many people are in need of goods right now. We cannot afford to halt operations. Trust me, we will soon have control over the police. Su Lai will not survive another 2 days. Understood. I will take care of it at once. Go. Chapter 53. Xiao Jie discharged from the hospital, Su Qin returned home. It was already past 10 o'clock. Su Lai had yet to retire for the night, engrossed in a book on the sofa. Dad, you're still awake? Su Qin, weary, settled beside him, stretching her neck and leaning back against the sofa. I'm exhausted. Su Lai glanced at her. If you continue to push yourself like this, something unfortunate will inevitably occur. Dad, can't you wish for something good for me? Tell me, what have you and Chen Ping been involved in these past few days? I haven't seen you around. Su Qin squinted and smiled. Dad, we have made a significant discovery. Oh, what have you uncovered? We dismantled a drug trafficking den and seized a substantial quantity of narcotics. Does this not count as a major achievement? Su Lai paused, placing his book down, and replied earnestly, Is that truly the case? Absolutely. Why has this not been reported? Dad, we have yet to locate the drug production site. Therefore, we must keep this confidential. You have no idea how many corrupt officers remain within the police station. A drug production site? Is there really one in Nanhai? Yes, there is. Who would be so audacious? Dad, it's the Qin gang. What? Su Lai's expression shifted, and he inquired, Are you certain it is the Qin gang? Without a doubt. Who else would dare? Su Lai's expression grew increasingly grave as he advised, Daughter, heed my counsel. Do not pursue this any further. Why not? After finally uncovering a lead, how can we abandon it? Su Lai replied seriously, My dear daughter, the Qin gang is not an adversary we can contend with. Even Lu Zhongyuan was forced to release Ma Bing under pressure. His implication is to avoid conflict with the Qin gang and maintain stability in Nanhai. The drug crackdown is merely for show, to appease the public and those in authority above us. Currently, we lack the capacity to confront the Qin gang, especially since they have Wang Huan backing them. To eliminate the Qin gang, we must wait for directives from above. Otherwise, we stand no chance. If you provoke the Qin gang, Wang Qing may react unpredictably. At that point, Lu Zhongyuan may not protect us. Furthermore, even if you uncover something, do you truly believe the police can contend with the Qin gang? Su Qin dismissed his words, asserting, Dad, I will not give up. Cannot you heed my advice just this once? Will you not even consider my plea? Dad, trust me, I can do this. You can? On what basis can you claim that? Su Qin smiled gently. I have Chen Ping. He is quite formidable. You. Su Lai was left speechless, responding. Chen Ping is indeed capable, but his authority is limited, and matters are not as simple as you perceive. Do not underestimate the Qin gang. The Wang brothers are also formidable. Dad, do not underestimate Chen Ping. He is indeed impressive. All right, I shall not underestimate him. But can you not take my advice? Let this matter rest for now. We can afford to wait. There is no need for haste. Dad, I'm quite tired. I'm going to rest. Suing, wishing to end the conversation, dashed away. Zhang Yin approached with a platter of fruit, saying, Xiao Qin, have some fruit. Mom, I'm not hungry. I'm quite full. This child. Zhang Yin entered the living room, noticing Su Lai's troubled expression, and asked with concern, Did Xiao Qin upset you again? The greatest regret of my life is allowing her to become a police officer. You brought this upon yourself. I vehemently opposed it. Yet you supported her. Now you see the folly of your decision? Let it be. We cannot escape our fate. Sulia felt helpless regarding Suing, and he could only hope that nothing would go amiss. The following morning, Chen Ping arrived early at the hospital with Han Xiaoyu. Today marked the day of Xiao Jie's discharge, and all expenses incurred during the hospitalization were covered by Chen Ping. Xiao Jie. Han Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully as she spotted Xiao Jie waiting in the hospital lobby. Upon encountering Xiaoyu, Xiao Jie felt an overwhelming sense of joy, yearning for an embrace. However, Han Xiaoyu approached him, hands behind her back, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You seem to have recovered quite well. You look invigorated. You're completely healed, she remarked playfully, delivering a light punch to his chest. Xiao Jie squinted and smiled. Hee, big brother. At that moment, Chen Ping approached, inquiring, Xiao Jie, are you feeling better? Yes, I'm fine now. The doctor has given me the all clear, Xiao Jie responded. Great, I'll take care of the discharge procedures, Chen Ping said. Soon, the paperwork was completed, and Chen Ping led them to hail a taxi to the market, as he had arranged to shop for groceries with Song Mingming and Lu Manqi. Xiaoyu, I've been contemplating something during my days in the hospital, Xiao Jie said. His eyes filled with affection as he gazed at Han Xiaoyu. Noticing his intense gaze, she intentionally averted her eyes, asking, "What is it? Is it something worth pondering daily? I wish to enlist in the army." What? Han Xiaoyu initially thought he was about to confess his feelings and was preparing to gently decline, only to be surprised by his aspiration to join the military. Chen Ping, taken aback, turned to him and asked, "Xiao Jie, what makes you want to enlist?" Xiao Jie replied earnestly, "Big brother, Xiaoyu. Ever since that incident at the Royal Club, I've realized that a man must possess strength to protect his beloved. I don't want to squander my potential any longer. I aspire to become a capable person like you." Han Xiaoyu retorted, "You? I think you should reconsider. Do you really believe you can become someone like my brother?" Xiao Jie, feeling a pang of shame, lowered his head and murmured, "But I want to protect you." "What did you say?" Nothing, he stammered. Though Han Xiaoyu had heard him, Chen Ping cautioned, "Xiao Jie, military life is arduous. Once you enlist, you must exert more effort than the average person. Big brother, I'm not afraid of hardship." "Well, I support your decision." "Thank you, big brother." A gentle smile graced Xiao Jie's face. Chen Ping had become his idol. Han Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Jie earnestly. "Are you truly determined to enlist?" "Yes, I have already registered online. The recruitment day is approaching." "Ah, why didn't you discuss this with me first?" "If you leave, I will be so lonely," she said, somewhat disheartened. Xiao Jie replied, "Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. I just want to become a better version of myself. That way, I won't bring you shame." Han Xiaoyu smiled faintly, enveloping him in her arms. "All right, I accept your apology. But remember, since you've decided to enlist, you must strive to stand out. When you return, if anyone bullies me, you must help me deal with them." Xiao Jie laughed. "Yes, I promise not to disappoint you. I will work hard to become strong. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you." "Okay." Though Han Xiaoyu was reluctant to see Xiao Jie join the military, her heart desired for him to have a bright future. He couldn't remain aimless forever. That would lead to despair. Chen Ping felt a sense of relief for Xiao Jie. Perhaps enlisting was indeed his best path forward. Chapter 54. Grocery shopping. Before long, the taxi pulled up at the entrance of the market. As Chen Ping stepped out, he spotted Song Mingming and Lu Manqi engaged in cheerful conversation. "Chen Ping is here." As soon as Lu Manqi spotted Chen Ping, she swiftly approached him. "Chen Ping, it's been a while." Chen Ping replied with a slight smile. "Not too long, just a few days." "A few days may be all it is, but it feels like an eternity to me. Being a police auxiliary leaves you with no free time at all. I couldn't even invite you to dinner." Lu Manqi pouted. "Well, here we are, dining together today," he retorted. "Humph, still, it seems you hold quite the prestige. I can't seem to persuade you otherwise." Song Mingming joined them, linking her arm with Lu Manqi's. "I didn't invite him. It's just that Chen Ping is off today, or else I wouldn't have been able to." "Let's go buy some groceries," she suggested. "All right." After exchanging greetings, they prepared to head to the market. "Stop right there." As Chen Ping and the others turned around, they saw Wang Yu striding towards them, flanked by 2 bodyguards, his demeanor menacing. "Wang Yu? Truly a persistent spirit." Lu Manqi furrowed her brow and approached him, asking, "What brings you here?" Wang Yu's expression darkened. "Lu Manqi, you ignore me yet seem so jovial with this loser? What is your intention?" Lu Manqi replied firmly, "Wang Yu, I ask you to be polite. My affairs with anyone are none of your concern." "What did you say?" "After pursuing you for so long, you dare claim it has no bearing on me?" Wang Yu, filled with rage, seized Lu Manqi's hand. "Let me tell you, any woman I desire is within my reach. You should be grateful, but it seems you are not. Let go of me. Release me." Lu Manqi struggled desperately, but Wang Yu's grip tightened. "You're hurting me. Please. Let go. Come with me." Just then, Chen Ping seized Wang Yu's hand and forcefully shook it off. "Did you not hear? I said to let her go. Do you want to die?" Wang Yu barked, pointing angrily at Chen Ping. Chen Ping merely smirked in derision, fearing for Chen Ping's safety. Lu Manqi positioned herself in front of him. "Wang Yu, you should abandon all hope. I have never had feelings for you. If it weren't for the connection between our fathers, I wouldn't even bother acknowledging your existence. Now that our fathers are at odds, I have no obligation to maintain any pretense. Please refrain from harassing me. Let us part ways amicably. You vile woman. Unable to accept her words, Wang Yu raised his hand to strike. Lu Manchi gasped in shock. Chen Ping swiftly caught Wang Yu's wrist, warning, I suggest you think twice before acting rashly. Before pushing him away, Lu Manchi grasped Chen Ping's arm, asserting, Wang Yu, let me be clear. Chen Ping is my boyfriend now. You should give up. Wang Yu, his eyes ablaze with fury, roared, kill him. Eliminate him. The two bodyguards exchanged glances and charged at Chen Ping. Be careful, Song Mingming cautioned from behind. In contrast, Han Xiaoyu remained unperturbed, confidently stating, my brother will be fine. The two bodyguards lunged forward but were met with a swift punch to the chest, sending them crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. What? Wang Yu was left in shock. Chen Ping turned to him, stating, you had better leave, or I won't hold back. Wang Yu, filled with resentment, glared at him and Lu Manchi, declaring, you will regret this. With that, he retreated in disgrace. Lu Manchi clung tightly to Chen Ping's arm, breathing heavily. Chen Ping gently patted her hand, saying, Manchi, it's all right. Huh? Lu Manchi's cheeks flushed, and she released her grip. I apologize, Chen Ping. I only claimed you were my boyfriend to dissuade Wang Yu. It's fine, I understand. Thank you, he replied. Han Xiaoyu murmured, ah, my brother truly has a magnetic charm, inadvertently hurting yet another woman. Song Mingming, who stood beside her, felt her cheeks warm with embarrassment. All right, let's continue our grocery shopping. This little interlude did not dampen Chen Ping's spirits. The group entered the market and quickly forgot the unpleasantness that had just transpired. Today, Song Mingming was treating everyone to a meal, and she took charge of the grocery expenses, allowing everyone to choose what they desired to take home. Lu Manchi was the most delighted, just as before, wanting to purchase everything in sight. After a full hour, they returned home with their arms laden with goods. Su Qin did not go to work today. She did not accompany Chen Ping. It was not a genuine desire for rest, but rather her intention to take a day to interrogate the monkey, having failed to locate the drug production site over the past few days. In the morning, Su Qin arrived at a civilian hospital. This location had been chosen by Chen Wu to avoid exposing the monkey, as it was a reliable place. In a back room of the hospital, Chen Wu and several brothers kept a vigilant watch over the monkey, who lay on the hospital bed. The captain has arrived, Su Qin remarked with a nod. Thank you for your hard work. How is it going, Chen Wu? Has he confessed? Chen Wu shook his head. He remains obstinately silent, refusing to divulge anything. Without responding, Su Qin entered the ward. The monkey was handcuffed to the bed. One hand had been treated for injuries and appeared to be in relatively good spirits. You still refuse to speak? Su Qin inquired coolly. The monkey glanced at her, but remained silent. Do you think that by not speaking, you will escape consequences? What you have done warrants the death penalty. Once I take you to the police station, there will be no one to save you. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself. It all depends on your choices. The corners of the monkey's mouth curled slightly. Captain Su, I am well aware of the consequences of my actions. Additionally, I understand the outcomes of speaking or remaining silent. I only wish to convey that it would be best for you to release me and act as if nothing has transpired. Perhaps then, we can both remain unscathed. Su Qin furrowed her brow. Are you trying to intimidate me? No, I am not trying to frighten you. I am merely speaking the truth. Some matters are beyond your reach. Now that you have touched upon them, you must face the consequences. If you release me now, I will act as if I know nothing. Do not harbor such delusions. Do not think that threatening me with the Qin gang will yield any results. I assure you, even if you remain silent, I will uncover your hideout. The monkey shook his head. I've already said all that I need to say. If you are determined to tread this path of no return, then I'm left with no alternatives. Very well, then let us continue this stalemate. Su Qin, seeing that she could extract no further information, felt an impasse. She could not resort to the same methods as Chen Ping, employing extra-legal measures. Chen Wu, I appreciate your efforts along with the brothers. Keep a close watch on him, and contact me immediately if anything arises. Chen Wu nodded. Rest assured, Captain, we will keep a vigilant eye. All right, I will treat you and the brothers to a meal later. Haha, Captain, I will hold you to that promise. Do not be stingy when the time comes. How dare you? Am I really that kind of person? Haha, well, I shall take my leave now. Chapter 55. The Sacrifice of Chen Wu. Upon leaving the hospital, Su Qin made her way to Song Mingming's residence for their appointment. No sooner had she departed than Han Feng arrived at the scene. Accompanying him was a solitary figure clad entirely in black, his demeanor composed. Yet his gaze harbored a lethal intent. This individual was known as He Long, Han Feng's trusted aide, renowned for his swift blade and regarded as one of the foremost assassins in the Nanhai region. Good day, gentlemen. Are you here for consultation? The sole physician present, a middle-aged man and also the proprietor of the establishment, greeted Han Feng and He Long with a smile. Han Feng remained silent, taking a seat on a nearby chair, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and crossing his legs while regarding the doctor with an indifferent stare. Perplexed by the unspoken tension, the doctor turned to He Long and inquired, "Sir, which of you requires medical attention?" With a sinister smile, He Long produced a dagger seemingly from thin air. In a swift, fluid motion, he plunged the blade deep into the doctor's throat. The physician's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively grasped at the wound, his hands trembling in a futile attempt to staunch the blood that gushed forth. He Long, devoid of any compassion, withdrew the dagger and departed with nonchalance. Within moments, the doctor succumbed to his injuries, lifeless before them. Han Feng, seated nearby, observed the unfolding chaos with an icy demeanor, his eyelids unblinking. Following the execution of the doctor, He Long advanced further into the facility, where only 2 patient rooms remained, occupied solely by one individual, nicknamed Monkey. Outside one of the rooms, 2 plainclothes police officers stood guard. Upon hearing footsteps, their vigilance heightened. "Hey, what is going on? Halt! Police! If you don't speak, we will draw our weapons." The officers exchanged wary glances as He Long approached, ignoring their warnings. In an instant, He Long surged forward with astonishing speed, too swift for the officers to react. As one officer barely drew his firearm, He Long thrust the dagger into his chest with brutal precision. The officer felt an immediate loss of strength as life ebbed away within seconds. He Long swiftly withdrew the blade, and the second officer, aiming his weapon, found himself unable to exert any force, pain radiating from his wrist where the dagger had pierced. The gun clattered to the ground as he screamed in agony. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the dagger was again embedded in his neck, ending his life in an instant. He Long, with an air of elegance, extracted the dagger once more, bringing it to his lips to tauntingly lick the blood from its edge. What is happening? Inside the patient room, Chen Wu heard the cries and immediately drew his firearm, questioning the door repeatedly, yet receiving no response. "Not good, Deputy Captain. We have a situation," came the voice of another officer inside the room, who also drew his weapon and pointed it at the door. Chen Wu's demeanor shifted to one of urgency as he gestured for the officer to open the door. Cautiously, the officer grasped the doorknob and exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Wu before pulling the door open. With his gun trained on the entrance, Chen Wu was met not with He Long, but with the fallen bodies of the 2 police officers. "Xiaoyu!" Xiaozhang Chen Wu shouted in a moment of irrationality and rushed out with a gun in hand. As he stepped outside, his body was violently collided with by the Black Dragon. This impact thrust him against the wall, his hand clutching the gun firmly pinned down by the Black Dragon, rendering him immobile. With all his strength, Chen Wu struggled to break free, yet it was futile. The Black Dragon flashed him a sinister smile, slowly directing a dagger toward his chest. Chen Wu's eyes bulged with blood, and he exerted every ounce of energy to impede the impending doom. At that instant, another officer emerged, gun drawn, aiming directly at the Black Dragon. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the Black Dragon grasped Chen Wu by the collar, shielding himself with Chen Wu's body. "Release the captain! Release the captain!" Xiao Wen shouted, his voice trembling as he gripped his gun, yet unable to steady his hands. The sight of blood pooling beneath Chen Wu's feet nearly pushed him over the edge. The Black Dragon smiled wickedly at him. "Why don't you pull the trigger? Go on, shoot." He continued to shove Chen Wu closer. "Don't come any closer. I beg you, let go of the captain." Xiaowen was thoroughly unraveling, drenched in sweat. Retreating step by step, the dagger was already embedded in Chen Wu's chest, who was still desperately resisting. Seeing that Xiaowen hesitated to fire, he bellowed in fury, "Shoot! Xiaowen, for heaven's sake, shoot! Captain, I—" Xiaowen stammered, tears streaming down his face, his trembling hands unable to pull the trigger. "It must end," the black dragon said nonchalantly, exerting force as the dagger plunged completely into Chen Wu's body. Chen Wu groaned in agony, his strength instantly sapped away, his eyes gradually closing. "Captain!" Xiaowen remained engulfed in anguish and terror, only to see the black dragon push Chen Wu's lifeless body toward him. Instinctively, Xiaowen reached out to catch it, but the dagger swiftly followed, plunging toward his neck. A chill enveloped him, and he collapsed, lifeless. The black dragon sauntered into the hospital room, glancing at the monkey lying on the bed. "Not dead yet." The monkey, upon seeing him, tensed up. "Did the boss send you to kill me?" The black dragon smirked wickedly. "The boss wants to know, have you confessed?" The monkey shook his head. "I haven't said anything." "Oh." The black dragon nodded and sat on the bed. "That is unfortunate. The boss wants a straightforward answer. Will you spare me or kill me?" The monkey inquired. The black dragon brandished the dagger before him, saying, "Which would you prefer? A swift death by the neck or a quicker demise by the chest?" The monkey, unfazed, smiled faintly. "I never expected the boss would choose for me to die. Do as you wish, but make it quick. I will ensure it meets your wishes." The black dragon replied, rising with the dagger poised at the monkey's chest. "The boss wants me to convey that your family will remain unharmed and will receive a sum of money sufficient to sustain them for the rest of their lives. As for you, you cannot be spared. Regardless of whether it was spoken or not, you have already revealed yourself." The monkey let out a bitter smile. "Understood. Please extend my gratitude to the boss. My family will be in his care. Brother, let's part ways." With his eyes tightly shut, the black dragon resolutely plunged the dagger into him. Only after the monkey had completely succumbed did he withdraw the blade and depart with grace. "Is everything cleaned up?" Han Feng casually inquired as Black Dragon emerged. The Black Dragon nodded. "Yes." "Did the monkey say anything?" "He requested that the boss take good care of his family." "All right, let's go." Chapter 56. 3 beauties in attendance today. The atmosphere at Song Mingming's home was lively. Chen Ping and Lu Manqi had come, bringing gifts for her mother. Zhang Yan, aware that it was Chen Ping and Lu Manqi who had assisted them, welcomed them warmly. After greeting them, Song Mingming retreated to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Chen Ping intended to offer his help, but Zhang Yan insisted on keeping him in the living room for a chat. Around 11 o'clock, a knock echoed at the door. "Mom, could you please answer the door and see if Officer Su has arrived?" "Sure." Zhang Yan opened the door, and indeed, it was Su Qin carrying gifts. "Hello, Auntie." "Officer Su, you are too kind. It is enough for you to come without bringing gifts. Just a small token. I hope you don't mind, Auntie." "Thank you, Officer Su. Please come in." Zhang Yan ushered Su Qin inside. Song Mingming also specially emerged from the kitchen to greet her. "Officer Su has arrived. Please make yourself comfortable." "Ms. Song, you continue with your work," Lu Manqi said, initially unsure of who had arrived. Upon realizing it was Su Qin, she joyfully rose from the sofa and opened her arms. "Xiao Qin, what a delightful surprise." Su Qin was equally surprised and happily embraced Lu Manqi. "Manqi, what brings you here?" "Mingming invited me over for a meal. We are friends." "Oh, we are friends too. How wonderful that everyone is friends." Lu Manqi and Su Qin had known each other for quite some time. However, due to Su Qin's busy schedule, their sisterly gatherings were few. Their encounter today naturally drew them close, and Lu Manqi pulled Su Qin to sit beside her as they chatted. Han Xiaoyu nudged Chen Ping playfully and whispered, "Brother, it truly is a scene of 3 women vying for attention. Remarkable." Chen Ping's lips twitched. "Xiaoyu, what nonsense are you spouting? I am merely stating the truth. It seems these 3 women have come here solely for you." Han Xiaoyu leaned closer to Chen Ping, sharing her thoughts in hushed tones. Chen Ping's ears flushed red as he glanced at Lu Manqi and Su Qin seated beside him, then turned to the busy Song Mingming in the kitchen, feeling overwhelmed. Truly, each of the 3 women possessed distinct personalities, and all were exceptional beauties. Song Mingming was sensuous, gentle, and considerate. Lu Manqi was vivacious and cheerful. Su Qin was upright and kind-hearted. Even if Chen Ping was oblivious to their feelings, he recognized their interest in him. However, he had no inclination towards romance and was uncertain about how to choose. Chen Ping, what are you pondering? You have been silent and not greeting anyone. Su Qin leaned forward to look at him, noticing his contemplative expression. Chen Ping smiled at her. I didn't want to interrupt your conversation. Is that so? How do you know Manqi? Su Qin inquired with curiosity. Well, I can explain. I met her on the day she arrived in Nanhai. We sat together on the plane. Fate is indeed peculiar. The very next day, we encountered each other once more at the school entrance, remarked Lu Manqi with a bright smile. Su Qin, being a woman, observed the beaming expression on Lu Manqi's face as she spoke of Chen Ping, and she instinctively understood her interest in him. A thought crossed her mind. Yet another rival in love has emerged, unbeknownst to me. Oh, is that so? Sister, you appear to have lost some weight. Have you been particularly busy lately? Indeed, the recent drug sweep has kept me quite occupied. Take care of your health, Su Qin cautioned. Certainly. Su Qin and Lu Manqi continued their lively conversation, leaving Chen Ping somewhat out of the loop. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoyu and Xiao found common ground in their discussion, which made Chen Ping feel slightly awkward. After a morning of toil, Song Mingming finally presented a sumptuous spread of food on the table, an impressive array of dishes. Time to eat. Everyone rose to the dining table, and upon seeing the abundant feast, they showered praises upon Song Mingming. Baby Mingming, you've worked so hard. Lu Manqi affectionately pressed her cheek against hers. It's no trouble at all, just worried that it might not taste good. How could that be? It looks utterly appetizing. Teacher, you are incredible. Please, no more flattery. Let us sit down to eat, Song Mingming urged, inviting everyone to take their seats. Wouldn't you like a drink? Lu Manqi shook her head with a smile. I dare not drink. I want to either. I have things to attend to later, Su Qin added. Chen Ping, how about you have a little? Chen Ping nodded. All right, I'll have a bottle of beer. Good. Dining and conversing with familiar and congenial friends is always a delightful experience. Laughter and chatter fill the air, creating an atmosphere devoid of formality. Song Mingming felt genuinely happy. Although the rented apartment was modest, a two-bedroom unit, it radiated warmth. Especially now, free from debt and pressure, and surrounded by such wonderful friends. Their circumstances were better than hers, yet they did not look down upon her. In her heart, Song Mingming felt immense gratitude. Fortunate to have crossed paths with such good people. However, joyous moments often slip away in the blink of an eye. Just as Su Qin set down her bowl and chopsticks, her phone rang. Hello, Captain, it's bad news. Team leader Chen is in trouble. You need to come quickly. What? All right, I'm on my way. Su Qin's heart sank suddenly, and she rose immediately. I'm sorry, I must leave urgently. Chen Ping. Something has happened to Chen Wu. Chen Ping, still with food unfinished, promptly set down his bowl and chopsticks. Let us go. Yes. Song Mingming and Lu Manqi also stood up, saying, Please be careful. Ms. Song, please look after Xiaoyu for me. If I'm not back to pick her up, she'll stay the night with you. All right. After relaying this, Chen Ping and Su Qin hurried towards the hospital. On the way, both wore solemn expressions, refraining from speaking. Upon arrival, they found the area cordoned off with police tape, police cars, and ambulances present, along with a crowd of onlookers. Seeing the scene, Su Qin's heart raced, yet she hoped that her fears were unfounded. As the vehicle came to a halt, she dashed forward. Captain, you made it. The police officers guarding the area wore grave expressions. Su Qin urgently inquired, What is happening? What about Chen Wu? Is he all right? Captain, it would be best if you went in and checked for yourself. Su Qin's heart dropped, and she immediately rushed inside. Before my eyes lay a corpse draped in white cloth, the floor stained with blood. The forensic officers were meticulously handling the scene. Team leader, who is this? Su Qin's eyes were rimmed with red. Everyone lowered their heads, reluctant to speak further. Observing their silence, Su Qin immediately ventured deeper into the scene. The sight within shattered the last remnants of hope in her heart. For bodies lay in the corridor, each encased in a body bag. Blood splattered across the hallway. A chilling sight. Several colleagues bore solemn expressions, and upon seeing Su Qin, they fell into a heavy silence. Su Qin paused for a moment, her mind blank, and inquired, "What is happening? Why are you all silent? What about Chen Wu and the others? Captain, Chen Wu, Xiao Hui, Xiao Wen, and Xiao Zhang have all perished. Are you deceiving me?" Su Qin struggled to accept the harsh reality, grasping a colleague's collar. "Tell me they are not here. Tell me they are not among them." Her emotions teetered on the brink of collapse, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Chapter 57. Suspicions of drug production in the fishing village team leader. None of us wished for this to occur. Su Qin forcefully pushed him away, her entire body trembling. She wept as she approached one of the wrapped bodies, slowly crouching down to unzip the bag with shaking hands. As the zipper slid open, a familiar face emerged, piercing her heart like a cruel dagger. "No, it can't be." Su Qin felt the world spinning around her, her hand retracting as if struck by lightning. No, this cannot be true. Her eyes burned with crimson disbelief. Even with the truth laid bare before her, she clung to the hope of a miracle. Frantically, she inspected each body bag, with every glance feeling as if her heart was being violently twisted. Finally, upon unzipping the last bag and seeing Chen Wu's lifeless form, she collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed and lost. After a long silence, Su Qin's anguished cries filled the air. "Why? Why did this happen? It is my fault. I have brought this upon you." Su Qin, in a frenzy, struck her own head with her hands. "Team leader." A nearby colleague attempted to intervene, but was halted by Chen Ping. "Do not disturb her. I understand her pain." Chen Ping refrained from approaching, deeply empathizing with her turmoil. Emotions demand release, and now was the time for Su Qin to vent her grief. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It is my fault. I have harmed you all. It is all my fault." Su Qin's torment surpassed even death, echoing the remorse that once consumed Chen Ping. After a long while, Chen Ping knelt beside her and gently patted her shoulder. "Let out. Crying will ease your heart a little. I know you are hurting, but this is not your fault." Sobbing uncontrollably, Su Qin clung to Chen Ping, weeping loudly. All he could offer was comfort. At that moment, Su Lai arrived at the scene. "What happened?" "Director, Chen Wu and 3 colleagues have been murdered. There is one suspect, but no further leads at the moment." Hearing this, Su Lai's heart tightened. Upon entering the corridor, he saw Su Qin in Chen Ping's embrace, weeping bitterly. "Once the situation is under control, have the bodies removed." "Understood, Director." Soon, individuals arrived to carry away the bodies. Witnessing this, Su Qin's cries grew louder, her emotions spiraling further into despair. Chen Ping held her tightly, offering words of solace. "Captain, they are gone. Let them rest. Our foremost priority now is to unearth the true culprit and seek justice for them." Su Lai approached Su Qin, sighed, and gently patted her shoulder. Before long, the bodies were transported away. "Chen Ping, take her away. I will handle the scene," Su Lai instructed. "Understood," Chen Ping replied, assisting Su Qin as they departed the site. Having shed all her tears, Su Qin's gaze was filled with hatred, directed towards the Qin gang. "Let us go to the funeral home," she stated flatly. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. Upon their arrival at the funeral home, the bodies of Chen Wu and the others were temporarily placed in the morgue. The families had been notified and gathered on site. Inside the morgue, the families took a final glance at their loved ones. The sounds of mourning inflicted torment upon Su Qin with every passing second. Regaining some semblance of composure, she stumbled into the morgue, deeply bowing to the families, saying, "I am so sorry. I truly apologize." The families, however, were understanding and did not lay blame upon her. After one last look at Chen Wu and the others, she was escorted out by Chen Ping. In the corridor outside the morgue, Chen Ping sat beside Su Qin on a bench, his heart heavy as he beheld her pallid face, unsure of how to comfort her. Su Lai, having finished at the scene, promptly arrived to console the families as well, fulfilling his duty as the director by witnessing Chen Wu and the others one last time. Once the formalities were completed, Su Lai joined Su Qin, gently patting the back of her hand, saying, "No one wished for such a tragedy. As a police officer, you must understand that we may face sacrifice at any moment. I know your heart aches, but do not be overly self-critical. I will personally handle the ensuing matters. For now, rest and do not dwell excessively on it. After a long silence, Su Qin spoke. Father, I must avenge Chen Wu and the others. Su Lai furrowed his brow, responding, Do you not yet comprehend? You cannot contend with Wang Qing and his faction. This serves as a lesson drenched in blood. Let this matter end here. As for the blood debts of the Qing gang, I will ensure you collect them in due time. Unless I am dead, I shall not rest. Su Qin declared resolutely. Whereas she might have acquiesced before, she would now not yield. Suddenly, Su Lai felt a sharp pain in his chest, clutching it in discomfort. Chen Ping interjected, Director Su, I stand with Su Qin. Now is not the time to concede to the forces of evil. We must avenge Chen Wu. The Qing gang must be eradicated. Su Li, with a look of resignation, replied, All right, you hold your lofty ideals. With that, he rose and departed. Su Qin turned to Chen Ping, expressing gratitude. Thank you for being here with me. Chen Ping nodded in affirmation. I will always be by your side, no matter the time. Su Qin replied with unwavering determination. I will not take a step back until the Qing gang is dismantled and Wang Qing brought to justice. Indeed, Chen Ping affirmed. Let's go. All right. Transforming her sorrow into strength, Su Qin set off to locate the drug manufacturing den, driving with fervent rage towards Nanjian village, following the riverbank. Beside the riverbank, they had visited all the villages, yet found no clues. Chen Ping, do you think our previous conjecture could be incorrect? Su Qin inquired. Chen Ping pondered for a moment and replied, It should be accurate. Based on the terrain of Nanhai village, they must have transported the drugs via waterways. Consequently, their drug manufacturing site must be situated close to the water surface, which would not only facilitate transportation, but also provide concealment. We must have overlooked that location. If we pursue this line of reasoning, I am confident we will uncover something soon. By the way, is there any possibility that this river connects to the sea? Yes. Upstream, it leads to the sea dam. Could it be that they are transporting through the sea and then navigating the river? What do you mean? Are there any islands or coastal areas near the South China Sea? Su Qin reflected carefully and said, There are numerous coastal areas, most of which are in the city. However, there is an island fishing village over 60 nautical miles from the urban area. This village is an independent island surrounded entirely by sea. The native residents rely on fishing for their livelihood, and our largest seafood market sources almost all its seafood from this village. Chen Ping speculated, Is it possible that this fishing village is the drug manufacturing site? Surely not. The fishing village has a dedicated police station on the island. If they were truly involved in drug production, our colleagues there would surely be aware. Moreover, the villagers are quite simple folk, having always relied on fishing for survival. They have no need to take such risks. Police officers can turn rogue, and fishermen might also take risks for profit. In any case, we must not overlook any potential locations. It could very well be the fishing village. You are right. Shall we head there now? Not in haste. If it is indeed the fishing village, everyone on the island would likely be in collusion. If we approach openly, we will certainly alert them. For safety's sake, we must sneak in to assess the situation, ascertain the facts, and then formulate a plan. We must ensure a comprehensive operation, minimizing unnecessary casualties. All right, I will follow your lead. Chapter 58. Night exploration of the fishing village. Chen Ping and Su Qin agreed to discreetly enter the fishing village that night to gather information. To ensure their success without being detected, they decided to cross over in the dead of night. That evening, Su Qin parked the car near the seaside. She had neither eaten nor drunk anything since noon. Although her emotions had stabilized, the guilt within her remained unabated. All she wished for now was to locate the drug manufacturing site and seek justice for Chen Wu. Come, Captain, have something to eat and drink, Chen Ping said, bringing some snacks and drinks to the car. Su Qin shook her head. I have no appetite. Even if you don't eat, at least drink some water. We will be entering the fishing village shortly, and if your strength wanes, it will hinder our operation. Upon hearing this, Su Qin took a few sips from a bottle of mineral water. Chen Ping took the opportunity to offer her a piece of bread. Have a bite. Su Qin accepted the bread, took a nibble, and tears began to fall unknowingly. She sobbed, Chen Ping. If I hadn't asked Chen Wu and the others to watch the monkeys, this tragedy wouldn't have occurred. So, It is my fault that they died, isn't it? Chen Ping shook his head. This is not your fault. They were police officers sacrificing themselves for the fight against drugs. This is their duty, and it is no one else's fault. But if I hadn't asked them to guard the monkeys, they would still be alive. Su Qin, even if you do not allow Chen Wu to stand guard, someone will inevitably take his place. None of us wishes for such tragedies to unfold. One cannot remain ensnared in perpetual guilt. Chen Wu and his comrades sacrificed themselves, but their sacrifice was for the noble cause of eradicating drugs. He has fallen, yet we must continue to advance, Chen Ping proclaimed earnestly. You are right. Su Qin nodded, tears streaming down her face as she nibbled on a bun. Chen Ping understood her emotions more profoundly than anyone else. He despised witnessing his comrades, who fought alongside him, fall. Chen Wu's sacrifice weighed heavily on him as well. Yet having endured a similar experience, he possessed a stronger resolve. Alas, Chen Ping sighed, I can relate to your current state of mind. For I too have walked that path. The anguish of witnessing a comrade perish before your eyes is truly more unbearable than death itself. Su Qin quietly observed the sorrow etched on his face. Chen Ping gazed back at her, gently wiping the tears from her cheeks. It was over a month ago. You must have heard of the conflict along our border with the Kingdom of India. The situation escalated into a brutal war, did it not? Su Qin subtly nodded. Xiaoyu's brother perished in that very war. Not only him, but I alone survived from the entire Special Forces team. 177 lives. I vowed to bring him back safely, yet I failed to keep my promise. At that time, I too was unable to forgive myself, repeatedly questioning why I had led them there. Why was it not me who fell on the battlefield? Even if I had died, I would have found solace knowing another lived. Yet reality is merciless and unyielding. This is also why I chose to come to the South China Sea. It is both a penance and an escape. It was only after my arrival here that I began to comprehend. As soldiers, our duty is to protect our homeland. If we do not go, others will inevitably bear the burden of sacrifice. Since sacrifice is unavoidable, why should it not be us? Their sacrifice holds value and significance. Though they have fallen, the people shall never forget them. It is through their sacrifices that our nation enjoys peace. Chen Wu and his comrades are no different. Though the police may not be on the battlefield, when confronting criminals, are they not akin to soldiers in combat? The sacrifice of Chen Wu and his colleagues is equally valuable and noble. It is precisely because of such fearless officers that the public can feel secure. Our roles render us susceptible to such tragedies. Given this reality, we must learn to confront it and ensure that their sacrifices are meaningful. Therefore, we must eradicate all drugs in the South China Sea and bring all wrongdoers to justice. Only then can we honor their noble spirits. Upon hearing his words, Su Qin felt a pang of sympathy for this man, yet she also found encouragement within herself. She wiped her tears and resolutely nodded. Yes, Chen Ping, thank you. Thank you for being by my side when I felt utterly helpless, and thank you for standing shoulder to shoulder with me in battle. No need for thanks. I have long regarded you as my comrade and friend, he replied. Indeed, I hope we can continue this way. We will, he assured her. Finally, a hint of a smile graced Su Qin's face as she took large bites of her bread in front of Chen Ping. With her heart unburdened, her appetite returned. On this particular night, Chen Ping and Su Qin engaged in an extensive conversation. Around midnight, they finally set off for the fishing village. The boat, a swift motorboat, was already prepared, and Chen Ping navigated towards their destination. To avoid detection, he chose to anchor the vessel near the rocky shore rather than at the dock. After an hour of searching, they found a suitable spot. The island appeared modest in size, yet upon arrival, it revealed itself to be quite substantial, housing over 2,000 households and approximately 7,000 inhabitants. With no suitable docking area available, Chen Ping was compelled to moor the boat a dozen meters from shore. After inflating the pre-prepared inflatable raft, he and Su Qin paddled to the shore and waded ashore. Upon landing, they were greeted by a dense forest and towering cliffs. Chen Ping identified a favorable position to ascend, effortlessly climbing the cliff face. He then lowered a rope, helping Su Qin to climb up. I will clear the path ahead. You follow me, he instructed. Understood. Chen Ping, wielding a flashlight, led the way. The forest was thick with trees and underbrush, making every step a challenge. Within moments, his clothing was torn. Having long acclimated to such environments, the former Special Forces soldier found the jungle as familiar as home. However, mindful of Su Qin's struggles, he moderated his pace. She, clearly overwhelmed by the surroundings, clung to Chen Ping's jacket, navigating the treacherous terrain with difficulty. After an hour and a half of laborious trekking, they finally emerged at the base of the mountain. Before them lay a flat expanse of land, lush with verdant vegetation stretching endlessly. Uncertain of their surroundings, Chen Ping switched off the flashlight as they exited the forest, gripping Su Qin's hand as they ventured into the thicket. Indeed, this was the place, an expanse filled with cultivated poppy flowers. The moment he entered, Chen Ping recognized the opium cultivation. "What?" Su Qin exclaimed in shock. "Shoo, lower your voice," he cautioned. "With so many poppies here, there are bound to be guards nearby." "How do you know?" Su Qin, barely able to discern Chen Ping's outline in the darkness, was puzzled. "Let us not dwell on that for now. We'll harvest some to take back for confirmation. Stay close to me as we scout the area." "Okay, let us minimize our noise." Agreed. As they proceeded cautiously, after approximately half an hour, Chen Ping spotted a glimmer of light ahead. He gestured for Su Qin to crouch down and carefully parted the poppy plants. About 30 meters in front, there stood a row of houses. This was indeed the dwelling place of the fishing village residents, with the land entirely cultivated with poppies. In front of the nearest houses, lights illuminated the area, revealing several figures patrolling, each armed with automatic rifles. "Guns?" Su Qin gasped, startled at the sight of their weapons. "Shh, do not make a sound. Remain here and stay still while I assess the situation," Chen Ping instructed. "That's too dangerous." Suin pretested, gripping Chen Ping tightly. He gently patted her hand and smiled reassuringly. "Trust me." "All right." With that, Chen Ping vanished into the night like a specter. As he approached the house, he discerned that it was unmistakably a two-story drug production facility, illuminated from within. Outside, armed guards numbering around a dozen were stationed, with a few more keeping watch from the rooftop. After gathering information, Chen Ping ventured deeper into the area. The entire fishing village was constructed against the mountains, stretching from the factory to the village's dock. Soon, he arrived at the village entrance, where several armed individuals were also on guard. What astonished Chen Ping further was the presence of several watchtowers at the dock, equipped with heavy weaponry. Observing this, he couldn't help but reflect on the formidable influence of the Qin gang in the fishing village, akin to that of drug lords in Southeast Asia, resembling a military force. It was still the dead of night, and he could scarcely imagine how many people were on the island, especially with thousands of villagers potentially armed. If that were the case, capturing the fishing village would not be a trivial matter. It was clear that the local police could not handle this alone. Fortunately, he had scouted in advance. Had he recklessly charged in, countless officers could have perished. Having gathered sufficient intelligence, Chen Ping retraced his steps. Su Qin remained crouched in place, poised for a fight. While she was deeply focused, a hand rested on her shoulder. Startled, Su Qin gasped, but Chen Ping swiftly covered her mouth. "It's me." Upon seeing Chen Ping return safely, Su Qin exhaled in relief. "You scare me to death. We can leave now." "Yes." Before long, Chen Ping and Su Qin made their way back. Upon reaching the forest, they finally switched on their flashlights. "Chen Ping, did you gather enough information?" Su Qin inquired. Chen Ping nodded. "Pretty much. The place we just observed is indeed the drug den. Just as I suspected, we should return with reinforcements." "No, this matter requires careful deliberation." "Why not?" "Do not underestimate this fishing village. They possess heavy weaponry and fortified towers at the dock. If our plan is not meticulously crafted, it could lead to significant casualties. Moreover, there are few trustworthy individuals in the police department right now. We must keep our discovery about the fishing village confidential for the time being." "What? Is Wang Qing plotting a rebellion? What should we do?" "Do not rush. I will handle this matter." "You will handle it?" "Yes. I will report this and deploy special operations forces to infiltrate the fishing village discreetly. Let the professionals manage this to avoid unnecessary casualties and prevent alerting the enemy." "That sounds excellent. You must take me along. Indeed, the return journey was equally slow. Upon reaching the seaside, Chen Ping jumped down first and then helped Su Qin down. Hours passed in this manner, and by the time they arrived back at the city coast, dawn had broken. Chen Ping and Su Qin did not hurry back to the police station. Instead, they found a place to order 2 breakfasts. Having gone without sleep for a night, Chen Ping appeared relatively unscathed, while Su Qin looked visibly fatigued. Inside the police station, the atmosphere was somber. The loss of several colleagues weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Nevertheless, the drug enforcement operations must persist. At 8 o'clock, Su Lai arrived at work on time, concerned for Su Qin's safety and wishing to prevent her from enduring further turmoil. Within half an hour of Su Lai's arrival at the station, new visitors appeared outside. It was not others, but personnel from a Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission who arrived with a mandate. The presence of the commission's members bewildered everyone. Their purpose was unequivocal. They sought Su Lai. Unaware of the unfolding events, Su Lai was seated in his office when the door was abruptly pushed open. As several members of the commission entered, they presented a warrant for his arrest. Su Lai, your transgressions have come to light. Our investigation reveals that since your appointment as the chief of police, you have repeatedly abused your authority for personal gain. Consequently, the commission has decided to suspend you pending investigation. Please accompany us. Su Lai was momentarily taken aback. Although he had contemplated the possibility of such a scenario, he had not anticipated it would materialize so swiftly. May I make a phone call? He inquired. No. He had intended to contact Lu Zhongyuan. Very well. A clear conscience fears no shadow. I will accompany you. Su Lai did not resist, for he understood the gravity of the situation with the commission. Soon, he was taken away, sending shockwaves throughout the police station. Meanwhile, Su Qin and Chen Ping were enjoying breakfast when the phone rang. Su Qin answered, "Hello, what is it?" "Captain, something's gone wrong. The commission just came and took Chief Su away." "What?" "I'm coming back immediately." Su Qin hung up the phone and quickly rose. "My father has been taken by the commission. Let us go back to the station." "Understood." Su Qin and Chen Ping hastened to the police station. Upon their return, they found that Su Lai had already been taken away. Concerned for Su Lai, Su Qin inquired about the situation and immediately rushed to the commission's headquarters, with Chen Ping following closely behind. Before long, Su Qin arrived at the commission's premises. "Let me in. On what grounds are you detaining my father?" Su Qin attempted to enter, but was blocked. "What are you doing? This is the commission, not a place for disturbances. I demand to know what my father has done." "Captain Su, please remain calm. Chief Su is merely under investigation. Once the inquiry is complete, if no wrongdoing is found, he will be released. During this period, please refrain from causing a scene, or we will hold you accountable." "Very well, I will not cause a disturbance. But I hope you will treat him fairly and not wrongfully accuse my father." Of course, Su Qin understood that escalating the situation would not benefit Su Lai. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered within her, especially since just yesterday, Chun Wu and others had encountered trouble, and now Su Lai was under investigation. "Suing, it will be all right," Chen Ping reassured her. "Yes." Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a figure fell from the commission's building, landing in the courtyard. "Someone has jumped. Someone has jumped." Su Qin stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, unable to comprehend the scene before her. Chen Ping was equally astonished to see that the person who had plunged to their death was none other than Su Lai. "Father! Father!" Su Qin could no longer contain her emotions. She rushed to Su Lai's side, helplessly gazing at the lifeless body of her father. "Father, what has happened? Why?" Su Qin collapsed in despair, weeping uncontrollably at Su Lai's feet. Chen Ping approached, shaking his head in disbelief at the tragic sight before him. At that moment, the very individuals who had taken Su Lai away also arrived at the scene. Chapter 60. Chen Ping's fury. We never anticipated that Su Lai would be so agitated as to leap from a building. Indeed, we were merely conducting an investigation, and he took the opportunity to jump when we were momentarily distracted. Several staff members from the Discipline Inspection Commission were still attempting to evade responsibility. Chen Ping could no longer contain his rage. Seizing one individual by the collar, he exclaimed, "A living person was brought here by you, right under your very noses." He jumped. "Who would believe such a thing? Do you believe it? This is murder plain and simple. Chen Ping's eyes burned with fury. Had it not been for his position, he would have unleashed a torrent of violence. Who do you think you are? How dare you? Chen Ping, unable to restrain himself any longer, delivered a punch to the man. How could you resort to violence? A throng of discipline inspection personnel closed in around him. With a gaze filled with murderous intent, Chen Ping pointed at them and declared, "Listen up, this matter is far from over. Not one of you will escape accountability." "Oof. Who do you think you are?" One of them retorted. "Let me remind you, assaulting a public official is a criminal offense." Chen Ping dismissed their words, turning instead to crouch beside Su Qin, whose face was awash with despair. His heart ached at her almost silent sobs. He enveloped her in his arms, tears brimming in his eyes, repeating softly, it's all right, you still have me." "Why did this happen? Why?" Su Qin's voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. If yesterday had dealt her a blow, today was a fatal strike. "It's all right, trust me, I will seek justice for your father." "Dad." The depth of her sorrow rendered her voiceless. Soon, the police arrived to cordon off the scene. Upon discovering that the deceased was Su Lai, shock and disbelief rippled through the crowd. "Captain, are you all right?" They rushed to offer their condolences. Su Lai's fall was no trivial matter. Before long, Lu Zhongyuan received the news. In disbelief, he hurried to the scene. Witnessing Su Lai's tragic demise firsthand, he furiously pointed at the discipline inspection personnel, shouting, "You're truly something else. You claim authority to take people away, yet a living official is dead less than half an hour after your intervention. Do you have no respect for the law? Do you not recognize my authority?" Deputy Mayor Su Lai jumped of his own accord. One of them attempted to explain. "Nonsense. Did he suddenly go mad? I assure you, none of you will evade responsibility. Bring forth everyone involved in today as police action for interrogation. I will get to the bottom of this," Lu Zhongyuan declared, his anger palpable. "Deputy Mayor, on what grounds do you intend to detain us?" They protested. Just then, Peng Chun, the head of the Nanhai City Discipline Inspection Commission, stepped forward, saying, "Deputy Mayor, we too did not foresee such an incident. This is indeed our oversight, and we are willing to accept an investigation. However, your suggestion of detaining us paints us as criminals. Peng Chun, your timing is impeccable. You must take responsibility for this matter. Tell me, whose consent did you seek to take Su Lai for questioning? What crime had he committed?" Deputy Mayor Lu, there were indeed complaints lodged. Moreover, our commission possesses the authority to act without prior approval. Our operations adhere strictly to established regulations. If the deputy mayor perceives any issues, I am willing to cooperate with your investigation. Well, remember your words. I shall thoroughly investigate this matter, and I expect a satisfactory response from you." Peng Chun smiled subtly. "Deputy Mayor, it is not only Su Lai who has issues. Recently, there have been numerous allegations against you as well. You ought to exercise caution." Lu Zhongyuan snorted coldly. "You are not qualified enough. Indeed, I shall conduct this matter with propriety. I have already submitted your situation to the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, and they will likely dispatch personnel soon." Lu Zhongyuan sneered. Let them come first. He was acutely aware that Wang Huan was orchestrating this behind the scenes. However, since he dared to act, he was unafraid of Wang Huan. He too had powerful backing, which was not to be underestimated compared to the provincial level. Lu Zhongyuan approached Su Qin and patted her shoulder. "Xiao Qin, rest assured, I shall not allow your father to die unjustly." "Thank you. This matter must be resolved. Su Lai's body cannot remain here indefinitely." Chen Ping had no choice but to take her aside, allowing the police to manage the scene. Inside the funeral home, Su Lai, who had visited Chun Wu just yesterday, was now lying in repose. Su Qin was heartbroken, unable to even produce a sound through her tears. Wang Shufang also received notification and rushed over. The mother and daughter clung to each other, weeping. The police department decided to hold memorial services for Su Lai and Chen Wu on the same day, facilitating their family's acceptance of reality. Chen Ping also took the time to change into mourning attire, assisting in the arrangement of the memorial hall, while Su Qin and Wang Shufang remained vigil at the funeral home. Upon hearing the news, Lu Manqi hurried to be with her. As night fell, the memorial hall was still being prepared. Chen Ping did not return home to rest. Instead, He seized a moment to call Zhang Jun. Hello, Chief. Chen Ping. Speak your mind. Chief, the situation in the South China Sea is urgent. I have discovered a drug manufacturing village led by local gangs, who not only produce drugs, but also possess a substantial cache of heavy weaponry and rifles. This poses a severe threat to public safety and national security. I request the deployment of special forces for its eradication. Additionally, the corruption within the local government and criminal enterprises must also be addressed. I formally request the authority to act in the South China Sea. Chen Ping spoke with grave seriousness. What? Is it that severe? Yes. Chen Ping, the issues you have raised are of utmost importance. I can arrange for special forces to combat this, but regarding political matters, I must report to higher authorities. Therefore, I require some time. I hope for your understanding of my predicament. Understood. I hope for a prompt decision. If it is not approved, I will act in my personal capacity. Chen Ping, that is absolutely out of the question. Are you aware of the consequences of such actions? You are a soldier and a national hero. Do not act impulsively. Trust in our nation. I promise to provide you with a response within 3 days at the latest. Thank you, Chief. Chen Ping, although I am not fully aware of your circumstances in the South China Sea, I unconditionally trust you, for I believe in your character. Remember, without rules, there can be no order. Whatever you undertake must adhere to laws and regulations. Acting on mere impulse will only entangle the nation in turmoil. We do not advocate such behavior, especially given your position. I hope you understand. Understood. I shall respond to you promptly and endeavor to fulfill your every need. Thank you. Chen Ping, there is another matter I must convey to you. Long Yin has been restructured, and you remain the captain. We eagerly await your return to the team, hoping it will be soon. The current situation grows increasingly uncertain, despite our complete victory over the nation of India. However, behind this conflict lies the machinations of the Americans, whose objective is to exploit the war to deplete our national strength and economy. They remain undeterred. Presently, they are fervently inciting the North-South conflict in Korea, should war erupt. We must once again provide support to North Korea, just as our forebears did decades ago. Your significance to the nation is monumental. Do you understand? I understand. That is good to hear. The instability of the situation places great responsibility on both you and me, particularly for your special operations team, Long Yin. This expansion of personnel to 1,000 is also a preparation for the future. The soldiers eagerly anticipate your leadership. They take immense pride in being part of Long Yin. The nation is in need, and I shall return at the first opportunity. Excellent. Chapter 61. Farewell to Su Lai. Upon ending the call, Chen Ping felt an even heavier burden on his shoulders. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. The news of the reconstruction of Long Yin only intensified his sense of duty. He had initially believed that with our comprehensive victory over India, Western nations would cease their hostilities. Yet, the Americans remain relentless, seeking to incite conflict among the neighboring nations of the Xia to further drain its resources and economy. Over the years, the countries surrounding the Xia have largely become puppets of the American empire, continually provoking us in an attempt to force our hand into war. In the face of these provocations, the Xia has adopted a policy of peace, aiming to thwart the American agenda and make sacrifices for tranquility. However, in the eyes of those nations, the Xia appears cowardly and fearful. In truth, the Xia is neither afraid of war nor the American empire. It simply seeks to avoid conflict, for war only leads to mutual destruction, with no true victor. The more Chen Ping pondered, the closer he felt the specter of war looming. He is not a warmonger, yet neither does he shy away from the battlefield. Should the nation call upon him, he would readily sacrifice himself. As for the current situation, what began as a respite in the South China Sea has unexpectedly transformed into a theater of unspoken warfare. Chen Ping, who are you calling? Unbeknownst to him, Lu Manchi had approached from behind. I'm contacting my commanding officer. Oh, will you leave the South China Sea? Yes. Oh, will you return? I will. I no longer have a home in my hometown. The South China Sea has become my home. Besides, Xiaoyu is not yet married. At the very least, I must wait until after her marriage. Chen Ping, you're truly kind. Lu Manchi inquired. Have you ever considered truly settling down in the South China Sea? Home. Chen Ping shook his head. I do not know. I have never had a concept of home. My parents passed away before I could form memories. I grew up in an orphanage and was adopted by my teacher at the age of 11. I thought I finally had a home, but my mentor also passed away during my adolescence. With no home left, I enlisted in the military. I have regarded the army as my home, enduring the trials of wind and rain for over a decade. Initially, I believed my life would unfold in a monotonous manner. Yet since my arrival in Nanhai, this place has bestowed upon me a semblance of home. Lu Manchi remarked, I never anticipated that you had endured such hardships in the past. I've grown accustomed to it. It's tolerable, I replied. Indeed, you might consider establishing a home here. She suggested. True, but that is a matter for the future. Who can predict what lies ahead? Chen Ping mused. He comprehended Lu Manchi's intentions, but felt incapable of providing happiness to anyone at present. With the specter of war looming, he was destined for the battlefield, where the uncertainty of survival awaited him. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Lu Manchi chose to refrain from further discussion on the topic. It was truly unexpected that Su Qin's father would encounter such misfortune, Lu Manchi said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Indeed, who could have foreseen this? Chen Ping replied. You must promise to take good care of Su Qin, she implored. I will, he assured her. Lu Manchi felt a pang of sorrow, as Su Qin was aware of her affection for Chen Ping, just as she recognized Su Qin's feelings for him. Let's go inside. It is rather chilly out here, Chen Ping suggested. Agreed. Upon entering the morning hall, Su Qin and Wang Shufang sat on chairs, their eyes swollen from tears. The hall was nearly complete, as a memorial service was being held for the 5 officers who had sacrificed their lives in the line of duty. Family and friends of Chen Wu were present, all enveloped in collective grief. Chen Ping took a seat beside Su Qin, with Lu Manchi joining them. They remained in silence, sitting until dawn broke. As daybreak arrived, individuals began to arrive at the morning hall to pay their respects. Meanwhile, the funeral home staff had dressed Su Lai and Chen Wu in immaculate police uniforms and placed them in their coffins within the hall. The memorial service for Su Lai and Chen Wu garnered attention from various sectors, particularly due to their sacrifice in the fight against drugs, prompting the public to attend the service in droves. By morning, the hall was filled to capacity, with citizens of Nanhai arriving to pay tribute with heavy hearts. Su Qin and her mother, Wang Shufang, stood by the coffin, bowing in acknowledgement to the guests. Wang Shufang, supported by Lu Manchi, struggled to contain her tears. Conversely, Su Qin exhibited remarkable strength that day. Her eyes were red and puffy, yet no tears fell. Lu Zhongyuan, clad in mourning attire, approached Su Lai's coffin and bowed deeply 3 times before turning to Wang Shufang and Su Qin, offering his condolences. May you find solace. Thank you, they replied. The memorial service lasted several hours, after which the remains were cremated in the presence of family. The moment of cremation was profoundly painful for the relatives. The following morning marked the day of the funeral, with police vehicles leading the procession to the martyrs' cemetery for interment. While Chen Wu and the others were honored as martyrs, Su Lai was not even afforded the title, relegated to a regular cemetery for his burial. The interment of Chen Wu and his comrades was a grand affair, attracting numerous dignitaries, with the police department orchestrating a high-profile funeral. In stark contrast, the funeral of director Su Lai appeared modest. Apart from family, only Chen Ping and Lu Manchi attended. During this time, Song Mingming also took leave to pay her respects, along with a few colleagues close to Su Qin, but no one else was present. The circumstances surrounding Su Lai's death are particularly perplexing. It is widely understood that his demise was a consequence of offending the Wang brothers. In this trying time, those who once held a close relationship with Su Lai have chosen to distance themselves, fearing that their presence at his funeral may provoke the wrath of the Wang family. After Su Lai's ashes were interred, Su Qin and Wang Shufang lingered at the gravesite, reluctant to depart. Auntie, Su Qin, Su Ju has departed. Please take care of yourselves, Chen Ping gently suggested. Upon hearing this, Wang Shufan was overcome with emotion. Mother, let us return home, Su Qin implored. In what seemed like a single night, Su Qin appeared immature, no longer succumbing to her emotions as she had previously. Indeed, Enduring such tragedies can fortify one's spirit. Su Qin recognized that rather than wallowing in sorrow, it would be more prudent to summon her strength and seek retribution for the departed. With Su Qin's support, Wang Shufang exited the cemetery, and Su Qin accompanied her back home. Chen Ping, concerned for Su Qin's well-being, followed her to ensure her safety. After attending the funeral, Lu Manqi and Song Mingming returned to their respective homes. Once Su Qin had settled Wang Shufang, she joined Chen Ping in the living room. "Su Qin, are you all right?" Chen Ping inquired, his gaze filled with concern as he noted her weary appearance. Since the drug sweep began, Su Qin had scarcely rested, and now, after experiencing the darkest moments of her life, her complexion was pallid and her eyes were swollen. "I am fine, thank you." "Chen Ping," Su Qin replied, shaking her head. "You are right. I must transform my grief into motivation. My father's death is inextricably linked to the Wang brothers, as well as Chun Wu and his associates. I am determined to take vengeance. Now more than ever, I must be resolute." "That is well said, but do take care of your health," Chen Ping advised. Su Qin smiled at him. "Yes, I will return to work tomorrow." "You should rest a few more days," he replied. "No need. I truly feel well," she insisted. "Very well. I shall accompany you," he said. "Thank you," she responded gratefully. Chen Ping offered a faint smile. "Is it all right if I stay here tonight? I can sleep on the sofa." "Ah." Su Qin was momentarily taken aback. "You wish to sleep here?" "Yes, is that acceptable?" "Of course it is." Chapter 62. Su Qin's dismissal. Chen Ping's intention for staying was not for any ulterior motive, but rather out of concern for the safety of Su Qin and Wang Shufang. The mysterious nature of Su Lai's death clearly pointed to revenge by Wang Qing. He could not allow any further misfortune to befall Su Qin and Wang Shufang, thus volunteering to remain as their protector. Su Qin understood that Chen Ping's presence was a safeguard for her well-being. Without him by her side during these past few days, she shuddered to think how she might have coped. During dinner, Chen Ping made a special effort to prepare noodles for Wang Shufang and Su Qin. Wang Shufang had no appetite whatsoever, and although Su Qin wished to honor Chen Ping's kindness, she forced herself to eat a bowl of noodles. She remained by Wang Shufang's side throughout the night, offering comfort, and her display of strength was partly to prevent Wang Shufang from suffering further. At the Wang family villa, Wang Huan had arranged several banquet tables for a celebratory feast that evening. The four hall masters of the Qin gang, along with officials such as Peng Chun from the disciplinary committee, were among the invited guests. At the dining table, Wang Huan joyfully raised his glass. "Come, let us toast to our stability in the South China Sea. Cheers to the mayor." Everyone raised their glasses in unison, drinking heartily. Wang Qing turned to Peng Chun and said, "Elder brother, we must raise a glass in your honor. You have alleviated a significant burden for us with Su Lai's demise. The South Sea will find peace." Peng Chun chuckled heartily. "Well said. This is also a testament to the mayor's adept leadership." He laughed again, then added, "By the way, Mayor, with Su Lai out of the picture, we have irreparably severed ties with Lu Zhongyuan. I have heard that he has formidable backing." Peng Chun expressed his concern. Wang Huan replied with a serene smile, "Fear not. While Lu Zhongyuan does possess some influence, I have managed to maintain my position in the South Sea for many years, which speaks to my own capabilities. If he knows what's good for him, we can coexist peacefully. If he insists on confronting me, we shall see who meets their end first. That is reassuring. My only concern is that he might exploit Su Lai's death against me. The matter is clean. What can he uncover? The man has been laid to rest, so you need not worry. If Lu Zhongyuan were truly resolute, would he allow Su Lai to be buried?" "Indeed," Wang Qing continued, "now that Su Lai is gone, we are free from concerns. I have decided to appoint Lu Xiong as the acting director to oversee the drug eradication efforts. In due time, Lu Xiong will formally assume the role of director. By then, what threats can Lu Zhongyuan pose?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiong quickly raised his glass and stood, presenting it with both hands to Wang Huan, bowing slightly. "Thank you, Mayor, for your support. I shall drink to that." Wang Huan laughed heartily. "We are family. No need for formality. Work diligently, and your future will be boundless." "Yes." Wang Qing turned to Lu Xiong and said, "Brother Lu, upon your appointment, I need you to assist me with a matter. That Su Qin is a source of great annoyance for me. Eliminate her. And as for Chen Ping, what right does he have to be a policeman? Get rid of him. Lu Xiong smiled and replied, Rest assured, second master, I will handle them by tomorrow. That is good. At a nearby table, Wang Yu overheard the mention of Chen Ping and, filled with rage, approached Wang Qing. Uncle, you must ensure Chen Ping is eliminated. Wang Qing raised an eyebrow. Nephew, do you have a grievance with Chen Ping? More than just a grievance. That scoundrel knows I am pursuing Lu Manxi, yet he dares to entangle himself with her. Furthermore, he even had the audacity to lay hands on me that day. I cannot find peace until he is gone. Wang Qing frowned. Is that so? Wang Huan interjected sharply. It is merely a woman. Why make such a fuss? Have you forgotten the occasion? Sit down. Father, sit down. With a sense of resignation, Wang Yu returned to his table to drink in silence. Wang Qing remarked, Elder brother, I have a lingering suspicion that Chen Ping cannot be allowed to remain. Upon reflection, isn't there a connection between him and that incident? Wang Huan frowned slightly. Indeed, he is a nuisance, but his relationship with Chao Zhen is rather unusual. If we act against him recklessly, we might provoke Chao Zhen. Elder brother, I must confess, I've already hired a mercenary group specifically to deal with Chen Ping and to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. What? You have hired mercenaries? Yes, and assassins as well. This time, we cannot afford to let Chen Ping live. If Chao Zhen dares to intervene, it will be a matter of mutual destruction. Is this not reckless? Elder brother, we will have the assassins eliminate Chen Ping. Even if Chao Zhen becomes aware, without evidence, he cannot take action against us. Can he? These assassins are among the world's elite and have never failed. Moreover, even in the event of failure, they will not reveal the name of their employer. Regarding the mercenaries, I have a lingering sense of unease about the South China Sea. Should any calamity arise, we must ensure our own security. Wang Huan nodded in agreement, responding very well. Matters of the underworld shall not involve my interference. You may proceed as you see fit, but do not act recklessly. Rest assured, elder brother, I possess the discernment required. He replied. That was reassuring. Wang Qing harbored a relentless desire to eliminate Chen Ping. Yet he feared that any overt action by his own men might provoke Chao Zhen's involvement. Thus he resorted to hiring assassins. The following morning, Su Qin had scarcely slept through the night, remaining by Wang Shufan's side. Chen Ping had made do on the sofa, waking early to freshen up. Su Qin, having completed her morning routine and donned her police uniform, descended the stairs. Noticing her even more fatigued than the previous day, Chen Ping expressed concern. I believe you should rest for a few days, otherwise your health will deteriorate. Su Qin shook her head, insisting, It's nothing, let us head to work. Very well. I shall drive. You may rest a bit, he suggested. Upon arriving at the police station, Su Qin's presence surprised her colleagues. Captain Su, aren't you taking a few days off? They inquired. Indeed, Captain Su, you ought to take some time to recuperate, they urged, aware of her recent condition. Su Qin forced a smile, assuring them, I'm perfectly fine. The atmosphere was delicate. Everyone understood that such circumstances were burdensome for anyone. Just as Su Qin entered, Lu Xiong arrived for work, exuding confidence and self-importance. For years, he had been overshadowed by Su Lai, and his frustration had been palpable. Director Lu greeted his colleagues with laughter and camaraderie. With Su Lai's demise, it was clear to everyone that the police station would soon undergo a transformation. With Lu Xiong likely to be promoted, Su Qin chose to ignore him and turned to leave. Su Qin, wait. Lu Xiong called out. She turned to face him. Director Lu, do you require something? Lu Xiong replied with a subtle smile. The City Bureau has decided that, effective today, I shall temporarily assume the position of director. I will also personally oversee the drug eradication operations. And then? She questioned. You may relinquish your position as the head of the drug eradication team. I have other plans for you. Your actions as the team leader have disregarded organizational discipline, leading to the sacrifice of Chun Wu and others. This is a severe violation of protocol. Thus, in my capacity as director, I am revoking your position and placing you under suspension for investigation. Please surrender your service weapon. Lu Xiong stated with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, the others hastily returned to their tasks, fully aware that this was Lu Xiong's act of retribution. Though they wished to support Su Qin, they feared offending Lu Xiong and chose to remain silent. Chapter 63. Chen Ping cares for Su Qin. Su Qin chuckled lightly. Is Director Lu attempting to assert authority over me? Not at all. I am merely conducting official business, he replied. Very well, it's just a suspension for investigation. Fine. Although she felt distressed, she found herself powerless. She unfastened her service weapon and handed it to Lu Xiong. Are you satisfied now? Lu Xiong smiled faintly. Very good. He then turned to Chen Ping. You are Chen Ping, correct? Chen Ping nodded slightly. Is Director Lu also initiating a suspension for me? Lu Xiong scoffed. You? What significance do you hold? You are hereby dismissed. Leave at once, he commanded coldly. Chen Ping remained unperturbed, responding with a calm smile. Director Lu, such an impressive display of authority you possess. I am uncertain how long you, the acting director, can maintain your position. What do you mean? It is of no significance. I merely wish to inform you that Su Qin and I shall return. Let us hope it will not be an unpleasant reunion. Ha ha. Lu Xiong laughed heartily. Return? Do you genuinely believe you can come back? To speak candidly, I have no intention of permitting your return. Your words hold no weight. Surely, you do not expect Lu Zhongyuan to assist you? Cease your illusions. He is struggling to safeguard himself, and you may leave now. Very well. Remember your demeanor today. Chen Ping said little more, turning to Su Qin. Let's depart. Su Qin nodded. Indeed. Upon reaching the car, Su Qin, with reddened eyes, remarked, It must be Wang Huan orchestrating Lu Xiong's actions from behind. Utterly despicable. Chen Ping, we now hold no official positions. How shall we confront Wang Huan and his associates? Su Qin felt entirely devoid of confidence. Having shed her police uniform, she was merely an ordinary person. Chen Ping reassured her, Do not rush. Let's wait a couple of days. Trust that news will arrive soon. Wait a couple of days? Chen Ping, do you have a plan? Yes, I have reported the situation to the higher authorities. I shall receive a response within 3 days. I believe they will take it seriously. That is wonderful. At last, there is hope. As long as we can bring down the Wang brothers, I am willing to do anything. Su Qin's eyes glistened with determination. Precisely. Take this opportunity to rest over the next couple of days, Chen Ping suggested. Su Qin nodded. Then please take me home. Certainly. Chen Ping drove Su Qin back to her residence. Su Qin first ascended to check on Wang Shufan, who, having mourned throughout the night, had finally succumbed to sleep. Feeling a sense of relief, Su Qin returned to the living room. Chen Ping, perhaps you should also return to rest. I am fine. No worries, I am well. Su Qin felt warmth in her heart at that moment. Chen Ping was her pillar of strength. She yearned for his presence, as it provided her with a sense of security. Su Qin settled beside Chen Ping. You have endured much for my sake these past few days. Chen Ping smiled gently. Not at all. We are friends and comrades. Your troubles are my troubles. Chen Ping, you are truly wonderful. Please, rest without concern for me. Su Qin gazed at him, softly saying, May I lean on you as I sleep? Su Qin hastily added, I simply seek a measure of security. I wish to rest against you for a while. Chen Ping nodded. Very well. Thank you, Chen Ping. Su Qin whispered, resting her head on his shoulder. Chen Ping provided her with immense reassurance, and as her eyes gradually closed, she felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness, falling into a deep slumber within moments. These past days had pushed Su Qin to the brink of mental collapse. Had it not been for Chen Ping's presence, she might not have endured. Chen Ping understood Su Qin's need for safety and companionship. All he could do was remain by her side. Su Qin slept soundly until the afternoon, around 3 o'clock. For several hours, Chen Ping remained still, not moving. Exhausted, Su Qin leaned against his arm, allowing her to rest peacefully. After a restorative slumber, Su Qin finally opened her eyes, realizing she was still nestled against Chen Ping's arm. Unbeknownst to her, her hand had intertwined with his. Upon awakening, Su Qin's cheeks flushed slightly as she hastily released her hands and sat up. She brushed her long hair aside, her face suffused with a blend of apology and gratitude as she said, Chen Ping, I'm so sorry. I fell asleep. Why didn't you wake me? Chen Ping stretched his sore arms and smiled. It's fine. Oh, Su Qin felt a pang of embarrassment and instinctively glanced at the time, exclaiming, "It's already past 3? Have I really slept for so long?" "Yes," Chen Ping replied. "Wait, you didn't move at all? I saw you sleeping so soundly, so I didn't want to disturb you," Chen Ping explained. "Thank you, Chen Ping. You're truly kind," Su Qin smiled faintly. "By the way, I'm going to check on my mom." After saying this, Su Qin ascended the stairs. Mom, Wang Shufan had already awakened, lying in bed, clutching a photograph of Su Lai, tears streaming down her face. "Mom, Dad has left us. You need to pull yourself together and stop torturing yourself." Su Qin comforted her as she embraced her. "Ah," Wang Shufan cried out, heart-wrenched, holding the photo close, her sobs intensifying. The more she cried, the more Su Qin felt her own heartache. "Mom, I beg you, please stop crying. Xiaoqin, I'm in so much pain. On the day your father passed, he told me he would come home for dinner that night. He even said he would call you back too. How could he just disappear like that?" "Mom." Su Qin's own sorrow overwhelmed her, and the mother and daughter held each other, weeping. Hearing their cries, Chen Ping felt at a loss. Noticing they hadn't eaten or drunk anything all day, he decided to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal for them. The refrigerator was stocked, and the kitchen was well equipped. Unsure of their preferences, he opted to make something light. After a considerable time, Su Qin managed to comfort Wang Shufan and then returned downstairs. The aroma wafting from the kitchen made her stomach growl with hunger. Upon entering, she saw Chen Ping busying himself, and for a fleeting moment, she thought how wonderful it would be if they could remain in this moment forever. "Chen Ping, I'll need to trouble you to take care of me again," Su Qin said, knowing a little about cooking and wondering if she could assist. "It's no trouble. I actually enjoy cooking," Chen Ping replied. "You can sit outside for a while, and I'll call you when it's ready." "I'll help you," Su Qin offered, assisting him in washing vegetables and cutting ingredients. Their busy demeanor resembled that of a young couple. "Is your mom feeling better?" "Yes, much better. It's just that she still can't accept that my dad is gone. I believe she will be all right in time. Everyone must endure such experiences. It is unavoidable. I hope your mom can overcome this soon. Don't worry, I will stay with her." With Su Qin's assistance, several dishes were soon prepared, and the rice was cooked perfectly. Once everything was set on the table, Su Qin first served a bowl of food for Wang Shufan and took it upstairs. Wang Shufan had not eaten or drunk anything for days, and she looked significantly thinner. After much persuasion, Su Qin finally saw her mother finish the meal and felt relieved as she descended. "Did you eat, Aunt?" "Yes, I have. Let us eat. You haven't eaten all day either." After the meal, Chen Ping thoughtfully brewed a pot of tea for Su Qin, and they settled on the sofa, sipping tea and engaging in light conversation until 9 in the evening, when Su Qin finally ascended to rest. Chen Ping had no intention of leaving. He remained anxious. With nothing to occupy his time, he decided to call Han Xiaoyu. "Hello, Xiaoyu, are you asleep yet?" "It's still early, brother. Aren't you asleep?" "Is everything fine with Teacher Song?" "Yes, I'm currently watching television with her." "Brother, you don't need to worry about me. Just take good care of Officer Su. She's a good police officer." I will. You must take care of yourself as well." "Yes, you too. Don't stay up too late." "Understood. All right. Get some rest early." Goodbye." After hanging up the phone, Chen Ping lay back on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Since becoming an auxiliary police officer, he had hardly had a moment of proper relaxation. Time passed, and he heard footsteps. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Su Qin. She had finished washing up, wearing a pink nightgown, her long hair cascading down. This was the first time Chen Ping had seen Su Qin without her ponytail. And even in her nightgown and without makeup, her beauty was unblemished. Feeling slightly shy under his gaze, Su Qin sat beside Chen Ping. "Mom is asleep, but I can't. Oh, when I close my eyes, I just think about how my father died. Slowly, it gets better." "Chen Ping, do you think it was my fault that my father died?" Su Qin asked, her eyes reddening as she looked at him. Chen Ping replied, "How could it be? It's not your fault. The night before my father died, he urged me to stop opposing the Wang family, saying we couldn't provoke them. The next day, my father had an accident. Perhaps your father anticipated that Wang Qing would retaliate, which is why he said that. Yes, at that time, I didn't think much of it. I just didn't expect Wang Qing and his cohorts to be so lawless. not only harming Chen Wu and the others, but also targeting my father. Rest assured, one day they will pay for their blood debts. Su Qin nodded and gently rested her head on Chen Ping's shoulder. Could you hold me? Of course. Chen Ping wrapped his arm around Su Qin's shoulders. This feels nice, Su Qin said before closing her eyes. Once she fell asleep, Chen Ping laid her down on the sofa and covered her with a blanket. That night, Su Qin slept on the sofa while Chen Ping leaned against it, dozing off to keep her company. After all, having someone nearby made her sleep more soundly. The next morning, as dawn broke, Su Qin, having experienced the previous event, felt no embarrassment. In her heart, she had already accepted Chen Ping. In the morning, Lu Manqi arrived, concerned for Su Qin and wanting to accompany her. Chen Ping, Xiao Lu Manqi greeted them, unfazed by Chen Ping's presence. Manqi, thank you for coming to see me. Su Qin smiled and approached her. Lu Manqi noted that Su Qin appeared significantly better than a couple of days prior, and remarked, It seems our Xiao is well again. Chen Ping is taking good care of her. Su Qin chuckled, Stop teasing me. I'm just happy to see you. All right, fine. Chen Ping greeted Manqi. Chen Ping, have you not returned home? Oh, where did you sleep then? Nowhere. Lu Manqi glanced meaningfully at Su Qin beside her. Su Qin rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? Chen Ping slept on the sofa. Is that so? How could it not be? Su Qin felt a twinge of guilt, for she had spent the entire night on the sofa while Chen Ping had kept vigil beside her. If she were to discover this, she would undoubtedly misinterpret the situation. Ha! You took that seriously, Lu Manqi chuckled. She too harbored affections for Chen Ping and naturally wished for no romantic entanglement between him and Su Qin. Chen Ping, caught off guard by the question, busied himself with his tea on the sofa. How is Andy? Is she doing well? Yes, I'll go check on her, Lu Manqi replied, and together with Su Qin, they ascended the stairs. Lu Manqi's presence brought a lively energy, alleviating the awkwardness for Chen Ping, who often found himself at a loss for conversation with Su Qin. With Lu Manqi's cheerful disposition, laughter often filled the air, echoing from the upstairs where she accompanied Wang Shufang. Indeed, smiles have a way of uplifting spirits. With Chen Ping's companionship, Su Qin gradually emerged from her sorrow, and Wang Shufang was also on the path to healing. As noon approached, Lu Manqi sought out Chen Ping, unabashedly declaring, Aren't you going to cook yet? I'm starving. Chen Ping's lips twitched in response. All right, I'll get to it now. I'll help you. I've been reading so many cookbooks lately. I just need some practice. You must teach me, she insisted. No problem at all, he replied. Wonderful. I shall start learning right away. Lu Manqi, with her delightful enthusiasm, rushed into the kitchen eager to learn how to stir-fry. Chen Ping patiently guided her. But when it came to actually cooking, Lu Manqi seemed rather flustered, standing in front of the stove in a flurry. Fortunately, Chen Ping was there to prevent any culinary disasters. Watching the two share laughter in the kitchen stirred an inexplicable pang of jealousy within Su Qin. Manqi, don't make a mess. Let Chen Ping handle it. She couldn't help but interject from the doorway. Lu Manqi pouted defiantly, Xiao Qin, don't underestimate me. I will learn to cook today. Chen Ping, step aside. With sleeves rolled up, she refused to back down. All right, you could take over. Start by frying the vegetables and pouring in some oil, Chen Ping instructed. Okay, Lu Manqi said, grabbing the oil container and pouring it into the pan. That's enough. A bit too much. Oh, what now? Wait for the oil to heat up, then add the minced garlic. Right? As the oil heated, Lu Manqi panicked. How do I turn down the heat? In her flurry, she tossed a handful of garlic into the pan, only to have it burn due to the high temperature. Oh no, it's burnt, Chen Ping, exasperated, hurriedly turned off the heat to avert a kitchen fire, unable to bear the chaos any longer. Su Qin stepped in and pulled Lu Manqi aside. Manqi, just let Chen Ping handle it. He'll have it ready in no time. Fine, I really am useless. Lu Manqi pouted, resembling a wronged child. All right, you, the pampered young lady, should not aspire to be a housewife, Su Qin teased. I will learn to cook. Once I do, I'll invite you and Chen Ping over for dinner. All right, let us not linger here and be a nuisance. Come outside and chat with me. With Lu Manqi gone, Chen Ping quickly prepared the meal. In an unprecedented turn of events, Wang Shufang came downstairs to eat. praising Chen Ping's culinary skills to the skies. The presence of another person added warmth and liveliness to the gathering. With Lu Manqi present, the atmosphere transformed entirely. After lunch, the group gathered in the living room, exchanging casual conversations while deliberately avoiding any mention of sorrowful matters. Chen Ping once again took to the kitchen for dinner. Following the evening meal, Wang Shufang retired upstairs to rest. However, Lu Manqi had no intention of departing, engaging in conversation until well past 10 o'clock. Su Qin felt it inappropriate to usher her out, so she simply invited her upstairs to rest. Chapter 65. News from above the living room was left with Chen Ping alone. Just as he was about to lie down for some rest, the phone rang. To his surprise, it was Zhang Jun finally calling. "Hello, Commander. Chen Ping, regarding the matters you reported, a plan has been established after discussions at the higher levels. Your concerns have been taken seriously, as have you. What arrangements have been made? Firstly, your request for the deployment of a special operations unit has been approved, and I will personally oversee this. I have decided to dispatch a small team from the Longyan Special Forces to the South China Sea under your command. It is time for you to meet your team, who hold you in high regard. These individuals are elite soldiers from various military districts, and it took considerable effort to secure their deployment. Thank you, Commander. Secondly, the authority you requested has been discussed and granted, while ensuring your identity remains undisclosed. You will be directly appointed as the chief of the South China Sea Police Department by the highest command. Additionally, a team from the Supreme Discipline Inspection Commission will be sent to assist you in covertly investigating the corruption among local officials. Upon verification, immediate arrests will be executed. Thirdly, and most crucially, the upper echelon has determined that a nationwide crackdown on organized crime will commence next March. This information is currently confidential, known only to a select few. Due to recent developments in the South China Sea, the operation there will be expedited to avoid alerting any potential adversaries and disrupting the nationwide initiative. You must refrain from disclosing this information and proceed with utmost caution, avoiding any overt promotion of the crackdown. In other words, while you may pursue these operations, do so discreetly, ensuring that no one perceives it as a directive from above. As a chief of police, you may utilize various means to systematically dismantle the local criminal elements. This should pose no challenge for you. The only expectation we have of you is to eradicate these evils thoroughly." Chen Ping immediately rose, standing at attention, and declared, "Thank you for your trust, Commander. I assure you I will fulfill this mission." "Very well. Tomorrow morning, the authorities in the South China Sea will receive your appointment notification. You will commence your duties immediately." The team leader is named Li Tianlang, with Lin Ruoxi as the deputy. They will contact you upon their arrival in the South China Sea. Understood. The team from the Discipline Inspection Commission will be led by Guo Wanzhong, who will conduct investigations discreetly. For their safety, he will not contact you directly. Got it. After Zhang Jun concluded the call, Chen Ping heard a voice behind him. "Hey, Chen Ping, what are you doing?" It's the middle of the night. Standing so straight, as if on guard. Turning to the sound, he saw Lu Manqi, clad in Su Qin's nightgown, her damp hair cascading down, leaning over the second-floor railing with a playful smile. Chen Ping awkwardly smiled and replied, "Oh, nothing much, just received a phone call." "Whose call could be so important that you stand at attention for it?" "I'm just used to it." "Haha, Chen Ping, you're truly adorable." Lu Manqi was amused by Chen Ping's recent antics, laughing incessantly. Su Qin approached her, wiping her hair while inquiring, "What is so funny?" "Xiao Qin, you should have seen how hilarious Chen Ping was just now." He stood at attention, perfectly straight while answering a phone call. "Really?" Su Qin turned her gaze toward Chen Ping, who was seated on the sofa. Chen Ping's face flushed at Lu Manqi's laughter. "I just received a call from above, instructing us to report to the police station for work tomorrow." "Oh, is that true?" Su Qin exclaimed with excitement, rushing downstairs to stand before Chen Ping. "Does this mean we have been reinstated?" Chen Ping replied with a cheerful smile. "Sort of. That's wonderful. I can hardly wait." Upon hearing the news of their reinstatement, Su Qin could hardly contain her exhilaration. While she was thrilled, Chen Ping felt a bit overwhelmed. Su Qin was adorned in a white camisole nightgown, her hair still damp. The nightgown was low-cut, and when she slightly bent forward, it nearly revealed everything. Even standing before him, it exposed a deep cleavage. With her fair skin and the short nightgown, her long, slender legs were utterly captivating. Chen Ping found it difficult to maintain his composure, his gaze darting around nervously. Tomorrow will be fine. This time, we must not let Wang Qing off the hook. Su Qin, oblivious to Chen Ping's discomfort, took a seat beside him. Seeing Su Qin had come downstairs, Lu Manqi joined in the fun. She was equally stunning, wearing a red lace camisole, identical to Su Qin's. Having just bathed, they both wore no undergarments, and their movements were quite bold, truly mesmerizing. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, Lu Manqi's long legs were equally enchanting. She paid no heed to Chen Ping's current feelings, sitting down on his other side without hesitation. You two have been reinstated? That's wonderful. Lu Manqi expressed her happiness for them. Yes, Chen Ping replied, feeling the weight of two alluring women beside him. Their revealing attire making it increasingly challenging for him to remain composed. It would be best to incarcerate Wang Qing and Wang Huan. Their actions have been despicable, and they have recently plotted against my father, Lu Manqi declared indignantly. Su Qin nodded in agreement. Yes, we cannot let them escape this time. Indeed, you must do your best. We will. Chen Ping, why are you so quiet? Lu Manqi noticed Chen Ping staring ahead, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chen Ping, are you sweating? With concern, Lu Manqi reached out to touch his forehead, her brow furrowing. Are you running a fever? Su Qin was equally startled. How could this be? She quickly placed her hand on Chen Ping's forehead. It's really hot. Chen Ping, are you running a fever? I'll go fetch some medicine. Chen Ping longed for a place to hide, standing up and saying, It's nothing, just feeling a bit overheated. I'll take a quick shower. You two stay here. Oh. They watched as Chen Ping left, suddenly exchanging amused glances. Lu Manqi pointed at Su Qin, whose figure was nearly spilling out of her outfit. Xiaoqin, could it be that Chen Ping is feeling warm because of you? Su Qin shot her a glare. You're no different. Hee hee. It seems Chen Ping has a reaction after all. I thought he was just a wooden block. With your beauty, how could he not react? Really? Su Qin murmured, recalling the night she spent in Chen Ping's embrace, where he showed no reaction whatsoever. Xiaoqin, do you think Chen Ping might have ulterior motives towards us? Lu Manqi whispered. Su Qin was momentarily speechless. Do you truly believe he would? Lu Manqi shook her head. No. Then that settles it. Why don't we test it out tonight? Lu Manqi winked mischievously. I'm not as bored as you are. I'm going to sleep. Are you coming? Su Qin replied as she stood up. Very well, I shall sleep too. Lu Manqi, of course, had no intention of actually doing so, and she followed Su Qin upstairs to rest. Chen Ping emerged from the restroom just as he heard them ascending the stairs. Chapter 66. Returning to the police station the following day, Chen Ping rose early and prepared breakfast. After a few days of rest, Su Qin was feeling revitalized. The prospect of returning to work today filled her with determination. Early in the morning, Su Qin donned her police uniform and tied her hair back in a ponytail. Exuding an air of confidence, Lu Manqi and Wang Shufeng also got up, dressed, and after completing their morning routines, they joined Su Qin downstairs for breakfast. Wang Shufeng appeared considerably better. At least she was no longer indifferent to food and drink, having slept through the day and night. Chen Ping, thank you for taking care of Xiaoqin and me these past few days. Wang Shufeng expressed her gratitude. Chen Ping smiled gently. There is no need for formalities, Annie. This is merely a friend helping another. Indeed, Xiaoqin is fortunate to have friends like you. After breakfast, Lu Manqi volunteered to stay and accompany Wang Shufeng. Su Qin expressed her appreciation and then set off with Chen Ping in the car towards the police station. Chen Ping, am I really going back to work? Su Qin inquired during the journey. Yes, trust me. All right. Before long, Su Qin and Chen Ping arrived punctually at the police station entrance. Officer Su. The colleagues at the station were taken aback upon seeing both Su Qin and Chen Ping, for Su Qin was currently under investigation and Chen Ping had been dismissed. It was evident to everyone that Su Qin's return to the police station was highly improbable. The sight of them both arriving together left many in bewilderment. Su Qin offered a slight smile. It's been a few days. How is everyone? Officer Su, are you back to work? Yes. Really? That's wonderful. The brothers have been waiting for this day. Upon hearing that Su Qin was reinstated, Everyone felt a surge of joy. Just as they were celebrating, Lu Xiong strode into the station, hands clasped behind his back, immediately spotting Su Qin and Chen Ping. Ahem, shouldn't you be at work? What are you all doing here? At his words, everyone hastily fell silent, though they did not actually disperse, pretending to engage in tasks. They were eager to uncover the unfolding situation. The police station courtyard is not a place for just anyone to enter. The duty roster is increasingly incompetent. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry seems to be allowed in. Lu Xiong remarked with contempt as his gaze settled on Su Qin and Chen Ping, uncertain of how to respond. Su Qin turned to Chen Ping for guidance. Chen Ping nodded slightly, indicating that he would handle the matter. I'm speaking to you. Who permitted your presence at the police station? Don't you know that this is a restricted area? Leave immediately, Lu Xiong barked at them. Chen Ping regarded Lu Xiong calmly. Director Lu, who exactly are you telling to leave? Chen Ping, one must be aware of their place. Don't wait until someone insults you to understand. Do you believe this is a place you should be? Chen Ping smiled lightly. Director Lu, what leads you to believe I am unwelcome here? Lu Xiong's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, Chen Ping, you are no longer a police auxiliary. I have spared you from being expelled, yet you insist on testing my patience. Do not force my hand to have you removed. And you, Su Qin, you have been suspended. Who allowed you to come to work? If you do not leave at once, I will summon assistance. Chen Ping let out a cold laugh. Director Lu, how grand your authority seems. You threaten to expel me at every turn. Do you truly believe you are worthy of such power? Lu Xiong's face grew even darker as he waved his hand. Seize them. Chen Ping and Su Qin are openly challenging the authority of the police department. Handcuff them. Yes, sir, his subordinates responded, swiftly producing handcuffs to restrain Chen Ping and Su Qin. Seeing this, Su Qin shouted, Do you dare? Su Qin, do you still think you're the team leader? I have long grown weary of your arrogance, riding on your father's coattails at the station. Without him, you are nothing. Lu Xiong retorted. Su Qin's face flushed with indignation, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Do not fear. They lack the courage, Chen Ping reassured her, then turned his fierce gaze upon the approaching officers. Who grants you the audacity to handcuff the newly appointed chief of police? What? The newly appointed chief of police? Who? Surely, you do not mean yourself? Lu Xiong jested, unable to contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. Chen Ping, are you trying to be humorous? You, the chief of police? I would eat excrement if that were true. Ha ha ha. Chen Ping, you must be out of your mind. The surrounding officers could not help but join in the mockery. What is happening? The onlookers exchanged glances, unable to believe that Chen Ping was indeed the new chief of police. Su Qin looked at Chen Ping with astonishment, and Chen Ping remained silent. His expression grew serious as he declared, Listen carefully. I am Chen Ping, the newly appointed chief of police in Nanhai City. Laugh all you wish. I hope your mirth continues. Lu Xiong, as if hearing the most ludicrous joke, laughed uncontrollably. He pointed at Chen Ping, addressing those nearby him. The chief of police? Do you believe this? I find it utterly amusing. Ha ha ha. Chen Ping, you have delusions of grandeur. Do you think that simply declaring yourself chief makes it so? Do you not understand that the appointment of a police chief requires a municipal council resolution? Everyone knows that Lu is currently the acting chief. Once the municipal meeting is held, he will be confirmed as the new chief. You are nothing but a pretender. Chen Ping, you have committed an additional crime of impersonating the chief of police. We have the right to arrest you, Lu Xiong and his associates insisted, firmly disbelieving Chen Ping's claims. Even the onlookers preferred to believe that Chen Ping was suffering from delusions rather than accept that he was indeed the chief. Chen Ping cast a cold glance at Lu Xiong and the others. I will remember your faces. There will come a time for your tears. Lu Xiong, feeling his pride wounded, retorted, Enough of this nonsense, Chen Ping. The police station is not your playground. I give you one last chance to leave immediately, or I will truly arrest you. Just wait and see. You, Lu Xiong, unable to save face, commanded, Arrest him. Chen Ping, you are disturbing the police station. We are arresting you according to the law. Chen Ping calmly declared, I stand here. If you have the courage, come and apprehend me. Chen Ping, do not presume we fear you. This is the police station. Should you dare to resist arrest, we may shoot you down. Truth be told, these individuals were indeed hesitant to advance, for Chen Ping's reputation was well known within the precinct. Lu Xiong, observing the reluctance of his colleagues, bellowed, "What is there to fear? If he dares to resist, we shall execute him on the spot." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Xiong's phone rang. Noticing it was a call from Mayor Wang Huan, he immediately signaled for silence and answered with a broad grin. "Mayor, how may I assist you? Has Chen Ping reported to work yet?" Lu Xiong's lips twitched as he glanced at Chen Ping. "He is at the police station. I was just about to apprehend him." "Do not act recklessly. Listen carefully. Just moments ago, I received the official appointment of Chen Ping as the chief of the Nanhai Municipal Police Department. You are to immediately convey this appointment to all departments in Nanhai, which means that Chen Ping is now the chief of the police department." "What? Mayor, how could this be? I, too, am curious about how this came to pass. However, it is a decision from above, and I have no authority to interfere. But enough with the buts. The decision has been made, and the police system will announce Chen Ping's appointment. You are to cooperate fully with this development. That is all." Chapter 67. Chen Ping's appointment as chief. Lu Xiong hung up the phone, standing frozen in place, utterly bewildered. The others were equally perplexed, observing his face fluctuate between shades of red and purple. "Look, Chen Ping is indeed the chief of the police department." Just then, someone seated at a computer saw a system notification pop up. It was the official announcement of Chen Ping's appointment. The crowd gathered around, astonished. This could not be fabricated. It was the police department's official communique. Good heavens, what is happening? How is Chen Ping the chief of police? Indeed, what is the meaning of this? They were all flabbergasted, unable to comprehend or rationalize the situation. "Director, is this true?" A few of the previously boisterous officers quietly inquired of Lu Xiong. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Lu Xiong's expression shifted instantly as he forced a smile and turned to Chen Ping. "Chief Chen, it was all a misunderstanding." "What?" The director's address astonished his loyal subordinates. Lu Xiong disregarded their astonishment and approached Chen Ping, extending his hand. "Welcome, Chief Chen. Please feel free to guide our work at any time." Chen Ping coldly scoffed. "Director Lu, what did you just say?" Lu Xiong laughed heartily. "Chief Chen, it was a misunderstanding. Had you informed me earlier that you were the newly appointed chief, I would never have uttered such heretical words. Please, show mercy and let this go." Chen Ping ignored him, addressing the assembly with gravity. "I hereby announce that Su Qin is reinstated. She will continue to lead the anti-drug efforts, and I hope for your full cooperation." "Yes, Chief." The crowd rejoiced, applauding. Congratulations to team leader Su on her return. At that moment, Su Qin felt as if she were dreaming. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, she finally smiled. "Everyone, we can once again fight side by side." Chen Ping turned to Lu Xiong and his associates, stating, "You need not involve yourselves in the anti-drug operations. Return to your respective duties and refrain from disturbing me further." Lu Xiong's lips twitched. Yes, yes. The authoritative figure's dominance compelled Lu Xiong to leave in defeat. As he departed, the crowd gathered around Su Qin, offering their congratulations and inquiring about Chen Ping's situation. Su Qin, equally perplexed, could not provide any clarity. "All right, everyone back to work," she remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Ping and rolling her eyes. "Come with me." Chen Ping, with a resigned smile, followed her into the familiar office. The office remained unchanged. Just as before, Su Qin reclined on the sofa, gesturing for Chen Ping to take a seat, her eyes narrowing as she interrogated, "Why didn't you inform me beforehand? You made me worry." Chen Ping chuckled. "Is this how you speak to your superior?" "Umph, I have always conversed with my superiors like this," she retorted. Chen Ping smiled. "I simply wanted to surprise you, to bring you joy." Su Qin's cheeks flushed slightly. "Really? You did it just for my happiness?" "Indeed. I know how eager you are to return to the police station. I thought a surprise would be delightful, hence I withheld some information." Su Qin gazed at Chen Ping with deep appreciation. "Thank you, Chen Ping, you are truly kind." "As long as you are happy," he replied. "I'm happy." Chen Ping nodded. "And there is even more joy to come. Not only have I been appointed as the director, but I have also been authorized to undertake anti-crime operations in Nanhai." "Is that true?" "That is splendid news. When do we commence?" "Norus." "Although I have been given the authority, there are still concerns that necessitate a discreet approach to the operations. Why is that? The reasons are not convenient to disclose. But you must trust the national policies. Understood. When shall we act against the drug production dens in the fishing village? Soon. It should be imminent. Imminent? Yes. We cannot employ police personnel for the fishing village operations. Therefore, we must wait for the reinforcements from above, who should be en route and will arrive today. Su Qin's face lit up with excitement. Is it true? Are they special forces? Chen Ping nodded yes. Have you heard of the Longyan Special Forces? Longyan? Su Qin's eyes widened in surprise. You mean the most formidable special operations unit of our great Xia, the Longyan Special Operations Team? Indeed. Oh my goodness, is that true? I have heard that this unit is regarded as the sharpest blade of our nation and is shrouded in mystery. The Longyan is seldom deployed, unless for the most arduous missions. Each member is a top-tier warrior. It is astonishing that they would send the Longyan to assist us. Su Qin's admiration for Longyan was palpable. Chen Ping smiled. I didn't realize you were so knowledgeable about Longyan. I heard tales of them during my time at the police academy. Our instructors spoke of Longyan as the pinnacle of military excellence, having accomplished countless formidable tasks. Every soldier aspires to be part of them. It is an unparalleled honor, especially their captain, who is considered a military deity, undefeated and invincible. It is hard to imagine the strength of such a man. Su Qin's eyes sparkled with admiration as she mentioned the captain of Longyan. Listening to her, Chen Ping felt a pang of sorrow. In truth, Longyan is not as extraordinary as you believe. They, too, are merely human and face the possibility of sacrifice. Their captain, far from being a deity, is merely a flesh-and-blood individual. Chen Ping stated with indifference. Huh? Su Qin was perplexed by Chen Ping's remark and inquired, Chen Ping, with your remarkable prowess, are you not also part of the Dragonflame squad? Do I resemble one? A bit, for in my heart, you are the strongest. How do you compare with the captain of a Dragonflame? Su Qin smiled faintly, though he is powerful. I do not know him and have yet to witness his strength. Hence, you are still the strongest. In truth, I too possess vulnerabilities. I'm not as formidable as you perceive, but I cherish you just the way you are. Su Qin's voice dwindled, her embarrassment causing her to avert her gaze from Chen Ping. He, perceptive of her shyness, shifted the topic when the Dragon Flame members arrive. I will take you to meet them. Really? Su Qin exclaimed joyfully. I am eager to see what sets the mightiest of the Xiao apart from us. Chen Ping nodded. I too wish to meet them, to understand what merits their entry into the Dragon Flame Special Forces. Chen Ping, you need not compare yourself to them. Though they may be part of the Dragon Flame, it does not imply you are inferior. Su Qin assumed Chen Ping envied them and offered comfort. Huh? Chen Ping chuckled softly. Indeed, I am confident I am not their inferior. Yes, in my eyes, you're the strongest. Only you would flatter me. Do you enjoy my compliments? Yes. Then it is settled. I shall praise you daily. You mustn't. If you continue to flatter me so, I shall surely lose my sense of self. Huh. Chapter 68. The arrival of the Dragon Flame Special Forces in Nanhai. Chen Ping had ascended to the position of police chief, a role that bore significant responsibilities. The drug production den in the fishing village, the nefarious influence of the Wang brothers, and various urban security cases loomed large. Presently, Chen Ping's foremost mission was the drug eradication operation, with the fishing village being the focal point. The officers within the department were compromised. Too many had ties to the Green Gang. This was precisely why Chen Ping had requested the dispatch of special forces to assist, not only for drug eradication, but also to tackle the Green Gang subsequently. In the afternoon, Chen Ping sat at his office, contemplating the deployment for the operation into the fishing village. The first team from the Dragon Flame Special Forces was set to arrive imminently. It was time to formulate an assault plan. He had unwavering faith in the capabilities of the Dragon Flame Special Forces, though he had yet to meet these new team members and was unaware of their mutual rapport. Ding, ding, ding. Chen Ping grasped the phone on his desk and answered. Hello, Captain, this is Li Tianlang, leader of Team 1 from the Dragon Flame Special Forces, reporting in. The strong voice of Li Tianlang resonated through the line. Hearing the familiar designation and the authoritative tone sparked memories of former comrades in arms, causing Chen Ping to momentarily lose his voice. Captain? Chen Ping, slightly startled. regained his composure, and responded, Li Tianlang. Have you all arrived in Nanhai? Yes, Captain. Please provide your instructions. Where are you located? Reporting, Captain. We have just reached the Nanhai Military District. This trip is being hosted by the Military District. Understood. I shall be there shortly. Yes, sir. Upon hanging up the phone, Chen Ping immediately rose to his feet. He had deliberately come to Su Qin's office and knocked on the door. Come in, she replied. Chen Ping gently pushed the door open and stood at the threshold, saying, Follow me. Su Qin hurriedly stood up from her chair and approached the door, asking, Have we arrived? Yes, he affirmed. Should we prepare anything? No need, he replied. Oh. Chen Ping drove the director's official car, heading to the military district with Su Qin. By the way, Chen Ping, is the Dragon Flame Special Forces coming to assist us, or will they be operating independently? Su Qin inquired. Chen Ping smiled slightly. They will be assisting us. All actions will be under our command. Really? That's wonderful. I was worried they might look down on us. That 1T happened. So, where are we picking them up? Nanhai Military District. The military district? Yes, they will be airdropping directly into the Nanhai Military District for assembly. Otherwise, it could expose their targets. Indeed, the higher-ups have considered this thoroughly. By the way, Chen Ping, what is your relationship with Qiao Zhen? Qiao Zhen? To be honest, I don't know him. What? Su Qin exclaimed, astonished. You don't know him? Yet he sent someone to the bureau to look for you? I thought you two were acquainted. Haven't you always wanted to know my identity? When we arrive, you should find out. Really? I'm so looking forward to it. Su Qin said with a bright smile. Chen Ping remarked, In any case, let me say this. You and I are friends. I hope that once you learn my identity, our relationship remains unchanged. Absolutely. Su Qin was genuinely eager to discover Chen Ping's mysterious identity. Before long, they reached the exterior of the Nanhai Military District. The military district was a restricted zone, generally off-limits to anyone, even municipal officials. However, upon seeing the police car, the guard not only did not stop them, but saluted and allowed them to pass. Chen Ping drove through the military district without any hindrance. At the main gate of the military district, Qiao Zhen and various officials from the Nanhai Military District awaited them, alongside Li Tianlang, Lin Ruoxi, and 100 fully armed members of the Dragon Flame Special Forces. Chen Ping, is there really this many? Su Qin felt a surge of nervousness upon seeing such a crowd at the entrance. Chen Ping smiled at her. Those are the members of the Dragon Flame Special Forces. Oh. As Chen Ping arrived at the gate, he parked the car. Just as he stopped, Li Tianlang and Lin Ruoxi jogged up to the car door, personally opening it. Stepping back and standing at attention, Team Leader Li Tianlang of the Dragon Flame Special Forces, reporting to the captain. Deputy Team Leader Lin Ruoxi of the Dragon Flame Special Forces, reporting to the captain. Chen Ping returned their salute. Welcome, Dragon Flame Special Forces. All members reporting to the captain. 100 soldiers of the Dragon Flame stood in unison, saluting Chen Ping. He faced them and returned the salute. Welcome. Su Qin stood by, utterly astonished, as Chen Ping's imposing figure seemed grander than life in her eyes. With a smile, Qiao Zhen approached Chen Ping, offering a symbolic salute before extending his hand. Welcome, Major General Chen. Welcome, Major General Chen, echoed the officials from the Nanhai Military District in unison, saluting Chen Ping. Chen Ping returned the salute and grasped Qiao Zhen's hand. Commander Qiao, I haven't had the chance to thank you for your assistance last time. Thank you. Ha! General Chen, you flatter me. Please. Chen Ping turned to Su Qin and said, Su Qin, come here. Huh? Su Qin snapped out of her astonishment, utterly shocked to learn that Chen Ping held the rank of Major General in the national military. Furthermore, his rank was not comparable to that of Qiao Zhen, who was merely a major general in the municipal military district. The status of a major general is inherently linked to the military district they belong to. For instance, a provincial major general holds a position akin to that of a provincial official. Qiao Zhen serves as the commander of the Nanhai Municipal Military District, his rank corresponding to that of Wang Huan. In contrast, Chen Ping's standing surpasses that of Qiao Zhen, as he is affiliated with the Beijing Military District and directly appointed by the highest military command. Additionally, the Dragon Flame Special Forces operates independently of military districts, making Chen Ping's position as commander quite significant. His rank approaches that of a deputy minister of state, and he has accomplished notable feats in the war against the Indian subcontinent. It has been decided that he will be awarded the rank of lieutenant general. But Chen Ping has insisted on returning to Nanhai, which has delayed his promotion. Qiao Zhen, sharing the same military rank, fully comprehended that when compared to Chen Ping, his own status was not even worthy of the spotlight. While there are many major generals, there is only one Chen Ping, and the Dragon Flame Special Forces is a singular entity. Chen Ping's position is far superior to that of Qiao Zhen. Realizing Chen Ping's true identity, Su Qin appeared somewhat anxious. She approached Chen Ping with a sense of decorum, respectfully bowing to Qiao Zhen and the others, saying, "Commander Qiao, greetings to everyone." Chen Ping introduced her, stating, "This is Su Qin, the captain of the criminal investigation team at the police department, my friend, and also my comrade." By emphasizing both friend and comrade, Chen Ping was elevating Su Qin's status. As anticipated, Qiao Zhen extended his hand, signaling, "Welcome, Officer Su." Surprised and honored, Su Qin took Qiao Zhen's hand with both of hers, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Commander Qiao. Please, everyone." The Dragon Flame Special Forces had come to Nanhai, and it was, of course, the duty of Commander Qiao Zhen to extend his hospitality to Chen Ping. Naturally, Chen Ping could not refuse, as it was essential to maintain decorum. Chapter 69. Chen Ping's instruction. Qiao Zhen was a perceptive individual. He engaged in conversation without probing into matters beyond his purview. He understood that the tasks undertaken by the Dragon Flame Special Forces were not within his level of inquiry. His role was to facilitate their needs and cooperate to the best of his ability. Chen Ping, accompanied by Su Qin, followed Qiao Zhen to his office for a handover and to discuss the upcoming exercises. In truth, Chen Ping had few demands. He merely required a space to organize, as the equipment for the Dragon Flame Special Forces had all been transported alongside military assets. Additionally, Chen Ping sought Qiao Zhen's assistance with the exercises. After their discussion, Chen Ping departed the office with Su Qin and headed toward the private restricted area provided by the military district. Li Tianlang and Lin Ruoxi were already waiting with the members. "Chen Ping," Su Qin called softly along the way. Chen Ping turned to her with a gentle smile. "What is it? I never imagined you were the commander of the Dragon Flame Special Forces, a national major general," Su Qin confessed, a mix of emotions swirling within her. Suddenly, she felt unworthy of Chen Ping. "This is merely a title. I am still myself," he reassured her. "Do not feel apprehensive. We will always remain friends." Chen Ping was concerned that the revelation of his status might create distance between them. Such instances were not without precedent. Once an individual acquires a certain identity, they often find themselves inexplicably distanced from others. People may respect and fear you, yet simultaneously keep you at arm's length. Su Qin smiled gently and said, "Yes, we'll always be good friends." However, at that moment, no one knew the depth of her sorrow. She did not wish to be merely friends with Chen Ping. Rather, she yearned for him to be her beloved. "Let's go and see the friends of Long Yin," she suggested. Soon, Chen Ping arrived at the area where Long Yin was located. This space had been cordoned off to others, designated as Long Yin as temporary domain. Upon seeing Chen Ping, Li Tianlang and Lin Ruoxi, along with everyone else, stood in a neat formation, hands clasped behind their backs, awaiting instruction. Chen Ping led Su Qin before them, facing the assembly, and scrutinized each unfamiliar face before him. From this moment onward, they would become Chen Ping's comrades. The sight of them evoked memories of Han Xiaoyu and his companions in Chen Ping's mind. "Why did you choose to join Long Yin?" he inquired, reporting to the captain. "It is because Long Yin is the strongest," they responded in unison, their voices ringing out. Chen Ping continued, "Are you aware of the events concerning the Long Yin Special Operations Team at the nameless heights of the Indian country?" "Yes," they replied. All 177 predecessors of the Long Yin Special Operations Team perished at those heights. "Are you afraid?" he pressed. "Not all. We take pride in being members of Long Yin, and we will defend the Special Operations Team with our lives. Like our predecessors, we will face challenges without fear of sacrifice, pressing forward courageously." Chen Ping remained silent, his gaze settling on Lin Ruoxi, who appeared to be in her early 20s. Clad in camouflage, She stood with her hands behind her back, looking ahead with an air of determination. This is the first time I've seen a woman in Long Yin. How did you come to join? Lin Ruoshi boldly proclaimed, reporting to the captain. I joined Long Yin through a rigorous selection process. Please do not underestimate women, Captain. Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback and smiled at her, acknowledging her spirit. And you? He asked, turning to Li Tianlang. Reporting to the captain, I too joined Long Yin through a stringent evaluation process, Li Tianlang declared. Indeed, I have heard from the commander that you are all champions from various military units. He also mentioned it took considerable effort to recruit you into Long Yin, which is no small feat after speaking. Chen Ping regarded the assembly with a serious demeanor, stating, although you consider yourselves champions from different units, I must inform you that upon entering Long Yin, you must set aside your pride. Here, you're just ordinary soldiers. Furthermore, I will determine your eligibility to join Long Yin through my own trials, which will take place on the real battlefield, not on the training grounds or within the comforts of the barracks. Is that clear? Reporting to the captain, we understand clearly. Chen Ping continued, moreover, I sincerely hope you regard each member of Long Yin as your closest kin. Once you step onto the true battlefield, your comrades will be your only support. Long Yin never abandons or forsakes any teammate. I hope you always remember this. Understood. Chen Ping then asked, are you aware of the mission we have come to undertake? No, we're not. Excellent. Since you have just arrived, you may rest for now. Li Tianlang and Lin Ruoshi remain here. Everyone else, you are dismissed. Understood. The remaining individuals dispersed. Li Tianlang and Lin Ruoshi remained rooted to the spot, motionless. Chen Ping approached Li Tianlang, locking eyes with him, and inquired, have you ever taken a life? Li Tianlang's expression flickered momentarily as he replied, loudly, report, Captain, I have not. Chen Ping then turned to Lin Ruoshi and asked, what about you? Have you ever killed anyone? Report, Captain, I have not, she answered, just a couple of rookies. Chen Ping felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet he acknowledged the reality. After all, they had been afforded very few opportunities for real combat experience. Do you engage in cooperative training? Chen Ping inquired. Yes, they replied. Prepare yourselves. Your upcoming mission will pit you against armed adversaries with nuclear capabilities. Their numbers are approximately 1,000. This will serve as a baptism for you. A true war. There will be bloodshed, and there will be sacrifices. But remember, once you step onto the battlefield, you must advance and never retreat. Chen Ping stated with gravity. Yes, we will not let the captain down, Li Tianlang and Lin Ruoshi responded, feeling a surge of tension at the thought of the task ahead. After all, they had never truly faced the battlefield before. Chen Ping continued, I am granting you only 3 days. I have arranged for Chao Zhan to assist with the drills, replicating the firepower deployment and possible contingencies of the Mission 101. I have but one demand. Keep casualties under 10 within these 3 days. You are up against our military district brethren. If you can navigate a 1,000-man drill and achieve victory while limiting your losses to 10, you will have passed my test. If not, you may as well return from whence you came. Long Yin has no room for the inept. Do you understand? Li Tianlang and Lin Ruoshi exchanged a brief glance, their resolve solidifying as they replied in unison, report, Captain, we understand. Pleased, Chen Ping nodded and placed a hand on Li Tianlang's shoulder. Return to your comrades and devise a plan, splitting into 2 teams, each of you leading a squad to complete the task. This evening, Chao Zhan will send over the drill maps. Discuss how to strategize your deployment. Tomorrow, I will personally observe the exercise. I hope you do not disappoint me. Yes, louder. Do not let me down. Report, Captain, we will not disappoint you. Make the most of your rest. You will have little opportunity for it in the coming 3 days. Understood, Captain. Dismissed. Chapter 70. Chen Ping. You are quite fearsome once dismissed. Chen Ping relaxed his stern demeanor and approached Su Qin. Shall we head back? Su Qin nodded obediently, following closely behind him. Once in the car, she could no longer contain herself and remarked, Chen Ping, you seem quite fierce just now. Chen Ping, who was driving, paused momentarily, did I? Yes, indeed. You must be strict with them now. It may very well save their lives when they are truly on the battlefield. I see, but it was just a bit jarring to see you like that all of a sudden. Haha, you'll gradually get used to it. Su Qin nodded, reflecting. I never imagined you were the captain of the Long Yin Special Forces, the legendary god of war, the Great Xia. Are you disappointed? Not at all. Just utterly astonished. Who would have thought the god of war was right beside me all along? In truth, it is merely a perception from the outside. I am but an ordinary individual, flesh and blood, hardly deserving of the title war god. In my heart, the true war gods are those soldiers who face the enemy on the battlefield with unwavering resolve. Yet you too are a war god in your own right. I now find solace in the simplicity of an ordinary life. Indeed, living a mundane life with someone I cherish is rather delightful, murmured Su Qin. Chen Ping smiled at her, choosing not to respond. He understood Su Qin's sentiment, but had yet to come to a decision, especially after hearing Zhang Jun mention the current unstable situation, where the battlefield could beckon at any moment. Once on the battlefield, the uncertainty of life and death looms large. How could he bear to let her down again? Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the end of the day. Chen Ping and Su Qin had finished their morning shift. Upon returning to Su Qin's home, it was only 6:30. Lu Manqi had spent the entire day with Wang Shufang and was elated to see Su Qin and Chen Ping return together. Xiaoqin, Chen Ping, you're finally back. Su Qin embraced her warmly, expressing, "Thank you, Manqi. No need to mention it. Keeping Annie company at home has been quite enjoyable," replied Manqi gratefully. Wang Shufang appeared to be in improved spirits, even offering Chen Ping and Su Qin a glass of water. With concern, she inquired, "Xiaoqin, is everything all right with your job?" "It's all good now, Mom. I have returned to work," Su Qin reassured her. Wang Shufan took her hand and sighed, "Dear, I hope you reconsider and avoid continuing as a police officer. Perhaps find a simpler job, marry a good man, and live a peaceful life." Su Qin replied, "Mom, don't worry, I'm fine." "As you wish," Wang Shufan said. "Xiaoqin, I plan to return to the countryside for a while. I initially wanted you to join me, but I know you wouldn't abandon your job." "Mom, you're going back to the countryside?" "Yes. Your uncle wanted to bring me back after attending a funeral. I was worried about you, so I declined. Now that I see you are well and have Chen Ping caring for you, I feel at ease." As Wang Shufan spoke, she looked at Chen Ping, taking his hand and placing it over Su Qin's, smiling, "Chen Ping, you are a good boy. Knowing Su Qin has a boyfriend like you brings me great comfort. I entrust her care to you and hope you will look after her well." "Huh?" Su Qin's cheeks flushed slightly. Wanted to clarify that Chen Ping was merely a friend. Chen Ping interjected, "Annie, please rest assured, I will take care of Xiaoqin." "Well, that puts my mind at ease." She replied, "Xiaoqin, you should also be sensible and refrain from being impulsive." "Yes, Mom, I understand," Su Qin said, her eyes glistening as she buried her face in Wang Shufang's embrace, sobbing softly. Lu Manqi, holding the water cup, gazed at Chen Ping in astonishment, feeling like an outsider. A pang of bitterness struck her heart, and she made a subtle gesture toward Chen Ping, signaling him to come over. Chen Ping approached her, asking what's wrong. Lu Manqi pulled him aside and whispered, "Honestly, when did you and Xiaoqin become a couple?" Chen Ping paused, slightly taken aback, and replied, "There's nothing between us. I just don't want Annie to be upset." Lu Manqi squinted with a smile. "Really? Is that so? Then tell me honestly, do you have feelings for Xiaoqin? Should I speak the truth?" "Of course." Chen Ping pondered for a moment and remarked, "As a friend, I hold you in high regard. Su Qin is an upright and kind-hearted woman. I believe all men would appreciate her." Lu Manqi furrowed her brow and asked, "What about me? Do you men not also favor my disposition? You are a benevolent woman too. I sense that from our very first meeting. Hence, as a friend, I also cherish our connection." "Huh?" Lu Manqi stood frozen for a few seconds, while Chen Ping took his leave. "What does that even mean?" "I wanted to inquire about men's affections towards women, yet you spoke solely of friendship," she huffed, gazing at Chen Ping's retreating figure. After sitting for a while, Chen Ping bid farewell. He had already stayed here for several days without changing his clothes. It was only proper not to overstay his welcome at someone else's home. "Chen Ping, why not stay at my place for a while?" Su Qin implored, reluctant to see him go. Lu Manqi added, "Yes, Chen Ping, you must protect Su Qin. If you return home, what if the Qin gang seeks revenge?" Lu Manqi's remarks stemmed from her desire to remain with Su Qin, and having Chen Ping stay would be even better. Chen Ping shared her concerns and replied, "I shall return home to fetch some clean clothes and then come back. Once the storm has passed, I will return home." Su Qin nodded with a smile. Thank you, Chen Ping. Please hurry back. We are anxious, Lu Manqi urged. Understood. Chen Ping responded before driving away. He was indeed worried about Su Qin's safety, especially with her returning to work, which could expose her to potential schemes from the Qin gang. Given Su Qin's request, he decided to stay. Upon returning home, Chen Ping gathered some clean clothes. Checking the time, it was 8:30. He made a special trip to the supermarket to purchase some fruits and gifts before driving to Song Mingming's residence. He knocked on the door. Zhang Yin answered, and upon seeing Chen Ping, she smiled. Chen Ping, come in. Mingming, Xiaoyu, it's Chen Ping. What? My brother is here. As soon as Han Xiaoyu heard that Chen Ping had arrived, she dashed out of her room and leaped into his arms, playfully saying, Brother, you finally came to see me. Chen Ping affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. Have you missed me? Yes, I think about you every day. Hoping you would come to pick me up. Xiaoyu, you may need to stay with Teacher Song for a while longer. Huh? All right. Han Xiaoyu nodded, demonstrating her understanding. Song Mingming emerged from the kitchen, saying, Chen Ping, it's lovely to see you. You shouldn't have brought anything. Have you eaten yet? Stay for dinner before you leave. All right. Teacher Song, I must trouble you to look after Xiaoyu during this time. Not at all. Xiaoyu can stay as long as she likes. I can even help her catch up on her previous lessons. Thank you. Chen Ping, please take a seat. I will have dinner ready shortly. Seeing Chen Ping, Song Mingming was also pleased and prepared several additional dishes. Chen Ping stayed to share a meal with Han Xiaoyu and lingered for a while before taking his leave. Chapter 71. Wang Huan became aware of the drug issue. Chen Ping's ascension to the helm of the Nanhai Police Bureau sent shockwaves through the political landscape of Nanhai. His enigmatic identity left Wang Huan and others perplexed. Originally, the Qin gang held a deep-seated apprehension towards Chen Ping. Now that Chen Ping has ascended to the position of director, the Wang brothers are increasingly troubled. The Wang family has dominated Nanhai for many years and will not permit anyone to surpass them. That evening, at the Wang family villa, the Wang brothers, the four hall masters of the Qin gang, and officials like Peng Chun gathered together. After a day of investigation, they had yet to uncover Chen Ping's identity. This individual is shrouded in mystery and is likely someone sent from above. The reason he has remained low profile is presumably to await this opportunity to ascend to power. If this is the case, we may indeed be under scrutiny, Wang Huan expressed with a worried countenance. Despite leveraging all his connections today, he could not ascertain Chen Ping's identity. The more elusive Chen Ping became, the more fearful he felt. The mayor's words rang true. Upon his arrival, Chen Ping eliminated Zhang Sun and subsequently allied himself with Su Qin. Now, for no apparent reason, he has been appointed to succeed Su Lai. To claim he is merely an ordinary soldier is hard to believe. Moreover, Cao Zhen has previously been associated with him. Upon reflection, it is evident that Chen Ping was dispatched to Nanhai to clandestinely investigate us. Otherwise, how could he exhibit such audacity? Everyone chimed in, suggesting that Chen Ping was indeed sent from Beijing. Suddenly, Wang Qing slammed his hand on the table and declared, What is there to fear? We are deeply rooted in Nanhai. Does Emir Chen Ping truly stand a chance against us? Although the second master spoke boldly, if he truly is sent from above, we cannot afford to be careless. Indeed, that is a valid point, Wang Huan interjected. By the way, Mayor, what does the province say? Wang Huan responded. The province is unaware of this situation and has merely advised us to remain vigilant against Chen Ping. For the time being, we should maintain a low profile. As for any immediate intentions from above regarding Nanhai, they seem to be primarily focused on drug issues. If his arrival is indeed drug-related, that poses no significant problem. However, if it is directed at us, then we are in trouble. This perspective offered a new angle on the situation. If the higher-ups genuinely intended to investigate us, it would be unlikely for them to send just Chen Ping. Furthermore, this matter should not fall under the police's jurisdiction. Should it not be the Discipline Inspection Commission that conducts the inquiry? This suggests that the focus is indeed on drugs. As long as we maintain our composure, Nanhai will remain unchanged. In any case, everyone should exercise caution. These individuals are essentially tied to Wang Huan. Should trouble arise, none would escape unscathed. Their greatest fear is that the higher-ups have begun to target them. Yet they also believed that if this were the case, the authorities would not send the police to investigate. After all, the police lacked the necessary authority. Wang Huan summoned them primarily to keep everyone informed and to assuage their concerns. They are all in the same boat. If one were to encounter trouble, all would be implicated. Once the discussions concluded, the assembly dispersed. Wang Huan, with a grim expression, turned to Wang Qing and asked, "Be honest with me. Are you involved in the drug trade?" Wang Qing's lips twitched. "Brother, do you not trust me?" "It is not a matter of trust. If Chen Ping is indeed targeting the drug trade, it is only a matter of time before the investigation leads to you. At that point, even if I wish to protect you, I may be powerless to do so. Why should we fear a mere Chen Ping? If he dares to act against me, let us see whose capabilities prevail. You do not understand. I am not afraid of Chen Ping, but rather of the individuals behind him. Brother, to be candid, the assassins I have hired will arrive shortly. I intend to eliminate Chen Ping, and all will be well." Wang Huan remained silent, fully aware of the assassin's affairs. "No," he declared. "Why not, brother?" Wang Qing inquired, perplexed. Wang Huan replied, "Let us first observe his intentions before making a decision. Acting against him at this juncture would be ill-advised. If he is truly cornered, we can decide then." Wang Qing nodded in agreement. "I will heed your counsel, brother. By the way, when do you expect the mercenaries you hired to arrive?" Wang Qing asked. "They should be arriving soon. But the current scrutiny at the borders has slowed their entry," Wang Huan explained. "Your instincts are correct. I have a foreboding that something significant is brewing in the South China Sea. It is prudent to prepare for contingencies. Indeed, if we reach a point of no return, we must be ready to fight back," Wang Qing affirmed. "Let us commit fully, procure additional weapons and ammunition without delay. Moreover, secure more vessels. Should it come to the final hour, we can retreat to the southeastern region." "Understood, brother." Wang Huan sensed impending turmoil and began to make preparations. Wang Qing promptly instructed the 4 hall leaders to gather firearms and weaponry, ensuring they remained on standby. Before departing, he specifically called upon Han Feng. "Boss, is there anything else?" Han Feng queried. Wang Qing lowered his voice, for the time being, refrained from shipping any goods. How the brothers maintain vigilance and sacrifice some rest. Han Feng nodded in agreement, understood. "Go on, and avoid unnecessary visits to the city. Also, should the police come to the island, eliminate them without hesitation." "Understood." Wang Qing waved him off. After conveying his orders, he returned to the villa with a smile. Wang Huan lounged with his leg crossed, a cigar delicately held between his fingers, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized Wang Qing. "Recently, Han Feng has been absent. What tasks have you assigned him?" Wang Qing hesitated slightly, then smiled. "Nothing significant. He is merely overseeing matters concerning the seafood from the fishing village. Without his supervision, the fishermen would likely cause unrest." Wang Huan's expression darkened momentarily, laced with a hint of anger. While drugs may yield profit, one must also have the life to enjoy it. "Do not presume I am oblivious. At times, I refrain from voicing my concerns. Should trouble arise, do not fault me for failing to warn you." The corner of Wang Qing's eye twitched slightly as he rose to pour tea for Wang Huan, smiling. "Since you are aware, I shall speak frankly. Indeed, I am engaged in the drug trade in the fishing village." "Humph!" Wang Huan slammed his teacup down forcefully, exclaiming, "Have I not made it clear? That substance is off limits. I can tolerate many things, but there is zero tolerance for drugs. For years, I have endeavored to steer you all towards the right path, fearing a crackdown might eliminate us. Yet here you are, dabbling in drug trafficking, which will ultimately lead to your downfall." "I acknowledge my mistake, brother," Wang Qing admitted, lowering his gaze. Wang Huan grunted in frustration. "Alas, what is done. Further discussion is pointless. I reiterate, do not engage with that substance any longer. Dispose of it swiftly to avoid drawing trouble. Brother, it cannot be resolved just yet. I have received payment, and others are expecting delivery. Halting now would complicate matters." "How much have you received?" "Over 10 billion. "What? Over 10 billion? Have you lost your mind?" "Brother, our pursuit is for wealth, is it not? Why not seize the opportunity? With so many brothers beneath us, who would buy our lives without money?" Over the years, the elder brother insisted on rectification, causing discontent among the comrades. With no other recourse, I contemplated ways to earn some money. Upon hearing this, Wang Huan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Forget it. Since the money has been received, we shall deliver the goods once the storm has passed. But heed this. Do not let your drugs surface again in the South China Sea. Once the goods are delivered, clean up immediately. Understood, elder brother." Chapter 72. The drill. After finishing dinner at Song Mingming's home, Chen Ping returned to Su Qin's residence, which was already 10 o'clock. Wang Shufang had gone to bed. In the living room, Su Qin and Lu Manqi awaited Chen Ping's return. "We thought you weren't coming back," Lu Manqi remarked, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, munching on fruit. Upon seeing Chen Ping, she greeted him. Chen Ping approached and took a seat. Su Qin felt reassured upon his arrival, and Chen Ping explained, "I visited Teacher Song, and since she was cooking, I ended up having a meal there." "I should have gone with you," Lu Manqi pouted. "What happened? Didn't you eat?" "We had noodles, which I cooked. She said didn't taste good, but what could I do?" Su Qin shrugged her shoulders, expressing her helplessness. Lu Manqi chimed in, "It wasn't very tasty. Not as good as what Chen Ping makes." Su Qin, at a loss for words, replied, Yes, Chen Ping's is indeed the best." "Hey," Chen Ping interjected, furrowing his brow, "I don't think I've ever made noodles for you." Lu Manqi blushed slightly, responding, "I was just guessing." Su Qin rolled her eyes at her. "I truly can't believe you." Lu Manqi then playfully appealed to Chen Ping. "Chen Ping, I'm hungry. Could you make me a bowl of noodles?" "Ah," Su Qin, sitting beside them, shivered slightly. "You really know how to charm. You refuse to eat what's available. Yet you expect Chen Ping to prepare something for you in the middle of the night. You really think highly of yourself. I just want to eat. Is that a problem?" Lu Manqi retorted. "Chen Ping, please make it for me," she continued sweetly. Hearing that captivating voice sent a shiver down Chen Ping's spine. "All right, I'll go make you some noodles." "Thank you, Chen Ping," Lu Manqi said, clasping her hands together and smiling with her eyes closed. Su Qin observed her and was utterly speechless. "Goodness, I am truly amazed." "Chen Ping, I want some too," Su Qin called out. "Okay," Chen Ping replied nonchalantly, as it was merely boiling some noodles. Lu Manqi teased, "Were you already full? Why eat more?" "I'm still hungry," Su Qin retorted. "Then why didn't you say so? How dare you mock me? Just wait until I get you back. Don't tickle me." "Haha, I will." They were having a great time, playfully wrestling on the sofa. Chen Ping prepared 2 bowls of noodles and fried 2 eggs, placing them before the two. "Eat up. Wow, it looks delicious." Lu Manqi, not hesitating, lifted her noodles and started eating, asking between bites, "Chen Ping, aren't you hungry?" "Not at all. Thank you, Chen Ping," Su Qin said. "You're welcome." While Lu Manqi continued to eat, she asked, "Chen Ping, I heard for Xiaoqin that you've become a director. How did you become so impressive?" It's nothing extraordinary." "Nothing extraordinary? What do you actually do?" "Xiaoqin want to tell me. I'm in the military. You already know that, right? I know you're a soldier, but how did you get promoted to director so quickly? Are you just curious?" "Please tell me," Su Qin remarked. "You're just eating noodles. Yet you can't keep your mouth shut. If you don't tell me, my curiosity will only grow." Chen Ping replied, "My identity must remain confidential. I cannot disclose it. What identity could be so mysterious?" She pressed. "I've already said it's a secret," Chen Ping stated. "This matter cannot be explained in just a few words. I will tell you the details when I have the time." "Oh, fine then, I won't ask anymore." Indeed, it is not the right time to inform Lu Manqi, as she is unaware of the circumstances. Revealing it would merely satisfy her curiosity. "All right, I'm full," Lu Manqi declared, placing her utensils down, unwilling to move. Taking the initiative, Su Qin gathered the dishes and headed off to wash them. After cleaning up, she returned to the living room and said to Lu Manqi, "Let us go, wash up and sleep." "All right, good night, Chen Ping." Lu Manqi replied reluctantly as she followed Su Qin upstairs. Chen Ping remained on the sofa, accustomed to it. The night passed silently, and the next morning, Wang Shufang had her luggage ready early. After a brief farewell with Su Qin, she took a cab back to the countryside. "Hey, what am I supposed to do while you go to work?" Lu Manqi asked as she stood at the door. Feeling utterly bored upon seeing Chen Ping and Su Qin prepare to leave for the office. With a slight smile, Su Qin said, "Miss Lu, would you like to stay and help me watch the house?" "I'd rather go home. I'll come back in the evening," Lu Manchi replied cheerfully. Very well. Su Qin nodded. Watching them drive away, Lu Manchi had no choice but to take a cab back home. Chen Ping, are you all set for the drill today? Yes. I'll report to the police station first, then head to the military district. Oh, should I come along? Stay at the station. I'm not comfortable with you going. All right, can I come find you later? Yes, you can come in the evening. For these next few days, let everyone ease up on the investigations, so we don't alert the enemy. Understood. Upon arriving at the police station, everyone noticed Chen Ping arriving daily with Su Qin, leading to speculations about their relationship. Chen Ping lingered at the station for a brief moment before departing. Hearing his words, Su Qin also delayed her drug sweep and remained in the office, seemingly indifferent to the drug operations. This raised eyebrows, as the drug sweep had already turned into a mere formality since Lu Xiong took charge. It was expected that with Chen Ping's rise to power, he would bring a vigorous approach, but the situation remained unchanged. Shortly after, Chen Ping arrived at the military district. Gather round. Li Tianlang, Lin Ruoxi, and 100 members of Long Yin swiftly assembled, standing in neat rows, awaiting instructions. Dressed in a white uniform of a senior officer, with a crew cut, Chen Ping faced them with his hands clasped behind his back. Did you all sleep well last night? Report, Captain, we slept well. That is good to hear. Chen Ping declared loudly. Do you all know what your tasks are? Yes. Repeat after me. You have only 3 days. If you cannot complete the drill with minimal casualties and with excellence within this time frame, I'm afraid you will no longer be qualified to remain in Long Yin. Is that clear? Everyone responded in unison. Report, Captain, we understand clearly. All of you, advance at a run. Yes. After the briefing, Chen Ping drove directly to the drill site at the military district. Yesterday, he entrusted Chao Zhan with the responsibility of preparing the venue and selecting 1,000 soldiers from the military district to participate in the upcoming exercise. Chao Zhan readily agreed, having already received orders from General Zhang to fully cooperate with the Longyin Special Forces, and he certainly did not dare to be lax. He worked through the night to set up the exercise site, meticulously recreating the layout and firepower deployment as per Chen Ping's blueprint. The venue was located not far from the military district, serving as a training ground for regular drills. Chen Ping drove steadily, with Li Tianlang and his team advancing on foot. Before long, they arrived at their destination. A temporary command center had been established at the site, where Chao Zhan and personnel from the military district were finalizing the arrangements. The entire command center was equipped to monitor the exercise process and respond to various situations. Chapter 73. The exercise begins upon seeing Chen Ping. Chao Zhan stepped out of the command center to greet him. General Chen, you have arrived. Chen Ping nodded slightly. Commander Chao, is everything prepared? How could I dare to be careless with your instructions, General Chen? Everything has been set up overnight, and we can commence the exercise at any time. Thank you, Commander Chao. No need for formalities, please. Upon entering the command center, they were greeted by a simulation sand table. Without further ado, Chao Zhan pointed at the sand table and explained to Chen Ping, according to your plan, I have positioned 4 watchtowers in this area, each equipped with heavy firepower and manned by 5 soldiers. The landing zone is reinforced with a platoon of troops, and there are 3 machine gun points established in the area, alongside a platoon patrolling the vicinity, with multiple fire points within the buildings. Heavy forces have been strategically placed between key points to ensure immediate support in case of an attack. As he spoke, Chao Zhan smiled slightly. General Chen, my men are quite excited to be participating in an exercise with the Longyin Special Forces. They are determined to defeat you this time. Chen Ping chuckled heartily. Commander Chao, we shall see. Indeed. It is an honor for them to engage with Longyin. Commander Chao, your troops are already in position, correct? They are ready and awaiting your assault. Very well. I shall keep the timing of the attack undisclosed. I understand. Having gathered the necessary information, Chen Ping stepped outside to meet Li Tianlang. He beckoned Li Tianlang over, who approached briskly. Captain, have all arrangements been made for last night? Report, Captain. Everything is in order and ready for attack. Have the exercise equipment been replaced? All has been replaced. You determine the timing. You are the frontline commander for this operation, and I shall not interfere. Remember, strike with precision and decisiveness. Resolve the conflict swiftly and do not delay. Understood, Captain. Li Tianlang saluted and turned back to his team, shouting, "All units prepare for action." "Yes, group leader." With that, Li Tianlang and his team quickly vanished from the vicinity of the command center. The exercise site was a short distance away, nestled within the mountains and forests. Chen Ping returned to the command center, taking a seat beside Chao Zhan, from where they could monitor every corner of the exercise area. Chao Zhan glanced at Chen Ping and picked up the phone. "Listen carefully. The Longyan Special Forces have commenced their operation. The timing is uncertain. Everyone, stay alert and be ready to receive them. My only requirement of you is to hold your positions steadfastly. Commander, I assure you that the mission will be accomplished." Chen Ping smiled faintly. "Commander Chao, from this moment on, we can no longer make phone calls to the front lines." Chao Zhan laughed heartily. "That is only natural." "Ah, my dear brother Chen, it is said that Long Yan's warriors are elites who can take on 100 foes alone. It seems my crew may face a significant challenge." "Please, Commander Chao, do not say that. The capabilities of my men will be revealed through this performance. I, too, wish to witness just how formidable the warriors of Long Yan truly are. Then let us await the outcome." Meanwhile, Li Tianlang and his team stealthily advanced into the mountains, halting mere hundreds of meters from the exercise site, which lay beyond the surveillance zone. With a gesture, he signaled for everyone to gather and lie low. "Brothers, this is our inaugural battle as members of Long Yan. Although it is merely a drill with allied forces, we must treat this exercise as if it were a genuine war. We cannot afford to lose, nor can we tarnish the name of Long Yan. Long Yan has never known defeat, and it must not begin with us. Do you all understand?" "Understood." Li Tianlang addressed Lin Ruoxi. "According to last night's plan, you will lead one team to the attack zone while I take another. Xiaoyu, the sniper team is yours. Remember, we must not allow anyone from the area to provide support. At least until we secure the zone, there must be no reinforcements." "Understood." Xiaoyu patted his sniper rifle and grinned. "Captain, rest assured, one shot, one kill. Right, synchronize your watches. We commence operations in 1 hour." "Yes." With the orders given, everyone sprang into action. Facing 100 well-trained soldiers from the South Sea Military District posed considerable challenges, particularly since they were aware of the impending engagement. Li Tianlang led his team to the vicinity of the zone, where they could see a temporary structure guarded by a dozen armed personnel organized in a professional defensive formation. Figures were also stationed on the rooftops, surveying the surroundings. Xiaoyu and the sniper team approached the area, identifying 5 strategic sniper positions to set up their rifles. Lin Ruoxi faced the greatest difficulty with an entire platoon defending 4 watchtowers. Capturing the position would indeed prove challenging. "We will execute the plan as discussed. Once we begin, Lu Hai and I will neutralize the guards in the watchtowers. You all will handle the others swiftly." "Understood." As time passed, Lin Ruoxi and her team lay concealed in the grass, less than 100 meters from the zone, adapting to the conditions of the nearby fishing village. The defenders numbered around 100, fully focused on their task. "Action begins now." At the appointed moment, Li Tianlang issued the command. Lin Ruoxi's team sprang into motion, dispersing like phantoms from the forest. Even before they emerged, gunfire erupted. The defenders only heard the rapid gunfire as they fell prey to the assault. Being hit equated to being taken out of the fight, and the remaining defenders immediately fired upon the emerging figures. The guard towers also responded instantly, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the advancing attackers. The warriors of Long Yan, all elite soldiers, possessed exceptional physical prowess, outpacing their adversaries. In the face of intense gunfire, the immediate instinct is to seek cover and retaliate. Numerous members of the Dragon Flame Special Forces fall victim to the onslaught, rendered incapacitated on the spot. Dealing with these adversaries is manageable, yet the fortified tower poses a formidable challenge. Smoke. As the command resonates, several smoke grenades are simultaneously deployed. Move. Seizing the moment, Lin Ruoxi instructs Lu Hai, and the two dart forth with the swiftness of lightning. Cover me. The sounds of gunfire echo as several Special Forces members are struck, their faces etched with despair as they retreat from the battlefield. The remaining operatives, fueled by determination, begin to eliminate the opposition. Under the protective fire, Lin Ruoxi infiltrates the tower, The instant she enters, a barrage of bullets rains down. With remarkable agility, she evades the onslaught and dashes forward, effortlessly dispatching two foes. At the entrance of the staircase, another adversary aims their weapon, testing Lin Ruoxi with a relentless hail of bullets. Holding her breath, she waits for a brief lull in gunfire, then swiftly sidesteps and neutralizes the sentry guarding the staircase. Racing up the tower's interior, she finds a heavy machine gun position has been compromised. As she draws her sidearm to retaliate, Lin Ruoxi is already upon her opponent, seizing their wrist and effortlessly bringing them crashing to the ground. I yield, her opponent gasps. Lin Ruoxi smiles slightly, helping them up. My apologies. The dragon flame is remarkably formidable, one of her comrades remarks. What speed? I barely had a moment to react. A group sits together, sharing their incredulity. They believe their defenses impenetrable, yet within mere minutes, all 5 guards of the tower fell to Lin Ruoxi's prowess. Lu Hai, employing similar tactics, neutralizes another tower, and he and Lin Ruoxi press onto the next target. Chapter 74. Exercise 2. The defending team experiences firsthand the combat prowess of Dragon Flame. Disbelief etched across their faces. Almost immediately upon engagement, they find themselves targeted, often struck without even seeing their assailants. Their only recourse is to concentrate their fire on a singular direction in a desperate attempt to suppress the threat. Soon, the remaining 2 towers meet the same fate at the hands of Lin Ruoxi and Lu Hai, who dispatch their foes with ease. The remaining adversaries are swiftly eliminated one by one. The entire operation unfolds in less than 8 minutes, over 100 individuals being methodically cleared by fewer than 50. Regrettably, 7 members of Dragon Flame sustain injuries during this encounter, marking them as casualties on the battlefield. Chen Ping had set a limit of 10, implying that no more than 3 losses were permissible on Li Tianlong's side. According to the plan, they were to advance into the area to eliminate the opposition. As the battle ignites, those within the zone instinctively seek to lend support. However, Xiaoyu, leading the sniper team, secures 5 positions, and the moment they expose themselves, they are swiftly taken down. This leaves the remaining forces huddled indoors, hesitant to emerge. Meanwhile, Li Tianlong's circumstances mirror the complexity of the situation. From the onset, several atop the building have already been targeted by sharpshooters. Without a moment's hesitation, they are swiftly eliminated. As Li Tianlang begins his advance, he heads directly toward several positions outside. The gunfire leaves no room for reaction, and all adversaries are dispatched. Upon breaching the interior, the concentrated fire immediately claims 2 team members, an intensity that had not been anticipated. Faced with this unexpected resistance, Li Tianlang is compelled to take matters into his own hands, relying on his exceptional skills to neutralize the threats. Accompanied by his team, they ventured deep into the area, encountering various ambush points along the way. These unforeseen ambushes resulted in injuries to 8 individuals. Nevertheless, he managed to clear the points successfully, and subsequently, alongside Lin Ruoxi, they commenced a thorough sweep of the region from 2 separate locations. This area was designed to resemble a fishing village, and Chen Ping was oblivious to the circumstances within. To simulate realistic conditions, each house was occupied by 2 to 5 soldiers during the exercise. The clearing process proved perilous, necessitating entry into the buildings for thorough inspections. A moment's inattention could lead to casualties. Fortunately, the snipers had effectively deterred any potential support for the enemy. They were now akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, and Lin Ruoxi and Li Tianlang proceeded with utmost caution. The process was slow, and after more than an hour, with 11 casualties recorded, the mission was deemed complete. A total of 26 casualties across 3 points significantly exceeded Chen Ping's expectations. Was the Dragon Flame Special Forces truly this formidable? They hadn't even seen their adversaries before succumbing. Alas, there remained a distinct disparity. The soldiers from the Nanhai military district emerged from the exercise looking disheveled, yet still unwilling to concede defeat. Although Li Tianlang and Lin Ruoxi had fulfilled their mission, a sense of joy eluded them. Given the casualty figures, they were far from qualifying for the Dragon Flame unit. Thank you, brothers. Li Tianlang expressed his gratitude to the Allied forces as they awaited further orders in the exercise area. Chen Ping observed the entirety of the exercise from the command center, and he could not deny his approval of the first team. It was important to note that the exercise took place during the day, under conditions where the Allied forces were aware of their impending assault, and they faced equally trained soldiers. Achieving complete victory under such circumstances was commendable. Particularly, Lin Ruoshi's performance left him highly impressed. Her ability to excel in both command and personal skills during such an intense exercise truly earned his respect. However, while Chen Ping felt satisfied internally, he could not afford to show them leniency. His strictness now would ultimately serve to save their lives on the real battlefield. Applause erupted from Chao Zhen, who, mesmerized by the performance, exclaimed, "Outstanding! I have always heard tales of Dragonflame's prowess, but witnessing it firsthand has truly humbled me." Indeed, before the exercise commenced, Chao Zhen believed that with 1,000 men, he could face off against the 100 of Dragonflame, even if victory eluded him. He thought he could at least take down 70 or 80 of them. Yet, the outcome was that Dragonflame suffered only 26 casualties while completely annihilating his forces. Chen Ping smiled slightly and replied, "Commander Chao, you flatter us. The exercise must continue through the night and will not cease until I'm satisfied." "What?" Chao Zhen's lips twitched slightly. "Major General Chen, and you are still not satisfied? What would constitute a passing grade? Surely, you do not expect 0 casualties? If achieving 0 casualties were indeed possible, it would be ideal. Very well, I am curious to see where Dragonflame's limits lie." Chao Zhen picked up the phone and commanded, "Relay my orders. All personnel are to remain on site for rest, and the exercise will continue tonight. I was left disappointed today, and I hope the evening's drills will allow you to redeem yourselves." Upon receiving the orders, the dejected soldiers in the exercise area were invigorated by the prospect of continuing the drills that evening. The opportunity to engage with the formidable Dragonflame is indeed a rare privilege for them. Chen Ping grasped the communicator and remarked, "You have truly disappointed me. A casualty count of 26 is unprecedented for an exercise of this intensity. With such performance, do you still wish to remain in Dragonflame? Is it your intention to tarnish the very name of Dragonflame? Remember, we do not require the presence of the inept. Everyone, listen closely. Stand still and refrain from eating or drinking until the evening exercise commences. Should there be another 26 casualties tonight, you will be dismissed on the spot." After delivering his message, Chen Ping set the communicator down. Chao Zhen, observing from the side, winced slightly. "Major General Chen, might that be a touch too harsh? Perhaps we should allow them something to eat. Otherwise, how will they muster the strength for this evening?" Chen Ping replied, "Thank you for your concern, Commander Chao. However, if they cannot overcome hunger and fatigue, they have no place in Dragonflame." Chao Zhen pondered Chen Ping's resolute stance, realizing that Dragonflame was indeed no place for the faint-hearted. Despite their exceptional capabilities, Chen Ping still found them lacking. He could not fathom what standards were deemed acceptable. Unbeknownst to him, on the battlefield of the Divine Poison Kingdom, Chen Ping and his comrades faced enemy forces numbering in the tens of thousands, successfully repelling numerous attacks, even while contending with the enemy's formidable weapons. Their impressive record of eliminating thousands of foes had made Dragonflame a name that instilled fear across the globe. Regrettably, the costs were steep. Li Tianlang and the others, equipped with headsets, heard Chen Ping's chilling words clearly. No joy was reflected on their faces. Only a profound sense of shame lingered. Li Tianlang shouted, "Brothers, you have all heard the captain's words, have you not? We have disappointed him and brought disgrace to Dragonflame. What shall we do?" In unison, they proclaimed, "Never give up. We shall rise from where we have fallen." "Excellent. Rise from where you have fallen," Chen Ping affirmed. With unwavering resolve, they stood firm like stakes in the ground. Their allies gazed in disbelief, wondering if they were truly unsatisfied with their efforts. Did they wish to be targets instead? The atmosphere was charged with unspoken rivalry, a humiliation that cut deep. As evening approached, the military district provided food for the soldiers participating in the exercise. The Allied forces gathered together, happily consuming their meals. In stark contrast, the Dragonflame Special Forces remained steadfast, immobile for several hours. Their lips cracked, and their stomachs roared with hunger, yet not a single soul complained of fatigue. Later that evening, Su Qin arrived at the military district. Thanks to Chen Ping's influence, she was ushered directly to the command center. Chen Ping, Commander Chow, she greeted. Chen Ping smiled slightly. Welcome. Commander Chow extended his courtesy. Officer Su, please take a seat. Thank you. Su Qin settled beside Chen Ping and inquired softly, how did the exercise go today? Did we win? Chen Ping nodded slightly. We emerged victorious, though it was not quite as anticipated. Is that so? The Dragonflame Special Forces truly are remarkable, Su Qin praised, having heard that 100 of them had triumphed over 1,000 trained soldiers. Quite so, Chen Ping responded modestly. Just quite so. Su Qin exclaimed, astonished. What time does the evening drill commence? Around 9 o'clock, I suppose, as the night deepens. Indeed. Chen Ping glanced at the time and noted it was still early, suggesting, Commander Chow, shall we go up and take a look? Haha, that is precisely my intention. With that, Chen Ping, along with Chao Zhen and Su Qin, drove towards the drill site. The vehicle had direct access to the area. Chen Ping and Su Qin arrived at the training ground in a military jeep, where the Allied soldiers had already begun their preparations, brimming with enthusiasm. Chen Ping disembarked in front of the members of the Longyan Special Forces and stood before them. Instantly, everyone straightened their backs. With a shift from his serious demeanor, Chen Ping patted Li Tianlang on the shoulder, asking, Are you hungry and tired? Reporting to the captain, Neither hungry nor tired. Chen Ping nodded slightly and addressed the group. Are you feeling dissatisfied? Reporting to the captain, We are not. To be candid, your performance today certainly has numerous commendable aspects. Although it did not meet my expectations, your teamwork deserves praise, particularly the command abilities of Li Tianlang and Lin Ruoxi. Furthermore, the sniper positions were executed quite well. Who commanded the sniper team? Xiao, who replied loudly, reporting to the captain, It was I. Chen Ping nodded. Your marksmanship is precise, and the positions chosen were excellent. It was your outstanding performance that hindered reinforcements, preventing further casualties, which is commendable. Thank you, Captain. I will strive to do even better. Chen Ping acknowledged. For mistakes, I will impose penalties. For merits, I will grant rewards. However, you have yet to earn my full approval, for we are a collective. Regardless of individual excellence, if the team does not gain my recognition, none shall receive it. With an hour and a half remaining before the drill, he instructed everyone to hydrate and have a bite to eat, then to immediately prepare for the evening exercise. Tonight, the advantage lies with you. I hope your results surpass those of the day. Yes, Captain, we shall not disappoint you. Dismissed. Li Tianlang, accompanied by his team, gathered some water and food, approached Chen Ping, and saluted, Captain, we are replenished and ready to proceed with the concealed deployment. Chen Ping chuckled. That spirit is commendable. Go forth. Yes, sir. All units, advance at a run. Li Tianlang then led his team, vanishing into the woods, their next appearance and timing shrouded in uncertainty. Chao Zhen assembled the main forces and addressed them. Soldiers, although we faced a crushing defeat during the day, it is not a disgrace. Remember, you are up against the world-renowned top special operations team. Being bested by them is no shame. While it is not shameful, I urge all soldiers to treat this exercise as a genuine battle and give it your all. Losing is not frightening. Losing your fighting spirit is. Yes, we shall give our utmost. 1,000 soldiers echoed, their voices resonating through the valley. Su Qin approached Chen Ping, inquiring, Chen Ping, did you penalize them? Yes. They were made to stand for several hours. It's nothing. It is inconsequential for them. Oh, by the way, is there anything happening at the police station today? No, everything is fine. That is good. Time is of the essence. Once the drill concludes, we shall immediately commence actions against the fishing village. Indeed. Chen Ping lingered for a moment before returning to the command center with Chao Zhen, both fixated on the proceedings. The exercise was designed to prepare for an assault on the fishing village while minimizing casualties. Since they had entrusted their lives to Chen Ping, he felt a profound responsibility for their safety. At 9:30, Li Tianlang finally commanded the operation to commence. This endeavor proved significantly more effective than during the day, primarily due to the advantageous cover of night. However, the Allied forces were not to be underestimated. Their vigilance had markedly increased, yet this proved inconsequential. The strength of the Special Operations Forces lay in their synergy, speed, and precision. Almost immediately, they neutralized all identified targets, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. The speed at which the battle concluded surpassed that of the daytime engagements. Unsurprisingly, the Longyan Special Operations Team achieved a resounding victory, triumphing with a margin of 17 casualties. Throughout the entire process, Chen Ping, Cao Zhen, and Su Qin observed intently, with Cao Zhen rendered somewhat dazed. He could not fathom why the disparity was so pronounced. For Su Qin, witnessing the special forces in action for the first time, her eyes reflected nothing but astonishment. "Brother Chen, this is akin to a dimensional strike," Cao Zhen remarked, his face a mix of exasperation and awe. Chen Ping smiled gently, responding, "Commander Cao, please do not be disheartened. Our training emphasizes individual and cooperative combat techniques, particularly in extreme conditions and specialized scenarios. This enables us to perform at our best during exercises. However, this does not imply that your soldiers are lacking. The constraints imposed during this exercise were significant. These limitations were partly due to my tactical decisions regarding firepower and troop positioning. Your forces, trained for large-scale operations with heavy armor and artillery coordination, naturally faced restrictions in their performance. In a genuine battlefield scenario devoid of such constraints, we could not hope for such an overwhelming advantage." Brother Chen, your words bring me great comfort. Indeed, our training has primarily focused on large unit operations. We are lacking in individual combat training. However, after this encounter with Longyan, I believe it is essential for the military district to establish a targeted training program. Otherwise, should we face a unit like Longyan, it would be akin to a child being bested by an adult, utterly defenseless. Chen Ping chuckled. "If Commander Cao is interested, I can arrange for personnel to assist you here." "Brother Chen, you have my word. I take you at your word," Cao Zhen replied earnestly. "Naturally, we all serve our nation and its people, and thus we should stand united," Chen Ping affirmed. Brother Chen, your words resonate deeply with me. I truly regret not having met you sooner. I could have learned so much more," Cao Zhen lamented. "Commander Cao, you flatter me." As Chapter 76 concluded, the exercise came to a close, nearing midnight. Although it did not entirely meet Chen Ping's expectations, the performance was commendable. After a long day, the Allied forces had exerted considerable effort, and Chen Ping could not allow them to suffer in vain. He picked up the radio and announced, "Today's exercise is concluded. Everyone should return to the military cafeteria within half an hour." With that, Chen Ping, along with Cao Zhen and Su Qin, made their way to the cafeteria, which had prepared a sumptuous late-night meal to reward the soldiers for their diligence in the exercise. Chen Ping arrived at the cafeteria not long before Li Tianlang and his team sprinted to the entrance. Everyone washed their hands and faces, finished their meals, and took a moment to rest. Chen Ping approached the entrance and spoke to Li Tianlang before turning back to the cafeteria to dine. "Brother Chen, Officer Su, do come and sample the cuisine here," Cao Zhen said with a smile. He had spent the entire day accompanying Chen Ping for drills, whereas he would typically have left work by now. Chen Ping chuckled. "It has been a while since I've savored the military district's dishes. I shall indulge a bit more tonight." Brother Chen, your words are welcome. You're always invited to eat," Cao Zhen replied. "Hangzhu, Gomanda Gao. Your efforts today are greatly appreciated. No need for such formality, Brother Chen. We are all comrades here. Let us not stand on ceremony." As more people filled the cafeteria, the joy of mealtime after a tiring day became palpable. They sat in a row, chatting and laughing. Li Tianlang and Lin Ruoxi, having collected their meals, sat beside Chen Ping, maintaining a proper posture and refraining from conversation. Observing their demeanor, Chen Ping waved to them and said, "You too, come sit over here." Li Tianlang and Lin Ruoxi exchanged glances, then took their meals to sit opposite Chen Ping. "Captain," Chen Ping inquired, "is the food not to your liking?" "Why the long faces?" "Not all. It is quite delicious. If it is indeed enjoyable, then lighten up. There is no need to be so tense all the time." "Understood, Captain. I am quite pleased with your performance tonight. Rest well and aim to improve further tomorrow, Chen Ping said with a gentle smile. Really, Captain? Upon hearing this, Li Tianlang and Lin Ruoxi finally smiled. Their previous expressions were due to not meeting Chen Ping's expectations, fearing his disappointment. Chen Ping's praise instantly lifted their spirits. He nodded slightly. Indeed, you have impressed me. Thank you, Captain. Lin Ruoxi beamed as she picked up her plate, saying, Captain, I will eat over there. Captain, I will join her, Li Tianlang added cheerfully as they both happily carried their meals away. Once they reached their comrades, they relayed Chen Ping's words. Upon hearing this, their fellow soldiers finally smiled, and their appetites improved. After enjoying a late-night snack, Chen Ping offered a few words of advice before departing with Su Qin. That evening, Lu Machi had planned to visit Su Qin's home, but was informed that she was still working late. Bored at home, she lay on the living room sofa, passing the time on her phone. Upon returning from his tasks, Lu Zhongyuan found her at home, sat beside her on the sofa, and asked with a smile, Aren't you going to Su Qin's place? What are you doing here? Lu Machi replied irritably, Don't mention it. She and Chen Ping are still working. I truly don't understand why they work so late. It's incredibly dull. You wouldn't know about work, would you? Not everyone can lounge around like you do every day. Regardless, this cannot continue into next year. Dad, you don't think I'm lazy, do you? You are aware of your own laziness? It's been over a year since graduation, and you refuse to take a job at the finance bureau, instead gallivanting around. After a brief return, you just stay cooped up at home. With such a disposition, Chen Ping may not regard you highly. Look at Su Qin. She is renowned for her diligence. You should learn from her. Upon hearing Chen Ping's name, Lu Machi swiftly sat up and earnestly remarked, Dad, you wouldn't believe it, but Chen Ping seems to genuinely harbor feelings for Su Qin. Otherwise, why would he spend every day in her company? So, if things go awry, you will be the one regretting it. Oh dear, what should I do? I like Chen Ping, but I have no idea if he feels the same way about me. Don't ask me. I'm hardly a relationship expert. Lu Zhongyuan waved his hand and inquired, Tell me honestly, has Chen Ping revealed his true identity to you? No, she replied, he won't say, claiming it's too complicated to explain in just a few words, but he will tell me when he has the time. Is that so? Lu Machi asked curiously, Dad. Do you have any idea? Leaning back on the sofa and crossing his legs, Lu Zhongyuan pondered. Currently, I am unaware, but what I can ascertain is that he either holds a significant position within the military or he is backed by someone at the very top. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable for him to receive direct orders to become the police chief. Dad, does that mean Chen Ping is even more formidable than you? Is that even a question? Just a single word elevated him to the position of chief, while countless individuals toil their entire lives without ever reaching such heights. Chen Ping, however, ascended with ease. This alone attests to the complexity of his identity. Have you inquired with your mentor? Why would I? Even my esteemed mentor cannot reach that level. Just think about it. Lu Machi gasped. Goodness, could it be that Chen Ping is connected to those at the very top? Highly likely. In any case, even Wang Huan cannot uncover any information about Chen Ping at this point. I must get to the bottom of this. Lu Zhongyuan smiled slightly. My dear daughter, Chen Ping is a golden son-in-law. You must assist your father in securing him. At such a young age, with such capabilities, his future is boundless. If you were to marry him, your life would be free from financial worries. Upon hearing this, Lu Machi felt somewhat disheartened. He may not even be interested in me. He might prefer Su Qin. You cannot concede defeat. In matters of love, one should pursue relentlessly without shame. Do not let the fact that you are a girl prevent you from boldly pursuing Chen Ping. Perhaps you will win his heart. What? Lu Machi gazed at Lu Zhongyuan in astonishment. I could never do that. How could you suggest such a thing, being my father? Cough, cough. I'm merely looking out for your best interests. Come now, you are clearly attracted to Chen Ping's status. You once encouraged me to date Wang Yu. That's rich coming from you. You are indeed interested in Chen Ping's background. I believe you also harbor feelings for him, don't you? It's a win-win situation. As for Wang Yu, I merely wanted you to indulge in a superficial fling. To be honest, I never intended to be tied to the Wang family. It is now evident that the higher-ups intend to move against them. Chen Ping is more than sufficient for them. And it seems the South China Sea is on the brink of change. Change is welcome. I have long been displeased with the Wang family's tyranny. And that Wang Yu, he acts like a spoiled child, believing the world revolves around him. Let's not dwell on the Wang family any longer. When you have a moment, please arrange for Chen Ping to come over for a meal. I can subtly gauge his intentions. That sounds good. I will invite him the next time I see him. Excellent. Chapter 77. The exercise concludes. Chen Ping and Su Qin return home around 1 o'clock in the morning. It was just the two of them at home, and an awkward atmosphere lingered from the journey back. I think I'll head upstairs to rest, Su Qin remarked before ascending the stairs. Throughout the evening at the military district, Su Qin had scarcely spoken, primarily due to her awareness of Chen Ping's identity and the presence of Chao Zhen, which created a palpable distance between them, rendering their previous camaraderie impossible. Chen Ping, however, was unconcerned. After a quick shower, he reclined on the sofa and soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, after a shower, Su Qin lay in bed, unable to find sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, she envisioned that night spent in Chen Ping's embrace. The more she thought about it, the more elusive sleep became. Several times, she mustered the courage to descend the stairs, yet rationality prevailed over her impulses. It's over. I have completely fallen for Chen Ping. What should I do? Should I confess? Su Qin's face flushed with embarrassment as she tossed and turned, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and drifting off to sleep. The following day, Chen Ping and Su Qin went to work together as usual. Chen Ping spent a brief time at the police station before heading to the military district, while Su Qin remained at the station. Just like the previous day, there would be a daytime exercise followed by one at night. However, after Chen Ping's affirmation of Li Tianlang and the others the night before, the team appeared considerably more relaxed today. In the afternoon, they commenced the exercise punctually. The same script, the same attacking and defending parties, and the outcome remained unchanged. The only source of solace for Chen Ping was the improved cooperation displayed during this exercise. Under the disadvantageous conditions of daylight, they sustained only 19 casualties, a reduction of 7 from the previous day. An impressive feat. Both sides had undergone 2 exercises, learning and evolving together. Achieving such a result qualified the team as competent. Yet, Chen Ping would not voice this. His goal was mastery. The more proficient they became, the fewer unnecessary casualties they would incur during the impending assault on the fishing village. That evening, Su Qin arrived punctually once more. She remained by Chen Ping's side throughout, yet did not engage in much conversation. The results of the evening exercise were even more commendable, with only 13 casualties incurred in achieving victory. As the night wore on, silence enveloped them, leading to the final night of exercises, marking the last opportunity for Chen Ping to assess Team 1's performance. His stipulation was clear. Casualties must remain under 10 for the exercise to be deemed successful. The evening exercise commenced swiftly, and Chen Ping felt a surge of anxiety, more so than Li Tianlang and the others. The stakes were high. If they failed to meet expectations, it would place him in a difficult position. Li Tianlang and his team were equally invested in the exercise, driven by a fierce determination. To meet Chen Ping's demands, Li Tianlang boldly altered the previous attack strategies, opting for a multifaceted assault. It was crucial to note that Chen Ping's proposed plan did not include an attack from 4 directions, as the northern approach to the fishing village was fraught with peril due to sheer cliffs, making ascent exceedingly challenging and risking delays in the attack plan. Moreover, Chen Ping had only scouted the southern route, leaving him entirely unaware of the circumstances to the north. Thus, the original plan was to launch an assault from the south. Ignoring protocol, Li Tianlang personally led 10 men to explore the northern approach for the exercise. The defenders were taken aback by Li Tianlang's unexpected offensive from the north. Under their radar, he silently infiltrated the area with 10 men, discreetly eliminating dozens before launching a full-scale assault once all targets were identified. Upon receiving the command, not a single designated target had the chance to retaliate. They were all swiftly neutralized. This operation caught the defenders completely off guard, disrupting their pre-established plans. The outer perimeter forces received no support, vanishing within mere minutes, with 0 casualties on the attacking side. Chen Ping observed the unfolding events with a slight furrow of his brow, yet he held a strong conviction in Li Tianlang's spontaneous battlefield strategy. daring to alter the attack plan without orders. Cousin Chen, how come there are deployments in the north? This was not part of the plan, Xiao Zhen remarked, seeking to salvage some dignity as his men were swiftly eliminated before even engaging. Chen Ping smiled subtly, responding, "The battlefield is ever-changing. This cannot be blamed on my troops." Xiao Zhen, unable to find grounds for rebuttal, chuckled. Indeed. It seems I overlooked the fact that these rascals increased their watch posts in the north. Tonight's exercise is bound to end in a disastrous defeat. Chen Ping remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the evolving situation in the exercise grounds. Clearing the outer perimeter was tantamount to striking at the heart of the defenses. The internal situation was intricate, with past failures stemming from complications within. However, this time was different, as Li Tianlang led a few men into the north, placing the defenders in a precarious position, besieged from two fronts. The area was under the command of Lin Ruoxi, encompassing 4 strongholds and a platoon of soldiers outside. Once the area was secured, she began to clear out the inhabitants of the buildings within. With the support of sniper rifles stationed strategically, the defenders found themselves at a significant disadvantage, hesitant to reveal themselves. Despite their numerical superiority, they were systematically dismantled, not due to incompetence, but rather limitations. Armed solely with rifles and lacking additional weaponry or communication devices, they were oblivious to the circumstances outside. In contrast, the Longyan Special Forces had the liberty to carry any weaponry and equipment, granting them a definitive edge in armament. What followed was a true demonstration of overwhelming power. Whether in individual combat capabilities or equipment superiority, the defenders were thoroughly crushed. Unsurprisingly, the battle concluded even more swiftly than previous encounters. The casualties for this group dropped to a mere 7, achieving a resounding victory at a cost of only 7 lives in a 1-to-1,000 scenario. In the command center, Xiao Zhen couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Brilliant! Longyan truly is the strongest special forces unit. This time, I concede my defeat wholeheartedly." Everyone in the command center genuinely applauded and congratulated the Longyan Special Forces. Su Qin, unable to contain her joy, exclaimed, "Chen Ping, they did it! They were incredible!" Chen Ping felt a sense of relief. Although Li Tianlang had altered his strategy on the fly, it was a testament to his command abilities. Whether the final plan could mirror the success of this exercise with a northern landing remained to be seen. However, this exercise was undoubtedly the most splendid one. Chen Ping stood up and extended his right hand to Xiao Zhen, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "I sincerely thank you, Commander Xiao, as well as all the brothers for your cooperation over the past 3 days." Xiao Zhen grasped Chen Ping's hand and smiled. "There's no need for such formalities. My dear brother Chen, we are all like family. It is only to be expected." "Thank you." Chen Ping stepped back and saluted all the staff at the command center. Indeed, the South China Sea military region had exerted their utmost effort in supporting the exercise over the past 3 days. Naturally, they had also gained invaluable insights and learned about special operations tactics, an experience of great worth to them. Chapter 78, Task Assignment. With the exercise concluded, Li Tianlang led everyone to report at the training ground. They stood in neat formation, their faces aglow with smiles. They had excelled in fulfilling Chen Ping's demands, and each felt a sense of joy in their hearts. Upon returning from the command center, Chen Ping had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Facing the assembled personnel, he declared in a resounding voice, "Tonight's exercise can be deemed a resounding success. Although the process varied from my expectations, the outcome has left me thoroughly satisfied. You all performed exceptionally well, meeting my expectations and passing my assessment with flying colors. Now, in my capacity as the highest commander of Longyan, I officially welcome you to the Longyan Special Operations Team. I hope that in the days to come, you will train even harder." As soon as he finished speaking, the collective joy within the group surged, and smiles broke across their faces. The affirmation from Chen Ping was what they had eagerly anticipated. Silence. Chen Ping's demeanor shifted abruptly, his face now serious. "I trust you all understand that your presence in the South China Sea is not for leisure or mere exercises. You are about to confront a genuine war. The purpose of this exercise was to prepare you for the forthcoming operation. You have performed exceptionally, yet remember, the upcoming mission will be your true test. Exercises are merely simulations. They can be failed and redone. However, real warfare offers no second chances. Failure may lead to the sacrifice of many among you. Are you ready? In unison, they responded, "Report, Captain, we are ready. We fear neither sacrifice nor hardship, and we vow to complete the mission." Excellent. Chen Ping nodded slightly and continued. The mission is set for tomorrow at dawn. This operation aims to dismantle a drug manufacturing den located on a small island surrounded by the vast sea. The island hosts several thousand residents, including the criminals. These criminals are armed, and it is unclear whether any of the residents are also armed. Your objective is to obliterate the drug den and eliminate all criminals on the island. Remember, anyone wielding a weapon, regardless of age or gender, is considered a threat and must be dealt with decisively. Understood. Chen Ping continued. This will be your first real combat experience, and it is unavoidable that you will have to engage and neutralize threats. I am aware that for most of you, this may be your first time taking a life. Some may feel exhilaration, while others may experience fear. Yet, remember this, you are soldiers. When you are called to arms, you face adversaries. Showing mercy to the enemy is akin to cruelty towards oneself. Please, spare your compassion. I do not wish for the innocence of my comrades to be jeopardized by the kindness of a single individual. On the battlefield, there exist only allies and foes. It is either your demise or theirs. Do you comprehend? Report to the captain. Understood. Chen Ping nodded slightly. Excellent. This operation shall be codenamed Tiger Rising from the Mountain, and I hope you will strike with the ferocity of a tiger, delivering a fatal blow. Understood. Now, Li Tianlang and Lin Ruoxi will remain. The others may disperse. Understood. Chen Ping turned to Li Tianlang and Lin Ruoxi. Follow me. Understood. They arrived at a makeshift office. Chen Ping produced a map he had drawn and placed it on the table. Come closer. Li Tianlang and Lin Ruoxi leaned in. Chen Ping pointed at the map and said, "This is the target of our operation, the fishing village of Nanhai City, situated approximately 50 to 70 nautical miles from the coastline. The speedboat will take about an hour to reach. The only landing point is the village dock. However, we cannot land directly here. This point represents the route I took with Su Qin during our last island reconnaissance. Your landing will occur to the south, allowing you to effectively evade the village's watchful eyes. The speedboat can anchor nearby, and then you will approach the shore using a rubber dinghy. Once on the island, you will encounter dense forests. Traversing through these woods will lead you to the village. Ascending eastward through the forest will bring you directly to the target area. Lin Ruoxi, you are responsible for this area. You may conceal your team within the woods, awaiting the general assault. There is a plot of land in this region entirely cultivated with poppies, which can serve as a secondary concealment for advancing troops. This area is also where the drug manufacturing facility and residential buildings are concentrated. Upon launching the general assault, we must swiftly secure the perimeter, confining the perpetrators within the buildings before proceeding with the clearance. This exercise closely mirrors the conditions of the fishing village. You should be well aware of how to conduct yourselves. Li Tianlang and Lin Ruoxi nodded. Understood. Chen Ping turned to Li Tianlang and said, "Tonight, you will lead a team to the north. This strategy has proven quite effective. However, the northern side of the village is entirely composed of cliffs, and the circumstances above are unknown. I entrust the command to you. Whether you proceed to the north is your decision." Li Tianlang pondered for a moment and replied, "Captain, I will personally lead the team to the island via the cliffs. I guarantee we will reach the designated area within 1 hour, should we fail to arrive on time. I request that you personally oversee the general assault." Chen Ping furrowed his brow. "Very well. The longer we delay, the more likely we are to be exposed. I will grant you 1 hour. After 1 hour on the island, initiate the assault punctually. I assure you we will complete the mission. Indeed, it is getting late. You should retire and rest. Be prepared for tomorrow, and remain on standby for further instructions." Understood. After Li Tianlang and Lin Ruoxi departed, Chen Ping turned to Su Qin, who was seated nearby. "You shall accompany me tomorrow." Su Qin, with reddened eyes, replied, "Yes, I have awaited this day for a long time. Rest assured, after tomorrow night, the drug den will cease to exist. Thank you, Chen Ping, for all you have done for Nanhai. It is my duty. Nonetheless, I must acknowledge that without your assistance, I would never have been able to contend with the Wang brothers. Evil can never triumph over righteousness. I shall not depart until the malevolent forces of Nanhai are eradicated. Depart? Upon hearing the word depart, Su Qin felt a pang of sadness. She understood that Chen Ping did not belong here. With Chen Ping's capabilities, he ought to be in a place that requires him even more. Yet, the more she contemplated this, the more distant she felt from him. Even if they were to part in the future, it would be for the purpose of a more meaningful reunion. Although Nanhai is not my hometown, it has become inextricably linked to my life. Chen Ping discerned Su Qin's thoughts and spoke calmly. Su Qin was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "So, even if you leave, you will eventually return, correct?" Chen Ping smiled and nodded. "Of course, I wish to witness Xiaoyu grow up and eventually marry. I promised her that I would take good care of her." "Oh, swing replied softly." Chen Ping continued, "Naturally, there are still people here whom I cherish." Su Qin raised her gaze slightly, looking at Chen Ping with deep affection. "Cherish people? Are you speaking of me?" Chen Ping smiled gently. "Well, let us discuss future matters when the time comes. For now, we are bound by life and death as friends, are we not?" Suin smiled serenely. "Indeed. Let us cherish the present and leave future matters for another day. That is the spirit. Let us return home," Chen Ping said. "Yes," she replied. Chapter 79. Untitled. The following day marked late October. The weather in Nanhai remained splendid, with warm sunshine gracing the city. Since the commencement of the anti-drug operation, the entire city had been under traffic control, with unannounced inspections at various entertainment venues that had not ceased. However, following Su Lai's unexpected demise, the inspections at establishments affiliated with the Qin gang had merely been perfunctory. The anti-drug initiative had not impacted the Qin gang in any significant manner, nor had it altered the situation in Nanhai. Although the circumstances had not changed, a complete rift had emerged between the two giants of Nanhai, Lu Zhongyuan and Wang Huan. The once tranquil Nanhai had become unpredictable due to Chen Ping's sudden emergence. In the 3 days since Chen Ping's ascension, he had taken no significant actions. At the police station, he merely signed in and had not issued any new directives regarding the anti-drug operation. There had been no restructuring of internal personnel, leaving many who were observing him perplexed. Logically, Chen Ping had a blood debt with the Qin gang, and his rise to power should have prompted action against them. Yet, his inaction baffled Wang Huan and Wang Qing. Throughout the day, Chen Ping remained at the police station, idly seated in his office, but as soon as the workday concluded, he was more eager than anyone else. At 6 in the evening, Chen Ping knocked on Su Qin's office door. "Let us go. Time to head home." Su Qin, reclining on the sofa with a cup of coffee, quickly stood to tidy up upon hearing the end of the workday, grabbing her bag and preparing to leave. "Wait for me." They departed together, sharing laughter and conversation on their way home. "What's going on?" "Captain Su must be in a relationship with Director Chen. They are inseparable every day and leave right on time. Is this still the Su I used to know? She used to work late into the night. Now, she seems unconcerned about anything. Do you think this anti-drug operation is still necessary?" Director Chen appears indifferent, and Captain Su is completely absorbed in love. It's hopeless. Whatever. The anti-drug operation was always just for show. Did you not see that Captain Su met her mysterious end because of it? Sigh. And what about Chun Wu and the others? If only they had known, they wouldn't have worked so hard. Indeed, there's no rush from above. We shall take each day as it comes. The officers at the police station are all sighing in despair. They find themselves at a loss, unsure of what is deemed right, merely following orders from above without question. The anti-drug efforts have become little more than a formality. Within the Wang family villa, Wang Huan and Wang Qing have been closely monitoring Chen Ping. Today, Chen Ping spent the entire day at the station and left with Su Qin as the workday came to an end. Wang Huan furrowed his brow slightly. "He has gone home? Did he not visit the military district today?" "No," came a reply. "Understood, you may leave." Wang Qing inquired, "Brother, Chen Ping has been visiting Chao Jin daily these past few days. Could he be plotting something? Should we be on guard? This is precisely what I fear. Chen Ping shares a close relationship with Chao Zhan. Since assuming his post, Chen Ping has done nothing but frequent Chao Zhan's office, which raises suspicion. Have you been able to gather any information? Wang Huan shook his head. It is said that he has been observing military exercises these days, but no further news. Exercises? What purpose could that serve? Wang Qing pondered. He wouldn't be concocting something against us, would he? Unlikely. Wang Huan leaned back on the sofa, reflecting for a moment before speaking. Although Chen Ping is the police chief, he does not possess the authority to mobilize the military. In our country, the military and politics are distinct. Even I, as the head, lack that power. Chen Ping certainly does not. On the other hand, as someone from the military, he may have some influence. However, if any operation were to occur, I would undoubtedly be informed. As long as I remain in my position, any action in the South China Sea requires my approval. Wang Qing replied. So what is there to fear? If Chen Ping dares to act recklessly, it would lead to mutual destruction. Wang Huan's eyes twitched slightly. Do not speak of mutual destruction so casually. Abandon your martial bravado. Violence is the least productive path. Until the final moment, refrain from uttering such foolishness. Wang Qing's face flushed with embarrassment as he nodded. Understood. I will heed your counsel. My greatest concern now lies with the fishing village. Perhaps Chen Ping's ultimate goal is to combat drug trafficking. He may have discovered something about the village. Surely not, brother. The fishing village is quite secluded. Ever since drug production began, no one is allowed to enter. Anyone approaching will be turned away. How could Chen Ping possibly know? There is no wall that does not let the wind through. What if he is found out? Moreover, the anti-drug operation was personally approved by me. This means that if Chen Ping were to approach the island under the guise of anti-drug efforts, it would be within the rules. Rest assured, brother. As soon as he makes a move, I will receive word. I have many informants within the station. Moreover, any police personnel attempting to approach the island would be courting death. Wang Qing asserted confidently. Wang Huan, exasperated, retorted, have you not absorbed a single word I said? What is Chen Ping doing visiting Chao Zhan daily? Perhaps he is bringing troops. How would you handle that? What is there to fear? To be honest, brother, the island is heavily armed. Even the military would face a challenge. In the end, it remains uncertain who would perish. I swear I will be the one to meet my end at your hands, Wang Huan scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Qing. Do you wish to rebel? Do not assume you are invincible. With your ragtag crew, how long could you withstand an assault? Brother, I was merely speaking casually. I now find myself increasingly uneasy. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Sever all ties with the fishing village at once. Let Han Feng consign all matters related to drugs on the island to the depths of the sea, and ensure that the island's inhabitants remain silent. Brother, I have heeded your counsel and ceased all activities. Are you perhaps overthinking? It is possible that Chen Ping is merely reminiscing with Chao Zhan. Money can be regained, but do not ignite a fire that may consume you. Immediately contact Han Feng and act as I have instructed. Instruct him to erase all information pertaining to your presence on the island tonight, lest you become entangled in this affair. Rest assured, brother, I have never made an appearance concerning the fishing village. Han Feng has been managing everything, and the funds do not pass through our accounts. Even if there is an investigation, they will find no trace of us. Wang Huan nodded in satisfaction. You are not entirely foolish. That is reassuring. In this case, even if something goes awry in the fishing village, they will not trace it back to you. As long as they find nothing linking you, I will be safe. However, we must remain cautious. Call Han Feng and instruct him to act upon my words. Clean up swiftly. It will not be too late to proceed once the storm has passed. Wang Qing gritted his teeth and nodded. Understood. I will call him immediately. Before long, the call was completed. Wang Qing returned to the living room and said, Brother, I have spoken with Han Feng. He will begin the cleanup tomorrow. However, we need to retain some stock, as there are a few shipments promised to others in 3 days that must be delivered. You can decide how to proceed. I hope it is not too late. Very well. Chapter 80. The assault on the fishing village. The evening quickly approached 10 o'clock. Let us depart, Chen Ping said, rising from the sofa and addressing Su Qin. Indeed, Su Qin replied, struggling to contain her excitement. To eradicate drugs is to honor the memory of Chun Wu and Su Lai. both of whom perished in this fight. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as they entered the vehicle, Chen Ping received a message from Li Tianlang, confirming that they were all in position at the designated location. Chen Ping had anticipated that Wang Qing would deploy individuals to monitor him and the military district. Evading such scrutiny was a trivial task for a special operations soldier. Li Tianlang and his team began moving out individually in the afternoon, ensuring that none exited from the military district, arriving at the assembly point without a trace. The designated site was in a secluded valley several dozen miles from the city, where a shallow area had been prepared in advance with speedboats and equipment. Although it was quite distant from the city, it was merely an hour's direct journey to the fishing village, a location Chen Ping had scouted beforehand. Chen Ping drove slowly away from Su Qin's residence, and after a short while, he noticed a vehicle trailing behind him, maintaining an air of nonchalance. He continued down a tranquil, dimly lit road. The following vehicle, sensing something amiss, reduced its speed. Hold on tight, Chen Ping instructed Sun Taikin. Suddenly, he accelerated and executed a sharp U-turn, ramming the pursuing vehicle head-on. Startled, the rear vehicle hastily reversed. Chen Ping halted at a critical distance, compelling the other vehicle to retreat. Indeed, the trailing car swerved and came to a stop in the roadside greenery. Without delay, Chen Ping exited and approached the driver's door of the vehicle behind. "What are you doing? How are you driving?" shouted the two occupants within. Without uttering a word, Chen Ping delivered a decisive punch to the driver's face, rendering him unconscious. The individual in the passenger seat, realizing he had been discovered, attempted to flee. Chen Ping reached through the window, seized him, and administered a powerful blow, knocking him out as well. He then opened the car door, handcuffed them, and tossed them into the back seat. After parking the vehicle by the roadside and closing the door, he reflected that these two had been trailing them for several days, likely sent by Wang Huan to monitor his activities. With him dealt with, the journey could commence. Chen Ping entered the car, fastening his seatbelt as he spoke. Su Qin nodded slightly, inquiring whether they had discerned their movements. "No, if they had, they wouldn't have sent someone to follow us. It is precisely because they have not discovered anything that they wish to know what I am up to. After tonight, everything will be fine." Indeed, Chen Ping was confident that the drug manufacturing den in the fishing village remained operational, and Wang Qing would not relinquish it easily. As long as they got through tonight, they could gradually confront the Wang brothers. Around 11:30, Chen Ping and Su Qin arrived at the designated location. Upon reaching the sandy foothills, Li Tianlang and his team emerged from the forest. Everyone was already equipped and donned the unique camouflage paint of special forces. Reporting to the captain, "All personnel are in position, awaiting instructions," Li Tianlang whispered. Chen Ping signaled for everyone to crouch down and quietly instructed, "Proceed as planned. You take 10 men north. We have only 1 hour to reach the designated location." "Understood." Chen Ping glanced at the dark sea, devoid of any light. This area was remote, far from the city, with not a single beam illuminating the water's surface. "Remember, no lights." "Understood." Checking the time, Chen Ping announced, "We depart at midnight. The main assault is at 2:30. Received. As the time approached, Chen Ping made a hand signal, and everyone sprang into action. They swiftly boarded the pre-prepared speedboats, embarking on their journey across the sea. 13 speedboats in total, with all personnel on board, raced toward the fishing village several dozen nautical miles away. To ensure a safe landing, all lights were extinguished, save for Chen Ping, who led the way with a flashlight. For minutes later, a few miles from the fishing village, Chen Ping signaled with his light, and all speedboats powered down. Inflatable rafts were quickly inflated and cast into the sea, with everyone abandoning the boats to quietly approach the shore. Only Li Tianlang and another group headed north. At precisely 1 o'clock, they all landed at the designated spot, retracing Chen Ping's initial route as they swiftly entered the forest. Once inside, Chen Ping instructed Lin Ruoshi, "Get into position swiftly." "Understood." With a gesture, Lin Ruoshi led a portion of the team into the woods. For the special forces, the forest felt like home. "Quickly find a sniper position." "Understood." With a signal, the sniper team followed him into the forest, while the remaining personnel continued onward with Chen Ping. Meanwhile, Li Tianlang soon reached the north side, which appeared larger than the south, but lacked a docking point. Unwavering, Li Tianlang and his team used their inflatable rafts to approach the cliffside, preparing to scale the high wall with the climbing gear they had brought along. For a full 30 minutes, all 10 members arrived at the summit. Peering down, the entire fishing village lay before them in its entirety. You 5 converge towards the district and assist Deputy Team Leader Lin in his operations. Understood. Li Tianlang gestured to the other 5, signaling the descent. The northern mountains proved even more treacherous. The steep slopes were not only daunting, but also thickly tangled with brambles. Li Tianlang had a clear objective. The drug manufacturing plant nestled at the base of the cliff. His mission was to assist the district in clearing the interior. Chen Ping had already concealed his team among the poppies, and an hour had elapsed. Situation report. Chen Ping communicated through his earpiece. This is Xiaoyu. The sniper position is established. This is Lin Ruoshi. The district has been locked onto. This is Tianlang. I have yet to reach the designated area, but will arrive within half an hour. Received. Chen Ping lay hidden among the poppies, peering through the gaps, clearly observing a dozen guards stationed outside the factory. There were even more on the rooftop than last time. The area itself was shrouded in darkness, likely all asleep. The situation at the district's dock resembled the exercises, bustling with approximately 100 individuals, not counting those in the watchtowers. However, they were not as vigilant as the friendly forces during drills, gathering in small groups to smoke and chat. Some even sprawled out lazily. The watchtower personnel were particularly lackadaisical. These individuals could hardly be compared to soldiers. They were merely a band of underlings gathered by Wang Qing. Li Tianlang, anxious and hasty, descended the mountain with reckless abandon, his clothes in tatters, his body marred by cuts from thorns. The descent offered no clear path. For an ordinary person, it would have been nearly impossible to navigate. Stop. Approaching the factory, they faced a steep drop of about 7 to 8 meters. Furthermore, the factory's rear was less than 3 meters from the slope, and several figures loomed on the rooftop. The rooftop was the commanding height of the fishing village, but it was currently guarded and needed to be dealt with. Chapter 81. Assault on the fishing village 2. With time slipping away, Li Tianlang realized that if they could not coordinate a full-scale assault, his opportunity from the north would be rendered ineffective. There are 6 individuals on the rooftop. We can each take one, which aligns perfectly with our numbers. We must ensure the completion of our mission. Through his earpiece, Team Leader Li Tianlang stated, Captain, I have reached the rear of the factory. There are currently 6 individuals on the rooftop that I need to eliminate. If gunfire erupts during the process, please act immediately. Chen Ping nodded slightly, acknowledging, understood. Receiving the signal, Li Tianlang whispered, we will leap directly onto the rooftop, dispatching them swiftly. We must avoid gunfire if possible. The key is to be quick, ruthless, and precise. Understood. The group's eyes glimmered with lethal intent as they fixed their gaze upon the figures above. The rooftop guards were distracted, their attention drawn towards Chen Ping, laughing and chatting with cigarettes in hand. Now, Li Tianlang commanded, and in an instant, he sprang upwards, vaulting from behind the mountain directly onto the factory rooftop. Simultaneously, the other 5 leapt onto the roof. Did you hear that sound? What sound? It seems to be coming from behind. The guards on the rooftop, alerted by the slightest noise, turned their heads mid-conversation, only to see several figures charging towards them with lightning speed. What the? Several individuals were taken aback, their cigarettes still clenched between their lips, as they attempted to raise their weapons. Suddenly, Li Tianlang had already closed in, gritting his teeth. He plunged his military knife deeply into the throat of the man he was fixated on. Simultaneously, he covered the man's mouth and nose with his hand, striving to stifle any sound. The remaining 5 executed the rest with equal precision, displaying a remarkable synergy. Upon completing their grim task, each of them felt their hearts racing, their eyes betraying an insatiable thirst for blood. What commotion is there upstairs? Someone below inquired, having caught a faint sound. Li Tianlang paused momentarily, then replied, nothing, just some playful noise. Keep an eye out. The boss mentioned things have been tense lately. Understood, came the response. Li Tianlang exhaled deeply and peered downwards, observing the crowd below. Captain, I have secured the rooftop, Li Tianlang reported. Chen Ping's lips curled into a slight smile. Well done. Proceed as planned. Once the full assault commences, you will assist in clearing the perimeter and swiftly enter the interior from the rooftop to coordinate with the main force. Leave one behind to keep watch. Understood. Chen Ping glanced at his watch, noting 3 minutes remained until 2:30. He reconfirmed. Are all targets locked in? Report, Captain. All are locked in. Very well. Chen Ping inhaled deeply, his gaze fixated on the timepiece, the second hand incessantly ticking away. As the moment arrived, he commanded, initiate action. Let the tiger leap from the mountain. No sooner had he spoken, the special forces concealed within the poppy fields sprang into action from every corner, accompanied by the relentless sound of gunfire. The cacophony erupted as the individuals outside the factory, having been preemptively targeted, were caught off guard and swiftly gunned down. Li Tianlang, stationed atop the building, observed the scene unfold and communicated through his earpiece. The exterior is secure. Members of the poppy field swiftly took control outside the factory, adopting professional stances, vigilant in all directions. With the outside secure, Li Tianlang left one person behind and promptly led the others down from the rooftop to the factory's second floor. The gunfire shattered the tranquility of the fishing village. With the sound from the dock intensifying, signaling fierce combat was underway. Inside the factory, dozens remained on guard, and Wang Qing, insistent on fulfilling his delivery, had not ceased operations. The first and second floors continued their production of narcotics, but upon hearing the gunfire outside, the workers inside immediately recognized the impending danger. Follow me. The leader within the factory beckoned, guiding a dozen individuals toward the exit. As the electric rolling shutter slowly lifted, the inside personnel cautiously aimed their weapons at the door. Just as it opened, a few flashbangs were hurled inside. With a resounding bang, the flashbang emitted a blinding light, rendering the interior momentarily white. The special forces, having prepared outside, swiftly rolled through the gap in the shutter. Upon entry, they immediately crouched, weapons at the ready, and without hesitation, fired upon the dozen assailants. In an instant, all were eliminated. The leading individual signaled, and all dispersed to seek cover. A succession of special forces infiltrated the factory, which was divided into several workshops on the ground floor. As the intruders breached the entrance, the startled occupants hastily seized their weapons and began to fire indiscriminately at the doorway. In an instant, flames erupted. The special forces, with their precise objectives, targeted the factory's lights, swiftly rendering the interior cloaked in darkness. In the chaos, one individual panicked and began to shoot wildly. In the shadows, a bullet struck him squarely in the forehead, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this, the others turned pale with terror, retreating to the corners, paralyzed by fear and refraining from firing any further. The factory fell into a deathly silence. For the special forces, the night served as their battlefield. Equipped with night vision goggles, they advanced cautiously, seeking their targets. Upon spotting any movement, they unhesitatingly squeezed the triggers, and the air was filled with the sounds of screams and gunfire. Meanwhile, Li Tianlang had already ascended to the second floor. Hearing the gunfire, the individuals above dispatched men to the rooftop. However, as they pushed open the door, they were met with an ambush from Li Tianlang and his team. In a rapid succession of shots, several unfortunate souls were cut down before they even had a chance to react. "Damn it, there are people outside! Fire!" shouted one of the remaining individuals. The frightened occupants, caught off guard, scrambled to shoot at the doorway. Anticipating this, Li Tianlang had positioned his team on either side of the entrance. He signaled to his comrades, who nodded in understanding. One member produced a flashbang along with 2 grenades. With a shared nod, they simultaneously hurled them into the now ravaged doorway. The ensuing explosions propelled Li Tianlang and his allies forward into the fray. They expertly identified their targets, dispatching most with headshots. In an instant, they neutralized a portion of the adversaries and quickly scattered to find cover, methodically eliminating the remaining lights. The second floor, too, was engulfed in darkness, accompanied by the echoes of agonized cries. The assailants found themselves utterly overwhelmed by the formidable special forces, falling before them without even glimpsing their attackers. Anyone daring to expose themselves faced certain death. The ground floor operation unfolded remarkably smoothly, with minimal casualties. Anyone discovered was swiftly executed. "I surrender," echoed a voice amid the overwhelming panic, as several individuals in lab coats raised their hands in fear, pleading for mercy. "Damn it," shouted one who remained hidden. Seeing the chemist attempting to surrender, he brandished his weapon and fired at them. Just as he raised his gun, a bullet struck him in the head, ending his life in an instant. This only intensified the fear among the others. Who wishes to meet such a fate? "We surrender! We surrender!" cried more voices in desperation. They discarded their weapons, raising their hands above their heads, slowly standing up. The special forces barked orders. Moments later, the sound of firearms clattering to the ground echoed through the air. Only 7 or 8 individuals remained, cautiously lifting their hands. Chapter 82. Assault on the fishing village 3. With the ground floor secured, a portion of the team remained to oversee the captives. The rest swiftly ascended to the second floor to support Li Tianlang, hastening the clearing process. Chen Ping had remained motionless in the poppy fields throughout the operation. As the action commenced, Su Qin contemplated rushing in, but Chen Ping restrained her. "Let them handle it. We will stay here." "Oh." Chen Ping aimed to seize this opportunity to train his troops. Su Qin realized that she was of no assistance, so she squatted beside Chen Ping. The moment the gunfire erupted in a nearby residential building, Han Feng was still in deep slumber. Suddenly awakened by the sound of gunfire, he sat up abruptly. The door swung open, and He Long entered, exclaiming, "Boss, there's gunfire coming from the factory. Damn it, something must have happened." Han Feng rose, gathering about 10 of his subordinates, armed and ready to leave. Quickly, upon hearing Han Feng's command, He Long and the others hastened to the door. As soon as it opened, the first few subordinates were struck down, their bodies pierced by bullets. More shots followed. "This is bad. There's a sniper." He Long immediately pulled Han Feng to the wall for cover, but before he could shield himself, he was shot dead by the sniper. "Damn it, what is going on? How could there be a sniper?" Han Feng exclaimed, his face contorted with rage. "Boss, it seems we are in trouble. We're being targeted by a sniper." "It's difficult to escape," He Long replied. No one dared to show themselves again. Unbeknownst to them, the residents, who had also heard the gunfire, were paralyzed with fear. Some, motivated by self-interest, had joined the Qin gang. Witnessing the chaos, they immediately armed themselves to offer support, but as soon as they stepped outside, they were targeted by the sniper, resulting in numerous casualties. Fearful, no one dared to venture out again. The elderly, women, and children cowered inside, trembling. The able-bodied stood guard with weapons at their homes. "Boss, the situation outside is unclear. It would be wise for us to leave now," He Long suggested. "What do you mean?" Han Feng inquired. "The gunfire is everywhere. It's evident we've been marked. Let's leave the fishing village and inform Boss Wang." "So we're just going to leave like this?" "Boss, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood." "Damn it, fine. To the dock, quickly." Realizing the gravity of the situation and the uncertainty outside, Han Feng decided that their immediate priority was to find a way to escape. "Let us retreat from the back," He Long said, and they moved toward the dock direction. The dock was under the command of Lin Ruoshi, who was already well acquainted with the area from her drills. Upon arrival, she had already identified all targets and was operating under the radar of the opposing side. With 5 of her men providing cover from the north, their operation began, swiftly overwhelming the personnel at the dock. The 4 watchtowers were mere facades, easily dismantled by Lin Ruoshi. Han Feng and He Long, accompanied by several subordinates, approached the vicinity of the dock. He Long peered around and gasped, "Boss, it's the military. They appear to be special forces." Han Feng was taken aback. "Special forces? How could that be? The South Sea Military District doesn't even have special forces. Where did these people come from?" "I don't know. We can't leave the dock now." "Boss, what should we do?" "Damn it, we fight back." "No, boss. Going out there is tantamount to suicide." "Then what do you propose?" "Let's go back and call for reinforcements." "All right." Han Feng nodded, slowly retreating. He instructed his men to shout from house to house, and before long, He had gathered over 100 people. "Captain, the factory has been cleared. Captain, the district has been secured." Chen Ping remains in his usual location, and upon learning that the district has been dealt with, he and Su Qin head to the factory. Li Tianlang emerges from the factory and salutes. "Captain." Chen Ping nods slightly. "Well done. Our next task is to clear the fishing village, which has numerous residents. Remember, anyone found wielding a weapon is to be executed on sight." "Understood." Li Tianlang and Lin Ruoxi receive the order, leaving some personnel behind, and begin their assault on the residential area of the fishing village. Clearing the residential buildings poses little challenge for the special forces. They systematically enter each household, executing anyone who dares to resist. Gunfire occasionally erupts, signaling the elimination of stubborn elements by the special forces. Unarmed residents are swiftly subdued and bound, then transported to the district for unified control. Han Feng and Hei Long's group are hiding in nearby houses. As they realize they are about to be discovered, Hei Long whispers, "Boss, when they start shooting, we make our escape from the back." "Understood." Lin Ruoxi soon locates the hideout. In the courtyard, those inside tense up, aiming their guns at the door upon hearing footsteps. Inside, others position their weapons at the windows, anticipating the entry of the special forces. Lin Ruoxi approaches the courtyard door, signaling for it to be opened. The two special forces soldiers exchange glances, then, in unison, they push the door open. As the door swings wide, a hail of bullets, accompanied by frantic shouts from within, erupts. Lin Ruoxi and the special forces hesitate to expose themselves. She signals, and her companions respond promptly by throwing in several flashbangs. With a series of loud bangs, Lin Ruoxi leaps forward, easily vaulting over the courtyard wall. The others follow suit, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the disoriented individuals within. Lin Ruoxi swiftly clears the courtyard, landing within it just as bullets rain down upon her. The occupants of the house have spotted her and open fire wildly. Lin Ruoxi rolls to evade the onslaught. Simultaneously, the special forces outside surge into the courtyard, targeting the individuals at the windows. In mere seconds, all those aiming from the windows are neutralized. Lin Ruoxi receives word of the situation and immediately leads her team into the house, where more individuals await. Upon seeing the special forces, they react with frantic shooting, driven more by fear than resolve. "Boss, we must flee." Hei Long and Han Feng seize the opportunity, kicking open the back door and sprinting away. Lin Ruoxi, perceptive as ever, notices someone escaping from the rear and shouts, "Someone is fleeing from the back, pursue them." The four special forces soldiers, armed and ready, quickly eliminate the few individuals in their path, disregarding those above, and hastily chase after the fleeing figures. "Boss, they are gaining on us. Dispatch them." Han Feng yells as he runs. The few subordinates, steeling themselves, turn and open fire on the four pursuing special forces soldiers. The soldiers, having anticipated this move, easily evade the shots and retaliate. Special forces excel in urban and guerrilla warfare, easily handling these adversaries. In a matter of moments, the numerous subordinates behind Han Feng were effortlessly dispatched. Seizing the opportunity, Han Feng and the Black Dragon made their escape. "Boss, you go ahead. I will hold them off." The Black Dragon declared. "Understood," he replied, drawing his dagger and running his tongue along the blade. His gaze was fixed intently on the four approaching special forces soldiers. The soldiers, noticing him, raised their weapons and opened fire. Chapter 83. Assault on the fishing village where the sound of gunfire echoed, yet the Black Dragon remained unscathed. Suddenly, he accelerated, his body seeming to evade the bullets as he deftly maneuvered from side to side, skillfully dodging every shot. Within mere moments, he closed the distance and lunged at the nearest soldier, thrusting his dagger toward the man's chest. The soldier, realizing the imminent threat, swiftly grasped the Black Dragon's wrist with his left hand to thwart the attack. With a fierce visage, the Black Dragon exerted tremendous force, despite the soldier's grip. The dagger penetrated his flesh. The soldier gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to prevent the blade from burying itself deeper into his chest. The events transpired at a dizzying speed, prompting the other three soldiers to abandon their firearms and draw their combat knives to strike at the Black Dragon's vital points. The Black Dragon, refusing to underestimate his opponents, simultaneously withdrew his dagger and delivered a powerful kick to the chest of the soldier he had initially attacked, sending him sprawling. Armed with his dagger, he faced the 3 remaining Special Forces soldiers. The Dragon Flame Special Forces were elite warriors, renowned for their unparalleled combat skills. Nevertheless, in this confrontation, the Black Dragon held the upper hand. With a fierce expression, he unleashed a relentless assault, showcasing his formidable strength. In a matter of breaths, he managed to wound 1 soldier. The 3 remaining soldiers, gritting their teeth, fought valiantly despite their perilous situation. The Black Dragon, seizing an opening, thrust his dagger into the thigh of 1 soldier. A piercing scream erupted from the wounded man, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain. The Black Dragon withdrew his dagger and sent the soldier flying with a swift kick. In a swift motion, he turned and aimed for the neck of the last soldier. In a panic, the soldier attempted to evade, but the blade grazed his face, leaving a stinging wound accompanied by a trickle of blood. Realizing they were outmatched, the remaining 3, now injured, summoned every ounce of strength to rejoin the fray. However, their injuries rendered them no match for the Black Dragon, and soon they were all sent sprawling once more, their bodies littered with wounds, unable to resist any further. The Black Dragon examined his arm, where a new wound marred his flesh, blood seeping from the gash. He glared menacingly at the 4 Special Forces soldiers lying on the ground, cursing, "Damn it," seeking death. Having never experienced such a wound before, he raised his dagger, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire rang out, and he swiftly dodged. The shooter was none other than Lin Ruoshi. Observing her fallen comrades, she immediately called out, "Brothers are injured behind the house." With that, she kept her weapon trained on the Black Dragon, her vigilance unwavering. The Black Dragon remained motionless, his gaze fixed upon her. Without hesitation, Lin Ruoshi pulled the trigger, but her shot went astray. Seizing the moment as she evaded the bullet, the Black Dragon advanced rapidly toward her. As the distance between them diminished, Lin Ruoshi realized that her firearm would soon be ineffective. She discarded her gun and drew her military dagger. The Black Dragon wasted no time, lunging at her with his blade. Yet, Lin Ruoshi was prepared, effortlessly dodging the lethal thrust. With a swift counter, she thrust the dagger towards the Black Dragon's neck. In a duel of masters, the principle of a single, lethal strike prevails. The Black Dragon, taken aback, had underestimated Lin Ruoshi, believing her to be an easy target due to her gender, only to discover her true prowess. Instantly, he performed a roll to evade her attack, then launched a series of low strikes at her. Undeterred, Lin Ruoshi advanced boldly. In the heat of battle, the essence of skill reveals itself. The Black Dragon, brimming with self-importance, pressed his assault repeatedly. Yet Lin Ruoshi remained remarkably composed, exploiting his vulnerabilities by deftly dodging his thrusts and with her right hand gripping the military knife. She struck fiercely at his left shoulder. A cry of agony escaped the Black Dragon as he clutched his wound, attempting to retaliate with the dagger. In a flash, Lin Ruoshi withdrew her knife with such speed that the Black Dragon could scarcely perceive it, slicing through his wrist as he grasped his weapon. In pain, the dagger fell from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, she delivered a flurry of precise strikes to non-lethal areas, culminating in a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. The Black Dragon fell to his knees, bloodied and defeated, his eyes ablaze with hatred as he glared at Lin Ruoshi, roaring in fury. Lin Ruoshi furrowed her brow, choosing to ignore him, for he was now utterly powerless to retaliate. At that moment, several Special Forces soldiers arrived, binding him and escorting his injured comrades for medical attention. Having concluded her engagement, Lin Ruoshi retrieved her firearm and resumed her pursuit of Han Feng. Han Feng, alone, fled towards the dock, only to encounter a few Special Forces soldiers stationed there. He charged forth, disregarding them like a ferocious beast. The vigilant soldiers, witnessing his approach, raised their weapons to fire. With a thunderous roar, Han Feng unleashed his fists, striking 2 of them directly in the chest. The tremendous force sent them reeling, blood spilling from their mouths as they were propelled backward. Without pausing, Han Feng surged towards the remaining 3 soldiers. who were caught off guard and had no time to shoot, resorting to hand-to-hand combat instead. Like a wild beast, Han Feng unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each blow heavy and powerful, incapacitating one of them in mere moments. Aware that time was of the essence, he roared at the last two, launching a desperate offensive. His fist struck them as if they were battering against a wall. Han Feng, refusing to evade, absorbed their blows with his formidable physique, causing them to spit blood. In a short span, all 5 soldiers were felled. Not lingering to relish his victory, Han Feng turned and dashed towards the dock. Stop! At that moment, Lin Ruoshi arrived at the dock, witnessing Han Feng's attempt to flee. She shouted and fired her weapon. The sudden gunfire prompted Han Feng to swiftly dodge, evading all bullets. Seizing the moment, Lin Ruoshi pursued him. Seeking death, Han Feng realized he could not escape without neutralizing Lin Ruoshi. In a frenzy, he charged at her. Lin Ruoshi narrowed her eyes, holstering her gun and drawing her dagger, thrusting it towards him. Han Feng sidestepped, delivering a punch aimed at her chest. Lin Ruoshi was taken aback, extending her palm in an attempt to block the strike. The impact was thunderous. Lin Ruoshi was struck back several paces by a powerful punch. And though her palms absorbed some of the impact, her blood surged in her veins. Han Feng did not grant her a moment to recover. He charged forward and delivered a swift kick. Lin Ruoshi raised her arms in defense, but was sent flying, crashing to the ground. And a warm sensation filled her throat as she coughed up blood. Han Feng spat through clenched teeth, hastening toward her. Recognizing her disadvantage, Lin Ruoshi hurriedly drew her pistol and fired. However, for a master like Han Feng, evading a bullet was a trivial task. He sidestepped the shot and aimed a kick at Lin Ruoshi. She rolled to avoid it, but just as she did, Han Feng struck her in the abdomen. Unable to evade in time, she was hit, skidding several meters along the ground before coming to a halt. A sharp, needle-like pain pierced her abdomen. Her face turned pale, and she curled up, motionless. Damn it, she's tougher than I thought. She's still alive. Seeing that Lin Ruoshi had not succumbed, Han Feng felt no urgency. Slowly advancing toward her, a murderous intent etched on his face. Chapter 84. Assault on the fishing village. 5. Realizing her imminent demise, Lin Ruoshi managed a resigned smile. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she lay back, closed her eyes, and weakly spoke in her earpiece. Report to the captain. I must sacrifice myself. I can no longer complete the mission. Please forgive me. With that, she surrendered to her fate, utterly unable to move. Just when she believed death was upon her, a voice suddenly echoed nearby. As long as I have not commanded your demise, you shall not fall. As Han Feng prepared to strike, he heard the voice behind him and turned abruptly. A figure appeared before him like a wraith, delivering a swift kick aimed at his head. Han Feng was taken aback and raised his arms in defense, only to feel as if his limbs had shattered, his body propelled away like a cannonball. His arms lost all sensation, his head buzzed, and his insides churned. As he attempted to rise, he coughed up blood. Despite his formidable strength, he had been sent flying by a single kick. When he focused his gaze, he recognized the figure as none other than Chen Ping. Fear flickered in his eyes as he asked, "Who are you?" Ignoring him, Chen Ping turned to Lin Ruoshi. "Are you all right?" Upon seeing Chen Ping, Lin Ruoshi's eyes sparkled with surprise as she smiled faintly. "Report to the captain. I am still holding on." "You are quite brave and exceptional," Chen Ping replied. Then turned to Han Feng. "You are the leader of the Qinglong Hall." "Han Feng, are you not?" Han Feng hesitated for a moment before responding. "Who exactly are you?" "I am Chen Ping, the chief of the Nanhai City Police Department. You have been manufacturing drugs in the fishing village. The evidence is irrefutable. Surrender now." "Chen Ping? You are Chen Ping?" Han Feng's expression twisted in rage. "You think you can capture me? Not a chance." Realizing he had no way to escape, Han Feng decided to go all out. He charged at Chen Ping, raising his fist to strike. Chen Ping did not even blink, meeting Han Feng's blow head-on. Bang! Ah! Han Feng's fingers shattered, and he let out a horrific scream, staring at Chen Ping as if he had seen a ghost. "How can you be so powerful? This is impossible." Chen Ping paid no mind to his incredulity and approached him. Han Feng swung his other hand at Chen Ping, but Chen Ping effortlessly seized it and twisted it behind his back. He then produced handcuffs and secured them on Han Feng. Han Feng, I hereby place you under arrest. You may choose to remain silent, yet every utterance you make will serve as evidence against you. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. Han Feng, bound and shackled, continued to shout defiantly. Ruoshi, how are you? Deputy leader, quickly. Li Tianlang arrived with his team, and upon seeing Lin Ruoshi lying on the ground, they hurriedly surrounded her to assess her condition. Lin Ruoshi managed a faint smile, stating, I am fine, just unable to move. Hurry, Li Tianlang called out, and soon someone arrived with a stretcher to carry her away for medical attention. Su Qin approached Chen Ping, her eyes glistening with tears, and said, Chen Ping, we have finally dismantled the drug manufacturing den. Chen Wu and the others can now rest in peace. Chen Ping nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, Su Qin. Our next task lies ahead. You must return to the police station and gather the brothers to bring everyone back. Understood, Su Qin replied, promptly boarding a boat back to the city. Report, Captain, we have discovered several women imprisoned in a basement. At that moment, someone came to deliver the news. What? Chen Ping was taken aback and immediately went to investigate. Upon reaching the basement of the building where Han Feng resided, he indeed found a number of women confined within. These women appeared quite young, many around the ages of 16 or 17. Do not be afraid. We are military personnel, and you are safe now. Really? Is this true? They wailed, please, let us go home. The women began to weep uncontrollably. Chen Ping inquired further and learned that these women were among those reported missing recently in Nanhai, with a few hailing from other areas. When asked about their situation, they revealed that there had originally been over 30 women confined there. Many were from out of town, and recently, half of them had been taken away with no knowledge of their whereabouts. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Ping immediately ordered a search of the building. It wasn't long before a clue was uncovered in Han Feng's room. Some of these women had been kidnapped by Han Feng in Nanhai, while others had been purchased from different cities. He had sold these women along with drugs to the southeast delta, where there were designated individuals to receive them. The purpose of these transactions was undeniably sinister. They were either destined for illicit venues or for organ trafficking. Infuriated, Chen Ping could not help but curse. This matter could not go unaddressed. Behind the delta lurked a human trafficking syndicate, actively seeking individuals within the Great Xia, with countless missing persons likely sold into the delta. Chen Ping gathered all the evidence but found no information regarding Wang Huan and Wang Qing, though the absence of such leads was not unexpected, given the Wang brothers' cunning. There was no reason for them to leave behind incriminating evidence. It was clear that Han Feng was connected to Wang Qing, yet without tangible proof. There was little that could be done against him. However, Chen Ping's primary focus remained on eradicating drugs. He had no immediate plans to confront the Wang brothers. As dawn broke, all individuals had been subdued, with most of the resistance being met with lethal force, while a few surrendered. Li Tianlang approached to report, Captain, the mission has been accomplished. There were no casualties on our side, with 16 injuries, 3 of which are severe. All have received medical attention and are no longer in life-threatening condition. Chen Ping, satisfied, patted Li Tianlang on the shoulder and remarked, Remarkable, truly surpassing my expectations. You are indeed deserving of the title Dragon Flame. I hope you continue to maintain this standard. Li Tianlang offered a faint smile, replying, Indeed. Everyone has worked hard. I have further tasks ahead. Once the police disembark, you must withdraw immediately and avoid revealing your identities. Understood. Upon hearing of the new mission, Li Tianlang felt a surge of excitement. As dawn gradually broke, several boats filled with police officers approached the shore, summoned by Su Qin, though the others were unaware of the circumstances and merely followed her lead. Standing at the dock, Chen Ping gestured Li Tianlang, lead the withdrawal. Yes. Consequently, Li Tianlang and his team evacuated the fishing village, and, as they retreated, the police landed at the dock. The area was filled with bound prisoners. What is happening here? A group of officers, upon reaching the shore, was taken aback by the sight of the captives. Nearby, many bodies lay strewn about. Some recognized Han Feng and Black Dragon, who were also tied up. Clearing his throat, Chen Ping announced loudly, Everyone listen carefully. The fishing village was a drug manufacturing den, now dismantled by Su Qin and myself. The ringleader, Han Feng, has been captured, and the remaining criminals will be taken back to the station for investigation. Additionally, all narcotics from the village will be transported for destruction. The poppy flowers cultivated on the island will also be incinerated. Everyone, act immediately. The crowd was left in astonishment, pondering how such a significant drug operation could have been eradicated so swiftly. However, with no time to deliberate, they promptly followed Chen Ping's orders. Su Qin approached Chen Ping, noticing the absence of the special forces, and inquired curiously. Chen Ping explained they have already retreated. It was not advisable for them to be exposed. Understood. Chapter 85. Thoroughly dismantling the fishing village throughout the day, all prisoners were escorted back to the police station. Every ounce of narcotics was confiscated, and the poppy flowers were completely incinerated. The bodies on the island were also thoroughly cleared away. By the following morning, the fishing village had transformed into a deserted island. The revelation of the drug manufacturing operation sent shockwaves through Nanhai City. In their astonishment, the public praised the police department for their commendable achievement. After years, the police had finally accomplished something truly uplifting. Chen Ping, the newly appointed director, had swiftly become a local hero. Upon returning to the station, Chen Ping immediately began compiling the entire case and prepared for a press conference the next day to announce the successful completion of the anti-drug operation. This would serve as a report to the public. Not only were the citizens astonished, but every member of the police force was equally taken aback. They had done nothing, yet the mission was entirely fulfilled. Of course, the most shocked were the Wang brothers. Upon hearing the news of the fishing village's destruction, they could hardly remain composed. They incessantly sought information about the village, growing increasingly restless with each inquiry. The two brothers sat at home, as if perched on needles. Elder brother, second brother. The news from the police indicates that the fishing village has been completely eradicated. Boss Han has also been captured. Those on the island are either dead or injured. All the survivors have been apprehended by Chen Ping. Damn it, that wretched Chen Ping dares to scheme against me. Wang Qing erupted in furious expletives. Wang Huan waved his hand to dismiss the visitor. I knew it all along. Chen Ping would never remain idle. Indeed, he had been keeping a close watch on the fishing village. Brother, what now? Wang Huan inquired. Is Han Feng's and Heilong's situation secure? Rest assured, even if they perish, they will not divulge my identity. However, we must devise a strategy to rescue Han Feng. How shall we do that? Are we to abandon him? We'll assess the situation. Retrieving Han Feng will likely prove quite difficult this time. As long as he keeps my name out of his mouth, I can assure you that you are safe. Your safety ensures our dominance in the South China Sea. Brother, I cannot swallow this humiliation. You must learn to endure it. I warned you against engaging with drugs. Yet you disregarded my advice. Now, look at the consequences. The anti-drug operation is supported by both Lu Zhongyuan and me. Chen Ping has already targeted the fishing village. Can I claim he did not? This is self-inflicted misfortune. Brother, it is evident that Chen Ping is coming for us. If we sit idly by, we are merely awaiting our demise. I understand that in times like these, one must not act impulsively. Chen Ping has powerful backing and now commands the South China Sea Police. Dealing with him requires a gradual approach. Then how shall we confront him? I need to ponder this. The advantage still lies with me. Those above have already promised to detain Lu Zhongyuan. In a few days, when he travels to the province, he will be detained for investigation. Without Lu Zhongyuan, the South China Sea will be entirely under my control. Chen Ping is merely the chief of the police. Even if he wishes to oppose us, he is powerless. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Listening to me is wise. The situation has unfolded, and one must cultivate patience. He wishes to unsettle you. If you become restless, you will err, and in doing so, fall into his trap. The less you act, the more powerless he becomes. I understand. I shall refrain from action. Wang Huan nodded. I hope you truly grasp this. Tomorrow, at the commendation ceremony, I must smile as I honor Chen Ping. This matter, Wang Huan chose to ignore, for he had worried endlessly for his brother. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Ping had been tirelessly engaged since the previous night without rest. He had specifically come to the school to escort Han Xiaoyu home. All matters concerning the police station were entrusted to Su Qin, who, despite being urged to reconsider, was resolute. Given the magnitude of the case and the number of arrests made, it was imperative to conduct overnight interrogations. Chen Ping, understanding the intricacies of these affairs less than Su Qin did, delegated everything to her. Recently, it seemed that Su Qin would be working late every night. At the school gate, Han Xiaoyu, aware that Chen Ping was coming to pick him up, had already informed Song Mingming and dashed out of the campus with excitement. "Brother," Han Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Chen Ping, running towards him like an exuberant child. "You finally have time to pick me up." "Indeed, I've been rather busy lately. Let's head home. I bought some ingredients to prepare a delicious meal for you." "Great." Now, as the chief of the police station, Chen Ping had access to an official vehicle. "Brother, have you solved the drug case?" Han Xiaoyu asked cheerfully in the car. Chen Ping smiled faintly. "Oh, you've heard about it?" "Of course. News is all around, saying the police chief personally led the team to dismantle the drug manufacturing den in the fishing village. Everyone is praising you, claiming you accomplished a significant feat right after taking office." Han Xiaoyu proudly declared to her classmates that the director was her elder brother, which made them envious of her. Chen Ping affectionately ruffled Han Xiaoyu's hair and smiled, saying, "Xiaoyu, as long as you are happy, remember to smile more in the future." "Yes, I'm happy. Today I can go home, sleep, and enjoy the delicious food prepared by my brother. I'm so excited," Han Xiaoyu exclaimed with glee. Chen Ping, noticing the change in her demeanor, felt a sense of joy as well. At least now, he felt he was honoring Han Chang's last wish. Upon returning home, Chen Ping headed to the kitchen with the groceries. Han Xiaoyu, feeling at ease, changed into her slippers and sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Soon, Chen Ping prepared several of her favorite dishes and called out, "Xiaoyu, stop playing and wash your hands for dinner." "Okay." Han Xiaoyu dashed to the kitchen to wash her hands, while Chen Ping dished out her meal. As she sat down to eat, she sighed with nostalgia. "It smells so good. I miss my brother's cooking." Chen Ping helped her peel a few shrimp and place them in her bowl, chuckling, "Teacher Song's cooking is also delicious. Does it not satisfy you?" "Hee, the teacher's dishes are tasty, but I long for my brother's cooking more." Han Xiaoyu replied. "Xiaoyu, don't blame your brother for not being able to spend time with you lately. Once the matters in Nanhai are settled, I should have time to accompany you during your vacation. I understand my brother has important things to attend to and one T hold it against you. But brother, can you take me to see my brother when the time comes?" Han Xiaoyu asked, her eyes hopeful as she mentioned Han Chong without sadness. Chen Ping paused for a moment, then nodded, "Yes, that sounds good." Han Xiaoyu smiled gently, "Thank you, brother. I have always wanted to visit my brother, but I lacked the courage to go alone. Now I realize that even though my brother is gone, he would want me to be happy every day. Therefore, I must live happily and not let him worry about me in heaven." "Brother, do you think I'm right?" Chen Ping, seeing her maturity, nodded yes. "That's exactly what your brother would wish. I understand him." "Hee, brother, school has been so much fun lately. My classmates are always inquiring about you and are curious about what you do. I told them you can fight, and if anyone bullies me, you will take care of them. The boys in our class are quite intimidated by me now." Han Xiaoyu laughed as she animatedly recounted her amusing experiences at school over the past few days. Chen Ping listened patiently, occasionally responding with a smile. Chapter 86. Press Conference. The following morning, a press conference was held in the police station's conference room. The agenda focused on the details surrounding the police's successful drug bust and the entire case's timeline. This served as a public accountability measure, as the anti-drug campaign had been underway for 2 weeks. Early in the morning, journalists from Nanhai City's media were all present, along with various municipal officials invited to attend the meeting. Chen Ping and Su Qin had prepared all the necessary materials the day before, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to present them to the public at the press conference. As the director of the Nanhai City Police Department and the overall commander of the anti-drug operation, Chen Ping was already at the conference room entrance, ready to field questions from reporters. The journalists were particularly intrigued by Chen Ping for several reasons: his enigmatic identity, his youth, and the remarkable achievement of solving such a significant case shortly after assuming office. At the entrance, the reporters nearly enveloped Chen Ping, bombarding him with a plethora of gossip-laden inquiries, to which he responded with mere token replies. Just then, Deputy Mayor Lu arrived, followed closely by Lu Zhongyuan, impeccably dressed in a suit. The journalist surged towards him, for he was responsible for legal affairs in Nanhai and had initiated the anti-drug operation. Esteemed guests, all details will be disclosed at the forthcoming press conference by the police. Other inquiries will remain unanswered, Lu Zhongyuan declared, before striding directly towards Chen Ping, while the security personnel ensured the reporters remained outside. Mayor Lu, good day, Chen Ping greeted, clad in a white police uniform, extending his hand in salutation. Lu Zhongyuan, beaming with warmth, shook his hand and remarked, Director Chen, it is indeed impressive that you have achieved such a significant breakthrough so soon after your appointment. Your guidance has undoubtedly contributed to this success. Chen Ping replied with a smile, to which Lu Zhongyuan responded with a chuckle. Do not flatter me too much. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Ping led Lu Zhongyuan into the conference hall. As soon as Lu Zhongyuan arrived, Wang Huan followed suit. The journalist seized the opportunity to engage with him, although Wang Huan offered only a few perfunctory remarks before entering the venue. Chen Ping and Lu Zhongyuan promptly rose to welcome him. With a beaming smile, Chen Ping extended his hand, saying, Mayor Wang, it is a pleasure to meet you. Although Wang Huan secretly wished for Chen Ping's downfall, he maintained an outwardly cordial demeanor. Grasping Chen Ping's hand warmly, he said, Director Chen, I regret not having properly congratulated you on your appointment as the chief of Nanhai Police. Today, as you celebrate this major case resolution, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations. I hope you continue your diligent efforts to make Nanhai an even better place. Chen Ping smiled faintly, replying, I shall strive to do so under your esteemed leadership. Ha! The youth exudes such vigor, Wang Huan remarked to Lu Zhongyuan, who concurred, Indeed, young individuals are formidable. Just look at how swiftly he resolved the drug case. We must learn from their enthusiasm. Absolutely, Chen Ping urged, Please, esteemed mayors, take a seat. With both Wang Huan and Lu Zhongyuan present, the press conference commenced officially. Both mayors took turns speaking, commending Chen Ping and the police personnel for their efforts. Finally, it was Chen Ping's turn to address the audience. He spoke clearly to the assembled media representatives. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the media friends present here today. This press conference pertains to the police's successful dismantling of a drug manufacturing syndicate in Nanhai during our anti-drug operation. With the unwavering support of Mayor Wang and Deputy Mayor Lu, the police embarked on a 2-week anti-drug initiative. Throughout this process, we uncovered that the drugs infiltrating Nanhai were being trafficked by a local manufacturing group. Consequently, our thorough investigation revealed the syndicate's presence on the island of the fishing village. Following meticulous planning, the police successfully eradicated the drug manufacturing group yesterday, and all suspects involved in the operation have been apprehended. This syndicate was substantial, with the principal culprit being Han Xiaoyu at its helm. In the fishing village, they cultivate poppies to manufacture and sell drugs. Investigations reveal that the entire community is engaged in drug trafficking and production. During our efforts to dismantle the drug syndicate, we discovered that their narcotics are not only being distributed to the South China Sea, but have also permeated various regions, including the Golden Triangle of Southeast Asia. Upon further examination, we found that they maintain a headquarters in that area. Additionally, during our inquiry into the fishing village, we unexpectedly uncovered that students who had gone missing in the South China Sea some time ago were linked to this group. It has been confirmed that this syndicate not only operates in drug trafficking and manufacturing, but is also implicated in the abduction of women. They have been abducting women from various locales and shipping them via sea to East Asian countries for purposes such as prostitution. Currently, a special task force has been established by the police department to pursue those missing individuals. Once verified, we will submit our findings to the relevant authorities, urging them to engage with East Asian nations to rescue these individuals. As for the remaining details regarding the drug trafficking and manufacturing case in the fishing village, we currently have no further information. Our police force will continue to conduct in-depth investigations and will promptly inform the media of any developments in the case. We hope that our media colleagues will understand. I would like to assure the citizens of the South China Sea that the police have a duty to protect the property and personal safety of every citizen. Anyone who dares to provoke the police or engage in any illegal activities will face severe consequences. Thank you all. As the words faded, thunderous applause erupted in the venue. This then transitioned into a session for questions from reporters concerning certain details. These details are part of the police's effort to communicate the actions taken against specific individuals. Su Qin, as the central figure in the anti-drug operation, was naturally presented to the public by Chen Ping. This not only enhances her visibility, but also acknowledges her contributions to the mission, presenting a rare opportunity for her advancement. Soon, media reporters approached her for inquiries. Afterward, Wang Huan and Lu Zhongyuan departed in succession. Chen Ping personally escorted them to the police station entrance, watching as Wang Huan departed in a special vehicle. Today, Wang Huan felt particularly constrained, having to smile and cooperate with Chen Ping. Mayor Lu, thank you. Lu Zhongyuan paused and turned to Chen Ping, saying, I heard from Manchi that you are friends? Indeed, Chen Ping replied. My daughter has been spoiled by me. If there is anything amiss, please do not take offense. Not at all. Manchi is a wonderful person. I greatly admire her. Chen Ping responded naturally, his admiration stemming from camaraderie. Lu Zhongyuan smiled, saying, She specifically instructed me to invite you to our home for dinner when I saw you today. I promised her you would come, and she went out early to buy groceries, insisting on preparing a meal for you to celebrate. Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback. Fearing rejection, Lu Zhongyuan continued, Of course. I also have some work-related matters to discuss with you. Since Manchi wishes to treat you to dinner, we could conveniently converse at the dinner table. What do you think? Chen Ping nodded slightly. That sounds good. Thank you, Mayor Lu. No need for formality among friends. I will wait for you this evening, Lu Zhongyuan replied. Lu Zhongyuan patted Chen Ping on the shoulder before departing in a dedicated vehicle. Chapter 87. Interrogation of Han Feng after bidding farewell to Lu Zhongyuan. Chen Ping returned to the police station. Su Qin awaited him at the entrance, inquiring, What did Mayor Lu discuss with you? Chen Ping replied, Nothing much. He simply invited me to dinner at his home tonight to discuss certain matters. Oh, aren't you going home to rest? I can keep watch here. There's no need. I plan to sleep at the station for the time being. There's no need to push yourself so hard. The drug crackdown has concluded, and you ought to take a proper rest. I can't. I must bring Han Feng and his associates to justice. Are you afraid they might escape? None of them will get away. I know, but you are aware that Han Feng is not the mastermind. We cannot rush in dealing with Wang Huan and Wang Qing. Moreover, I doubt we will extract much information from Han Feng. Su Qin remained silent, fully cognizant that little could be gleaned, yet she was unwilling to relent. Listen to me. Don't push yourself so hard. I assure you, I will not let Wang Huan and Wang Qing slip away. I will avenge your father and Qinwu. Su Qin smiled faintly indeed. You need not worry about me. I simply find solace in sleeping at the station. I cannot always expect you to accompany me, especially now that there are whispers about us suggesting we live together. Chen Ping chuckled. Let them say what they will. A clear conscience fears no accusation. Exactly. However, if I wish to return and rest, you must accompany me. All right. Chen Ping nodded with a smile. Su Qin, her face aglow with happiness, asked, by the way, Chen Ping, what do you intend to do about the missing persons? Chen Ping sighed. This case is quite troublesome. These individuals have been sold to countries in Southeast Asia by Han Feng. To investigate, we must involve the national authorities. Do you intend to have the state intervene? Naturally. These individuals were trafficked from the South China Sea. Since it falls within my jurisdiction, I must take responsibility. I have compiled the entire case and reported it. The higher-ups are concerned and will negotiate with the Southeast Asian nations promptly, then dispatch personnel to investigate and rescue. That's good to hear. Chen Ping nodded, by the way. Let's go see Han Feng. Indeed, as of now, Chen Ping had yet to interrogate Han Feng, although it was highly likely that he would remain silent. The procedure had to be followed. Chen Ping did not expect Han Feng to implicate Wang Qing. He primarily sought to glean information regarding the Southeast. Chen Ping and Su Qin entered the interrogation room and took their seats. Shortly thereafter, the sound of clanking shackles echoed as Han Feng, restrained by handcuffs and leg irons, was escorted into the room by two officers and seated in the chair. Upon taking his seat, Su Qin spoke. I am Su Qin, the captain of the criminal investigation team. This is our police chief, Chen Ping. Today, we will be conducting your interrogation. This session is being recorded, and every word you utter will serve as evidence in court. You may also choose to remain silent. Han Feng lifted his eyelids momentarily before shutting them again, remaining utterly silent. Han Feng, a 42-year-old native of the South China Sea, was convicted of intentional injury in 1996 and sentenced to 3 years in prison. After his release in 1999, he trained under a master of ancient martial arts and subsequently organized a group of idle individuals in the South China Sea, engaging in various criminal activities repeatedly. In 2003, you were apprehended once more and sentenced to 5 years in prison. Upon your release in 2008, you became acquainted with Wang Qing, who later established the Qin Gang, with you as his foremost enforcer. Over the years, you have engaged in numerous acts detrimental to society on behalf of Wang Qing. These transgressions include manufacturing and trafficking drugs in Nanhai fishing village, as well as being implicated in the crime of human trafficking. The police have now apprehended you, and the evidence against you for these offenses is compelling. Do you have anything you wish to defend yourself with? Han Feng appeared oblivious to the inquiry, keeping his eyes shut and remaining silent. Han Feng, do not harbor the illusion that Wang Qing can protect you this time. The severity of your crimes leaves no room for salvation. You may choose to remain silent, but the evidence for your drug trafficking and manufacturing activities is irrefutable. You must understand that under the laws of Daxia, engaging in drug-related offenses carries the death penalty. I am aware that you were merely acting on Wang Qing's orders. The true mastermind is indeed Wang Qing, is it not? If you disclose what you know, it would be regarded as a significant act of cooperation in court. Should you choose silence, you will forfeit your opportunity once the trial commences. I hope you comprehend that this is your final chance, your sole opportunity for redemption. The heinous acts you have committed, which have caused untold suffering to the people of Nanhai, cannot be justified. Furthermore, regarding your trafficking of women, there are still dozens of those you have sold whose fates remain unknown. If you possess even a shred of conscience, you ought to reveal what you know. Su Qin declared with righteous conviction. Han Feng slowly opened his eyes, casting a glance at Su Qin, and replied coolly, Captain Su, I am more aware of my fate than you might think. For someone like me, the outcome is either a wretched demise or a life of luxury. I am gambling with my life. Should I lose, it merely means surrendering my existence to you. Do not inquire further. I shall not utter another word. I admit to the charges of drug manufacturing and trafficking, as well as human trafficking. As for whether anyone is orchestrating this from behind the scenes, I am afraid I cannot provide that information. Su Qin furrowed her brow. Han Feng, given the circumstances, do you still cling to false hope? Even if you choose silence, do you believe we are unaware? Han Feng closed his eyes once more, choosing to remain mute. Su Qin was about to speak again when Chen Ping intervened. Chen Ping, along with a colleague, approached with a cigarette, offering it to Han Feng. Han Feng opened his eyes, took the cigarette with his lips, and gestured for Chen Ping to light it. Chen Ping ignited the cigarette, remarking, You have quite the skill. Han Feng took a deep drag, looked at Chen Ping, and responded with a wry smile, Are you complimenting me or mocking me? Before you, I could not withstand a single move. Nevertheless, I am genuinely curious as to how someone of your caliber exists in Nanhai. Chen Ping smiled slightly. If there were no experts like me, wouldn't it allow you to run rampant? Han Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems this is fate. I accept my circumstances at your hands. However, if you expect me to speak, I must inform you that I have nothing to disclose. Whether I speak or remain silent is inconsequential to me. My aim is to eradicate drugs, and I have accomplished that. As for Wang Qing, I have other means to deal with him. That is a matter between you and Wang Qing. I understand that once I am here, I should relinquish any thoughts of leaving. I have found contentment in my life. I only seek a swift resolution. Chen Ping smiled faintly. Let's discuss something else. I know that the Qing gang consists of 4 factions. The Qinglong Hall, which is yours. The Baihu Hall, led by Yi Chun. The Xuanwu Hall, overseen by Ma Bing. And who leads the Zhuke Hall? Han Feng paused for a moment and calmly remarked, Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng? Why have I never encountered him? He is not in the South China Sea. Not in the South China Sea? Is he in the Golden Triangle? Upon hearing this, Han Feng was slightly taken aback. How do you know? It appears that he is indeed the one receiving goods in the Golden Triangle, which implies that your Qin gang still holds influence there. You already know, so why ask me? One last question. Over the years, have you been trafficking women, selling them to the Golden Triangle? Yes. For what purpose? What else? To make them earn money. Do you know the specific locations where these individuals are sold? Or do you have their information? Han Feng smiled faintly, taking a puff of smoke. Chen Ping, you don't intend to rescue them, do you? I advise you to refrain from such thoughts. The Golden Triangle is not a place for you to meddle with. It is far more terrifying than you can imagine. If there exists a hell on earth, it could very well be there. Chen Ping nodded slightly. Thank you for your warning, and I appreciate your cooperation. I have completed my inquiries. Chapter 88. The appointment Han Feng was taken away. However, the information Han Feng shared about the Golden Triangle left Chen Ping feeling increasingly anxious. Chen Ping was well aware of the Golden Triangle. It was indeed a hellish place, situated between the three countries of Siam, the Mon Kingdom, and Laos. This region has long been a hub for opium and drugs, making it one of the world's major drug-producing areas. The immense profits derived from this trade have consistently tested human morality. Consequently, the three nations have engaged in prolonged conflicts within the Golden Triangle, vying for control over these lucrative resources. In such a brutal environment, a multitude of desperate individuals have emerged, leading to the rise of various factions. These factions are backed by the three nations, resulting in the formation of local warlords. Due to its location, the three countries tacitly regard this area as lawless. In the absence of legal constraints, the principle of survival of the fittest prevails, transforming it into a paradise for criminals. Over the years, this region has gradually flourished, giving rise to numerous illicit industries. For ordinary individuals, the Golden Triangle represents a descent into hell. Once deceived into this territory, one is likely to suffer immensely. Given its proximity to Daxia, many citizens, driven by the allure of quick riches, have taken the perilous plunge into this region. For every one person who ventures there, countless others follow suit. In recent years, there have been numerous reports of citizens being murdered or swindled in that area. The government has issued strict prohibitions against entering this region. Those who venture there seldom return. They either fall victim to violence, are held captive, or find themselves embroiled in criminal activities. In summary, it is a place from which one does not return. The government has contemplated efforts to rescue its citizens, but the situation is complicated by the involvement of three nations. To conduct a rescue operation across borders necessitates permission. Otherwise, it is deemed provocative and may be interpreted as an infringement on another nation's sovereignty. Moreover, the region is rife with warlords, making it perilous for ordinary law enforcement officers, who often face dire consequences. Over the years, there have certainly been police casualties in that place. Deploying military forces is even more fraught. Such actions would incite warfare. Hence, it is this very scenario that causes Chen Ping to worry. With so many girls trafficked from the South China Sea to the Golden Triangle, the challenge of rescuing them is daunting indeed. Although he yearned to rescue them, the matter required arrangements from above. For now, all they could do was pray that those individuals were still alive and could wait for the country to save them. Su Qin was also aware of the circumstances in the Golden Triangle and, with a grave expression, remarked, "Chen Ping, if what Han Feng said is true, those girls." She did not continue, and Chen Ping reassured her, "Do not worry. Please trust in our nation. Our country will never turn a blind eye." Indeed, Su Qin agreed. The Wang brothers, Wang Qing and Wang Huan, are utterly despicable, like beasts. I never imagined they would not only wreak havoc in the South China Sea, but also have connections to the Golden Triangle. Over the years, countless lives have been lost due to their actions. If we do not bring them to justice, we would be betraying our uniforms. You are right. We must not let the Wang brothers escape. They must confess their crimes and face the law. Absolutely, Chen Ping affirmed. By the way, Su Qin, please expedite the verification of the information regarding the missing girls. Many are from other regions, so try to contact those areas to confirm if they are among the missing persons. Organize their information, and we can address their situation accordingly. Understood. I will verify each case. Once confirmed as victims of human trafficking, I will compile the data separately. Good, Chen Ping replied. This was the only course of action he could take for the abducted girls at present. With the drug problem resolved, the most pressing issue now was to find a way to dismantle the Qin gang. The national crackdown on organized crime was scheduled for March of next year, and he could not afford to wait. Yet, he could not conduct operations in the name of the police to avoid alerting the culprits. While the state supported his efforts against organized crime, it also constrained him from acting openly, which truly put him in a difficult position. Before long, the clock struck 6 in the evening. As the workday concluded, Chen Ping sent a message to Han Xiaoyu, informing her that if she had not come to meet him, she should proceed to Song Mingming's house. He then drove to Lu Zhongyuan's residence for the banquet. Shortly thereafter, Chen Ping arrived at Lu Zhongyuan's home. Chen Ping is here. Lu Manqi had been waiting at the door, having specially dressed for the occasion, clad in a flowing white gown. She approached Chen Ping with a radiant smile and took his arm without hesitation. Hello. Chen Ping greeted her with a slight smile. I specially went to the market today to buy ingredients and spent the day at home watching recipes and videos. Later, I will personally cook a few dishes for you to taste. Sound delightful. Yay! Lu Manqi beamed as she led Chen Ping inside. Lu Zhongyan was sitting on the sofa in the living room. He immediately rose to greet Chen Ping, extending his hand. Chen Ping, welcome. Mayor Lu, good day. Please, have a seat. No need for formality. Lu Zhongyan invited warmly, and then turned to Lu Manqi. Aren't you eager to cook? Shouldn't you get started? Lu Manqi chuckled. All right, you two chat while I head to the kitchen to prepare some dishes for you. Sure. Lu Manqi cheerfully made her way to the kitchen, ready to showcase her culinary skills. The housekeeper smiled and remarked, Miss, are you truly going to cook yourself? Yes, just assist me a little, Annie. All right, miss. You are so kind to that gentleman, cooking for him yourself. Indeed, I treat him very well. Do you like him? Yes. That's wonderful. I find him young and accomplished. He truly suits you. Do you think so? Yes. Hee. Lu Manqi did not conceal her affection for Chen Ping, bustling about in the kitchen with joy. Fortunately, there was an aunt nearby to assist. Otherwise, dinner would likely have been non-existent that evening. In the living room, Lu Zhongyuan poured a cup of tea for Chen Ping and inquired, How are you adjusting to the role of director? Chen Ping accepted the cup, replying, It's manageable. Especially with Su Qin's help, which has alleviated much of my burden. Lu Zhongyan chuckled. Ah, Su Qin, I am aware of her diligence and responsibility. She is indeed a commendable assistant. By the way, Chen Ping, how do you intend to handle the drug production case in the fishing village? Lu Zhongyuan continued. What is the mayor's stance? Oh, it's about how to deal with Han Feng and his associates. They are involved in drug manufacturing and trafficking, and they're also implicated in the trafficking of women. The evidence is irrefutable, so will naturally be dealt with in accordance with the law. Indeed, it should be so. Has Han Feng revealed anything about Wang Qing? Or is there any evidence pointing towards him? None. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongyuan sighed. The drug production case is undeniably linked to Wang Qing. However, we currently lack evidence. There is certainly a connection to Wang Qing behind the fishing village. Han Feng is merely taking the fall for him. Now that you've dismantled the fishing village and apprehended Han Feng, I suspect Wang Qing will not take this lightly. You must remain vigilant and be wary of his retaliation. I will, if I dare to act. I'm not afraid of his revenge. Lu Zhongyuan laughed. Now that is the spirit. The police department needs leaders like you, unafraid of power, to effectively combat crime. I will fulfill my responsibilities. Chapter 89. Conversation. Lu Zhongyuan and Chen Ping conversed for a while, and he was quite pleased with him. However, his curiosity about Chen Ping's background persisted, prompting him to ask, What are your plans moving forward? Chen Ping, unsure of Lu Zhongyuan's true loyalties, replied, I have no immediate plans. This operation is solely focused on the drug crackdown. Is that so? Lu Zhongyuan continued. Chen Ping, I do not regard you as an outsider. To be frank, the higher-ups have decided to initiate an anti-gang operation. I estimate that policies will be in place by next year. In Nanhai, the Qing gang, led by Wang Qing, constitutes a significant criminal force. As the director, you bear considerable responsibility. Therefore, you should contemplate how to eradicate the Qing gang's influence when the time comes. Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback. not expecting Lu Zhongyuan to be privy to this information. Zhang Jun had mentioned that only a select few were aware of it. I will be prepared, he replied. Lu Zhongyuan smiled slightly. Chen Ping, hasn't anyone from above shared this with you? Yes, Chen Ping admitted, not wishing to hide anything now that Lu Zhongyuan was informed. Concealing the truth was futile. If he and Wang Huan were indeed aligned, it was likely that Wang Huan and Wang Qing were also aware of this news. I thought so. A mere transfer order elevated you to the director's position. How could you not know? I heard from my former superior that this information is not commonly accessible. Even my old superior had great difficulty obtaining it. Who was the mayor's former superior? One. Oh, Chen Ping nodded, already deducing the identity. The rank was somewhat high, but still several levels below Zhang Jun. Lu Zhongyuan smiled. I inquired about you from him. But he was unwilling to divulge a single word. It seems he must be aware of you. Such secrecy. Your identity must be quite remarkable. Chen Ping smiled faintly, stating, it is not as mysterious as it seems. I am merely a soldier. Lu Zhongyuan chuckled knowingly, refraining from further inquiries. In truth, through their conversation, he had already surmised the powerful figure behind Chen Ping, the individual who could elevate Chen Ping to the position of director with a mere order. A member of the military district who could also facilitate Chao Zhan in assisting Chen Ping and mobilize the army to aid him in eradicating drugs. Could only be Zhang Jun, the second highest official in the nation and the foremost figure in the military district. It was inconceivable that anyone else could maintain such confidentiality, especially considering Zhang Jun's stature. Although he had made the connection, he found it perplexing. How could someone of Zhang Jun's caliber share such a close relationship with someone as young as Chen Ping? After all, given Chen Ping's age, his rank within the military district could not be particularly high, making any direct contact with Zhang Jun unlikely. Despite his confusion, he felt it inappropriate to voice his questions. Meanwhile, as their conversation unfolded, Lu Manqi, with the assistance of her aunt, had prepared a sumptuous feast. Although she appeared to be taking charge, it was primarily her aunt who managed the intricacies of the cooking. Lu Manqi's role was merely to wield a spatula and flip the dishes, while her aunt handled the seasoning and preparation. Dinner is ready, Lu Manqi announced, as she and her aunt set the table. Beaming with pride at the sight of the delectable spread, Lu Zhongyuan burst into laughter, remarking to Chen Ping, this is my first time witnessing her in the kitchen. You are in for a treat, Chen Ping. Chen Ping smiled awkwardly, responding, indeed. Let's see if the young lady, who has never lifted a finger, can produce something edible. With a broad smile, Lu Zhongyuan joined Chen Ping at the table. Lu Manqi rolled her eyes playfully at her father, saying, Dad, do not underestimate me. Look, I prepared all these dishes myself. Is that so? Lu Zhongyuan replied, surveying the well-presented dishes and turning to the maid. The maid quickly affirmed, Sir, these dishes were indeed cooked by the young lady herself. Haha, not bad at all for a first attempt. Lu Zhongyuan exclaimed. Lu Manqi, grinning widely, urged Chen Ping to sit, saying, Chen Ping, you must taste each dish and tell me how they fare. She eagerly served him food, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chen Ping picked up his chopsticks and sampled a bite, saying, delicious. I did not expect such skill from you on your first culinary endeavor. Really? Lu Manqi blushed at the compliment and also took a bite, exclaiming, it truly is delightful. How was he lying, was I? Indeed, Chen Ping replied. Lu Zhongyuan, intrigued, interjected. Is it really that good? Let me try. What do you think, Dad? Lu Zhongyuan tasted the dish, finding it reminiscent of the usual flavor, clearly indicating that Lu Manqi had indeed cooked it, yet it retained its delightful essence. Very good, he praised, choosing not to reveal his thoughts. You must cook more often. One day, if you marry, you should be able to manage the kitchen. Lu Manqi glanced at Chen Ping, her cheeks flushing. Dad, let us just eat. No need to stray so far from the topic. Lu Zhongyuan chuckled heartily. Chen Ping, today is a joyous occasion. How about we raise a glass? Chen Ping politely declined, saying, No, I need to drive to pick up my sister later. Then I'll prepare a drink for myself, Lu Zhongyuan responded, pouring himself a glass of wine and inviting Chen Ping to help himself to the food. Lu Manqi sat beside Chen Ping, occasionally serving him dishes and inquiring about the flavors. Each bite Chen Ping took was met with a compliment, which delighted her immensely. After a sip of wine, Lu Zhongyuan observed the cheerful interaction between Chen Ping and Lu Manqi and, with a smile, remarked, "My daughter rarely shows interest in men. It is evident that she holds you in high regard." "Dad, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Manqi retorted, her cheeks flushing. Chen Ping smiled slightly, acknowledging, "Yes, Manqi has always been kind to me," a sentiment that rang true since their first meeting. Lu Manqi beamed at his words. Lu Zhongyuan suddenly sighed. Her mother passed away early, leaving her to grow up without a maternal figure. "I have been preoccupied with work, often neglecting her and her brother. I genuinely hope she finds a good man to rely on in the future." "Dad, are you drunk?" Lu Manqi exclaimed, unable to meet Chen Ping's gaze, fearing he might say something that would trouble her heart. Chen Ping understood the implications of Lu Zhongyuan's words, but chose not to engage with them. Noticing Chen Ping's silence, Lu Zhongyuan continued, "Forgive my candidness, but I truly wish to find someone to care for her. However, I have yet to find the right person. In a few days, I must attend a meeting in the province. Though termed a meeting, I suspect it is more an investigation into my affairs. I am uncertain when I shall return, and my greatest concern is for her well-being. Therefore, Chen Ping, I implore you to look after her during my absence." "Dad, are you really under investigation?" "Why?" Lu Manqi asked, her face etched with worry. Lu Zhongyuan chuckled. "It's merely a standard procedure. This is the work of Wang Huan. Ever since they dealt with Su Lai, they have been reporting me in the province. This trip is ostensibly for a meeting, but in reality is an inquiry. Do not fret. They will not take any drastic actions against me. They merely wish to keep me occupied for a while. My greatest fear is that during this time, you and your brother might encounter trouble. Additionally, Wang Huan's maneuvering may be aimed at targeting Chen Ping. In summary, Wang Huan's actions are hardly benevolent. Dad, you truly won't be in any trouble? Please don't deceive me," Lu Manqi said, tears welling in her eyes. She wished fervently that her father would not follow the same path as Su Lai. "I assure you, everything will be fine. Do not worry," Chen Ping promised, adding, "Rest assured, Mayor Lu, I will take good care of Manqi. With your word, I can feel at ease about going to the province." Lu Zhongyuan laughed. Chapter 90. Chen Ping's thoughts after dinner. Chen Ping lingered for a while before taking his leave. Lu Manqi, naturally reluctant, would have followed him to Su Qin's house had he not been heading home. Lu Zhongyuan personally escorted Chen Ping out before returning to the house. After dinner, around 8:30, Lu Manqi's brother returned from school. Chen Ping called Xiaoyu, initially intending to pick her up, but she informed him not to come, as she was out shopping with Song Mingming. Faced with an unoccupied evening, Chen Ping found himself restless and decided to head back to the police station for a visit. Inquiring whether Su Qin had dined, Chen Ping discovered that she had not. He stopped by the roadside to procure a box meal for her before returning to the police station to resume his duties. Upon arrival, he first indulged in his own meal. Chen Ping made his way to Su Qin's office, where she was still engrossed in her work. He placed the box meal on the coffee table and settled onto the sofa. "Ah, you still remember what I like to eat," Su Qin remarked with a smile as she set aside her work and joined him at the table. "We've shared so many meals together. It seems you can recall my preferences. Why didn't you linger longer at Manqi's place?" Chen Ping queried. "I had intended to pick up Xiaoyu and head home early," she replied. "But it turns out Xiaoyu went shopping with teacher Song." "Ah, I see. By the way, where is that fellow He Wu being held now?" "In the detention center. Rest assured, I've ensured he will be recognized for significant contributions. I estimate he'll be out in a few years," Su Qin stated while eating. Chen Ping nodded slightly. "I still have matters for him to assist with." "Assist? What can he possibly do?" she asked, perplexed. "I plan to utilize him to contend with the Qin gang." "Really?" Su Qin's face revealed her confusion. "Is he really capable of confronting the Qin gang? No offense, but a thug like him hardly stand a chance." "I am aware. I merely intend to leverage his presence," Chen Ping clarified. "Do you have a plan in mind?" Su Qin inquired, her interest piqued. "Indeed, since we cannot confront the Qin gang directly, we can cultivate a force to suppress them," Chen Ping proposed. "That's an excellent approach," Su Qin acknowledged. "But how can we swiftly develop such a force? Moreover, He Wu is merely a small-time thug, lacking both money and influence." "That's straightforward. We shall become the power behind He Wu. The Qin gang relies on Wang Huan, so let us position He Wu as our ally. We need not fight openly. We can operate behind the scenes. As for the force, with personnel, we can expand our territory. Do not forget, I command 100 individuals. They may have shed their uniforms, but they are no less formidable than anyone in the Qin gang. Ah, indeed. Chen Ping, you are exceptionally astute, Su Qin exclaimed, increasingly impressed by his cleverness. Please, spare me the flattery. After our meal, take some time to rest, Chen Ping responded. Su Qin nodded obediently. All right, you eat first. I will go meet He Wu. Do you wish for my company? He offered. No need. You should focus on resting well. I do not want my capable aide to appear fatigued every day, she replied, setting down her meal and standing at attention. Understood, Director Chen, she affirmed, with a smile. Chen Ping waved goodbye and departed. Leaving the police station, he drove to the detention center, where his identity was well known, allowing him to pass through without hindrance. Upon announcing his intention to visit He Wu, the facility promptly arranged a private room for their meeting. Unaware of who was visiting, He Wu was brought to the room, and upon seeing Chen Ping, he felt relieved. Brother, it's you. I thought they were coming to execute me. He Wu chuckled. Release his handcuffs and leg shackles. Chen Ping instructed. Yes, sir. Freed from his restraints, He Wu immediately felt a sense of relief. Chen Ping had brought a pack of cigarettes, which he handed to He Wu. Have a smoke. Thank you, brother. I've been craving one, He Wu replied, lighting a cigarette and savoring the moment. How have you been faring inside? Chen Ping inquired. He sighed. Now that we are here, how could it possibly get any better? Brother, did my previous actions not count as a contribution? Can my sentence be reduced? Of course it counts. The information you provided led to the dismantling of a drug manufacturing operation. You have indeed made a significant contribution, and the police department has duly noted it. Came a response. Really? That's wonderful news. Do you wish to go outside? Indeed, I dream of it. Brother, can you assist me in leaving? Chen Ping nodded. It is possible, but you must first assist me in a task. Hearing this, He Wu felt a glimmer of hope and nodded without hesitation. No problem. I know you are a person of great stature. Working with you is undoubtedly the right choice. You must be prepared. The task at hand involves opposing the Qin gang. What? He Wu's face fell into a frown. Brother, I truly wish to help you. But how can I contend against the Qin gang? I lack the capability. I merely ask if you dare. If I am asking you to oppose the Qin gang, I assure you I have confidence in this endeavor. Just tell me if you dare or not. I won't pressure you. Seeing the seriousness on Chen Ping's face, He Wu hesitated for a minute, then gritted his teeth. Brother, I trust you. If you ask me to do it, I will do it. After all, it's merely a matter of life or death. Without you, I am bound to die anyway. Consider this life as a repayment to you. Chen Ping nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, I will not let you perish. You can accompany me now. I will take you to a certain place. What? We can leave right now? Yes. Thank you, brother, thank you. He Wu expressed his profound gratitude to Chen Ping and departed with him that very evening. Chen Ping brought him to a location in the city, a small factory that was currently inactive. Li Tianlang and the others had already entered the city the day before upon receiving Chen Ping's order. Having rented this factory as a temporary base, Chen Ping drove the vehicle straight into the factory. The captain has arrived. Assemble. Li Tianlang and the others quickly gathered. Chen Ping stepped out of the vehicle with He Wu and approached Li Tianlang and the others. Captain, Chen Ping addressed them. Please, feel free to act as you wish. In the future, do not assemble in my presence. Understood. He Wu observed the numerous individuals clad in black vests, their muscular arms exposed, and swallowed nervously. Brother, who are these people? He whispered. Chen Ping chuckled. These individuals will be your subordinates from now on. What? Boss? Tianlang called out to He Wu with a grin. Boss? The others echoed immediately. He Wu trembled in fear, forcing a smile and nodding. Brother, what does this mean? Chen Ping explained. These individuals are assigned to you as your subordinates. Your task is to return to your territory with them and do everything in your power to seize control of the Qin gang's territory. Eliminate them one by one. Do you understand? He Wu shivered slightly at the thought of confronting the Qin gang, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Brother, I am afraid. Do not fear. We will protect you. Rest assured, the Qin gang will not harm you, Li Tianlang reassured him. Chapter 91. Lu Zhongyuan leaves Nanhai. Upon hearing Li Tianlong's words, He Wu gritted his teeth. All right. I will heed your advice, brother. Chen Ping patted He Wu's shoulder, saying, Go forth boldly. Li Tianlang will guide you on how to proceed. Understood, brother. Chen Ping summoned Li Tianlang to his side and instructed him on what to do. After giving his orders, he sent him back with He Wu. Ruoshi, you stay. Lin Ruoshi was momentarily taken aback and asked, Captain, why? Are you feeling better now that you're out? With a slight smile, Lin Ruoshi replied, I'm well now. Lying in bed isn't as beneficial as moving about. Well, you shouldn't accompany a bunch of grown men, Chen Ping remarked. Captain, do you look down on me again? Lin Ruoshi pouted, gazing at Chen Ping with a hurt expression. Chen Ping found her reaction amusing. He gently ruffled her hair and said, How could I? I have noticed your performance this time. It's true that you are not suited to mix with them. And besides, I have an important task for you. I don't trust anyone else. Upon hearing that there was an important matter, Lin Ruoshi perked up and asked, Captain, what is it? You need to protect someone for me. Who? Han Chang's sister, Han Xiaoyu. Once Lin Ruoshi realized the task was to protect Han Chang's sister, she nodded earnestly, saying, Captain, rest assured, I will safeguard Deputy Captain Han's sister. I believe in you. Lin Ruoshi, being well acquainted with Han Chang, regarded him as her idol and lifelong aspiration. As a member of Longyan, they all admired Han Chang and viewed him as a hero and role model. Chen Ping made this arrangement considering that once they engaged in conflict with the Qin gang, retaliation was inevitable. He could not allow Han Xiaoyu to be harmed because of his own actions. At the entrance of the Black Zone bar, several delivery vans came to a halt. From these vehicles emerged 100 individuals. It must be noted that these vans could accommodate many people. Upon closer inspection, each of these individuals sported crew cuts and wore flashy attire, yet their demeanor exuded a palpable charisma. This group was none other than Li Tianlang and his associates. The Black Zone was He Wu's territory. In order to establish a foothold in Nanhai to confront the Qin gang, it was essential to have a base. Although this territory belonged to his boss, Zhang Hu, it could be borrowed for a time. He Wu's first move was to approach his boss, Zhang Hu, as he led Li Tianlang and the others into the bar. Many patrons recognized He Wu, but seeing him enter with such a large group left them momentarily stunned. The bar, already cramped, saw all its patrons turn towards the entrance. Wu Ge, when did you get out? Didn't they say you were arrested for drug trafficking? A former associate inquired. Don't ask so many questions. Where's Hu Ge? Hu Ge is right here. Just then, Zhang Hu, having heard the commotion, approached He Wu. Noticing the throng behind him, he furrowed his brow and asked, He Wu, what are all these people here for? He Wu stepped aside with Zhang Hu and whispered, Hu Ge, do you trust me? Just say what you need to. If you believe in me, could you temporarily lend me your territory? It will be best for you to take your family and hide for a while. The upcoming days in Nanhai are going to be perilous, and death could come at any moment. At these words, Zhang Hu's expression tightened. What exactly is going on? Weren't you arrested? How did you get out? My dear brother, after all these years, I harbor no intention of causing you harm. If you would heed my counsel, it is best to refrain from involving yourself in any affairs for the time being. I shall keep watch over your territory. You should take a step back and lay low for a while. I trust you, yet I implore you to disclose your true intentions. My dear brother, it is perhaps best that you refrain from inquiring further. I can only divulge that I, along with those who stand behind me, are about to confront the Qin gang head-on. If you wish to avoid trouble, it is prudent to remain uninvolved. What? Zhang Hu is no fool. Upon hearing that He Wu intends to clash with the Qin gang, he comprehends the gravity of the situation. Though he too is entrenched in this world, he lacks the standing to compare with the Qin gang. He understands that should He Wu engage with the Qin gang, even his nominal leadership is likely to be jeopardized. This is precisely why He Wu has advised him to lay low. Zhang Hu cast a glance at Li Tianlang and the others, recognizing that this group is anything but ordinary. Very well, though I remain unaware of your true intentions, I trust that your motives are benevolent. I shall withdraw and leave the territory and my brothers in your capable hands. It must be said, Zhang Hu possesses a keen sense of timing. When he found himself at odds with Chen Ping, it was his awareness of the situation that proved beneficial. He Wu nodded appreciatively, expressing gratitude for the trust placed in him. I will make arrangements and take my family on a trip tomorrow morning. Please take care of yourself. Zhang Hu assured his subordinates, informing them of his travel plans and entrusting all matters to He Wu. Consequently, He Wu seamlessly assumed control over Zhang Hu's territory, establishing a solid foundation from which to devise a course of action. Chen Ping's strategy is one of violence begetting violence, given the directives from above. In order to avoid hindering next year's comprehensive crackdown on organized crime, it is essential to allow local factions some time to prepare for the impending operation. The higher-ups have prohibited Chen Ping from publicly engaging in a crackdown, while simultaneously permitting him to employ any means necessary. This approach takes into account that Wang Huan is the mayor of Nanhai City. Therefore, any anti-crime initiatives must pass through Wang Huan's hands, which elucidates why Chen Ping has encountered difficulties in launching operations in Nanhai. 3 days later, tranquility reigned during this period. Chen Ping was not in haste to promptly Tianlang into action, allowing them time to familiarize themselves with the Qin gang's dynamics. In the morning, Chen Ping received a call from Lu Zhongyuan, who informed him of his impending trip to the province and advised him to exercise caution while also requesting that he keep an eye on Lu Manqi. Chen Ping readily agreed, aware that Lu Zhongyuan's visit to the province was related to an investigation. Chen Ping felt no concern for Lu Zhongyuan's safety, as he understood the powerful backing that his ally possessed. The provincial authorities would think twice before attempting to act against him. While Lu Zhongyuan's safety was not in jeopardy, Wang Huan had achieved his objective. With Lu Zhongyuan out of the picture, he could now fully engage in a battle of wits with Chen Ping. After concluding the call, Lu Zhongyuan set off. Lu Manqi, her face etched with worry, accompanied him to the vehicle, asking, "Father, when will you return?" Lu Zhongyuan responded with a gentle smile. "I shall return once the investigation concludes. Take care of yourself at home and look after your younger brother." "Yes, I understand, father. Please take care of yourself as well." "Indeed. Remember, should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact Chen Ping immediately. Only Chen Ping can ensure your safety now." "I understand." "Very well. You may return." After giving his instructions, Lu Zhongyuan boarded the special vehicle heading to the province for an investigation. Chapter 92. Wang Yu's revenge at 9 o'clock that evening. Lu Manqi picked up her younger brother from school and remained in her room. Her brother and the housekeeper were in the living room downstairs. Lu Zhongyuan's wife had passed away early, leaving behind only a housekeeper who had served him for 8 years, along with a seasoned caretaker. This is a high-end villa area, equipped with security measures, making it quite difficult for ordinary individuals to gain access, thus ensuring a high level of safety. However, certainty is never guaranteed. At this moment, someone with a clear purpose sought out Lu Manqi. At the entrance of the villa area, Wang Yu learned that Lu Zhongyuan had gone to the province. That evening, he arrived in a vehicle accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Having pursued Lu Manqi for so long without reciprocation, resentment had taken root within him. Tonight was to be an act of revenge. The security personnel at the entrance recognized him and dared not obstruct his entry into the villa area. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yu arrived at the Lu residence and knocked on the door. The door was answered by the caretaker, who, upon seeing Wang Yu, did not dare to be dismissive. He politely inquired, "Young Master Wang, what brings you here so late? Is there something you need? Get lost." Wang Yu slapped him across the face and growled, "Old fool. It's none of your business. Best not to interfere, or I'll kill you. Please calm down, young master. The sir is not at home, and the young lady is alone. If you wish to see her, perhaps it would be better to return tomorrow during the day." The caretaker, aware of Wang Yu's ill intentions and concerned for Lu Manqi's safety, despite having been struck, maintained a smile and stood in front of Wang Yu. "Do you not understand human language?" Wang Yu roared in fury. "Beat him." Without hesitation, the 2 bodyguards began to pummel the caretaker mercilessly. In no time, he was knocked to the ground. The bodyguards, unsatisfied, continued to kick him repeatedly while he lay on the floor, overwhelmed by the assault from the 2 trained fighters. The caretaker could not endure it. He lay on the ground, crying out in agony and spitting blood before quickly losing consciousness. With a wave of his hand, Wang Yu strode into the house. The housekeeper, hearing the commotion, hurried towards the door, only to encounter Wang Yu. Surprised, She quickly forced a smile and asked, "Young Master Wang, what brings you here so late? Is Miss Liu at home? Is she home? What do you think?" Wang Yu snapped, "I'll go call her." The housekeeper, knowing full well that Wang Yu's intentions were far from noble, turned and shouted, "Miss, young Master Wang is looking for you." "Why are you shouting?" Wang Yu scolded, walking in uninvited. The housekeeper dared not stop him. Upstairs, Lu Manqi heard the commotion and, upon opening her door, saw Wang Yu downstairs. Her brow furrowed, and she immediately took out her phone to call Chen Ping. "Hello, Chen Ping, please come to my house quickly. Wang Yu is here, and he surely means no good." "All right, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Lu Manqi feigned calmness and called down from the upstairs, "Wang Yu, what do you want?" "Didn't I make it clear? There can never be anything between us." Wang Yu was not in a hurry. He settled beside her brother, wrapping an arm around him and smiling at Lu Manqi, saying, "What's wrong? Can't I come?" With that, he delivered a sharp slap to her brother and inquired, "Tell me, can I visit your sister?" Her brother, already fearful of Wang Yu, trembled even more, casting a desperate glance toward Lu Manqi for help. "Wang Yu, what are you doing?" Lu Manqi rushed downstairs, alarmed at the sight of her brother being struck. A kind-hearted aunt offered Wang Yu a cup of tea, saying with a smile, "Young Master Wang, he is still quite young. Please do not bully him. Get lost." Wang Yu snatched the cup and splashed the scalding tea directly onto the ant. The ant cried out in pain as the hot liquid hit her face. Lu Manqi's brother, witnessing this scene, was further terrified, wanting to cry but too afraid to do so. When Lu Manqi arrived, she hurried to the ant concerned. "Are you all right, Auntie?" "I'm fine," the ant replied, gritting her teeth against the pain. Lu Manqi, filled with fury, scolded, "Wang Yu, have you lost your mind? What do you want by coming to my house at night?